Without revealing strength in the first year, reward Conqueror's Haki. The second year did not reveal the strength, reward Zanpakuto. Without revealing strength in the third year, reward 8 Inner Gates. Logue Town. Located in East Blue, it is the entrance to the Grand Line. Suo Luo finished the day's work, clocked in and went home to rest, and at the same time glanced at his little assistant. In another 3 months, he will be rewarded for the 10th year of hidden strength. Rin Egan. As one of the traversers of the vast army, Suo Luo naturally knows how strong Rin Egan is. As long as you stay for another 3 months, you can get this powerful pupil technique. In order to better hide himself, Suo Luo chose to become a seaman, living in a Logue town with few pirates. With the umbrella of Smoker, live a leisurely life. As a result, he was pushed to the position of Cao Chang based on his several years of qualifications. As for why Suo Luo didn't choose to be an ordinary civilian, or find an uninhabited island to hide, of course, the quality of life is a problem. Joining Marine does not say that there are 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, but the benefits are not bad. The convenience of modern life is also a very important consideration. Because of the relationship between the traversers, Suo Luo has always been confused and confident about the treatment within the system. That's a civil servant. On the other hand, Suo Luo is not so much eager. It is better to say that his character is that of an ordinary person. He doesn't say any bloody big words, and he doesn't think about how to save the world all day long. There will be no strange thoughts that the greater the ability and the greater the responsibility. He has neither dreams nor ambitious goals. He just wants to live a quiet life and be a salted fish. Bolu Bolu. Just when Suo Luo walked home as usual, his phone worm suddenly rang. Keep crying. It's an emergency communication. Suo Luo thought for a while and chose to answer. After all, this kind of emergency communication is rare in Logue Town for 10 years. An urgent voice came from the phone worm. Suo Luo Cao Chang, Luffy, who was offering a reward of 30 million yuan, appeared in Logue Town. Well, I get it. Suo Luo nodded lazily, and then hung up. Except for the name Luffy, which made his eyes light up. As for the other content, what does it have to do with yourself? I'm off work at some point. Luffy or something, let Smoker. Smoker, who is in charge of public security here, is now running wildly on the street. The target is Luffy, who caused the riots in Logue Town. Boy with straw hat, do you think you can escape from me? Give up struggling. Smoker yelled at Luffy and Sanji in front. He was faintly disturbed. The reason is not because Luffy was offered a reward for the first time. The bounty exceeded 30 million berry, making him a famous pirate in East Blue. But when he was about to be executed, he died with a smile. This reminds Smoker of the One Piece Roger who was executed 22 years ago. The same as smiling to death. And in just a few words, it triggered the era of the great pirates. Who would stop at this time? Luffy yelled without looking back, I want to be the man of One Piece, so I won't be caught by you, Yen Man. It won't work like this. As the Straw Hat Pirates, the resourceful general, Sanji frowned. Smoker is a Logia fruit-capable person. The weapon in his hand is made of sea stone with 10 hands. It has a certain degree of restraint on Luffy. If they can defeat Smoker, they won't be chased all the way. Even Smoker's delay in catching up with them made Sanji surprised. Combined with Smoker, it has the title of White Hunter. This guy is probably trying to consume our physical strength before making a move. In the hunting process, this is a very common method. When the prey is tired, the hunter chooses to take action and can easily kill the prey. Sanji, who was in charge of the brain, began to think to himself, but if you run to the Golden Mary like this, not only will you not be able to get rid of Smoker, but it may also bring danger to Nami. Sanji, who believes in the spirit of chivalry, cannot allow this to happen. After thinking about it, Sanji decided to act separately. No matter how powerful Smoker is, it is impossible to hunt down 2 people at the same time. And Luffy is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. As a crew member, Sanji firmly believes in his heart that he will not be caught. Well, I see, then we will meet at the melee. Luffy nodded, then threw his arm out, extending it indefinitely, and grabbed the sign on the side of the street. Without saying a word, Sanji stopped suddenly, turned and ran towards the other street. Next second, Luffy used his rubber abilities and ejected himself, leaving Smoker far behind. Want to escape separately? Smoker muttered to himself, but he cared more about Luffy than Sanji. So Smoker made a gesture and asked others to chase Sanji, while he turned into a cloud of smoke and continued to chase Luffy. Boy with a straw hat, you can't run away. Smoker roared firmly. At the same time, Luffy pushed Smoker 3 or 4 streets away. Thinking of throwing Smoker further away, he rushed to the Mary. But the riots caused by Luffy this time were too serious. In addition to Smoker and his marines, the police in Logue Town and the buggy pirates were all looking for Luffy. Even without Smoker, enemies can be seen everywhere. Straw Hat, it's that Straw Hat, grab him. Don't let him run away. Call Colonel Smoker, Luffy and Straw Hat is here. Soon another group of Marines found Luffy. These seamen have a clear division of labor. The attacker starts to attack, and the one who contacts Smoker starts to contact Smoker. I won't let you succeed. Upon seeing this, Luffy simply grabbed a fist with 5 fingers, aimed at the communication device in the hand of one of the Marines, and threw his fist over. Bang! After a muffled sound, the communication equipment in this Marine's hand fell to pieces. Unable to contact Smoker, Luffy smiled brightly. It is this kind of adventure that he yearns for. I'm going to the Grand Line. I am the man who wants to be the One Piece. No one can stop me. Call out. At the end of the sentence, Luffy kicked his feet hard and jumped up, bending his body backwards, clenching his fists with both hands, accumulating strength. Rubber. Machine gun. I saw Luffy quickly swinging his fists, as if countless afterimages appeared. Dozens of fists rushed into the Marine team, flying these people easily. All spikes. But Luffy's sudden shot also attracted the attention of other Marines and police. Click. Luffy landed quickly, holding down the straw hat that was almost flying out with his hands. How come there are so many Marines? Luffy couldn't help but complain, looked around, and quickly found a narrow alley. Only the width that 5 people can walk side by side. Here. Luffy talked to himself and ran away. Although all the seamen and policemen encountered along the way were easily beaten by Luffy, the number of people chasing Luffy has not decreased, but more and more. There is Marine again. Suddenly, just when Luffy was about to cross this alley, a black-haired man in Marine Cao Chang's uniform caught Luffy's eyes, and the man quickly noticed Luffy. The two sides face each other. It is Suoluo. Luffy looked up and down the Marine. He was taller than himself, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a slender samurai sword hanging from his waist. Seeing his first reaction, Luffy was sure that this Marine came to catch him. Suoluo also recognized Luffy, and his first reaction when he saw Luffy was to mutter to himself, "What is the situation? Shouldn't Luffy be caught by Smoker at this time?" Noting the weather changes, Suoluo introduced a general plot development. "Do you want to block my way? Don't try to succeed. I want to be the man of One Piece." However, Luffy didn't give Suoluo a chance to speak at all. He shook his arm and extended it toward another exit. Rubber. Pistol. I saw Luffy swing towards Suoluo using the reaction force of the rubber expansion and contraction. Bang! With a loud noise, Luffy's fist passed Suoluo's shoulders and hit the building on the side. The smoke spread out to the surroundings, leaving a spiderweb-like crack on it. Luffy's arm shrank back, but he was a little surprised. Your own attack was avoided by the other party? Do not. This Marine had predicted his attack path, and then dodged his attack with just a good pass. Easy, that. Just when Luffy felt surprised in his heart, Suoluo slowly said, "I'm off work at some point and I'm about to go home. Can I trouble you to find someone else for a fight?" Luffy. Looking at Luffy who appeared in Lobe Town, Suoluo realized in his heart that Luffy at this time had completed all the plots in East Blue. Now he is a pirate with a bounty of up to 30 million berry. For other Marines, if they could catch Luffy, it would definitely be a great achievement. However, Suoluo has no interest. He just wanted to feel at ease in this world. During the 9 years of traveling to the pirate world, he got off work on time every day. Seeing Luffy now, he took the initiative to give up away. Looking at a pair of Suoluo who couldn't motivate, Luffy had a black line on his face. All the Marines he met along the way were as if they were beaten up. Surround him, chase and intercept him. It was in great contrast with Suoluo in front of him. What made Luffy feel most incredible was that in the face of his own attack, he casually avoided it. This guy is much stronger than those Marines, Luffy thought to himself. If it were not for this kind of strong contrast, Luffy might have really passed Suoluo. However, although Luffy usually looks carefree and silly, but when it comes to fighting, his keen intuition is like a fighting genius. I understand, this guy wanted to induce me to relax my vigilance, and then suddenly shot. It must be so. Luffy, who has always been reluctant to think, prejudged Suoluo's plan at this moment. In that case, then I can only knock you down here. Luffy yelled at Suoluo, his footsteps suddenly stopped, his hands clenched, rubber. At the same time, the Marines who were pursuing Luffy also arrived in this alley. Found Luffy. Grab him, don't let him run. Contact Colonel Smoker quickly. The Marines talked a lot, but suddenly noticed another man standing at the end of the alley. That person is Suoluo Cao Chang. No one in the crowd yelled first. Others noticed that Suoluo was standing alone at the other end of the alley, blocking Luffy's way. In the past 9 years, Suoluo has never taken the initiative to catch a pirate. When he encounters a pirate who has a bounty of more than 3 million berry at sea, he directly contacted Smoker to deal with it. At most it is the work assigned to Suoluo, and he will do his best to do it well, coupled with being gentle. In the Lobe Town Marine Army, Suoluo has a very good reputation although he has no strength. It was with everyone's support that he was elected as CAO Chang. But Suo Luo has no strength, it is everyone's default. He is the mascot of the Lobe Town Marine Unit. CAO Chang Suo Luo, run away. That guy is a pirate with a bounty of more than 30 million berry. The Murloc Arlong was defeated by that guy. Seeing Suo Luo resolutely standing in front of Luffy, these marines shouted. Knowing that he is not the pirate's opponent at all, Suo Luo Cao Chang also stood firmly there. He must want to use his body to delay the pirate and buy time for Colonel Smoker. Knowing that we can't do it, it is precisely because of Suo Luo's justice in Cao Chang's heart. Yes, although Suo Luo Cao Chang is weak and pitiful, his heart of justice is stronger than anyone else. For a time, the Marines began to make up for it. It is certain that Suo Luo Cao Chang is to protect the public order of Lobe Town, so he decides to stand in front of Luffy. It has always been the belief that Colonel Smoker helped everyone to establish F***K for Lobe Town. Suo Luo Cao Chang, we are here to support you. Destroy the pirates. The Marines burst out with unprecedented roars, deafening, and attracted the civilians of Lobe Town to look here. And this powerful voice naturally reached Luffy and Suo Luo's ears. It's just that Suo Luo is completely confused. There were a lot of question marks in my heart. What are these guys making up for? I didn't mean that, okay? What justice, guard Lobe Town? I just want to go home from this road. Moreover, I remember that Luffy didn't come here. You really want to stop me from going to sea? Luffy's eyebrows tightened, once again convinced that Suo Luo came up with an unexpected attack on himself. Machine gun. In the next second, Luffy held a strong will and swung his slapstick attack at Suo Luo. Each arm stretched out for several meters, and the speed was so fast that after images appeared, it seems that there are hundreds of fists swinging at Suo Luo at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists G on the building rang in Suo Luo's ears. Although he has no interest in arresting Luffy, he also doesn't want to be beaten up for nothing. So, Suo Luo dodges Luffy's fists one by one. The walls, glass, and streets of buildings were cracked by Luffy. Suo Luo simply retreated all the way until he retreated into the wide street. As long as it's not a crowded alley, Luffy doesn't need to smash me, Suo Luo muttered to himself. Rubber rubber. Luffy stared at Suo Luo, starting to feel impatient. What the hell is going on in this Lobe Town? Smoker first, then Suo Luo. All can dodge their own attacks. For a while, Luffy couldn't help being a little bit up, forgetting that he was running away. Now he just wants to hit Suo Luo with a punch. Bell, call out. I saw Luffy's neck stretched out to the rear, using the principle of rubber contraction to increase his attack power several times, and hit Suo Luo with one head. This guy, it's endless, isn't it? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain, but suddenly realized that there was a civilian who happened to be passing by behind him. After seeing Luffy's attack, his legs became so weak that he couldn't take a step. If he stepped away at this time, this guy would definitely be hit by Luffy. Although Suo Luo only wants salted fish, he still has some principles in his mind. In a hurry, Suo Luo had to punch the flying man in the head. Just an ordinary punch. It shouldn't reveal my strength. Anyway, Luffy is a rubber fruit capable person, immune to all physical strikes. Just control the strength, block Luffy's attack, and then I will fly backwards. Finally, pretend to faint. This way Luffy shouldn't bother me. Before he could breathe, Suo Luo came up with a plan he thought was perfect, and then took it with ease. A normal punch. Suo Luo let out a low growl, behaving very vigorously, as if he had used all his strength to feed him, and punched Luffy in the face. Boom! A loud noise exploded directly, and the vibration generated by the physical strike directly stirred the air, forming a terrifying air current, spreading out in all directions. Blow every civilian, Marine's clothes. Luffy's facial features were even twisted together and flew out on the spot. Seeing Luffy's facial features sank deep, his neck quickly retracted to its normal size, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, his feet left the ground and flew out. All the Marines were dumbfounded and silent. Watching Luffy's body draw a parabola in the air, he fell heavily to the ground, his eyes turned white, and he passed out on the spot. This pirate who was chased and blocked by them, but could not do anything, directly killed by Suo Luo in seconds. The weak and sickly Cao Chang, Suo Luo, defeated Luffy? It's a lie. For a moment, the Marines gathered here all looked at Suo Luo, their eyes full of incredible. What's the situation? Luffy was shot by me. Noting everyone's eyes on Luffy who passed out, Suo Luo's brain paused for 0.36 seconds before responding. He frowned quickly, squeezed his facial features into one, put on a painful expression, and pushed his feet hard, causing his body to draw a parabola in the middle of the air and slammed into the cloth stand behind him. Boom! Suo Luo Cao Chang. When Sergeant Cat saw this, he immediately roared and left Luffy aside, and hurried to Suo Luo. A part of the Marines followed closely behind. they have been with Suo Luo for more than 9 years. It has always been clear that Suo Luo is good at clerical work, and his force is not as good as the ordinary seaman first class. Seeing Suo Luo flying upside down like a broken kite, they were also very worried. However, this scene also caused an uproar. Hey, it's a lie, Suo Luo Cao Chang defeated Luffy? I must have had an illusion. How could Suo Luo Cao Chang be Luffy's opponent? He defeated the pirate of the Murloc Arlong. Regarding the name of the Murloc Arlong, none of these seamen is unaware. Luffy, who defeated him, won a bounty of 30 million berry. It is enough to show that Luffy is strong. In addition, Luffy turned Lobe Town upside down, which also proved that he is a dangerous man. The police and seamen who were defeated by him were countless. Such a strong man was defeated by Suo Luo. Suo Luo Cao Chang. Soon, a seaman noticed Suo Luo lying in a pile of cloth, took 3 steps and 2 steps, and quickly checked his condition. Other marines followed suit. Suo Luo Cao Chang, don't you mind? Katz asked Suo Luo about his physical condition with concern, and quickly helped him up. Suo Luo Cao Chang, what is going on? However, more marines are curious about how Suo Luo killed Luffy in seconds. Instead, Suo Luo has a black line on his face. Luffy, was it so weak? It shouldn't. He is the protagonist. Suo Luo glanced at Luffy when he got up. Turning his eyes white, lying in the center of the street crouched, the corners of his mouth and the door are full of bloodline. He really passed out. Attracted the civilians on the street to come and watch. As expected of Marine, he finally caught this pirate who made a big fuss in Lobe Town. Thanks to Suo Luo Cao Chang, the people in Lobe Town recognized Suo Luo and started chanting his name. Suo Luo didn't expect such a scene. According to his plan, he just wanted to fly Luffy out. Because Suo Luo, who wears a traverser, knows very well, although Luffy hasn't grown up yet, his father Dragon is now in Lobe Town, and his bounty is more than 5 billion, making him the most dangerous terrorist in the world. Once you get involved with that kind of guy, there will definitely be big troubles. After all, I can't kill the dragon here. Speaking of which, One Piece is not an anime from the tale of the crane. When Luffy went to sea, his strength was one of the best in East Blue, and he defeated Shishibukai Crocodile in Alabasta. And the punch just now, I only used 10% of my strength. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. Forget it, it's not a question of Luffy's strength right now. Note that the sky is getting darker and darker. Suo Luo's mind cannot help but the image of a dragon emerges. Luffy was knocked out by himself, he would not sit idly by. It's safer to leave as soon as the matter is not serious. As for their own strength, it was all luck to be able to defeat Luffy. Didn't Colonel Smoker fight Luffy before? Additionally, you chased Luffy all the way, and his energy has been exhausted. I'm just the last straw that killed the camel. Suo Luo explained to the Marines present. He defeated Luffy, not because of his strength, but just because of luck. Just picked up Luffy's head, so the credit for arresting Luffy this time is definitely not mine alone, but belongs to all the seamen and police in Lobe Town, Suo Luo said righteously. And these words made the seamen present even more startled. In fact, many of the seamen standing here are not newcomers, especially Sergeant Katz among them. Before coming to Lobe Town, he had seen too many taking credit for his subordinates and pushing his own scapegoat to his subordinate marine superiors. The superiors like Suo Luo who give credit to everyone are extremely rare. If it wasn't for his strength to be too weak, with his brilliance, he would definitely leave his own legend on the sea. However, the biggest regret is here. Suo Luo was frail and sick from a young age, lacking the most critical conditions for survival on the sea. Strength. Whenever he thinks of this, Katz feels a pity. If possible, how much he wants to share his power with Suo Luo. Okay, don't worry about me for now. Although I have been weak since I was a child, I won't have any major incidents with this degree of injury. Seeing everyone surrounding him, Suo Luo had no choice but to give orders as Cao Chang. Hurry up and take Luffy back. Anyway, he is a pirate with a bounty of up to 30 million berry. Once you wake up on the way, with your strength, you can't deal with it at all. Contact Colonel Smoker quickly. Such a strong pirate, only Colonel Smoker can deal with him. Suo Luo emphasized seriously. Katz was startled. Ha ha. Suo Luo smiled bitterly, pressing his arm with one hand. I want to be with you too, but the punch just now hurt me too, so I need to check it as soon as possible. And Sergeant Katz, it was not me who arrested Luffy, but all the Marines in Lobe Town. I believe you can handle this matter properly. Suo Luo did not hesitate to choose to believe in Katz and others, which deeply moved the Marines present. I understand, Suo Luo Cao Chang. Katz turned around and made a gesture, ordering everyone to take Luffy away. However, just when Suo Luo thought that the storm could come to an end and he could go home and rest, not far away came a tall man wearing a green raincoat. The storm also became more violent. Boom! A sudden thunder fell in the sky, and the dazzling light reflected the man's facial features. The tattoo printed on the left face makes each Marine's heart tight. That guy is. Why does that man appear in Logue Town? Sergeant Katz's eyes were round, and he only felt the two mountains pressing on him, and he felt strenuous even the most basic breathing. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura rolled towards Katz. Let every Marine soldier's legs take root on the ground, and he was so scared that his legs trembled, but he couldn't even turn around and escape. Although the civilians at the scene didn't know who came, they could feel that the atmosphere was becoming weird from Marine's reaction. Captain Buggy, we found Luffy, but several members of the clown pirate group hide in the corner of the street and observe in secret. I wanted to lie in ambush here, and when Luffy resolved that Marine passed by here, he took the opportunity to sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Luffy was defeated by a Marine, and it only took a punch. Scared that they didn't dare to act rashly, they quickly contacted Buggy the Clown with a phone worm. Tell the general situation again. Another street. The storm is getting bigger and bigger, coupled with the strength that Smoker has shown. Buggy can't help but hesitate to leave here in the chaos. However, Luffy was knocked out? Buggy frowned slightly. It was not Smoker who defeated Luffy, but a Marine CAO. According to the man, the reason why he was able to defeat Luffy was not that he was stronger than Luffy. It's just that Luffy doesn't have much energy anymore. He became the last straw that crushed him, and the place where Luffy fell was only 3 blocks away from him. After thinking about it, Buggy decided to take someone there and grab someone from Marine. Kill my uncle like that, I won't let him go. In a short while, Buggy took the elite members of the pirate group to the place where Luffy passed out. However, he didn't take the shot directly, but hid in a safe place to observe. What Buggy didn't expect was that the atmosphere here was extremely depressing. Each seaman stood on the spot, looking in the same direction as if facing a major enemy. They had various weapons in their hands, but their arms trembled. Do these guys know that the uncle is coming, and are shaking with fear? Buggy couldn't help thinking to himself, but he soon realized that things were not that simple. Captain Buggy, look over there. A sharp-eyed pirate quickly reminded Buggy, and pointed his finger at the man that Marine really feared. That person is. Buggy's gaze was attracted. Boom! A shock of thunder fell from the sky, and the sound rolled, deafening. The dazzling thunderlight illuminates the entire street, and the facial features hidden under the Kabuto hat of the future are revealed. At a glance, Buggy was stunned on the spot. Although there was only a short moment, he would not mistake this man. Buggy, how come your face is so ugly? Alvida frowned. Upon seeing the man's appearance, Buggy's face instantly turned pale, like a dead person. It can't be wrong. That guy is a dragon. Buggy has a low voice, now he understands it thoroughly. Why did those Marines become like that? Why is the atmosphere here so weird? Dragon? On the contrary, he is a member of the Buggy pirate group, who is a little unfamiliar with this name. Seeing that everyone hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, Buggy quickly explained it. He was identified as the world's most murderous criminal for advocating the revolutionary idea of subverting the world government, and dozens of kingdoms have been overthrown under his leadership. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. The pirates, including Alvida, changed their expressions in shock. Why? Such a terrifying man will appear in Logue Town. Do not know. Buggy shook his head quickly, like a rattle. He didn't know why the dragon appeared here, but what he knew was that besides world government, dragons also hate pirates. The revolutionary army under him has guided the civilians to destroy the pirate group that looted property more than once. For example, the Marine fleet. That man must be more terrifying. Don't have anything to do with him. We leave here. Buggy glanced meaningfully at Luffy, who was lying on the ground. Although he wanted to execute Luffy very much, he didn't lose his mind yet. Luffy and his own life are heavier, and he still clearly distinguishes them. Even as he left, Buggy couldn't help but flashed a trace of sympathy when looking at Marine. Run into the guy long. Most of it will be destroyed by the group. Maybe even Luffy will die in the hands of the dragon. Buggy murmured to himself, and ran madly in the other direction with his pirate regiment without looking back. Long continued to step forward and slowly approached Suo Luo and others. Dragon. Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the dragon that appeared suddenly. He is dressed in a green coat, with red square tattoos on his left face, and his expression is fierce. The height of more than 2 meters makes him full of aura. As a traverser, Suo Luo knew very well why the dragon appeared in Logue Town. It is Luffy's father. The reason Smoker failed to catch Luffy was because of the dragon's intervention. Moreover, his strength is by no means only stronger than Smoker. The son of the Marine hero Garp is the immediate enemy of the world government and the leader of the revolutionary army. Although the content of One Piece so far does not reveal the true strength of the dragon and the bounty, However, to be able to stand at that height, it is absolutely impossible to have only thoughts. Even Sabo, who was cultivated by the dragon, has good strength. Although Suo Luo didn't study the dragon's bounty after he traveled into this world, according to his speculation, the bounty of the dragon is only higher than that of the four emperors. Even if it is conservatively estimated, the strength of the dragon is at least admiral level. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. However, he didn't have the kind of tension that he felt when he was facing an enemy. The dragon is very strong, but he is not very weak. Wait, the purpose of the dragon, just to take Luffy away. Suo Luo's inspiration flashed suddenly. If the dragon takes Luffy away, then he doesn't count as capturing Luffy. The news that he defeated Luffy would also be covered by the appearance of the dragon, and no one paid attention. There is no loss to myself. After all, I didn't join Marine out of a sense of justice. He just took a fancy to the Marine umbrella, which can help him hide his strength. The man who divides the meat among others is a hero. People who want to eat meat are pirates. And he, Suo Luo, just wants to wait for others to share the meat with him. He is a salted fish. As Suo Luo fell into contemplation, the eyes of other Marines focused. Everyone's eyes are wide, as if they can jump out of their eye sockets at any time. The Chin was about to fall to the ground in shock. Naturally, it is impossible for them to understand Suo Luo's thinking changes. What they saw, it was just an ordinary Marine CAO who stood firm in front of the dragon. Yes. During the time that Suo Luo was thinking, Long walked slowly in front of him, over 2 meters tall, looking down at him, and at the same time glanced at Luffy who was lying not far behind Suo Luo. All Marine is even more dumbfounded. Suo Luo CAO Chang, when did you become so brave? Suo Luo, who has never had much motivation, is now firmly standing in front of Dragon. There is no backlash at all. Such a scene made Cats and the other Marines feel incredible. You know, that's Dragon, the most vicious criminal in the world. It's really worthy of being Suo Luo Cao Chang. Cats rolled his throat, swallowing his saliva in fear and tension. In his opinion, Suo Luo must be upholding his justice and duty. When we didn't know what to do, you gave us the answer. Yes, we are Marine, we are not afraid. Even if the enemy is Dragon from Revolutionary Army, we must stand here. Cat summoned all his courage and said this aloud. And these words, like a horn, inspired every seaman on the scene. Yes, we have to stay here. I will follow in the footsteps of Suo Luo Cao Chang. I also. For a time, the Marines clenched their weapons one after another and assumed a fighting posture. Although it was Katz's words that infected them, but every seaman knew it very well. Their spiritual pillar at this time is Suo Luo Cao Chang. What the? Ra was moved by the Revolutionary Army Dragon when he saw the scene before him. Although he has a different position from Marine, he admires such courage very much. Nice man. With a low voice, Dragon focused his eyes on Suo Luo, not hesitating to praise him. Boom! Another shocking thunder fell, and the dazzling thunderlight spread in all directions. With the help of this thunderlight, Suo Luo was able to clearly see the dragon's expression. At this moment he was raising the corners of his mouth. What's the situation? On the contrary, Suo Luo was at a loss and couldn't understand the current situation. The seamen of Lobe Town, what did their brains make up for? I don't want to fight against a guy like Long and many more. Suo Luo suddenly seemed to realize something. The corner of his eye glanced backward, found that Luffy was waiting behind him. Although the distance is not very close, he has become a unit that hinders the dragon and Luffy. Let Long think that he is trying to prevent him from taking Luffy away. Now, big misunderstanding. Is it too late to pretend to be shivering now? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. But the dragon is more decisive than Suo Luo imagined. According to Long's original plan, he just wanted to help Luffy go out to sea indirectly. In the end, I didn't expect that Luffy would be knocked out. Once let him fall into Marine's hands, I'm afraid he will be sent into Impel Down. Can only get rid of the Marine here. Thinking of this, the dragon decisively released his haki. In an instant, a faint breath burst from the dragon. Call out. The breath is weak, like a cold wind. But then, everything changed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it became a raging ocean current, surging, at an extremely terrifying speed, enveloped the entire street. Surprisingly, Conqueror's haki. Moreover, the release and spread of this momentum only happened for a moment. Before everyone could react, a transparent half-circle airflow enveloped them. Then came the trembling from the depths of the soul. This force squeezed every cell in these people with incomparable craziness. It caused a violent impact on their consciousness. To them, the dragon is like a terrifying thing that completely crushes and surpasses them from the bloodline, so that their hearts are all dominated by the most primitive fear. Under the influence of this fear, the protective mechanism in their bodies was activated, and their eyes turned white, turning all the pictures in their sights into black. Then comes the sense of hearing, smell, and touch. Disappeared one after another. The body also began to lose balance, and one after another fell towards the ground. In just 2 or 3 breaths, a large number of civilians fell. Only cats, and a few of the elite of Seaman First Class, barely kept standing, but it is also struggling to support. They can't even understand what just happened. However, even people like cats couldn't hold on for long. Dragon's Conqueror's haki is stronger than the average owner. Within half a minute, cats and others also fell one after another. He looked at Suoluo with a worried look, because no one knew, after these Marines passed out one after another, what kind of crazy moves will Dragon make? This guy. Sure enough, he is the most ferocious criminal. Katz's tone was full of unwillingness and completely lost consciousness. This scene let the atmosphere at this time become even more weird. The torrential rain became more violent and swallowed up all sounds. The thunder that fell from time to time made the streets even more eerie and terrifying. Long did not speak anymore, ready to take Luffy away. If he could, he didn't want to release his Conqueror's haki. But there is no way, this is the safest way. However, just when the dragon was ready to act, he suddenly noticed the Marine who blocked his way in the first place, and regarded by everyone as a spiritual pillar. At this moment, he still stands in front of him, did not fall down. This unknown man has withstood his own Conqueror's haki. The dragon who keeps raising his mouth. The expression froze instantly. Soon, Suoluo also noticed the surrounding situation and found that it was a civilian or his subordinates. All fell on the cold ground, letting the rain wash away them. All passed out. Wait, did I miss something when I just wandered? This picture, shouldn't it be Conqueror's haki? Suoluo's brain spins like crazy. According to his judgment, the reason these people became like this is obviously because they were attacked by Conqueror's haki. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long owning Conqueror's haki is not something to be surprised at. But Conqueror's haki is almost the most powerful force in One Piece. Only one existence can be born out of 1,000,000 people. It cannot be inherited innately, nor can it be cultivated. It all depends on one person's fate. How come I haven't felt such a powerful force? Wrong. Suoluo couldn't help but shook his head. Now is not the time to entangle these issues. The question now is, what should I do? Do I just fall down? The key is how it feels to be stunned by Conqueror's haki. Will it be too deliberate to just fall down? Forget it, no matter. After some entanglement, Suoluo simply turned his mind. Why don't you care about it? Just fall straight down. Mr. Long won't put himself up for a fight. However, just when Suoluo made up his mind, the dragon spoke again. You actually took my Conqueror's haki, it's not easy as expected. Seeing Suoluo standing in front of him safe and sound, Long suddenly realized. In addition to his determination to stick to justice, this man has enough strength. His willpower is not even inferior to some Marine Commodore he has seen. Unexpectedly, Logue Town hides such a man. Long thought to himself, but he didn't plan to entangle Suoluo more. Conqueror's haki, who had just been released, was not his full strength. After all, his purpose is only to take Luffy away, not to provoke the Marine of the entire Logue Town. If you release Conqueror's haki without reservation, with the strength of the dragon, all the civilians in Logue Town, Marine, can faint in an instant. Next second, the dragon's pupils dilated in an instant, and the whole person was engrossed until he held his breath and focused his attention on Suoluo. A faint breath was released again, changing rapidly, sweeping towards Suoluo like a huge wave. According to the dragon's knowledge, this time the Conqueror's haki level. Even Commodore from the Marine branch can hardly resist. Enough to make Suoluo lose consciousness. However, it's not true. Suoluo still feels nothing. Even his mind was not on the dragon's actions. When he heard the phrase "you man is really not easy," Suoluo realized that it is no longer appropriate for him to pretend to be dizzy at this time. Is my strength already exposed? Dragon's Conqueror's haki should be the top ones in the world, right? In other words, I, who was not affected by haki, are already Shishibukai, or even a powerful person at the Emperor Deputy level, in the dragon's cognition. For a while, Suoluo couldn't help but start to make up for it. Once regarded by the dragon as a powerhouse at the Emperor Vice level, would it be regarded as exposing one's own strength? Although his current strength is not too weak from the perspective of Pirate World, he can obviously become stronger, so why resist? And if you expose your own strength, you can't get the next reward. No. Suoluo couldn't help shook his head, and felt confident in his heart. As long as I hide my true strength for another 3 months, I can get Rinnegan. At that time, my strength will undoubtedly be improved qualitatively. Just when Suoluo thought of this, the expression of the dragon changed again. The smile from the beginning turned into surprise, and now it is shocking. He originally thought that as long as he promoted Conqueror's haki to this level, he would be enough to kill Suoluo in seconds. But who knows, facing conquerors Haki of his level, Suoluo still stood there, as if thinking about something. The strength of this man, on top of Marine Commodore. But, why? Didn't the Marines just call in Chang Cao? Why does a Lobetown chief Cao have such amazing strength? He has been hiding himself. Or is there another arrangement for naval headquarters? If it is the former, why did Suoluo do this? What is his motivation? Have no idea. Grunt. Long swallowed nervously, he was always resourceful. Can't see the purpose of the man in front of me. Could it be that it was the arrangement of naval headquarters? However, let a man with the strength of Marine Rear Admiral and even Vice Admiral serve as the little CAO in Lobetown. Thinking of this, Long once again increased the power of Conqueror's Haki and swept towards Suoluo. In an instant, the transparent circle that should have shown a blue aura turned into black in an instant. From the beginning, the aura became domineering and became violent. The sky changed color, lightning flashed and thundered. Rumble. Thunder bursts, rolling in all directions. However, this thunder is not the thunder in the sky, but the black lightning that breathes from the Conqueror's Haki released by the dragon. Full of power. At the same time, a street not far from the dragon released Conqueror's Haki. The clown Buggy is rushing with his pirate team for their lives, trying to leave the town where monsters have appeared. However, a breath soon swept towards them, and countless pirates stopped one after another. The brain only felt as if it had been hit by a lightning strike of 100,000 volts, lost self-awareness, and rushed to grab the ground. The cotters and members of Alvida were even more shocked, and their legs inevitably felt soft. What happened? Why would I suddenly be unable to exert my strength? Captain Buggy, is it Marine? Buggy stopped abruptly and turned to look in the direction Haki was attacking. Although his bounty is only 15 million, he is well informed. No, you can't go wrong. Buggy rolled his throat, his face pale. This is Conqueror's Haki. And this is just the aftermath. If the opponent's target is us, it will be enough to kill us in an instant. In Buggy's eyes, this Conqueror's Haki level does not even lose to monsters like Rayleigh and Bullet. Not Marine. It's impossible for those guys to have such terrible power. Buggy shook his head, and suddenly the person he had just met flashed in his mind. It's the dragon who made the move. We must leave here quickly. Buggy clenched his teeth and slapped himself hard to keep his brain awake. As for the crew members who have passed out, they can only be thrown here. Let's go, Buggy said loudly and then strode hard. The other side. The Marines led by Smoker fell one after another. The speed was so fast that he didn't expect it. When the reaction came, only oneself remained awake. But the consciousness of the brain is not good. Smoker now has a feeling of hangover after drinking strong alcohol. He couldn't help feeling a little weak in his hands and feet. The thunder was even more deafening. Thump! Smoker suddenly knelt on one knee, unable to take a step forward. What the hell happened to Lobetown? Smoker gritted his teeth. This terrible force could never be released by Luffy. It must be someone else. But, who is it? This force is simply stronger than the Vice Admiral I know. Do not. Smoker shook his head. He suddenly realized that the other party's breath was slowly rising. No matter who comes to Lobetown, his strength is at the Admiral level. At the same time, Zoro, who was fighting Tashigi, also felt this terrifying aura. Zoro only felt that his brain was being hammered by something, forcing him to retreat again and again. Tashigi, who was fighting with him, couldn't bear the power and lost consciousness on the spot. Before he even hummed, he rolled his eyes and passed out. Hey, what the hell is going on? Zoro blinked vigorously, unable to understand the situation in front of him. This terrible power even exceeded his cognition. Suoluo didn't expect the situation before him to take a turn for the worse. Should I just kill the dragon directly here? Suoluo thought to himself. As long as I kill the dragon, no one knows how strong I am now. It can be regarded as hiding my strength in another sense. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki, which the dragon just released, is very powerful. In an instant, all the civilians present, Marine, fainted. In other words, there were no witnesses at all. But having said that, Long's identity is the leader of the Revolutionary Army anyway, and the Revolutionary Army doesn't really know anything about his whereabouts. For something as big as the leader's disappearance, the Revolutionary Army will definitely start an investigation. It's not possible that there will be a large number of revolutionary troops in Lobetown. Suoluo frowned. There is also Marine. Long is Garp's son anyway. Although the positions are different, does Garp really ignore the dragon's movements? If Garp finds any clues, will he also come to Lobetown to investigate? There is also the dragon's corpse. Are you going to be buried in Lobetown, or throw it into the sea? The worldview of One Piece has always been inconsistent with common sense. Even the permanent pointer that Roger threw into the ocean can be found. The ghost knew whether the dragon's corpse would cause more trouble. The more I thought about it, the more Suoluo felt that killing the dragon was easy. but he really didn't want to deal with the subsequent series of troubles. He just wants salted fish. In Lobetown, I commute to and from get off work every day, chatting with my colleagues and bragging. Simply put, I, Suo Luo, just want to be an ordinary person. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. However, just as Suo Luo's brain made up a lot of messy things, Long had already elevated his conqueror's haki to the highest level. As soon as you open your eyes, you can see violent black lightning bursting from the dragon's body, spreading in all directions. This is more than just momentum. The buildings on the streets and roads were all affected by the dragon's haki and began to fall apart. Especially the spiderweb-like cracks under the dragon's feet are shocking. The diameter is as exaggerated as 20 or 30 meters. Even in the dragon's cognition, there are only a handful of people who have conqueror's haki of their own level, looking at the entire sea. Even Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters cannot be safe. Long muttered to himself. In his opinion, after Vice Admiral of his headquarters received this haki, not to mention fainting on the spot, he would at least be forced to kneel on one knee. Can't stop myself. Even. The dragon seemed to have a premonition. Suo Luo's expression on his face was shocked, his limbs slowly became weak, and finally he grabbed the ground with his head and fell down in front of him. Thinking of this, the corners of Long's mouth rose and a smile appeared. The result is the next second. The dragon's smile froze on the spot. When his gaze focused on Suo Luo again, he suddenly found the scene that I expected did not happen at all. Even his top conqueror's haki. It still has no effect on Suo Luo. He still stood there with an understatement. It's impossible. Grunt. The dragon rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, stepped back involuntarily, and his brain only felt a buzzing sound. It's like a bolt from the blue sky. If you say, Suo Luo just now surprised him. So now Suo Luo has completely subverted the dragon's cognition. You know, when Conqueror's haki is upgraded to a certain level, it is no longer a clearing skill to kill miscellaneous soldiers. In addition to bombardment awareness, Conqueror's haki itself is an extremely powerful means of attack. Those shocking cracks under the dragon's feet are the most direct proof. However, Suo Luo is still unscathed. Didn't even feel the pressure. This man has Conqueror's haki of the same level as me. Long was shocked, and his rosy cheeks suddenly turned pale, without the slightest trace of blood. Like a dead man. Do not. Another voice roared in the dragon's heart. It's not just as simple as the same level. Suo Luo at least possesses Conqueror's haki, who is even more advanced than him, so he can stand in front of him so lightly. The scariest thing is, judging from Suo Luo's reaction, he doesn't seem to be confused by the situation in front of him. This is equivalent to saying that Suo Luo knew very well in his heart what moves he had just used. He said to Conqueror's haki, "Know it all." An ominous premonition sprang up in the dragon's heart. Perhaps, from the beginning, there was a conspiracy here. A big conspiracy designed by Naval Headquarters. They first issued a reward to Luffy, and attracted their attention with the amount of 30 million berry. Then, lure yourself to Lobetown. Although it is not clear how Marine discovered the relationship between himself and Luffy. Otherwise, how to explain it? Lobetown clearly has such a terrifying combat power as Suo Luo. Can Luffy still make a fuss for so long? Can't it be Suo Luo who fishes when he is at work, right? Eliminate all the impossible, then the remaining possibilities are the only incorrect answer no matter how impossible they seem. It's like verifying the dragon's mind. Suo Luo's body began to release a majestic murderous aura. He finally made up my mind. Thank you for a little trouble. Suo Luo's eyes became serious and determined, his hands clasped together, and his 5 fingers grabbed his fist. Ling Li's murderous aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Even the corners in the ground began to form ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. In 3 more months, I can get the next reward. Rin Egan. Once I get Rin Egan, it will undoubtedly be a huge improvement to my current strength. So in any case, my strength cannot be exposed here. And as long as I kill the dragon, no one will know how strong I am. Also, in order to prevent the Revolutionary Army from coming to Lobetown to investigate Dragon's disappearance and discovering me, after I get rid of the dragon, even the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army will be destroyed together. Suo Luo made up his mind. But, Dragon is not an ordinary character. If I guessed correctly, this guy must also be demon fruit power. And the most effective way to deal with those with fruit ability is haki. In an instant, Suo Luo began to release his Conqueror's haki unreservedly. Boom! Just listen to a loud noise, which instantly overwhelms all the sounds on Lobetown, whether it is the violent thunder in the sky, or the monstrous waves on the coastline. Compared with the power released by Suo Luo, it looks bleak. Even, the buildings on both sides of the street fell apart in an instant because they couldn't bear this force, and were directly razed to the ground by Suo Luo's haki. The dragon who witnessed this scene was even more dumbfounded on the spot. He suddenly felt like he never understood Conqueror's haki. Dragon, you have too much control. Suoluo made a low voice, ready to be here and kill the dragon directly. However, the picture that caught Suoluo's eyes was empty streets and buildings on both sides reduced to ruins. The invincible, hacky dragon disappeared without a trace. Suoluo never thought of this scene. He thought that the dragon guy would smash himself to the end. Suoluo suddenly turned around and looked at the building on the other side. The dragon in the green coat is now standing on the roof of that building, sweating. The whole person was panting heavily. It can be said to be extremely embarrassed. He never dreamed that there would be a monster like Suoluo in a small log town. If you continue to fight with him, he will definitely die here. And he still has something to do now. Then, Long watched Suoluo's actions while shaking his right hand. Call! A green gust of wind whizzed across the street, rolling up Luffy lying on the ground on the spot and sending it to the dragon's hand. Well, what just happened? At this moment, Luffy woke up suddenly, feeling a sharp pain in his brain. The memory of being stunned by Suoluo's punch emerged. However, Luffy soon realized that he was being carried in his hands. Uncle, who are you? Let me go, Luffy yelled dissatisfiedly, struggling hard. Bang! The dragon hit Luffy's head with a punch, and a big bag instantly bulged. Then, the dragon ignored the explanation, kicked his feet hard, and left here without looking back, and controlled the squally wind here, forming two wind walls. Attempt to stop Suoluo. Must quickly leave this ghost place. Otherwise, neither he nor Luffy will survive. On the contrary, it was Suoluo, standing alone, messing up in the wind. His hand just tightened the samurai sword on his waist. There is no time to make a move. The dragon ran away. That reputed to be the most vicious criminal in the world, it turns out, chose to escape. Long, is that so confusing? Suoluo blinked his eyes vigorously, wondering if he had seen something wrong. He thought that the dragon would never die with him. I didn't expect. Suoluo's mouth Jonin couldn't help but vomit, but his consciousness opened the hidden power system in his mind and glanced at it. There is no problem. It seems that just releasing Conqueror's Haki does not mean exposing one's strength. Never mind. Looking at the direction the dragon was running away, Suoluo simply took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. Such a finishing touch is not bad for Suoluo. After all, going to New World deliberately to destroy the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is still a bit troublesome. He, Suoluo, just wants to be a salted fish with peace of mind. However, what he didn't know was, the Conqueror's Haki that he just released, centered on this street, caused huge ripples. In order to return to going merry, Sanji ran all the way in Lobe Town, but suddenly met Zoro, who was supposed to be behind him. How did that green algae get ahead of me? Sanji couldn't help but complain. Curl your brows? How come you, that guy Luffy? Zoro couldn't help but frowned. He clearly remembered that Sanji was with Luffy. Have you lost our captain? However, as soon as Zoro's voice fell, a huge shock swept toward him. Power than shock. Tashiji's power does not know how many times more terrifying. Even in this breath, a black thunder and lightning burst out, like a dragon with its teeth and claws, swallowing towards Zoro. For a moment, Zoro was shocked and quickly drew out all his weapons to meet him. Boom! A loud noise exploded, and the majestic power instantly flew Zoro, causing his body to draw a parabola in the air, falling heavily to the ground, and rolling several laps before stopping. And Sanji didn't get there either. The back hits the ground, bounces, and hits again and again. Eventually fell to Zoro's side. Scalp blood flow. Fainted directly. If it were not for the willpower to become the world's #1 swordsman and worry about Luffy's situation, Zoro would have the same result. Hey, it's a lie. Zoro clenched his teeth, supported his body and stood up from the ground, his hands all cracked, blood oozing out, and his palms trembling constantly. In this situation, he couldn't even hold the knife. And this is just the aftermath. What kind of monster is it that can possess such terrifying power? In Zoro's view, the opponent's strength is even much higher than Hawkeye. Then, Zoro shook his brain vigorously, picked up the samurai swords that had fallen out one by one, and kicked Sanji's arm hard. No response. There was no other way. Zoro had to carry Sanji, who had lost consciousness, on his back and prayed in his heart. Such a terrifying shock wave, don't do it again. Lobe Town is really scary. Zoro took a breath, found a direction casually, and set off toward the Golden Mary. At the same time, the huge buggy pirates now only has the clown buggy, Alvida, and Makai left. Even his lion niche was stunned by Conqueror's Haki, and Suoluo's Haki directly blasted a few of them. In addition to the clown buggy, Alvida and Makai also lost consciousness. It's just this time, Buggy said angrily, but his heart was also full of fear. He glanced back at the direction where Conqueror's Haki had released. Really worthy of being the most vicious criminal in the world. I said, once you get involved with that kind of monster, you will never end well. But the Conqueror's Haki just now is really scary. Enough to compare with Captain Roger. Buggy couldn't help thinking to himself. Although he was always awkward, he was a member of the Roger Pirates when he was young. Some knowledge about Hacky. Not only did he know, but he had also witnessed the release of Roger, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Bullet. And Hacky just now has undoubtedly reached the level of Roger's heyday. No wonder the world government is so jealous. Result. Just when Buggy was sure that Hacky just now came from the dragon's handwriting, he saw a figure rushing towards him. The face is full of fear and tension. That person is a dragon. Buggy took a closer look and found that the person who came was not someone else, it was the dragon. Moreover, he still carried Luffy in his hand. Flee in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, Long passed Buggy and disappeared into his sight. Wait, what was the situation just now? Why does the dragon show such an expression? Could it be that the Conqueror's Hacky just now was not released by the dragon? Smoker slowly opened his eyes and got up from the ground. The scene that caught his eye suddenly made his scalp numb. At first glance, the buildings on both sides of the street were destroyed 7 or 88, and some were even reduced to ruins. The seamen who followed him either lay on the ground, rolled their eyes and passed out. It's like a battlefield. Immediately after, a sharp pain swept through Smoker's brain, making him press his temple immediately. The memory of just now came to mind. The Straw Hat Boy. Smoker bit his cigar, remembering that he was hunting Luffy. However, Conqueror's Hacky was attacked on the spot. In fact, Conqueror's Hacky in the first few rounds only shook Smoker's consciousness, did not knock him down. On the contrary, it was the final blow, Conqueror's Hacky, which was menacing, let him unexpectedly. Although he used his 10 hands to fend off the enemy in the first place, his body was still shocked, and it flew upside down like a kite with a broken line. Even elementalization cannot be used. Thinking of this, Smoker picked up his weapon, only to find that his 10 hands broke in the middle, breaking into 2 pieces. 10 hands are made of sea stone, which is harder than ordinary steel. But even the aftermath of the shock created by the opponent could not resist. What kind of monster is it that appeared in Lobetown? For a while, Smoker couldn't help but wonder. But he didn't stay here for a long time. He tried to wake up the fainted seaman, but he didn't succeed. He simply clenched half of his hands and moved in the direction where Conqueror's Hacky burst out. About 5 or 6 minutes of effort, the incredible scene entered Smoker's sight. Half a block of buildings was razed to the ground, and the streets were full of shocking cracks and pits. It is not difficult to say that this is where the war took place. But the Marines here did not die, but just like his men, they all passed out. It seemed that the other party didn't want to take the lives of these Marines. Isn't it a pirate? Smoker made a judgment immediately. If it is a vicious pirate, there is a high probability that it will not be so kind. Then, he looked around and found that Straw Hat Luffy was not here. Combined with the clear weather, it is not difficult to see that he has fainted for a while. Could it be the Straw Hat Luffy did it? No. That guy didn't have such a terrifying strength. Suddenly, Smoker's gaze was drawn to him, slowly focusing on a certain Marine who was waking up. Suo Luo. When Smoker saw this, he took 3 steps and 2 steps, and asked him about his condition. Although Smoker's expression looked fierce, he was very concerned about his subordinates in his heart. Water. Suo Luo did not answer Smoker's question, but an uncomfortable expression. Smoker heard this and had to help Suo Luo get some light water. Cao Jun Katz, as well as some seamen first class, also woke up at this time. Although he didn't see Luffy, seeing Smoker's figure made his heart calm a lot. After Suo Luo swallowed the fresh water, Smoker asked again, what happened? The eyes of other people also turned to Suo Luo, especially Katz. In his impression, Suo Luo seems to be the last to fall. It's a dragon. Suo Luo thought for a moment, and responded to Smoker. On the one hand, he had nothing to hide, except for himself. All the Marines present saw the figure of the dragon. On the other hand, the identity of Long is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, selected by the world government, the world's most murderous criminal. Naturally, he and Naval Headquarters cannot have any intersection. This also means that I only need to push the Conqueror's Hacky just now onto the dragon. No one will know the truth. My strength has been concealed for another day. The result was the same as Suo Luo expected. When Smoker heard the name dragon, his face suddenly became pale. It turned out to be the dragon guy. If it was the dragon guy, he could explain the scene just now. Then Smoker looked at the others. When these seamen met Smoker's sight, they nodded one after another to help Suo Luo prove it. Indeed, the dragon appeared. Nothing, Colonel Smoker. However, at this moment, Cat stood up from the ground with a loud noise. He repeatedly confirmed that Luffy had disappeared. The Straw Hat Boy. Smoker didn't show any surprised expression when he heard the words. Although he is only a branch colonel, his true strength is not lost to some commodore in his headquarters. According to the current clues, he reasoned. If I'm not mistaken, the Straw Hat Boy either took the opportunity to escape after you passed out. Either I was rescued by the dragon guy, As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. That dragon saved the straw hat? But why? Katz's eyes widened, and he was puzzled. I don't know. Smoker shook his head without thinking. Where will he know the truth? Not long after he woke up, he was even more confused about the appearance of the dragon. But I don't know why, Smoker felt that the second possibility was the greatest. Suoluo, what do you think? Suddenly, Smoker turned his head to look at Suoluo and asked him what he thought of the matter. Me, Suoluo frowned deliberately. If this matter is related to dragons, it is not a big event that we can intervene. So, I think we should go home from get off work. Boom. As Suoluo said this, all the Marines fell to the ground. The point is there, that's a dragon, Suoluo Cao Chang. It's really Suoluo Cao, who really implements the sentence of getting off work on time into the creed of life. Suoluo shrugged upon hearing everyone's complaints. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest, and 8 hours for myself. There is nothing wrong with it. And Suoluo paused for a while, then reluctantly shook his head. The corners of his mouth rose, and he couldn't help but smile a few bitterly. You can't expect a small person like me to catch Long, the most ferocious criminal in the world, right? Even if 100 years have passed, the strength gap between me and Long will not be shortened. After speaking, Suoluo stretched his bones and waved to Smoker, indicating that he would go home and take a hot bath. What's the matter? Let's talk about it at work tomorrow. At the same time, the dragon who had just sent Luffy and his party away hit on an island closest to Logue Town and got in touch with the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Notify all members of the Revolutionary Army, especially those cotters, tell them 10 million. Never go to Logue Town. There, the world government has already laid a net of heaven and earth. Although this incident was thrilling, Suoluo felt that it was not bad in terms of the ending. His own strength has not been exposed. Luffy was not caught either. In any case, Luffy's bounty is as high as 30 million Baileys. It's an exaggerated figure in East Blue. If he is reported to naval headquarters, he might be promoted. And now let the Straw Hat Pirates escape, let alone promotion. It would be good if the headquarters does not blame itself for negligence. So for the next few days, Suoluo stayed at home for the sake of injury. After all, but he had a head-on conflict with Luffy, a Straw Hat. A few days later, Suoluo came to the Marine branch in Logue Town to check in and go to work. The Logue Town incident is over. In the next life, there should be no more storms. Suoluo thought to himself. Just stay away from that guy Luffy. There will be no trouble. As long as you hide your strength for another 3 months, you can get Rinnegan. Suoluo Cao Chang. However, just as Suoluo opened the door and walked into his office, a very loud voice came from inside. Suoluo looked around and found that Army Cao was standing in his office, holding something in his hand, as if he was laying out something. Except for Cats, the Marine soldiers who walked closer to Suoluo were all busy here at this time. There was unprecedented joy on their faces. Ha ha ha, you are here at the right time, we have great news and we want to report to you, Cats said without thinking. Others also stopped their work and turned to look at Suoluo. Good news, how big is it? Suoluo frowned. Suddenly, he remembered. After Luffy escaped from Logue Town, Smoker chose to pursue it. Is it possible? Let himself take over Smoker's position as a colonel in Logue Town? But this kind of thing is impossible, right? He is just a Cao Chang. The rank between the colonel and the colonel was 1,000 miles away. What good news? Suoluo thought for a while, too lazy to guess, and asked Cats to report truthfully. Suoluo Cao Chang, you have been promoted. Cats paused for a moment. We just received a notice from the headquarters to promote you to warrant officer. Warrant officer? Promotion? Why? Suoluo couldn't help but stunned. If I said I caught Luffy, it would be fine to be promoted. But the problem is, I didn't catch Luffy either. Moreover, even if you get promoted to warrant officer, it's not a big deal. As for such a big celebration? Cat said with a look of excitement, it's not just warrant officer, Suoluo Cao, no, Suoluo warrant officer, in addition to being promoted, the department also wants you to study at Marineford. Even if you go to Marineford. Suoluo spoke subconsciously, but was stunned. As a traverser, he knows exactly what Marineford is. There is exactly where the naval headquarters is located. Wait, what did you just say? Marineford. Yes, Suoluo warrant officer. Cats gestured excitedly, that's the place every Marine dreams of. Where's the notice? Show me. Suoluo's expression suddenly became tense. He really couldn't understand this sudden situation. Soon, Cats handed Suoluo the notice document on the table. He glanced at the content quickly. Sure enough, as Cats said, the headquarters really let myself go to study. But, why? Suoluo couldn't understand even dreaming. Is it possible? How did you use Conqueror's Haki to repel the dragon? Let the headquarters know. No way. Seeing Suo Luo's confused expression, the corners of Katz's mouth raised, and a triumphant smile appeared. He patted his chest hard. Of course, our credit. Your credit. Suo Luo gave Katz a fierce look, wishing to cut him off. The co-author is your kid? Of course, although the Straw Hat Boy was allowed to run away from Lobe Town this time, we all witnessed the picture of you knocking down the Straw Hat Boy, Katz said loudly. Especially Suo Luo's attitude after defeating Luffy. He did not take the credit alone, but announced loudly that this is the credit of every seaman. This incident deeply moved Katz and others. They agreed that such a boss should not be buried in a small Lobe town. So after returning to the branch, they told Smoker about the incident and discussed with him. Smoker has always been very friendly to his subordinates. Based on this and other relationship, Smoker specifically explained Suo Luo's performance in the report document, and again affirmed Suo Luo's personality. Especially when meeting Long Shalu, Suo Luo resolutely stood in front of Luffy in order to carry out his justice. Although the final result is not satisfactory, it is enough to prove that Suo Luo has a heart of justice that is hotter than anyone else. Such a man should not be buried. Seeing that Smoker and the branch marine have such a high evaluation, the headquarter finally decided to let Suo Luo come to the headquarter for further study. In addition, Suo Luo took sick leave these days, so they did not discuss with Suo Luo. Now I heard that Suo Luo was going back to work, so he started decorating the room to celebrate. As a result, he was a step slower and was hit by Suo Luo. Listening to the ins and outs of the whole thing, Suo Luo has the heart to choke Katz to death. I just want to be in Lobe Town and feel at ease with salted fish. And while Suo Luo's face was cold, Katz continued, Suo Luo Warrant Officer, it is said that the headquarters not only has the most scientific training method, but also very advanced science and technology. Maybe they have a way to make your body stronger. For a long time, Katz was worried about Suo Luo's body. In his opinion, if it were not for frailty, with Suo Luo's sense of justice, he would definitely be able to make a difference. Now that I have the opportunity to go to the headquarters, I might be able to solve this fundamental problem. Actually, Katz had heard before that a weak marine, after receiving Garp's guidance, became very strong, and finally became the mainstay of the headquarters. So, when do we leave? Katz asked. I thank you, Katz, Suo Luo replied angrily, and then made a gesture to let the big guys out. Upon seeing this, Katz had to withdraw from the office. Standing at the door of Suo Luo's office, Katz couldn't help but murmur in his heart, why Suo Luo Warrant Officer doesn't look happy at all. Well, it should be because the news came too suddenly, and there was no change in mentality, right? It's also, that's a chance to go to the headquarters for further training. Thinking of this, Katz suddenly felt relieved, his steps became brisk, and he hummed a small song in his mouth, as if he had done a great good deed. These guys. Suo Luo sat down on his seat and threw the notification document on the table. I thought this event would end in peace. Unexpectedly, Smoker and Katz would do something extra. After reporting the entire incident to the headquarters, he also affirmed his attack. Go to Marineford to study. Not to mention Marineford has assembled the strongest combat power in the world. Just starting from Lobe Town and arriving at Marineford on this route, there are a lot of masters. Crocodile in Alabasta, the CP9 intelligence agent of the City of Seven Waters, Moonlight Mo Leah of Thriller Bark, and many more. Suo Luo really didn't want to get involved with them at all. But having said that, taking advantage of this trip to Marineford is not all bad. Suo Luo looked up to the ceiling. With Smoker's temper, he will definitely ignore the orders of his superiors and go to sea to hunt Luffy. And Lobe Town without Smoker is not Suo Luo's first choice to hide his strength. Secondly, this time he made his move aroused the dragon's attention. At that time, there may be a revolutionary army coming to investigate. If you go to Marineford now, you will be a regular marine, a little bit negative, maybe you will be rushed to other places. After some thinking, Suo Luo made up his mind. Go to Marineford to study. Thinking of this, Suo Luo got up from his seat and walked towards the door in 3 steps and 2 steps. However, as soon as Suo Luo came outside, he saw the marines hurrying outside. Suo Luo Cao Chang. A seaman noticed Suo Luo, stopped quickly, and saluted Suo Luo. What's wrong? Suo Luo asked casually. The marines answered without thinking, it's Colonel Smoker, he is leaving Lobe Town. Then, the seaman hurriedly left. Sure enough, Smoker is leaving Lobe Town. Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. In the original plot, Smoker was the Lobe Town that left at this time. After thinking about it for a moment, Suo Luo followed the footsteps of the Shanghai soldiers, all the way to the pier of Lobe Town. In any case, I and Smoker have worked together for many years. If it hadn't been for him to guard law and order in this Lobe Town, he wouldn't be able to hide it so well. After thinking about it, Suo Luo felt that he should say goodbye to Smoker. Suo Luo. Soon, Smoker also recognized Suo Luo among the crowd. He signaled the other Marines to board the ship first, and he took 3 steps and took 2 steps to come to Suoluo. "You should have got the notification document from the headquarters, right?" Smoker asked directly. "Yeah." Suoluo nodded. "Are you really going to catch the Straw Hat Pirates?" However, Suoluo did not persuade Smoker to stay. On the one hand, with Smoker's character, what he believes is difficult to control even if it is ordered by a superior, and where will he listen to his own words? On the other hand, the Alabasta incident is also an opportunity for Smoker. Not only can Smoker recognize the face of the world government, it also allows him to get a promotion. Although this is not Smoker's original intention. "Well, it's you, Suoluo. This is a golden opportunity to go to this department for further study. You must take good hold of it." Smoker patted Suoluo on the shoulder. Although he always looks unimpressed, he is the first one to leave every time he gets off work, but his heart of justice is stronger than anyone else. In the past few years, no matter how powerful a pirate he encountered, Suoluo has never flinched. The only regret is that Suoluo has been weak since childhood and did not have enough strength. So this time to go to this department to study, maybe it will be a turning point in Suoluo's life. In this way, after explaining some trivial matters to Suoluo, and some words of encouragement, Smoker took half of the Marine forces in Logue Town and set off from the dock to hunt down Luffy, the Straw Hat. Because this is Smoker's reckless business. Naturally, the headquarters will not send others to take over Smoker's work. Suoluo became the supreme officer of the branch in a short time. A few days later, Suoluo Cao Chang. Cats took the ordinary Marines to find Suoluo, with a look of excitement. Although only Suoluo was notified to study in the headquarters, how could he go to sea alone? Even the smallest patrol boat requires at least a dozen people to go to sea. In other words, Cats can't wait to go to sea with Suoluo. Go to Marineford. You know, that's Marineford, the dreamland of countless Marines. However, seeing Cats with excitement on his face, Suoluo couldn't help but shook his head. From the beginning, he didn't plan to take Cats and others to sea. The reason is simple. Grand Line is not safe. "Sergeant Cats, I need you to stay," Suoluo said righteously. Stay. Cats was startled. He always thought he had a good relationship with Suoluo. Ugh. Suoluo sighed deliberately when he saw this. "I originally planned to let you go to sea with me, but you have seen the situation now." Colonel Smoker not only went to catch the Straw Hat Pirates, but also took a part of Marine. "If we leave Logue Town at this time, then who is responsible for the security here?" This. Cats opened his mouth, speechless. The truth is indeed such a truth. "So, Sergeant Cats, you stay in charge of the security of Logue Town. As for going to sea, didn't you catch the pirates of the Buggy Pirates before?" Suoluo's conversation turned. Although he first came to Logue Town to hide his strength, he got along for 9 years. It is obviously impossible to say that there is no relationship with Cats and others at all. In order to hide their strength and let them die on the Grand Line, Suoluo couldn't do it. "If you want to go, it's better to take the Shanghai thief out to sea. In case something really happens, just leave them alone. Let them fend for themselves. In addition, they are pirates themselves, and they are all sinners. Even if they really died on the Grand Line, they would not feel any guilt." On the contrary, Cats was a little worried. Get along with a group of pirates. Suoluo might be in danger. "There is nothing to worry about, Cats." Suoluo heard the words and suggested, "Just choose the frail and sickly candidates among these pirates, and then put them in chains and not give them weapons. Naturally will not endanger my safety. And I did it for Logue Town. Today's Logue Town needs Marine more than I do," Suoluo said righteously, as if his life and death were ignored. For a moment, Cats and others were stunned on the spot, once again moved by the spirit of Suoluo. For the sake of Logue Town's public security, Suoluo Cao Chang did not hesitate to put himself in danger. Cats couldn't help tears in his eyes and grabbed Suoluo's hands. "Don't worry, Suoluo Cao, we will definitely protect the security of Logue Town." Although Cats was still worried, Suoluo went to Marineford alone, advising to accompany him. But under Suoluo's strong order, Cats had to stay in Logue Town and take charge of the security work here. In the end, Suoluo chose a patrol boat with the smallest size, took a dozen crew members from the Buggy Pirate group, and set off from Logue Town to Marineford. It is worth mentioning that the real limitation of Suoluo's hidden strength system is his full strength. For example, Conqueror's Haki, which was released during a previous encounter with the dragon. It's just a part of Suoluo's full strength. It does not reveal true strength. So after the event ended, Suoluo did not lose the opportunity to get the next reward. Based on this mechanism, although Suoluo said he wanted to go, he was not as cautious as others. More often, Suoluo's mentality is more similar to a random salted fish, not the kind of cautious attitude. The sailing route was determined by the permanent pointer, and Suoluo's patrol boat set off. but most of the time, Suoluo shut himself in the room. However, it took less than 2 days to go to sea. Suoluo's door was kicked open. Several pirates rushed in with various knives, and then back to both sides like a tide, giving way to a passage. A pirate in a blue and white checked scarf walked in leisurely. The corners of his mouth were raised, and he put on a triumphant smile. It is the chief of staff of the buggy pirate group, Kappa C. For this person, Suoluo has some impressions. Unexpectedly, he would appear on his own patrol boat. How did the guy cats do it? Didn't it mean that the arrangements were all old, weak, sick, and disabled? Excuse me, what's the matter? Suoluo looked at the visitor and asked casually. What? On the contrary, Kappa C was stunned. Does the marine in front of me know what happened? They have got rid of the shackles and are now controlling the patrol boat. Now this ship is under our control, Marine. Kappa C took a deep breath. We will never go to Marineford. Everyone knows that Marineford is located in the naval headquarters. Once these pirates go there, they are just looking for death. So when I heard that Marine wanted them to send Suoluo to Marineford, Kappa C planned this rebellion. He disguised himself as a wounded and easily got on the ship. Plus Suoluo doesn't care about most things. Give these pirates plenty of time to prepare. But Kappa C did not intend to kill Suoluo directly. He has to ravage this guy and make him pay for his conceit. Thinking of this, the corners of Kappa C's mouth rose and a smile appeared. There was already a lot of drama in his mind. The other pirates also showed smirk expressions. An unremarkable marine fell into the hands of a group of pirates. It's tantamount to a sheep's mouth. Now, however, just when Kappa C was about to make Suoluo kneel in front of him, in a commanding tone, a cold light flashed, and a button on a piece of clothing flew straight to Kappa C's forehead. The speed was unexpected. Next second, this button passed directly through Kappa C's brain, leaving an inconspicuous blood mark. Boom! The button continued to fly, and finally nailed to the solid wall, directly embedded in it. Visible depth. Kappa C's eyes suddenly widened, and there were incredible gazes. The breathing and heartbeat ended. Blood gushes out from his forehead and the back of his head, splashing onto the faces of other pirates. Every pirate's sight was drawn to him, and he watched Kappa C fall straight down. Boom! With a muffled sound, Kappa C's neck hit the threshold, and blood kept flowing out, forming a pool of blood. Kappa C is undoubtedly the strongest here. This rebellion was also the result of his careful planning. However, it is such a backbone who was killed by Suoluo casually with a button. What a joke! How terrifying is the strength of this marine. Guru! The pirates rolled their throats and swallowed nervously. Don't talk, just breathe. They don't dare to breathe again. It wasn't until this moment that they suddenly realized. Why did Suoluo, the marine, dare to let them pirates go on this pirate ship? The reason is very simple, simply. Suoluo's strength is strong enough. As long as he wants, he can kill them all. Even. From beginning to end, Suoluo did not show any panic. To him, killing is as smooth as breathing, natural. For a time, the atmosphere became quiet and weird. Each pirate is as if petrified in place, staring at the spread of Kappa C's blood. Excuse me, what else do you have? Suoluo's voice sounded again, breaking the silence at this time. Moreover, his voice still did not fluctuate in the slightest. On the contrary, Suoluo's tone even gave people a lazy feeling. To him, killing Kappa C was just a trivial matter. Even the pirates present were still silent, not knowing how to answer Suoluo's question. I don't know what to do. Suoluo was not in a hurry, leaning on the bed with his back, and watching them quietly for a while. If it doesn't matter, please help me deal with the floor. Bring lunch to the room by the way. Okay. The corner of Suoluo's mouth rose up, and a smile appeared. Whether it is the tone or the manner of speaking, he is as elegant and polite as possible. However, contrast with the scene in the room. Suoluo's smile was in the eyes of these pirates. Like a devil. Do not. This guy. It's the devil. The kind that kills without blinking. Even they don't know how they left the room with Kappa C's body on this day. How did you clean up here spotlessly, and finally put Suoluo's lunch on the table respectfully? They only know. On this day, they half-footed into hell. On the next voyage, Suoluo naturally got along well with these pirates. Until one day early in the morning. Boom! Suoluo was awakened from his sleep by an extremely exaggerated loud noise. Then the patrol boat began to bump. It's like being bombarded. Boom boom boom. Soon, there was a rapid knock at the door. Did you encounter a pirate? Suoluo thought to himself, and put on his uniform quickly at the same time. Obviously, the marine flag is hung, so is there really a pirate group so indifferent? After 2 or 3 breaths, Suoluo came to the door and opened the door. A pirate who looked very embarrassed was standing in front of Suoluo, breathing heavily. Report, we encountered a pirate group. Since the end of the Carpax rebellion, all the pirates have obeyed Suoluo's words. Now they encountered the pirate group, they immediately reported to Suoluo. According to their thoughts, Suoluo is such a powerful marine. It must be the naval headquarters that is not willing to stay in a small log town before leaving for the naval headquarters. It is naturally Suoluo's deeds to eliminate the pirate group encountered now. It is bound to be of great help to his future development. The most important thing is to get along after these few days. The mood of these pirates has undergone a great change. In this sea, it is not unprecedented that pirates abandon the shadows and turn to be marines. And with Suoluo's strength, he is bound to be famous in the future. If you can become his subordinate, then the future is guaranteed. Based on this and that relationship, they are both for Suoluo and for themselves. Now I can't wait to fight with the pirates I've encountered. Encountered the pirate group. Suoluo heard the words and understood what was going on. Do you know that it is the pirate group? Suoluo asked casually. The pirate couldn't help showing a distressed expression. When he was in the buggy pirates, he was just a trainee crew member. There will recognize other pirate groups go. After thinking for a while, Suoluo put on his uniform and went straight to the deck. The other pirates noticed Suoluo, put down their work, and came to the deck with him. At about 0.23 nautical miles, the two pirate ships were fighting, but one of them was recognized by Suoluo at a glance. It was a small sailboat with a dark green hull and only one seat on it. The man standing on it has short black hair, eyes as sharp as an eagle, a short beard on his chin, a black top hat with white fluff, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, eagle eye. Suoluo frowned slightly, and recognized the pirate's identity at a glance. Without him, this man is really too famous. 7 warlords of the sea. The world's largest swordsman. The owner of the strongest black knife. The rival of redheads. Zoro's master. In less than a second, Suoluo thought of countless titles. I didn't expect to encounter Hawkeye here, but since I met Hawkeye here, it means that the pirate group doesn't need me to act. Suoluo thought to himself. Although Suoluo said all the time he wanted to hide his strength, but occasionally when he encountered the pirate group, he would also kill without revealing his strength. After all, kill all those who know their strength. He is not considered as exposing his strength. There are many pirates who disappeared in East Blue inexplicably over the years. Although One Piece is a story about the protagonist Luffy becoming One Piece, there are still few people like Luffy. Most pirates are despicable, selfish guys. Among the many roles in One Piece, he actually likes Hanyabal of Impel Down. It is because the pirates came to this sea that civilians panic for fear of losing their loved ones. But Hawkeye is not a pirate who can harm civilians. Saying he is a pirate, Suoluo feels that he is more like a warrior pursuing swordsmanship. And the reason why the pirates of East Blue are so weak, Hawkeye also played a part. In other words, Suoluo just saw nothing. That pirate group will also be wiped out by Hawkeye. Notify the helmsman to leave this sea at full speed. In any case, don't get involved with that guy Hawkeye. With our strength, once targeted by the Eagle Eye, the entire army will only be wiped out. Suoluo said flatly. Even if these pirates don't know Hawkeye, they have at least heard of his reputation. Actually, when Suoluo broke the news, all the pirates wearing them took a breath. That man turned out to be Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman. I heard that his usual hobby is to hunt pirates at sea. For a while, the pirates present fought a Cold War one after another. Although Suoluo is marine, they are all real pirates. Once they were spotted by Hawkeye. Let alone whether Suoluo will protect them. Even if he has that heart, his strength is not allowed. You know, that's an Eagle Eye. The man who carries the world's first title. I don't know how many times stronger than Kapasi. However, just when everyone started to act because of panic. I don't know if Hawkeye did it intentionally. He held the cross knife in one hand and waved it vigorously. Call out. In an instant, a green sword aura spread out from his slash. The surface of the sea suddenly rolled and separated to the sides, and the picture grew stronger and stronger. After a few breaths, the rough sea was chopped into huge cracks. Soon, the sea water poured in towards the formed ravine, and under the rush, it was like a waterfall. The sword aura that Hawkeye struck set off a 10-meter-high air current and went straight to Suoluo's patrol boat. The speed is so fast that the helmsman can't avoid it when he advances at full speed. Ah! What kind of attack is this? Help! Help! The pirates who witnessed this scene screamed in shock. They covered their temples with their hands and raised their eyes, as if they would fall to the ground at any time. The mouth is wide open, so exaggerated that it can fit a fist in. A chill spread across the patrol boat. Almost every pirate became desperate because of Hawkeye's slash. This Hawkeye. Suoluo alone stood quietly on the deck, facing the attacking sword energy, obviously a few nautical miles away. Hawkeye's sword aura did not weaken at all, or showed signs of stopping, and at this speed, the patrol boat can't evade. If this sword goes down, the patrol ship is afraid that it will not fall apart. It's really terrible sword spirit. Suo Luo couldn't help sighing inwardly. He really deserves to be the man who bears the name of the world's largest swordsman. Easily separate the entire sea, never mind. Suo Luo shook his head and grasped the samurai sword on his waist. Just as the sword energy released by Hawkeye was about to split the patrol ship in two, Suo Luo swept the katana with one hand. In an instant, the sheath of the katana directly resisted the attacking sword energy. A wave of coercion swept towards Suo Luo, forcing him to use 10% of his sword skills. Boom! A loud noise exploded on the spot, and Hawkeye's sword energy was immediately dissipated. A terrifying air current spread out in all directions, forming huge ripples on the sea, turning into huge waves, pushing the patrol boat away from the Eagle Eye. On the other hand, Suo Luo deliberately stepped back, appearing to be out of balance, and sat down on the barrel. Okay, terrible swordsmanship. Suo Luo mechanically shocked. The swordsmanship I just used is probably only the level of Rear Admiral. It shouldn't attract Hawkeye's attention. Suo Luo sat on the wooden barrel on the deck, thinking to himself. All the pirates present took a breath and stared at Suo Luo dumbfounded. Hey, did you see it? Suo Luo warrant officer just blocked the Eagle Eye's attack. A pirate couldn't help but said. Although Suo Luo had previously killed Kapasi in seconds, Kapasi has always been good at strategy, but his strength is very average. But who is Hawkeye? Worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman. Especially the power of the blow just now split the sea in two easily, and it hasn't healed until now. The bottomless gully makes the scalp numb. However, it was such an exaggerated slash, but Suo Luo alone blocked it. Look, I saw it. Another pirate stammered. In addition to shock, his eyes were full of admiration. It turns out that the strength of Suo Luo warrant officer is so terrifying, too strong. For a while, all the pirates were dumbfounded. Their determination is even firmer in their hearts. They must follow Suo Luo in their entire lives. Give up your identity as a pirate and become a just marine. Suo Luo also quickly noticed the reaction of these pirates and had to raise the volume a few minutes. What are you doing in a daze? Get out of here quickly. If Hawkeye comes again, I may not be able to stop the second time. After Suo Luo's reminder, these pirates reacted and rushed to their position, changed the trajectory of their voyage, and wanted to stay away from the Eagle Eye. However, as the sword just caused the sea to invert, forming an extremely strong current, forcibly pulling the patrol boat towards the Eagle Eye sailing vessel. Even the helmsman can do nothing. As the distance between the two sides narrowed, these pirates were able to see clearly who the pirate group Hawkeye was fighting against. It's just Buggy, the clown who abandoned them in Lobe Town before. Rao Suo Luo couldn't help being surprised. I would actually meet Buggy and Hawkeye here. Why do I always get involved in trouble? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. At the same time, Hawkeye and Buggy also noticed the patrol boat approaching them. I saw Hawkeye's right hand drooping naturally and pointed the cross knife at the ground. His eyes condensed slightly as he looked at the patrol boat, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Although he used a cross knife to release the slash in the air just now, it was not as powerful as an ordinary person could take it. If you change to Zoro, you will definitely sink people and boats into the sea by yourself. Do not. Even some Rear Admiral swordsmen from Naval Headquarters could not withstand the slash just now. The key is, Hawkeye vaguely saw that the opponent had used swordsmanship, cut off his sword energy horizontally, making it invisible. This is enough to show that the other party is also a swordsman. It's just that I didn't pay attention to the patrol boat just now, so I didn't see clearly who did it. Marine. Hawkeye looked intently and noticed the marine flag on the patrol ship. However, the crew on the deck looked more like pirates. Interesting. Hawkeye was expressionless, but there was a huge wave in his heart. Thinking back carefully, when the opponent just shot, there was a momentary burst of powerful sword intent. Not to mention this kind of sword intent is the weakest East Blue in the world. Just looking at New World, there are only a few people who can own it. As for whether the opponent is a marine or a pirate, it doesn't really matter. The important thing is, that sword intent attracted Hawkeye's attention and interest. He wanted to try it out, at what level the opponent's swordsmanship was at. Yes. The Eagle Eye, who has always been casual, awakened the soul of the warrior at this moment. Even, recalling the Zoro I met before, Hawkeye felt that this trip was more interesting. At the same time, Buggy also recognized these crew members. Buggy's eyes widened, as if he would jump out of his eye sockets at any time. He never dreamed that he would actually see his crew on a patrol boat with a marine flag. Hey, I am the clown Buggy, your captain. Excited, Buggy couldn't take care of it a lot, and quickly used the chop fruit ability and flew towards the patrol boat. He doesn't want to stay with Hawkeye for a moment. but Alvida and others are at a loss as to the situation in front of them. This is especially true for the pirates on patrol boats. Captain Buggy. Why is Captain Buggy here? On the contrary, Suoluo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. The more I am afraid of something, the more I am coming. Soon, Buggy flew directly to the patrol boat, then turned around and called Alvida to quickly bring his feet over. Little ones, let's get out of here. Then Buggy couldn't wait to yell, and then put his hands around his chest, and began to imagine that after getting rid of the eagle eyes, he would go to find the treasure. However, just as Buggy's voice fell, the eagle eye standing on the sailing boat immediately took action. He inserted the cross knife back in, and then with a strong kick with his feet, the whole person jumped up, drew a perfect parabola in the air, and finally fell impartially on the deck of the patrol boat. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled noise, the entire deck was suddenly silent. The clown Buggy. Pirates. Even Suoluo's eyes were all focused on Hawkeye at this time. Everyone held their breath at this moment, feeling their brains blank. After a full 5 or 6 breaths, these talents seemed to wake up from a dream, with their eyes staring wider than Bull's eyes. His mouth opened wide into an O shape, and his shocked jaw was about to fall to the ground. No one thought of the eagle eye who carried the name of the world's #1 swordsman. It turns out, will appear on the patrol ship. Go on, just kidding. A pirate rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Hawkeye likes the hobby of hunting pirates, and it comes to their minds. Everyone can't help but feel tensed. Especially Buggy. Hey, you fellow, do you really think that Uncle Ben is afraid of you? Buggy yelled at Hawkeye, but only yelled. Didn't really do it. Thinking of the name of Hawkeye, Buggy was somewhat apprehensive. However, doubts arose in his heart. Why would my own crew appear here? Didn't they get caught by Marine in Logetown? And many more. Suddenly, Buggy noticed that on the deck, which was full of pirates, there appeared men who were incompatible with the environment. He sat on the barrel alone, without saying a word. Exactly, Suoluo. See, Marine. Buggy was startled, then looked at the flag on the ship, and seemed to understand something. I am the captain of the Buggy Pirate Group, a 15 million bounty, Barry. I want to surrender, Buggy shouted suddenly. Suoluo. Buggy went straight to Suoluo and announced loudly that he would surrender and surrender. In fact, this is just a stopgap for Buggy. The identity of Hawkeye is 7 warlords of the sea. It is a pirate recognized by the world government. But this recognition requires some price. For example, 7 warlords of the sea needs to pay a certain amount of tribute to the world government, and must not conflict with Marine. In other words, as long as you fall into Marine's hands, naturally, Hawkeye can no longer shoot himself. And when Hawkeye leaves, Marines like Suoluo can contain themselves there. Just thinking about it, Buggy feels like a genius. Instead, Suoluo has a black line on his face. Sudden surrender is okay, but he had no idea of arresting Buggy at all. Sorry, I can't arrest you now. If you want to surrender, I suggest you go to Logetown. Suoluo still sat on the barrel, said in a calm tone, and then pointed in a direction casually. Instructed Buggy to set off in this direction and he could reach Logetown. Buggy. In the next second, Buggy separated his hands from his wrists and flew out to grab Suoluo's collar. Hey, this uncle is also a pirate offering a 15 million bounty. What's the matter with your tone? Arrest me personally, but it's a great achievement, Buggy said angrily, very dissatisfied with Suoluo's attitude. However, because of the sword intent he had just felt, Hawkeye suddenly lost interest in Buggy. He stood on the deck of the patrol boat and looked around, but found no decent target. So Hawkeye had no choice but to ask, who is the one who stopped me from beheading? Buggy was taken aback, and suddenly remembered. When he met Hawkeye just now, this guy wanted to cut himself. However, with the ability of Chop Fruit, the terrifying slash passed directly through his body. Now think about it, the direction that the slash was released seems to be this patrol ship. However, with such a powerful slash, this patrol ship was safe and sound. Thinking of this, Buggy looked at the pirate who had followed him. These people are mediocre, saying that they can withstand the attack of Hawkeye, then they are the next pirate king. As a result, the pirates present turned their heads to look at Suoluo. In this silent way, he responded to Hawkeye. Yes, it's you. Buggy blinked vigorously, his hand holding Suoluo's collar suddenly released, and his body couldn't help but back up a few steps. Well, although I don't know why you looked at me with that kind of eyes, it was obviously not my job. Suoluo got up from the wooden barrel with an innocent expression. I'm just an ordinary Marine. Originally, I was responsible for escorting these pirates to the Marine 153 branch, but they encountered a rebellion halfway through. The other Marines were killed, leaving me hostage. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to find a second Marine anyway. Suoluo quickly explained. Show that you are the victim. On the contrary, the pirates present were all dumbfounded and confused about the situation in front of them. Obviously, is that what you did? How could we see so many pairs of eyes wrong? And you see, if I am really a swordsman, how could I use such an ordinary samurai sword? Suo Luo weighed his weapon and showed it to Hawkeye. He tried his best to prove to Hawkeye and others that he had nothing to do with the situation just now. The other pirates are even more confused. Suo Luo shamelessly complained in his heart. In the end how come you say such things without shame? Could it be the eagle-eyed sword spirit we blocked? What a joke! However, although these pirates were very mad, they didn't know what to say for a while. What can you say? Can't say anything. Even Buggy can't help but wonder if there is really a powerful master hidden in his crew, has been pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger. But Hawkeye didn't bother to reason about who was lying. Seeing no one admitted, he simply took off the black knife behind him. A chill fell on the deck, causing the pirates to hold their breath, only feeling that the temperature had dropped a lot since no one wants to admit it. Then use the easiest way. With a low voice, Hawkeye clenched the black knife with one hand, flicked it hard, and aimed the tip of the knife at the deck. His thoughts are straightforward. Anyone can see it. He intends to use the method of destroying the ship to force the sword tyrant out just now. All the pirates couldn't help but start holding their heads with their hands, their eyes turned towards Suo Luo, as if they were asking him for help. And, for this matter, Suo Luo might not be indifferent. The patrol boat sailed on the sea for several days. It is very far from Logue Town. And, leaving Logue Town, even if he officially embarked on the Grand Line, without a permanent pointer, you can't reach the next island at all. The most important thing is that even if Suo Luo has a permanent pointer on his body, can he swim past without a patrol boat? To know, if they want to go to the next island, they have to cross the red line. Only by finding the correct ocean current can you cross the red line. But just in the hearts of the pirates, Suo Luo reached the moment when he had to take action. He directly raised his hand. Mr. Dracule Myhawk, please wait a moment. Suo Luo said slowly, and then took a step towards the edge of the deck. What the hell are these guys doing? I just want to go to Marineford quietly and be an ordinary Marine. If you are lucky, you will be kicked to the branch because you are not actively training. I'm not interested in playing against the strong in the world of One Piece at all. Moreover, the guy Hawkeye, even though he is 7 warlords of the sea, is the world's largest swordsman. And that kind of thing will naturally not be selected with scissors, rock, or cloth. His strength must be very, very, very terrifying. If it really fights, your true strength might be exposed. Alright, you are all big brothers. I can't provoke you, can I still hide from you? Lousy swims directly from here to Marineford. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain, and then, in full view, Suo Luo stretched out his hands and jumped directly from the deck of the patrol ship. Puff! With a large splash of water splashing, Suo Luo jumped directly into the sea, then took out a permanent pointer from his arms, determined the direction, and started the butterfly stroke. For a time, there was one on the deck of the patrol ship. All of them looked confused. Rao is Hawkeye, a guy who often looks paralyzed. At this time, it is also completely ignorant. What the hell is this Marine doing? Does he want to swim directly to Red Line from here, right? Hey, you fellow, don't you want to swim to the next island? Buggy flew to the side of the patrol boat and couldn't help but complain. It was the first time he saw a Marine like Suo Luo. There is a problem? Suo Luo soaked in the sea and glanced back at Buggy. With my own strength, it should be no problem to swim from here to Marineford. If it goes well, you might still encounter passing merchant ships. Let them take their own ride. For the current Suo Luo, as long as he can get rid of the guy Hawkeye. And the Hawkeye standing on the patrol boat was also speechless, this Marine. According to the details just now, Suo Luo is almost the swordsman who blocked his beheading. But Hawkeye really didn't expect that Suo Luo would rather jump into the sea than fight against him. This guy is mostly a guy with nothing but strength but no guts. People like him, even if they are stronger than Zoro now, will sooner or later be surpassed by the opponent. For a time, Hawkeye only felt that everything was dull. I saw his black sword aimed at the deck of the patrol ship, releasing a green sword energy on the spot. Rumble! A loud noise swept out in all directions, thunderous and deafening. The majestic force directly penetrated the hull, breaking it apart. All the pirates present took a breath, only feeling that their brains were blank. Immediately afterwards, the entire hull began to sink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the seawater poured up like a huge mouth, about to swallow the broken patrol boat in two. As for the eagle eyes, naturally they would not look at these pirates. He is disappointed now. I just want to leave East Blue and go back to my residence to have a good rest. But, it was not only Suo Luo's patrol boat that Hawkeye destroyed. He stood on the sinking deck, turned his head to look at the boat Buggy had snatched from elsewhere, raised the black knife again, and dropped the knife in his hand. Call out! Another incomparably sharp sword energy crisscrossed across, smashing Buggy's boat in two pieces. In an instant, the pirate ship lost its balance, collided from the cut, and began to sink. After 2 short breaths, 2 ships were destroyed. This is the strength of Hawkeye. And he didn't even look at these pirates. He jumped and landed smoothly on the sailing boat called the coffin boat, ready to leave here. Everything is so random, so understatement. Full of force. Ah, that's awful. On the contrary, it is the clown buggy, unavoidably holding his head in his hands, his face pale. As demon fruit power, the biggest disadvantage is that it cannot touch water. Now that there is no boat, once you fall into the sea, it will be a dead end. How to do. Just as Buggy was panicking, his gaze fell on Suoluo. Hey, you fellow, can you really swim to the next island? Buggy yelled impatiently. In this situation, he has no choice. Whenever there is a second way, he will not pin his hopes on a marine. Suoluo was startled, and then replied, yes. He didn't expect that Buggy would care about himself. How long can I swim? What does it have to do with him? Alvida, throw my feet here. Seeing Suoluo's answer so surely, Buggy had no choice but to pin his hopes on him, turning his head and yelling at Alvida. His idea is simple. He is a person of fragmentation. The body can fly. Only 2 feet can't do it. But the weight of both feet is very light, allowing Suoluo to lift his hands and fly by himself. In this way, the 2 of them can safely reach the next island. As for those crew members who are about to sink to the bottom of the sea, that can only be blamed on their unlucky encounter with Hawkeye. I can't protect myself now. Suoluo. After listening to Buggy's plan, Suoluo couldn't help but look black. I am ready to swim to Marineford. You guys are endless, right? Although I have no ambitions or ambitious goals, you can't bully honest people like that. For a while, Suoluo, who has always been mild-mannered, has a temper. Or just kill Buggy and Hawkeye directly here. Suoluo frowned, but he quickly realized that once he killed Buggy and Hawkeye here, it would have a chain effect. Although Buggy looks like a foolish man, he is the humor in One Piece, but his true identity is the investigator on One Piece Roger's ship. Blackbeard doesn't need to sleep, just the information Buggy has detected. At the same time, he and the 4 Emperors Red Hair are also brothers. If Buggy died, it's hard to say that Redhead wouldn't investigate the cause of his death. And Hawkeye. As 7 warlords of the sea, he is even more valued by the world government. Will Marine launch an investigation? Will the world government care? Also, Hawkeye itself is one of the best in this world. If you fight him at sea, will it cause a series of ripples and be noticed by others? You know, Hawkeye doesn't have too many combat descriptions in One Piece, and no one knows where his ceiling is. If you really fight, maybe you can kill Hawkeye with one move. But what if it gets stuck? If others notice, I will kill them if I want. And Luffy, Smoker, they shouldn't be far from here. The key is, Suoluo received information when he was in Logue Town. Garp took Monka from the 153 branch and was on the route back to the headquarters. Will your own battle attract Garp? Do you want to kill Garp together? But if Garp dies, things will get worse. At that time, Naval Headquarters will definitely launch a full investigation. Do you want to destroy the Naval Headquarters together? Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. Suoluo couldn't help but feel a headache for a while. Obviously I only want to kill a Buggy, but after a little thought, a lot of characters are involved. It's no wonder that the male protagonists of the online novels I read before didn't have a brain, and killed people when they saw them. It's really troublesome if I move my head a little. Suoluo couldn't help but vomit. However, anyone who knows Suoluo's current thoughts is afraid that he can't help but complain. Are you crazy? Never mind. Suoluo's magical brain supplemented, he slowly pulled out the samurai sword hanging from his waist, and then determined the direction of Logue Town. In the next second, Suoluo raised this plain katana and slashed it hard. A huge sword aura burst out in the direction of Logue Town, and immediately set off a huge wave of 100 meters high, dividing the entire sea in 2. Boom! The moment Suoluo drew the samurai sword, the Eagle Eye, who had planned to leave here, was immediately attracted to look over. That knife! A man who is the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye not only masters superb swordsmanship, but his knowledge of katana far exceeds other swordsmen. Although Suoluo's katana looks ordinary from the outside, but the moment the scabbard was pulled out, it gave Hawkeye an indescribable feeling, especially the blade of that weapon. In fact, the katana used by Suoluo is not a conventional weapon mass-produced by Naval Headquarters. Instead, through rewards, weapons from another world were obtained. Its name is zanpakuto. The reason why it looks unremarkable now is because zanpakuto is usually in a sealed state. Only after yelling Shikai, the weapon will show its true appearance. Cut! Suoluo screamed immediately, raised the knife and dropped it, slashing in the direction of Logue Town. In an instant, a huge sword aura burst out from the blade, set off a huge wave, and rolled out toward both sides. The sea began to vibrate constantly, and the entire sea surface was divided by Jian Qi. Not only that, this sword aura is not only extremely wide, but also extremely deep, and a few of them can't breathe. They exposed the bottom of the sea. It was as spectacular as Moses separated the Red Sea. The creatures in the sea were swept by the sword energy and died tragically. Countless fish fell to the ground from mid-air. The fishes that were lucky enough to escape the catastrophe were all panicked and swam desperately. The scariest thing is, this sword chi went straight to the direction of Lobe Town, and there was no weakening of the momentum. Separate the sea all the way. Ra was the eagle-eyed sailboat, but it was not spared, and was swept in by the sword energy and was annihilated on the spot. This scene came too suddenly, causing Hawkeye to have no time to react. At the critical moment, he can only rely on his physical instinct to pull out a black knife to resist. Bang! With a loud noise, the sword aura forcefully forced Hawkeye to retreat 100 meters away and fell into the sea. Every pirate who witnessed this scene felt his scalp numb. Ra was the slash of Hawkeye just now, only to separate a small area of the sea, let the seawater back in, forming a rushing waterfall. Suoluo's slash abruptly opened up a piece of land in the sea. The scary thing is that the separated seawater hasn't been healed for a long time. Hey, it's a lie. How can human swordsmanship achieve this level? How strong is that marine's strength? His swordsmanship, I'm afraid it has surpassed Hawkeye. Do not. As soon as the pirate spoke, he shook his head frantically. Beyond the eagle eye? I am afraid that it is not the swordsmanship of Hawkeye. It cannot be compared with Suoluo. This guy is simply a monster through and through. However, just when these pirates were shocked, they suddenly reacted to their situation. Suoluo's swordsmanship was so fierce that it set off a huge ocean current. The boat that was chopped into two pieces by the eagle eye was directly driven by the ocean current and fell towards the bottom of the sea. All pirates are implicated in them. All the shock was transformed into a scalp-numbing scream at this moment. What's the situation? Buggy's eyes widened, and his jaw was shocked to the point of falling into the sea. He didn't even dream of thinking that the unremarkable marine would actually. So scary. And many more. The guy was wearing a normal marine uniform, not a coat with the word justice. In other words, Suoluo is not a marine general. Why? There will be such a monster in the marine team. I even thought about letting that monster take me to the next island, away from Hawkeye. This guy is obviously scarier than Hawkeye. Buggy couldn't help being mad. Who did you provoke? As soon as I left Lobe Town, I encountered two monsters at the same time. First Hawkeye, then Suoluo. No, this guy is 100 times more terrifying than Hawkeye. For a while, Buggy couldn't even make a sound. How to do? What should I do now? Who will help me? And Alvida and others didn't get there either. They were dumbfounded when they looked at the scene in front of them, especially those pirates on patrol boats. They did not expect to develop to this point at all. If they just fall into the sea, they can still stay in the sea for a while by virtue of the water. But now, the sea was directly separated, and they struggled desperately but failed to resist the ocean current, and fell to the bottom of the sea along the divided ravine. Boom! Boom! There was a muffled sound, as if calculating how many people died. Alvida was crying without tears. Holding a wooden board in both hands, he fell into deep despair, at a loss. The atmosphere became weird. Buggy. Suoluo floating on the surface of the sea suddenly heard his voice, shouting Buggy's name, and then inserted zanpakuto into the scabbard and hung it back to his waist. And this sound pulled Buggy back from the shock to the real world. He can fly on the sea now because his feet were put on the plank by Alvida. But if you don't figure out a way to leave here as soon as possible, you will die sooner or later. The worst thing is that the three ships here were completely destroyed one after another. And at a glance, there is no other ship at all. At this moment, it is really a dead end. Buggy wanted to cry without tears, and could only stare at Suoluo eagerly. If I knew this, I shouldn't have hunted down Luffy, a straw hat. How nice to stay in East Blue all the time. But Suoluo did not intend to kill Buggy, because it is too much trouble. So, he pointed at the bottom of the sea where his sword chi was exposed to the air. Did you see that road? Suoluo asked lightly. What? Buggy was taken aback for a moment and didn't understand what Suoluo meant. Did you see the road in the bottom of the sea? Where do you go? Goodbye. After Suoluo said, regardless of Buggy's reaction, he turned and started the butterfly stroke in the other direction. Buggy and Alvida are both demon fruit power. They can't swim. Walking along the seabed is their only hope. The other pirates all fell to the bottom of the sea and died. As for Hawkeye, although he is the world's largest swordsman, his physical strength should not be as good as himself. And no one among the living people at the scene knew what he was called. And there will probably not be any intersections afterwards. Row. Suoluo thought to himself, and started swimming towards Marineford comfortably. Stay away from this land of right and wrong. Hawkeye's body is immersed in the sea, and his mind is full of pictures of Suoluo just breaking the sea with a sword. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye felt a bit tingling in his tiger's mouth. It was because of the impact that I received when I subconsciously resisted the sword chi. At the same time, it also means Suo Luo blocked his own air slash. And he didn't. Sit down. Do not. The sword energy he wielded at the beginning was not his full strength, and he didn't even use the black sword. Thinking of this, Yinjian glanced at the sea separated by Jian Qi, and at a glance, the seabed was clearly visible. The scariest thing is, this ravine is like an abyss, and there is no edge in sight. Yes. Rao is Hawkeye's eyesight that is so different from ordinary people's eyesight. At a glance, you can't see the end of the crack. Plus what Suo Luo just said casually. He wants Buggy to walk from the road under the sea to Lobe Town. It is possible that this guy's sword spirit has spread to Lobe Town. Hawkeye couldn't help blinking, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how could he have such unrealistic ideas? You know, it takes several days to reach Lobe Town even if it is a patrol boat. Enough to explain the distance problem. If it were me, would it really be possible to achieve this level? For a moment, Hawkeye couldn't help asking himself. With his current swordsmanship, he collapsed a mountain with one blow, divided the sea with one blow, and even smashed a meteorite with a knife. He is confident enough to do it. Only in the face of the swordsmanship that Suo Luo displayed, the man who bears the name of the world's #1 swordsman, is shaken. Soon, Hawkeye woke up like a dream, and his heart was shocked again. He never dreamed that he would encounter such a terrifying swordsmanship monster in East Blue, the weakest in the world. Do not. Suddenly, Hawkeye rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Although East Blue is said to be the weakest in the 4 seas, the top strong have been born in the sea area. Isn't the famous One Piece Roger born in Lobe Town? And Garp, the character who is hailed as a marine hero by everyone, aren't they all from East Blue? Marine. Hawkeye looked at Suo Luo again. Although he still had a facial expression, his heart was like a sea swept by squally rain, unable to calm for a long time. Thinking about it carefully, from the moment he saw Suo Luo, his attitude was very casual. It seems that I don't care about anything, and his marine uniform is just the warrant officer of the branch. The warrant officer of a branch has such amazing strength. Do not. To be precise, it should be a monster with such amazing strength. Why is it just a warrant officer? This guy, hasn't he been hiding his strength all the time? Hawkeye's brain works fast. The unremarkable man in front of him must have a huge conspiracy brewing in his heart. Yes. If it weren't for the ambition to shake the earth, how can a man urge himself to become a strong man with no distraction? According to Hawkeye's knowledge of swordsmanship, Suo Luo is so powerful. In addition to his own talent for swordsmanship, he must also have enough hard work and sweat. This is almost the common sense in every swordsman's heart. It is not even an exaggeration to say that at this moment, Hawkeye completely reacted. Why did Suo Luo choose to jump off the boat just now, and why did he choose to swim and leave here? Because with his strength, he can definitely do this. Wait a minute, if you think about it according to this line of thought, then he just refused to fight me, maybe. It's not because of fear, but I feel that I am not qualified to force him to take action. In an instant, Hawkeye's eyes widened, and he, who had always been paralyzed, showed an unbelievable expression at this time. He, Hawkeye, the man of the world's largest swordsman. Unexpectedly, it could not arouse Suo Luo's inner desire for battle. And if this happens to oneself, there is only one reason. That is, the opponent's strength is too weak, so that he has no interest in shooting at all. I was underestimated by Suo Luo. For a time, the series of logic that Hawkeye had supplemented by his own brain was completely shocked. Actually, Suo Luo has any ambitions and conspiracies. He just found it bothersome and didn't bother to compete with Hawkeye. There are no thoughts of those that are not. However, due to the lack of information, coupled with Suo Luo's understatement and very casual attitude, that's why Hawkeye's thoughts at this moment are unavoidable. Completely headed into the wrong direction, and subconsciously determined that Suo Luo is a super strong. As a result, the soul of the warrior in the depths of Yinjian's heart was completely ignited at this moment. He, Hawkeye, wants to fight Suo Luo. Marine. Thinking of this, Hawkeye could no longer hold his own heart, aiming at Suo Luo's swimming direction, and raised the black knife in his hand. Next second, Hawkeye's arm was directly wrapped around the black armament haki and swept out forcefully. Call out. With the sound of the air being cut through, the extremely exaggerated sword energy flew out. The width is hundreds of meters, and the difference is that after wrapping armament haki, Hawkeye's sword aura suddenly dyed black. It was just the power, and it pushed the sea several meters down. It's not over, right? Soon, Suo Luo, who was swimming, felt the momentum coming to him. The sea keeps rolling and the waves are rough. Moreover, the scope of this sword aura is so great that it is inevitable for oneself to avoid it. There was no other way. Suo Luo had to pull out zanpakuto and put on a parry action. Boom! A loud noise exploded in Suo Luo's ears. If his tympanic membrane is not strong enough, he might be deaf on the spot. But Suoluo didn't make any effort to dissipate this sword aura, but simply took advantage of the strength and allowed the eagle-eye sword aura to lift himself out. I saw Suoluo's body leave the screen, drawn an excellent parabola in the air, and landed in the sea again, and was far enough away from the eagle's eye to the extent of 3 or 4 nautical miles. Then, Suoluo completely dropped Hawkeye and others, and swam towards the red line without looking back. Sure enough, all warriors are crazy. While swimming, Suoluo didn't forget to complain about Hawkeye. On the contrary, it is Hawkeye, a messy person on the sea. The sword energy just now was countless times stronger than the usual slash. Result: not only did it have no effect on Suoluo, but he took advantage of it and left here. Make yourself unable to chase. What's the matter with this feeling? Grunt. Hawkeye swallowed and looked down at his hands. An incredible scene appeared. His hands are trembling constantly. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. He wants to fight Suoluo. Watching Suoluo leave the sea, the clown Buggy's heart can't help but feel a little crazy. Although Suoluo's strength is indeed strong, it shocked his heart. But, does this guy know how far it is from Lobe Town? I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk to Lobe Town without walking for a month or two. Moreover, the picture of Suoluo separating the sea with a sword is truly spectacular and amazing. There is no controversy on this point. However, the separated seawater will recover sooner or later. At that time, I will be directly on the bottom of the sea, and I will be drowned. But the words came back. Those crew members who were not demon fruit power were all buried under the sea. Only myself and Alvida are safe. But neither of them knows how to water. There are no passing ships around. If this continues, I am afraid that it will be a death sooner or later. The strong desire to survive makes Buggy's brain work fast. Hawkeye, my hawk. Soon, Buggy noticed Hawkeye's actions. He put away his shock at Suoluo and started to splice the floating wooden boards together on the sea, trying to make a raft. Now he has only one idea. That is to catch up with Suoluo as soon as possible. Fight him. Bet on the #1 name in the world. Buggy gritted his teeth and stared at Hawkeye. He is obviously not interested in himself now. If possible, Buggy doesn't want to get involved with such a guy. But there is no way. It is called the heavens should not, and the earth is not working. Hawkeye is his only hope. Eagle eye. Buggy took a deep breath and flew towards Hawkeye. He stroked his chin. You want to know where that marine is going, right? Although Buggy's current strength is average, he is after all someone who has seen big winds and waves. He has seen a lot of warrior psychology like Eagle Eye. To say that Hawkeye doesn't want to compete with Suoluo at all, he doesn't believe it. But Hawkeye didn't take care of Buggy, but focused on making small rafts. Ahem. Actually, I heard about him when I was in Lobe Town. I also know where he is going. Well, Hawkeye, as long as you take me out of here, as a trading condition, I will take you to find that marine, how about? Buggy deliberately remained calm, as if he really knew where Suoluo was going. However, in fact, he didn't even know what Suoluo was called. But no matter how you say it, there is no loss to Hawkeye with Buggy. In addition, he was eager to fight, so after hearing this trading condition, he glanced at Buggy meaningfully. Finally, Hawkeye nodded. It is better to have a general direction than to know nothing. And, if everything goes well and you encounter a pirate ship, you might be able to go around in front of Suoluo. In this way, Hawkeye and Buggy hit it off, ready to chase Suoluo. At the same time, in the other direction of the sea, the Monka riot caused Garp to delay the 153 branch for 2 more days, and Monka got an axe. But overall, he has gained a lot this time. I got 2 good disciples, Kirby and Bellamub. After subduing Monka, Garp returned to the headquarters. Today is also a sunny day. Garp stood on the deck of the warship, facing the sea breeze, looking towards the endless sea. The wound cut by Monka has begun to heal. Now he is in a very happy mood. Card, Garp Vice Admiral. However, at this moment, a marine soldier hurriedly ran up to him, his face extremely pale and his tone of voice irritable. Oh no! An enemy attack was found ahead. The marine soldier was breathless and reported. Just now, he detected an incomparably majestic sword aura, which was approaching their warship. Menacing. This level of attack, even the elite of their headquarters, hasn't seen it much. For a while, the nervousness was so extreme that he had to seek Garp's help. And the most incredible thing is, they didn't even notice the enemy. I only saw the enemy's attack. Is there such a thing? Garp blinked vigorously, only to feel that what the marine soldier said was a little mysterious. Go. Garp made a sound, let the marine soldier lead the way, and stepped towards the bow of the ship. Soon, the calm warship was like an ant that had blown up the pot. Hundreds of marine soldiers temporarily dropped their work and gathered on the deck. In a short while, hundreds of marine soldiers gathered on the bow deck, looking in the same direction. The huge sword energy is as exaggerated as hundreds of meters, and it is coming fiercely, setting off turbulent waves, and approaching the warship. The scariest thing is, wherever the sword gas went, it cut the sea directly, unfathomably deep, exposing the uneven bottom of the sea immediately. Many Marines watched with binoculars, and they were shocked to the extreme. And the most incredible thing is, no matter how they observed, they couldn't find anyone who released this sword energy. What a strong slash. Rao is Garp, who is known as the Marine hero, and he is stunned at this time. He never dreamed that he would encounter such a terrifying slash in this sea area. Who is the other party? Golden Lion Shiki? Or the guy Whitebeard? For a while, Garp couldn't help but think of these old-time powerhouses. Correct. I received information that Hawkeye was hunting pirates in East Blue. Could it be that guy? At this moment, Garp's confidant, Colonel Pakatu, couldn't help but recall the news he had received before, and linked the slash to Hawkeye. In his opinion, the only person who can wield such a terrifying sword spirit today is the Eagle Eye who bears the world's largest swordsman. Hawkeye my hawk? Garp frowned. To him, Hawkeye was considered a junior kid. But no matter what, Garp couldn't think of a more suitable person. After the Golden Lion Shiki escaped from Impel Down, he disappeared. If Whitebeard had come to East Blue, Sengoku would have been uncomfortable and told himself to go back. Ha 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 ha. After thinking about it, Garp also thought it should be the Eagle Eye guy, and couldn't help laughing. The kid of the new age, hello to the old man. Come on then. In an instant, Garp stepped on one foot. In order to prevent the warship from being affected, he stepped directly out of the moonwalk and took the initiative to meet the 100-meter high sword energy. Next second, Garp's right hand was dyed black by the burst of armament haki, and he hit the sword chi with a violent punch. Boom! There was a loud noise like thunder on a clear day, deafening. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying air current swept over in all directions, setting off waves of several meters long, and beating them out. The huge marine warship is like a small boat, swaying on the sea. Poor and helpless. And Garp's face changed drastically, and his eyes were bigger than those of a donkey. Is the swordsmanship of that little devil that Yinjian is so strong? Garp was shocked in his heart. He wanted to break this sword energy with a punch, but found out after a strong collision. This sword aura is stronger than what I imagined. Suoluo swam in the sea for 2 full days following the guide of the permanent pointer. What makes him feel depressed is that in these 2 days, he hasn't even touched a pirate ship. According to Suoluo's original idea, this world is called One Piece naturally because there are so many pirates here, and they are even so powerful that they can build a country. Confronted with naval headquarters. Although the pirate power of East Blue is the weakest in the world, it is a large sea area anyway. From here, there should be many pirate groups heading to the Grand Line. How can you meet 1 or 2? At that time, relying on your own strength to snatch 1 or 2 pirate ships, isn't it easy? Result, Suoluo, a pirate group, didn't even come across it. Soon, the Crimson Continent came into Suoluo's eyes, and one of the ocean currents went from bottom to top, forming a very spectacular scenery. This should be the rumored ocean current, Suoluo thought to himself. Although he has been in this world for more than 9 years, he has never left Logue Town. Seeing such a scene now, I feel a little shocked in my heart. Of course, as a traverser, Suoluo still has a certain degree of understanding of the world. For example, the mountain range in front of you. As far as Suoluo knows, this is the first intersection of the Red Line and the Grand Line. There are a total of 5 waterways on the mountain, forming an X shape, with ocean currents flowing in and out. 4 of them rushed to the top of the mountain, converging in one place, and their starting points were connected to the 4 seas. The last ocean current rushes to the entrance of the Grand Line. Now Suoluo is located at the mouth of the East Blue Ocean. As long as he swims through here, it is considered to officially enter the Grand Line. Call. Suoluo took a deep breath and started to forge ahead. He has been in the sea for 2 days and 2 nights. Even with the mentality of swimming to Marineford with a big deal at first, Suoluo can't help but miss the hotbed on the patrol ship when he really does. However, after officially entering the ocean current, the turbulent sea rushed Suoluo frantically. Even if you don't do anything, you can move forward at a fast speed. In just 10 minutes, Suoluo followed the ocean current to the top of the mountain and then, pouring down. If they were replaced by someone else, they would have been buried here long ago. But soon, a tall wall blocked Suoluo's path, that is? Suoluo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly recalled. Right at the only exit of Upside Down Mountain, the whale Laboon has been waiting for Brook to return. At the same time, One Piece Roger's ship doctor, Crocus, is also here. Wait, Crocus. Since Crocus can always take care of Laboon in this place, it means that he has access to the outside world. Even food Crocus can be self-sufficient. But things like drugs, this guy can't make it himself, right? Thinking of this, Suoluo immediately jumped from the sea and landed on Laboon's back impartially. Boom! Suoluo stood firm on Laboon's back, looked around, and found the door that could lead directly to Laboon's belly. It's really dark here. Walking in the long corridor, Suoluo did not forget to complain about the environment here. Now he can't help but start to doubt his daily life in Logue Town. But this did not last long. There was a map here, and within a short while, Suoluo walked to the exit and pushed hard with both hands. Everything is as in his memory. Also, Laboon's body has a different kind of world. The dark green gastric juice is like sea water, and there is a very pleasant island in the center area. Coupled with 2 days and 2 nights in the upper reaches of the sea, there is no food to satisfy your hunger. Suoluo's belly couldn't help but began to grunt. He rubbed his stomach a little, and couldn't take much care of it. With a hard kick on one foot, he jumped to the island in one step with his amazing explosive power. Boom! A muffled explosion exploded, causing the island to shake. 2 or 3 could not breathe, and a bald uncle in a red shirt walked out of the only house on the island. It is Crocus. Marine? Crocus blinked. During his years of guarding Laboon, he has often encountered pirates here, but Marine is rare. Anything to eat? Suoluo turned to look at Crocus, and said without thinking, I need some food, fresh water, and a sailboat. Crocus. What is this attitude and tone of voice? Does he think he is some kind of shop owner? And also, I have indeed met many people here, but Marine, who is as calm as Suoluo, is still the first. And he was not surprised at all when he saw himself. At any rate, he was also the person on the original pirate King Roger's ship. Still, the current Marine has not paid attention to the famous pirates of the old age? Wrong. What's the reason for this desire to attract attention? There were so many slots that Crocus didn't even know where to start complaining. Never mind. Seeing that Marine's system has been soaked, I must have suffered a lot. Your boat must have crashed and sunk while passing the upside-down mountain, right? Crocus walked back to the room, took out some ready-to-eat cans and fresh water, and threw it to Suoluo while chatting casually. In any case, a person guards the whale. Although Laboon says that life is easy, it is also a bit boring and boring. People always need to communicate. When passing the upside-down mountain, if the helmsman is slightly improper, it will be the result of the ship's destruction. Presumably, those companions of Suoluo also encountered the same disaster, but they did not survive. That's why Suoluo is emotionally numb. Even if I saw myself, I was not surprised. For a while, Crocus couldn't help but sympathize with Suoluo, but it's always a life, didn't it? But who knows, after Suoluo took the can, he sat on the ground and chewed slowly. It's not like a person who has passed through life and death. On the contrary, Suoluo's attitude is very calm. He glanced up at Crocus, and replied very casually, no, I came here from swimming, there is no boat. I was going to go swimming directly, forget it, don't mention it. Suoluo wanted to talk about his experience, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. On the contrary, Crocus, after hearing Suoluo's explanation, stood still on the spot in a daze. What the hell? This kid in front of you came from swimming? From upside down the mountain? That upside down mountain that left countless pirate boats dead without a place to bury their bodies? Come on, just kidding. That kind of thing, at least a monster of the level of Rayleigh, is it possible to do it? What's the matter with this Marine in front of me? What is his background? Aren't you here to arrest me? For a moment, Crocus couldn't help asking cautiously. Arrest you? Did you commit anything? Uncle, Suoluo answered without thinking. Since Roger disbanded the pirates, most of the crew have lived in seclusion. Crocus is one of them. Although naval headquarters did not revoke their bounty, they did not bother to capture them. After all, these guys are almost all legendary characters, powerful, especially Pluton Rayleigh. It even makes naval headquarters a little afraid. What's more, after Roger disbanded the pirate group, these people never went to sea again. Everyone takes a step back and has a good old age without disturbing each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be unknown in his later years. So, Suoluo is naturally too lazy to care if he doesn't even care about naval headquarters. Besides, there is no way to explain this matter. Although Crocus looked harmless to humans and animals, and boarded Roger's ship as a ship doctor, his strength was not trivial. After the original work, Crocus used his body to resist the shells fired by Princess Wai and Mr. The Key is. In the world of One Piece, ship doctors are not easy to mess with. For example, Chopper of the Straw Hat Pirates, Marco of the White Beard Pirates. But they are all ship doctors. If you tie Crocus here and take it to naval headquarters, I am afraid that I will be left directly in the headquarters and be promoted to the 3rd level. For a salted fish like Suoluo, this is a situation he doesn't want to see. Moreover, with Crocus's character, he would listen to his own words obediently there. At that time, it is inevitable to do it. Just thinking about it, Suoluo finds it troublesome. Forget it. No, I'm just a doctor. Seeing that Suoluo didn't mean to arrest himself, Crocus also ended the topic. As for Suoluo's identity, he didn't bother to inquire. Simply talked to Suoluo about the origin of the whale Laboon. This matter will start from 50 years ago. I'm not interested. However, Crocus was interrupted as soon as he got his head. Suo Luo also ate all the food in the can and added fresh water. Suo Luo knew the story of Laboon a long time ago, and through Laboon's actions, the Straw Hat Group has not yet turned upside down the mountain. This made Suo Luo a little surprised. I don't know if it was Dragon who rescued Luffy this time, which delayed his adventure, or some other reason, but this is not important. The important thing is that Luffy will definitely prevent Laboon from hitting Redline. Since someone is intervening, then just be a spectator. What a weird person. Seeing Suo Luo's attitude, Crocus couldn't help but vomit, turned back to his room, and found out the fishing boat. I don't have a boat here, only this. If it goes well, I should be able to stick to the next island. When you get there, it might be easier to find a boat, Crocus explained, holding the canoe. However, he was still more curious in his heart. Are you really the upside-down mountain swimming through? Thinking of the turbulent ocean current, Crocus felt dangerous. Relying on the physical body to swim across the upside-down mountain in one breath, what kind of physical constitution does this have? Even on Roger's boat, few people can compare Suo Luo. What's wrong? Suo Luo glanced at the canoe. The hull is also 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, and without sails, they can only be rowed with wood pulp. Fortunately, his physical strength is stronger than ordinary people. Reluctantly deal with it. Then, Suo Luo thanked Crocus, took the canoe one by one, put it on his shoulders, bent his knees slightly, and then straightened it hard. In an instant, a force burst from Suo Luo's toes, leaving a spiderweb-like crack on the island. Soon, Suo Luo carried the canoe and landed on the way out. Both power and speed surprised Crocus. It's not even an exaggeration to say, it's Crocus, who didn't even see Suo Luo's movements clearly. This guy's physical skills are not trivial. For a moment, Crocus couldn't help feeling ashamed. He also believed Suo Luo's words. It is very possible, really relying on the body to swim over the upside-down mountain. What a terrible man. Looking at Suo Luo's leading back, Crocus put his hands around his chest and let out a sigh of emotion. There was even a strong hunch in his heart. Suo Luo, Marine, one day, will stand at the apex of the strongest. However, what he didn't even dream of was that when he returned to the house, he suddenly found a gold coin lying on the corner of the table, which seemed to be used to cover the cost of the canoe and food. As for Suo Luo, he came out of Laboon's body without looking back, then threw the wooden boat into the sea, jumped up, picked up the wood pulp, and started paddling. It really helped a lot. Although swimming to the next island is not a problem, paddling is always easier than swimming. Moreover, Crocus also prepared food and fresh water for himself. Obviously he is a pirate, but he has a good heart. However, it is precisely because Crocus is a pirate that Suo Luo did not deliberately act like a weak person. After all, it's impossible for a person like him to go to Marine and say something. Secondly, the so-called hidden strength, as long as you haven't done it with all your strength, it is called hidden strength. It is also good to release Conqueror's Haki in Logue Town. Cut the sea in front of Hawkeye. All are just one of Suo Luo's many hole cards, and he will never expose his full power in front of anyone. That's enough. But then again, this is the entrance to the Grand Line. It's the only place where you can choose a route. According to Suo Luo's impression, there are about 7 routes here. Each one can reach the ultimate island, Raftel, and only one of them is the route of Straw Hat Luffy. It is also the route that Suo Luo, a traverser, understands the deepest. The advantage is naturally omniscience, but the disadvantage is that you may encounter Luffy. But then again, even if you choose another route, it may not be without any trouble. It would be better to use this understanding of the plot to stay away from trouble as much as possible. And, once you get close to the calm belt, it means you won't encounter any pirates. It can also stay away from Luffy, the troublemaker. The most important thing is that the calm belt can go straight to Impel Down and then pass through the Gate of Justice, which is Marineford. It's a good shortcut. Thinking about going, Suo Luo finally determined his route and set off for the next island. But, this time it seemed the goddess of luck was smiling. After about 2 or 3 hours of paddling, a small sailboat came towards him, and judging from the flag hanging on it, it seems to be a pirate ship. There is no need for manpower to paddle, and there is a room where you can sleep. For a while, Suo Luo's eyes flashed with excitement. Next second, Suo Luo jumped directly onto the ship's deck. However, a graceful female figure suddenly made him not calm down. Vivi? The 2 people in front of Suo Luo. A man in a green suit, with a beard in the shape of a number 9 trimmed on his face, orange hair, and a golden crown. It is the Cotter member of the Baroque Work Club, Mr. 9. The girl standing behind him wore aqua blue ponytails, hung down to the waist, matched with a green jacket, white shorts, and a pair of white mid-boots of the same color. As a traverser, Suo Luo will naturally not mistake this guy. She appears to be a member of the Baroque Job Club, Mr. Wednesday. But in fact, it was the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. It is also a very popular female character in the story of One Piece. I didn't expect that I would meet Vivi here. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain, and quickly realized what was going on now. If you guessed right, Vivi and Mr. Nine should be planning to solve the whale Laboon. And there, because of Laboon's relationship, the sailboat was damaged. So when I came back, I had to board Luffy's boat. This is also very reasonable. After all, Vivi appeared in Xuanzixia, can't he swim there? Marine. Vivi and Mr. Nine looked at each other, but they didn't expect to meet Marine in such a place. In fact, this is what Suo Luo did not expect. It stands to reason that he really doesn't want to have anything to do with Vivi. However, when he boarded the boat, Suo Luo didn't think so much that his sudden force smashed the small canoe. If I go down now, I guess I can only swim to Whiskey Peak. After thinking for a second, Suo Luo broke the silence at this time. I want to requisition your ship as a marine. He decided to let Vivi take himself to Whiskey Peak, where he could get a sailing boat. Then he parted ways with Vivi. She went to her twin gorges. Go to your own marine ford by yourself. Well water does not offend river water. Hey, even if you are Marine, you can't requisition our ship in a word? And, how can Marine act alone? Mr. Nine refused on the spot. An inexplicable guy wanted to requisition their ship. This kind of thing is too outrageous. Moreover, the ghost knows if this guy is a pirate, so he grabbed Marine's uniform before appearing here. Secondly, he is a cotter of the Baroque Work Club. Next second, Mr. Nine decisively gripped the baseball bat he was carrying with him, and in just an instant, he rushed to Suo Luo, raised his weapon with one hand, pointed it at Suo Luo's neck and slammed it down. Prepare to stun this guy. However, Mr. Nine's movements are as slow as a slide in Suo Luo's eyes. He shook his head helplessly, and pressed the smashed baseball bat with just one finger. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled noise, the baseball bat suddenly stopped moving, producing an impact on Mr. Nine. In an instant, his tiger's mouth was torn on the spot because he couldn't bear the power, and blood gushed out from it. Immediately after that, I felt a sharp pain sweeping from the palm to the entire arm, as if the bones were shattered. Ah! The scream made Wei Wei's scalp numb, and the raised whip suddenly hung in the air, so she didn't dare to fall down. Mr. Nine stepped back again and again. The severe pain caused him to sweat in cold sweat, and eventually lost his balance and sat down on the deck. The 5 fingers couldn't grasp it, and the baseball bat fell to the ground. Princess Vivi was even more dumbfounded on the spot. The Baroque Job Club is Alabasta's secret crime company, and everyone in the club never uses their real names. All are called by code names. At the same time, the smaller the number of the senior agent code, the stronger the strength. And Mr. Nine can get this code name. It shows that he is a senior cotter of the work club. The strength is not weak. Result: I was defeated by the Marine in front of me with a single finger. How strong is his strength? Just as Vivi was so stunned, Suo Luo spoke again. You guys, are you pirates? But this time, Suo Luo directly burst out a murderous look. Although it can't be said to be strong, it is more than enough to deal with weak people like Vivi. The powerful aura crushed in an instant. It makes it difficult for Vivi to even breathe. She staggered, trying to stay away from Suo Luo, but stepped on her whip on her back heel, and fell to the ground with a plop. Suddenly, an unprecedented thought flooded Vivi's brain. If her answer makes the other person dissatisfied, she will die. No, not. Vivi was trembling, and he quickly denied that he was a pirate. And Mr. Nine did not get there. That's good. After getting the answer he wanted, Suo Luo put away his aura. He already knew Vivi's true identity. As for Mr. Nine, although he joined the Baroque Job Club, he is not a bad guy himself. From the beginning, Suo Luo didn't want to hurt them. The reason for this is just to allow them to take themselves to the nearest island. Once there, everyone parted ways. Just ask Alabasta, and Vivi won't know his name. In that case, turn around and take me to the nearest island. While Suo Luo was talking, he simply sat on the deck. And just like two people, Vivi and Mr. Nine looked at each other, crying without tears in their hearts. There was no other way except to obey Suo Luo's orders. You can only change the direction of sailing and return to Whiskey Peak. In any case, let's get there first. But, as Suo Luo returned to the lazy state, Vivi's mood eased a lot. Although she was still a little afraid of this man, she still became curious about him. Especially the atmosphere of returning home made her feel a little depressed. My name is Wednesday. I am a resident of Whiskey Peak. Where can I send you? Vivi asked tentatively. But in other words, why do you appear in such a place alone? Marine's words are generally based on troops, right? Seeing that Suo Luo did not resist, Vivi continued to ask. The reason for this, in addition to curiosity, is also to inquire about more information. Use this to judge whether Suo Luo is a dangerous person or not. My ship ran into some trouble and sank, Suo Luo answered casually. To some extent, what Suo Luo said is true. Seeing Suo Luo's answer, Vivi also made up some information. It must have been a pirate encounter at sea. In the end, only Suoluo survived. After all, a person as strong as him would probably not leave his partner to escape because of fear of death. For a while, Vivi felt a little sympathetic to Suoluo. Then, "What's your name?" "Name?" Suoluo didn't expect Vivi to ask questions. He was silent for a while. "Call me Smoker." After a period of sailing, Suoluo followed Vivi, Mr. 9 to Whiskey Peak. This is the first island that the Straw Hat Pirates landed after entering the Grand Line. On the surface it is a small town that welcomes pirates, but in fact it is a gathering place for pirate hunters. At the same time, it is also a subordinate branch of Baroque Work Club. Many pirates who entered the Grand Line were buried here, but Suoluo is not worried about his situation. As the mayor here, after seeing Vivi return to the voyage, Ikalim immediately called people to prepare for him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't Vivi just going to sea for a long time? Why did you come back so soon? Is something wrong? Ikarim's face was flat on the surface, but he couldn't help worrying in his heart. His true identity is actually the captain of Alabasta's guard. It was the Baroque Work Club that he entered just to protect the safety of Princess Vivi secretly, and mixed into the identity of an intermediate agent. And considering that the pirates will only bring disaster and trouble to Alabasta, so he didn't feel guilty about hunting pirates over the years. Soon, Vivi's boat docked at the pier, took Suoluo and Mr. 9 to get off the boat, and asked the people of Ikalim to entertain Suoluo warmly. "Marine?" Noting Suoluo's dress, Ikarim couldn't help being surprised. "I don't understand how Princess Vivi met Marine." "Thank you, Wednesday." Suoluo expressed his gratitude to Vivi when he saw this, and simply decided to rest here, then requisitioned a sailboat and left. As for those troubles with Vivi, naturally, Luffy helped her solve it. In a short while, Suoluo disappeared from Vivi's sight. Call. At this time, Vivi also covered his chest, his tone relaxed. "So, what is the situation now? Aren't you going to solve that whale?" Seeing no one was around, Ikarim simply resumed his honorifics. "Also, what's the matter with that marine?" "I'm about to tell you about it, Ikarim." Vivi paused for a moment, then talked about what happened in the ocean. When Ikalim heard Vivi say Suoluo's name, his eyes went wide and he couldn't help looking in the direction Suoluo was leaving. "Is that person Smoker?" "Smoker, is it famous?" Vivi was taken aback when he saw this. She has been with Ikalim for a long time, and she knows Ikalim's character very well. Just a name makes him show such an expression. It's really rare. If that guy is really the Smoker I know, then he is definitely better than you think. Then, Ikarim recounted what he knew. What a white hunter. What an I can't tolerate a pirate. And many more. So that's the case. Vivi suddenly realized when he heard this, no wonder he exudes such murderous aura when he mistakes us for pirates. Until now, when I think of that scene, Vivi still feels scared. However, I have only heard about Smoker, but haven't seen it. As for whether he is the Smoker, it is better not to be arbitrary. Ikarim thought for a moment. I did not see Suoluo on the reward order. Even if you kill him, you won't get the bounty. And he was still alone in a marine uniform. There is really no motive to shoot him. Anyway, after entertaining him, give him a small sailboat and let him leave here. Seeing that Ikalim couldn't confirm Suoluo's identity, Vivi gave up, and so ordered. Well, it has to be so. In this matter, Ikarim has the same attitude as Vivi. So in the next time, Ikalim led the residents of the town to entertain Suoluo in an extremely enthusiastic manner. Not only introduced him to the culture of this small town, but also carefully prepared a variety of food. And Vivi plans to go to sea with Mr. 9 again to find food. Otherwise, the two of them would not be able to deal with the boss of the Baroque Job Club. After 2 days and 1 night's rest, Suoluo's marine uniform was completely dry. Then he brought some food and prepared to leave here. In short, thank you for your care these days. Although Suoluo always has the character of a salted fish, he is not a person who takes the good of others to himself for granted. Just before leaving, Suoluo expressed his gratitude to Ikalim, and left part of his money to Ikalim. The money is enough to pay for the food these days, as well as the cost of the boat. While talking, Suoluo threw a purse at Ikarim. This sudden scene made Ikarim unexpected. He caught the purse subconsciously, heavier than he expected. Not to mention just 2 days, just 1 week, I am afraid it is more than enough. For a while, Ikarim couldn't help but believe that Suoluo was marine, not a pirate. Ikarim nodded, and simply reminded Suoluo kindly. The current situation in Alabasta is a bit turbulent. Although it is not clear what the purpose of Suoluo's trip is, it is better to be careful when passing there. In this way, after a few more words of greeting, the two said goodbye. As for Princess Vivi, Suoluo didn't ask any extra words. He was too lazy to ask. Anyway, there are Luffy. There is no need to worry about Crocodile. However, just as Suoluo was about to leave here, an explosion suddenly sounded in the town. Rumble. This sudden scene instantly attracted Ikaram's attention, and he subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from. A blaze rushed into the sky. Then came thick smoke billowing upwards, like a gray mushroom cloud in full bloom. Grunt. Ikaram rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In his heart, an unknown premonition also followed. But, before Ikaram had time to act, a man dressed as a rock singer walked out from the corner of the street. He puts his hands in kabuto, with a high attitude. No one else, but one of the senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. 5. On the contrary, Suoluo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. It's just this time. I met people from the Baroque Job Club, and Mr. 5 quickly noticed Suoluo, especially the marine uniform on Suoluo, which made him startled. Let him be more certain that his intelligence is true and reliable. Mr. 8, I only ask you once, Mr. Wednesday, that guy, where is it now? Mr. 5 asked with a low voice. Mr. 8, regarding this question, I advise you to think it over before answering it. As soon as Mr. 5's voice fell, another female voice sounded. We now know the true identity of Mr. Wednesday. If you don't want to die here, you'd better tell us honestly that she is there. Ikalam and Suoluo followed the prestige and saw a young woman holding an umbrella sitting on the roof of a building on the side of the street, looking down at the two of them condescendingly. It is another senior agent of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. Valentine. Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine. Suoluo couldn't help but a black line on his face. The appearance of the two of them at Whiskey Peak means that the identity of Princess Vivi has been identified by Crocodile, and issued an order to kill her. But, according to Suoluo's memory, it develops according to the normal plot. The pursuit of Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine should be after Vivi brought Luffy and others back to Whiskey Peak. But now, Vivi has not yet gone to sea to hunt the whale Laboon and many more. Suoluo reacted in an instant. When she met Vivi, she did not see Laboon, but she was not far away from the Twin Gorges. Coupled with the return flight, and the time to rest here, now it happens to be connected to the timeline for Mr. 5 to hunt down Vivi. Not only that, there is also the route of the Straw Hat Pirates. The reason why they choose Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Alabasta and other routes. It was because Vivi and Mr. 9 asked Luffy to give them a ride, which led to the confirmation of Luffy's sailing route. The result is now, because of his own relationship, Vivi did not meet Luffy according to the original plot. In other words, it is very likely that Luffy will not take this route anymore. After suddenly realizing this, Suoluo was stunned on the spot. And Ikaram shook his head at Mr. 5 without thinking. I don't know. The reason why he joined the Baroque Job Club was to protect Vivi in secret. How could they easily inform them of Vivi's whereabouts now? Not only him, but also the people in the whole town. They gathered here from all directions. In fact, before Suoluo and Ikalam met Mr. 5, he and Valentine had been inquiring about Vivi's whereabouts, and they caused battle after battle. However, the bounty hunters gathered here will be opponents of Mr. 5. He noticed that these people rushed towards him. He still had a calm expression, his right hand slowly left his pocket, and he dug his nostril. Next second, Mr. 5 pointed the booger dug out at these bounty hunters, and then flicked it lightly. And such an attack method, naturally, that person will not be deliberately careful. In an instant, Mr. 5's booger flew in front of these bounty hunters, and then emitted a dazzling glare. Rumble. The sound is deafening, and the firelight illuminates the whole street. Countless bounty hunters flew out in the explosion, fell heavily to the ground, and were seriously injured. The power gap between the two sides is like cloud and mud. Guru. Seeing the tragedy of the towners, Ikaram couldn't help rolling his throat and swallowed nervously. He knew very well in his heart that the lower the number, the stronger the ranking of the Baroque Job Club. He is not the opponent of this guy at all. Thinking of this, Ikaram had to turn around to look at Suoluo, and put all the money bags in his hand back to him. Mr. Smoker, I don't need your money. By now, Ikaram had nothing to hide. Actually, my true identity is the captain of Alabasta's guard, and Mr. Wednesday, she is the princess of Alabasta. The reason why she joined the Baroque Job Club is only to investigate their criminal evidence. Ikalam pressed Suoluo's shoulders with both hands, feeling very excited. In fact, this is also helpless. Although he wanted to protect Princess Vivi personally, he knew he didn't have that strength. And, if the Marine in front of him is a special agent of the Baroque Agency, he can solve Vivi while on the ship. There is no need to pretend until now. Secondly, the direction in which the explosion sounded was also the location where all the ships docked. In other words, Mr. 5 cut off Vivi's escape route from the very beginning. Based on this relationship, Ikaram can only pin his hopes on Suoluo, Marine. On the contrary, Suoluo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. He really didn't want to be involved in Alabasta. And, myself, Vivi, and Ikaram are just a fate. Do these guys really believe in themselves so easily? They don't worry. Are they in the same group with the Baroque Job Club? It's not. Soon, Suoluo denied this idea. In this situation, Ikaram has no second choice at all. Even if he has a strict mouth, he would rather die than say where he is slightly. In terms of the size of the town, how long can Vivi hide? It was only a matter of time before it was found out. Please, Lord Smoker, please protect Princess Vivi anyway. Ikaram's eyes were extremely sincere. This is the request of my life. Then, Ikaram ignored Suo Luo's reaction and directly told the whereabouts of Princess Vivi. Actually, Vivi doesn't know that Mr. Five and Mr. Valentine are chasing her. She did not deliberately hide. It's just resting in a certain room. As for these two guys, I will resist. When he finished speaking, Ikaram ignored Suo Luo's reaction and turned around on the spot to face Mr. Five. In the next second, Ikaram's curly hair stretched out the black barrel. In any case, I won't let you hurt Princess Vivi. Ikaram roared loudly at Mr. Five, and then decisively launched an attack. Da-da-da. The sound of machine gun firing suddenly resounded throughout the street. The rain of bullets blocked all the retreat of Mr. Five. At the same time as the fire was blazing, the billowing smoke lifted from the ground and rolled upwards, instantly enveloping Mr. Five. Really, an overweight guy. At this moment, Mr. Valentine looked directly at Ikaram's behavior. With a very disdainful tone, she stood up from the edge of the roof, her legs were brought together, and jumped up. Soon, Mr. Valentine fell from the air and smashed Ikaram's body impartially. Bang! With a loud noise, Ikaram was crushed underneath by Mr. Valentine on the spot, and because the street couldn't withstand the impact, it shattered instantly, leaving a spiderweb-like crack. Ikaram was killed on the spot. Weight and sublimation. Sitting on Ikaram, Mr. Valentine instantly lifted his weight to 1,000 kilograms. It was equivalent to the weight of half an elephant, and it was firmly crushed on Ikaram's body. Not only made him unable to move, but he even felt a little difficult to breathe. I am a person who has the ability to eat light lion fruit. I can freely change my weight. Once my weight reaches 10,000 kilograms, all the internal organs of your body will be crushed by me. Mr. Valentine introduced his abilities without hesitation. She can kill a guy like Ikaram at any time. If you don't want to die so ugly, it's better to tell us, Mr. Joe. No, you should call her Princess Vivi. Where is she? At the same time, the billowing smoke that Ikaram raised with his machine gun began to dissipate. Mr. Five is not only safe and sound, but also has no bruises on his body. The strength between the two sides is judged by the superior. But Vivi didn't drop Ikaram or shivered in fear. Maybe her strength is not strong, but she has courage and will, but she doesn't lose anyone. After hearing the noise, Vivi rushed here non-stop. When she saw that Ikaram would rather die in order to protect her whereabouts, she did not hesitate to raise the whip and shook it towards Mr. Valentine. And Mr. Nine followed Vivi closely, and at a glance he recognized that Mr. Five and Mr. Valentine were both members of the Baroque Working Society. Click! I saw Mr. Valentine grabbing the flying whip easily, and then pulled it hard. The overwhelming force immediately made Vivi lose his balance, grabbed the ground with his head, and fell to the ground with a plop. You guys, what do you want to do to my partner? Although Mr. Nine was yelling, his voice was trembling because of fear. He knew in his heart that he could not be the opponent of Mr. Five and Mr. Valentine, but at this moment he still waved the baseball bat bravely and rushed up quickly. However, in the next second, Mr. Five appeared behind him, slowly raised his right foot and kicked Mr. Nine's A*****. Bang! Mr. Nine's A*** exploded on the spot, and the power of terror sent him away. For a time, everyone in the town was easily suppressed by the duo. Princess Vivi. Ikaram gritted his teeth, his face in pain. Seeing Vivi lying on the ground, he was both worried and anxious. But Mr. Valentine was pressed on him like a hill. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. To make matters worse, from the moment Mr. Valentine sat on him, her weight has been increasing and never stopped. By now, her weight has reached 2,000 kilograms. It is equivalent to the weight of an adult elephant. If he were replaced by ordinary people, he would have been crushed to death a long time ago. Princess Vivi, why, you have to run here, you should have escaped. Ikaram gritted his teeth, his facial features twisted together, making him look a little hideous. He is not worried about his situation. The big deal is to die for the country. But in case Princess Vivi has any shortcomings, then Alabasta will completely lose hope. Ikaram, I can't leave you here regardless, Vivi said without thinking about it. Although her strength is very weak, but at this moment, she resolutely stood up. Then, there was a bang, kicked to the ground by Mr. Five. Not only that, this time Mr. Five took a step forward and stepped on Princess Vivi's back. Although Mr. Five does not have the overwhelming weight of Mr. Valentine, as a senior agent of the Baroque Work Agency, he has the power to crush the current Vivi. Stepped her on the ground, unable to break free. Soon, Mr. Five even raised his right hand and dug his nostrils again. I am an explosive person who ate the fruit of the explosion. A violent explosion can occur anywhere on my body. Before the final execution of Vivi, Mr. Five did not forget to explain his abilities. In his opinion, there is no possibility of a comeback for Vivi now. Her death, it is destined. And all of this, to blame, can only be blamed on her overpowering. Have to fight against the Baroque Work Club. Stop it, you be asterisk 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 D. Calum watched as Mr. Five aimed his nose at Vivi's head, and couldn't help tears. Pouch. And Mr. Valentine's weight at this time has soared to 3,000 kilograms, further squeezing Karam's internal organs, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood on the spot. Above it is a fragment with a few internal organs. Mr. Nine, as well as other bounty hunters, desperately wanted to stand up and rescue Princess Vivi, but it can't be done at all. It's that Princess Vivi couldn't help crying. However, this cry was not for herself, but for the innocent people of Alabasta. For a while, the atmosphere became desperate. It's over, Princess of Alabasta, Mr. Five made a low voice and threw his booger out. But at this moment, Ikaram seemed to suddenly remember something important. With all his strength, he shouted out his request. Lord Smoker, save the princess. The sound resounded throughout Whiskey Peak. In the next moment, Ikaram's voice was completely submerged in the explosion. A black mushroom cloud rose to the sky. Bloom at Whiskey Peak. Bounty Hunter. Mr. Nine, Calum. All stood there blankly, feeling a blank brain. It was as if the last faith in life had completely collapsed. That kind of explosion, with Princess Vivi's body, could not survive at all. However, just when everyone subconsciously thought that Princess Vivi was bound to die, Mr. Five couldn't help but lowered his head. Princess Vivi is still under him, and safe and sound. Next second, Mr. Five looked back in the other direction. The booger that I threw out unexpectedly exploded in the other half of the town. No one was hurt, and Mr. Five didn't remember that he threw his nose over there. The order I received was to execute Vivi, but not to get any information from her mouth. Hello, Mr. Five, what are you doing? Mr. Valentine frowned and couldn't help but complain about Mr. Five. Quickly kill Vivi and go back for business. Otherwise, if the boss gets angry, the consequences will be disastrous. Not me, Mr. Five answered without thinking about it, and then he suddenly realized that he turned to look at the third person standing here besides him and his partner. Suo Luo, it was you just now? Marine, Mr. Five looked directly at Suo Luo and asked loudly. Apart from him, Mr. Five couldn't think of anyone else who could stop him. I am not, don't talk nonsense. Suo Luo shook his head on the spot and denied, however, don't you think it's a bit too much to bully a girl like this? Suo Luo and Mr. Five have four eyes facing each other, and his tone is very flat. Although he is a traverser and has a certain understanding of the evil deeds of the Baroque Work Society, he does not want to participate in these things, because even if you do nothing, Crocodile will be defeated. Why push yourself into the pit? Secondly, who is Crocodile? 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. The attitude of the world government towards Shishibukai has always been difficult to describe. Once Shishibukai is defeated, it will only make everyone question the judgment of the world government. In other words, even for its own face, the world government must maintain Shishibukai. For those who defeat Shishibukai, they are bound to launch a carpet investigation. At that time, I am afraid that I will be involved in greater trouble. Secondly, the smoker guy is also in Alabasta. If he had a conflict with Crocodile, it was likely to attract Smoker's attention and let him discover that he had been hiding his strength for so many years. Just thinking about these consequences, Suo Luo finds it troublesome. Therefore, he really didn't want to get involved with the people of the Baroque Job Club at all. After all, he doesn't like to say any bloody big words, and he doesn't have any secondary thoughts that the greater the ability and the greater the responsibility. He is just an ordinary person with no desires. Want to stay quietly in a place salted fish. But watching a group of little boys bullying a little girl, if not encountered, that's fine, but let myself meet. How could it be indifferent? People are not vegetation, how can they stop when they are square, and roll when they are round? Looking at Vivi, who is still strong when he is dying, looked at Mr. Five who is bullying, sinister and vicious. Are you talking to me? Mr. Five looked Suo Luo up and down, then raised his right hand, and once again dug out a booger, which was twice as large as before. Although Suo Luo is now wearing Marine's uniform, Mr. Five is not scared at all. From the beginning, he had no intention of staying alive here, and just kill everyone present. Naturally, no one knows that he has shot against Marine. Heard the words of Mr. Five. Mr. Valentine on the side couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckled. It seems to be laughing at Suo Luo's ignorance. Marines like Suo Luo, they don't know how many they have killed. The Baroque Job Club's orders are absolute. No one can resist. It's Marine, not two. Next second, Mr. Five flicked hard and threw his nose at Suo Luo. However, Even the full-speed blow of Mr. 5 is as slow as a slide in Suo Luo's eyes. He just shifted his steps to the left, and Mr. 5's booger passed him by. Rumble! The booger finally hit another building, and the flame shot straight into the sky, and a wave of heat swept across in all directions. And Suo Luo, there was no movement to even glance back. Real man, never looked back at the explosion. You are right, I agree. Suo Luo took a deep breath and nodded slightly, agreeing very much with Mr. 5's words. Just kill all the people here. No one knows that he is an enemy of the Baroque Job Club. Thank you for giving me a reason to kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Suo Luo grasped Zanpakuto tightly on his waist and flicked it with one hand. Cut with a knife. A silver arc spread out like ripples. Before Mr. 5 could react, this arc had already passed through his body. In an instant, Mr. 5 stood blankly on the spot. It wasn't until Suo Luo took Zanpakuto back the scabbard that he realized that Suo Luo had made a move. As for the action of drawing the knife, he did not see clearly. The other bounty hunters who were watching this battle did not even see Suo Luo's moves. Because of the speed, it's so fast. Their eyesight can't catch it at all. Who are you? Mr. 5's face suddenly became pale, and his voice was even more trembling. Soon, blood oozes from the corners of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Not only that, Mr. 5's upper body, in a very strange scene, began to separate from the waist position and slowly tilted forward until it fell to the ground with a plop. Vivi's eyes went round suddenly, his face was startled, and he quickly moved his hips back. And Mr. Valentine was even more dumbfounded on the spot. As Mr. 5's partner, she naturally knows how strong his strength is. Result, was he cut by Suo Luo in just one round? And, when did it happen? Suo Luo, when did he make the move? Why didn't I see anything? In fact, it is not just Mr. Valentine, everyone present has the same question. What happened just now? Can anyone explain? Why did Mr. 5, who had been arrogant to the point of failing, suddenly fall down? And the wound on his body is too smooth, right? Is this really what swordsmanship can do? You fellow. Mr. Valentine stood up from Ikarim with a loud voice, his pupils dilated, and he looked at Suo Luo in horror and anger. Soon, Mr. Valentine lowered his weight to 1 kilogram, opened the umbrella in his hand, exerted a little force on his toes, and instantly jumped to an altitude of 30 meters. Now she is not only avenging Mr. 5, but also for herself. She has an ominous premonition in her heart. Or, get rid of this marine by yourself. Or, die tragically here. And she didn't want the latter to happen anyway. In an instant, Mr. Valentine directly climbed his weight to 10,000 kilograms. This is the limit of her body now. A full 10 tons of weight, plus a fall of more than 30 meters. The shock is enough to kill an adult whale in seconds. Go to hell, you marine. 10,000 kilograms top pressure. Even in the process of Mr. Valentine falling down, the kinetic energy generated instantly lifted the air, forming a terrifying air current, spreading out towards the surroundings. In an instant, the bounty hunter who had finally stood up flew out on the spot. Boom, boom, thump. The impact sounded one after another, and countless bounty hunters passed out. However, facing Mr. Valentine who sat down, Suo Luo still stood there, not even hiding. Boom. A loud noise rang through Whiskey Peak, and Mr. Valentine's *** collided strongly with Suo Luo's shoulder. The shock wave spread to all directions like ripples, and instantly shattered the street under Suo Luo's feet. It left a shocking crack, like a huge spider web. The buildings on both sides, because they could not withstand the pressure of this shock, fell apart on the spot and turned into pieces of rubble. But the worst is Mr. Valentine, even with a weight of 10,000 kilograms, it can't overwhelm Suo Luo. On the contrary, the majestic impact force directly acted into Mr. Valentine's body, shattering all her 5 internal organs and 6 lungs. Pouch! I saw Mr. Valentine spray a mouthful of blood against his umbrella, and then his body rolled down from Suo Luo's shoulder. Mr. Valentine rolled off Suo Luo, fell to the ground, and died instantly. Ikarim was lying on the ground, just in time to see Mr. Valentine's death. He couldn't help blinking, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how to explain the scene in front of you? First, Mr. 5 was inexplicably divided into 2. Then came the sudden death of Mr. Valentine. What did Suo Luo do? Who can explain? Moreover, Mr. Valentine is a fruit-capable person and can adjust his weight at will. The weight she was sitting on herself just now has indeed reached the ton level. The result was smashed on Suo Luo, and it had no effect at all. For a while, Ikarim's heart could not help but be completely convinced. The marine man in front of him is the white hunter who frightened countless pirates, Smoker. Good. Only the man Smoker can defeat Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine so easily. Ikarim suddenly realized in his heart, and at the same time felt fortunate. Princess Vivi chose to bring Smoker back to Whiskey Peak at this time. It was so wise. Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine were defeated. At the corner of the street, Mr. 9 sat on the ground with a look of confusion. Moreover, this is nothing, Suoluo took a lot of effort to defeat the two. It's a spike on the spot. In other words, this means that Suoluo's current strength is far superior to that of Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine. Among them, the bounty of Mr. 5 is as high as 10 million berry. The strength is stronger than the branch kernel. As a result, a quick kill. I've heard before that Smoker's strength is not inferior to Commodore of Naval Headquarters. It's just that he is too selfish and often ignores superiors' orders for action, so he has never been promoted. It now appears that the rumors are true. A bounty hunter lying on the ground couldn't help but say, to be a bounty hunter, you must be familiar with pirates and marine. He has heard a lot of rumors about Smoker. It's just that I haven't had a chance to see it. The strength of Commodore, is it so terrifying? I didn't even see his drawing of the knife. Me too. We are saved thanks to Mr. Smoker. Bounty hunters who haven't lost consciousness can't help but start talking. While shocked by Suoluo's powerful strength, they were also very grateful to Suoluo. He not only saved his life, at the same time, also saved Alabasta. Otherwise, Vivi is mainly solved by Mr. 5. They really don't know what to do, especially Ikarim. He clenched his teeth, his 5 senses twisted together due to pain, his hands tried his best to support his body and stand up. Now Ikarim, even breathing, will cause great pain. Lord Smoker, please. However, as soon as Ikalim spoke, he was interrupted. He looked subconsciously and found that it was Princess Vivi. Mr. Ikram, please leave it to me next. Vivi slowly stood up from the ground, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and then took 3 steps and 2 steps before walking to Ikarim. It is completely different from the previous image that looked like a bad luck. Although Vivi looks embarrassed at this time, raising his hands and feet gives people a very dignified feeling. Especially her eyes are extremely firm. In full view, Vivi folded his hands in front of him and bowed to Suoluo in gratitude. If it weren't for Suoluo's rescue today, then she and the people in the town will definitely be wiped out. She is very aware of the methods of those people in the Baroque Job Club. These guys will never leave anything alive. As Princess Alabasta, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Vivi said loudly. At the same time, she was also very clear in her heart. Although Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine were solved by Suoluo, their identities have been exposed. The boss of the Baroque Job Club will never let go of himself. On this route back to Alabasta, there must be other killers coming. Based on repeated consideration, she made her request to Suoluo. Hope he can escort himself to Alabasta. The reason why Vivi is like this is partly because she has no other choice. The royal civil war is imminent. She must return to Alabasta to stop this. On the other hand, if it weren't for Suoluo, he would have died long ago. So at this moment, in her heart, she naturally thinks that Suoluo is a trustworthy person. The most important thing is that Suoluo's identity is marine, not a pirate. However, Suoluo couldn't help but have a black line. He obviously saved her once. This guy, how can you avenge revenge? I don't want to participate in the messy things at all. Moreover, if I take you, the killers along the way will not end there. Soon, Vivi and Ikarim also noticed Suoluo's reluctance written on his face. Lord Smoker, for a moment, Ikarim took a decisive step forward, knelt on his knees, and knocked his forehead to the ground. Due to excessive force, the bright red bloodline spread from the wound to the stone slab. In the next second, the bounty hunters present followed the example of Ikarim and knelt in front of Suoluo. Your Excellency Smoker, please. This is my only request in Ikarim's life, not only for Princess Vivi, but also for this country. Rao Vivi didn't expect everyone to be like this. Seeing Ikarim's determination, he saw Suoluo's hesitation. She couldn't help biting her lip, and asked Suoluo loudly with a trembling voice, Mr. Smoker, to you, what is the so-called justice? Do you really have the heart to let the people of Alabasta die in wars that shouldn't happen? At the same time, inside a mysterious office in Alabasta, a man with a cigar was sitting alone at a table, on which there was a phone worm for contact. Its image can be said to be exactly the same as Mr. 5. Actually, this man and Mr. 5 have been using the phone worm to keep in touch. The death of Mr. 5, and the speeches of Princess Vivi and others. He heard everything clearly through the phone worm. And this man, no one else, is the boss behind Mr. 5. Established the Mr. Zero of the Baroque Work Club in one hand. Sand crocodile. At this time, he couldn't help but his face was livid, because he heard a name many times. Smoker, the famous white hunter. At the same time, he was also a disciple of the original Marine Admiral Zephyr. However, Crocodile never dreamed that the fellow Smoker would intervene in his own affairs. If it's that man, Mr. 5, their strength is really not enough. However, you want to be my enemy, Smoker, you are not qualified. There was a flash of killing intent in Crocodile's eyes, and then he grabbed another phone worm and contacted his subordinates, hundreds of millions of elders. Seeing Vivi, Ikaram, and the many bounty hunters gathered in the town so sincere, Suoluo finally relaxed and allowed Vivi and the others to board the boat and go to Alabasta with them. At the same time, it is worth mentioning that Mr. Five and Mr. Valentine were able to ensure the death of Princess Vivi. Before they started, they deliberately blew up all the boats on Whiskey Peak, so as not to escape Princess Vivi. However, the two of them are not dead men. After solving Princess Vivi, it is natural to need Alabasta to deal with each other, so they deliberately left their own boat. Now, it has naturally become Suoluo's trophy. In other words, Suoluo is the only person on Whiskey Peak who has a boat. That's all. Suoluo, Princess Vivi, and Ikalam, Mr. Nine, head to Alabasta together. As the captain, Suoluo began to give orders. The task of sailing was handed over to Ikaram and Mr. Nine, and he tried to draw a line with Vivi. Try not to talk too much with her. However, Vivi doesn't think so. She thought about it all afternoon in her room. In the end, he decided to tell Suoluo everything he knew. So Vivi left his room, went to the deck, and walked towards Suoluo, who was enjoying the sun. Ikaram also seemed to realize something, and stayed away from them as much as possible. Mr. Smoker. Vivi plucked up courage and spoke slowly. What's the matter? Suoluo glanced at Vivi, and answered casually. After this period of contact, he also adapted to others calling himself Smoker. Actually, this incident is really unintentional. According to Suoluo's original idea, he just wanted to requisition Vivi's boat, and when he arrived on the next island, he parted ways with her. Stay away from her. And, before the Alabasta incident completely broke out, leave that ghost place. Go to Marineford. But who knows, my idea is just that inch. It just happened to run into Mr. Five. They couldn't screw Vivi again. After the episode, the other party gradually became convinced that he was Smoker. Ugh, hope this kind of thing will not have any effect on Smoker. Have you heard of the Baroque Job Club? Just when Suoluo was thinking about these things in his heart, Vivi spoke slowly, leading to the topic of the Baroque Work Agency. I haven't heard of it, and I'm not interested. Suoluo answered without thinking. The implication is to hope that Vivi will not bother him. However, Vivi only froze for a moment, and then went on. About the civil war in Alabasta, drought, all kinds of problems, Vivi unreservedly told them all. It is precisely in order to investigate the man behind all of this that I, as Mr. Wednesday, sneaked into the Baroque Work Agency as an undercover agent. It turned out that the chief culprit of all this was the president of the Baroque Job Club. Vivi made a loud noise, thinking that this kind of thing was enough to attract Suoluo's attention. Unexpectedly, this guy is still indifferent. This makes Vivi feel a little uncomfortable. And the people who established the Baroque Work Club and tried to take Alabasta. It's the famous pirate. In order for Suoluo to change the pervert degree, Vivi deliberately increased the tone of the word pirate. After all, Smoker is the marine who hates the existence of pirates. He is Crocodile with the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Vivi speaks surprisingly. This matter has always been little known. Rao is a senior agent of the Baroque Working Group, and he doesn't know the identity of the president. Crocodile. Suoluo had to frown deliberately when he heard this, since it's Shishibukai, it's even more inconvenient for me to shoot. He really didn't want to promise Princess Vivi. Run to fight Crocodile. And Suoluo couldn't help feeling a little strange in his heart. When Vivi and Luffy were together, it didn't seem to be so direct. Please ask Luffy to defeat Crocodile. Why are you here? But soon, Suoluo suddenly realized. After all, it's a difference in identity. Luffy is just an ordinary pirate. The bounty is not even half of Crocodile's. And this is the bounty before Crocodile became Shishibukai. Who am I now? The famous White Hunter Smoker. Although this is not my intention, Vivi takes it seriously. In her eyes, Marine strikes at the pirates. It's a matter of division. This also means that in a sense, the two of them should have a common enemy. Yes. Suddenly, Vivi's attitude seemed to change. This time, she did not wait for Suoluo to answer. Because just from Suoluo's eyes, she got the answer. This guy didn't want to be an enemy of Crocodile at all. Perhaps the so-called justice has always been a ridiculous thing in your eyes. Vivi couldn't help but complain about Suoluo, and his hands clenched into fists. Perhaps, from the very beginning, I shouldn't have counted on a savior to save this country. The only one who can save Alabasta is himself. Yes, there is no need to blame Suoluo's attitude. He just let himself recognize this thing again. I feel that this marine boy made a very wise choice. But at this moment, a soft female voice sounded on the boat. Vivi and Suoluo also looked at each other together. I saw a girl dressed like a cowboy sitting on the top of the cabin, looking down at them. And Suoluo, also by virtue of the identity of the traverser, recognized the visitor at a glance. Nico Robin. With the power you going to Alabasta is just a dead end. Robin couldn't help but started taunting Princess Vivi even, let alone Alabasta. The little garden island ahead is also a very dangerous place for you. The people there are not only powerful and very vicious. With your strength, I'm afraid I can't make it through. While talking, Robin even shot on the spot, sucking zanpakuto from Suoluo's waist and the whip from Vivi's body. Like, she has the same ability to fetch things from the air, and her attitude seems to be satirizing Vivi and Suoluo. He couldn't even hold his own weapons. With your strength, how can you defeat Crocodile? It is simply a dream. However, what Robin never dreamed of was, Suoluo's unhurried voice suddenly appeared behind her. For a moment, Robin couldn't help but stared in panic and looked towards Suoluo's position. On the recliner. No one. Suoluo disappeared? No, it's not right. Robin suddenly realized that the voice behind him was Suoluo. But, when? He obviously didn't even blink his eyes. How did Suoluo do it, flashing behind him? Click! Just as Robin stood still on the spot, Suoluo grabbed zanpakuto directly from her hand. Although this weapon looks unremarkable, it actually contains very powerful power. And this power is simply not something Robin can bear. Of course, Suoluo didn't intend to kill Robin here. He just retrieved his zanpakuto, then returned to the recliner and continued to bask in his sun. On the contrary, Robin was completely shocked by Suoluo's humble behavior. Either he suddenly flashed behind him and took zanpakuto away, or he suddenly lay back on the chair. I didn't even react. Did not feel the breath of Suoluo. This kind of thing is undoubtedly quite terrible. You know, Robin is not Mr. 5 and his like. As a descendant of O'Hara, when she was 8 years old, her bounty exceeded 80 million berry. Whether it's marine or pirates, everyone doesn't want to get her. The enemies she encountered, and the betrayal she suffered. It's simply not something ordinary people can imagine. These encounters naturally gave her strength and mentality ample training. It's not even an exaggeration to say, she was confident when she came to Vivi. If you want, you can get rid of Vivi and others in minutes. Until, Suoluo shot. This guy is probably stronger than me. No wonder he can easily deal with Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine. Robin rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, and began to mutter in his heart. Smoker, as a branch colonel, his uniform is different from ordinary marine. Moreover, this guy is only in his 20s at most, a lot younger than Smoker. This guy, who the hell is, why should I pretend to be Smoker? Why follow Vivi again? For a while, Robin couldn't help but have a lot of questions in his heart. However, she did not expose Suoluo on the spot. The reason is simple. Suoluo's uneasy behavior just now scared her completely. Appear silently to disappear silently. If it weren't for Suoluo to make a sound midway, she wouldn't even notice it. In other words, if Suoluo wanted to, he could completely take off his head at that moment. As for himself, I am afraid that he would not be able to react until the moment the head fell to the ground. This man is terrible. Even when I was with Crocodile, I didn't feel this way. No, I must get out of here quickly. Thinking of this, Robin's thoughts returned to the real world. However, although she recovered her calm on the surface, she was unable to calm down the shock of Suoluo in her heart. She took a deep breath, took out a permanent pointer from Kabuto, and threw it directly at Vivi. For this sudden scene, Vivi was also unexpected. Patter. Vivi caught the pointer and glanced down. Follow this pointer and you can bypass Little Garden. Robin spoke again and glanced at Suoluo meaningfully, and found that the other party was indifferent to it. After a pause for about a second, Robin jumped from a high altitude, over the guardrail on the deck, and landed on the back of a huge turtle. Vivi took a look. This tortoise is not only dangling a cigar, but also has a comfortable seat on its back. Obviously Robin came here riding this turtle. Instead of waiting for Vivi to ask her why she did this, Robin had already rode away without returning. This guy's pointer is probably a trap. Soon, Mr. 9 came up. He just noticed when Robin appeared, but he didn't dare to step forward. Now that Robin is gone, he can't help but express his thoughts. Now they are enemies of the Baroque Working Society. How could the other party help him kindly? Maybe, the direction that this pointer points to is exactly well-designed trap. Mr. Smoker, don't you think? Seeing that Vivi did not respond to him, Mr. 9 simply asked Suoluo, who continued to bask in the sun. Hope he can help persuade Vivi. How would I know? Suoluo glanced at Mr. 9 and said without thinking. But Robin itself is not a bad guy. In Alabasta, Robin also saved the Straw Hat Pirates many times. He also concealed important clues about Pluton from Crocodile. Said that the pointer she gave would lead them to a trap. Suoluo doesn't think so. If there are really any traps waiting for them to take the bait, Mr. 3 from Baroque Work Club and his partner will not appear in Little Garden. However, if you can bypass Little Garden, you can arrive at Alabasta a few days earlier. Suoluo thought for a while, and guided it at will. After all, someone who is so troublesome like him naturally has no interest in Little Garden to fight against Mr. 3 who is waiting for Princess Vivi. For today's Vivi, the most lacking thing is time. The Alabasta Civil War is imminent. Ikarim, let's change our course and follow the direction indicated by this pointer. For a time, Vivi made a choice. She decided to trust Robin this time. At the same time, leaving Suoluo's boat, Robin also allowed the turtle to throw away the opponent as quickly as possible, and then returned to Alabasta. After Robin couldn't see Suoluo's boat at all, she reacted violently. A large area of his back is now wet. On his forehead, there are also big beads of sweat. What a terrible man, Robin thought to himself. Obviously he has great strength, but he is wearing a warrant officer level uniform, pretending to be Smoker. Such a guy, I'm afraid it's not like Crocodile. They all use false identities to hide their own secrets. And Suoluo's handwriting is even more amazing than Crocodile. He actually broke into Marine directly. For a while, Robin was convinced that such a guy must have lofty ambitions and deliberate conspiracies. Bolu Bolu. Just as Robin was so sure, the phone worm she carried with her suddenly rang. After hesitating for about 3 seconds, Robin answered the call worm. The image of the phone worm has subsequently become very similar to Crocodile. Mr. Sunday, how are things going? Crocodile asked directly. Not good, hands on, Smoker is now with Princess Vivi. Robin thought for a moment and helped Suoluo conceal his identity. Of course, Robin doesn't even know who Suoluo is. She couldn't do it even if she didn't want to hide it. Cut, Smoker guy, it seems that I really want to have trouble with us this time. Crocodile paused. Also, let him see the terrible part of our Baroque walker. After a period of voyage, Suoluo and others successfully bypassed Little Garden by relying on the permanent pointer left by Robin. Besides, the reason why the Straw Hat Pirates detoured to the Drum Kingdom in the original work was because of a condition in Nami's body. Now that Nami is not on Suoluo's boat, they naturally have no reason to go there. So after bypassing the 2 islands in succession, Suoluo and his team successfully arrived at Alabasta. But what Suoluo didn't expect was, he thought that when he got here, Princess Vivi would do everything possible to convince himself to go with her to deal with Crocodile. But who knows, at this time Princess Vivi seems to be a different person. She thanked Suoluo for bringing herself to Alabasta. Then he took Mr. 9 and left Suoluo with Ikarim. Fair enough. Looking at Vivi who left him, Suoluo breathed a sigh of relief. Without Vivi, I naturally have nothing to do with the Baroque Work Agency. The only fly in the ointment is, Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine are a duo. They use very small sailing boats. This kind of ship has the advantage of speed in short-distance routes such as Whiskey Peak. But if it is Marine Ford as the target, I am afraid that such a ship would not even be able to hold on to the capital of 7 waters. Of course, these remarks were also made by Ikarim during the parting. It is a thanks to Suoluo for saving Princess Vivi. Never mind. Suoluo looked around, and simply chose a different direction from Vivi's group and moved forward. Anyway, find a tavern first, find out where you can get a boat to go to sea, and then leave here. Suoluo thought to himself. Although his current strength is enough to swim to Marineford, but it is not necessary. About half an hour away, Suoluo arrived at a pub that looked pretty good. However, before he could push the door in, a tall man rushed out of it. With Suoluo's eyes facing each other, he made a face-to-face encounter. Despite some accidents, Suoluo recognized this guy at a glance. No one else, it was just leaving Lobe Town without permission to hunt down the Smoker of Straw Hat crew. Behind him, Tashiji, who was at a loss, followed closely. And the confused Marines. Suoluo? Why are you here? For a while, Smoker also recognized Suoluo, his eyes widened and he looked very surprised. But now he can't take care of that much. With a vigorous flick of his right hand, it turned into a cloud of smoke on the spot, and he rolled up Suoluo without even thinking about it. Suoluo, now, what is going on? Suoluo looked stunned, completely unaware of what Smoker was doing. Could it be that he met Straw Hat crew? That's not right. If you run into the Straw Hat Luffy, Smoker should go straight up. Fire Fist Ace? It doesn't seem right. He and Smoker's fruit abilities, no one can do anything about it. Suoluo couldn't think of a reason at all, so he chose to lie flat and let Smoker run with him all the way. And behind Smoker, followed by countless men, women and children, holding various weapons in their hands. From long knives and long swords to knives and forks for eating, everything is available. I don't know if Smoker aroused the anger here. After running for nearly 10 minutes, Smoker was able to find an empty dead end and got in instantly. Other Marines followed suit and hid. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief when the guys who were chasing them walked away, put Suoluo down, and slumped on the ground. What the hell is going on in this kingdom? Smoker breathed, not forgetting to vomit. Mr. Smoker. Suddenly, Tashigi on the side seemed to be frightened, and pointed his finger behind Smoker. Suo Luo next to Smoker also took a look. Next came Smoker himself and the other Marines. I saw. A poster similar to a reward order was printed on the wall. And the man printed in the portrait is not someone else, but Smoker. Moreover, this poster also stated in detail that it was the head of the Baroque work agency who paid for Smoker. Anyone who solves Smoker can get a bounty of 30 million berry. The Baroque Work Club. Suo Luo frowned suddenly, fully understanding why so many people were chasing Smoker. It turned out that all of this was caused by the guy Crocodile. As for the reason, it must be because someone angered Crocodile as Smoker. It must be so. Thinking of this, Suo Luo stretched out his hand and patted Smoker's shoulder sympathetically. However, according to Suo Luo's guess, Crocodile shouldn't really want to kill Smoker. In any case, he is Marine, and his rank is not low anymore. Coupled with the identity of Zephyr's disciple, Smoker's connections are actually not bad. What's more, Crocodile knows that Smoker is stronger than Mr. 5. If you really want to kill him, how can you send the weak? With Smoker's strength, it is easy to solve those chasers. It's just that among those who pursued and killed, the number of civilians was not small. That's why Smoker is not easy to shoot. If I'm not mistaken, Crocodile Guy should want to use this method to hold Smoker, so that he will not affect his plan. After some reasoning, Suo Luo guessed at odds and ends. Of course, Suo Luo would not say these things. Mr. Smoker, what have you done? Tashigi couldn't help asking. She really wanted to know why Smoker was offered a reward. How could I know such a thing? Smoker yelled irritably, I can only say that this is a strange country. There will be people who will offer a reward for Marine's head. While talking, Smoker tore off the poster. But by the way, why did you appear here? Smoker looked at his portrait and couldn't think of anything for a while, so he didn't think about it at all. Concerned about Suo Luo's condition. Well, to say that I was planning to go to the headquarters for training, but the ship going to sea was damaged. Thanks to the people of this country, I was able to come here. Suo Luo explained. In fact, he had long thought about what to do if he encountered Smoker here. So I thought about the reason in advance. Then it's not easy for you, but if you need a boat, you can go in this direction. Smoker pointed in a direction. In any case, his route does not include Marineford. He just wanted to hunt down Straw Hat Crew. Therefore, I do not plan to use my own boat to send Suo Luo to the headquarters. Really, that's great, Colonel Smoker. Suo Luo answered with a smile. In every sense, it's great. After talking to Smoker, Suo Luo planned to say goodbye to him and Tashigi, so as not to be involved in a mess of trouble again. And Suo Luo also confirmed the current timeline from Smoker. Not long after they arrived in Alabasta, they were looking for Straw Hat Crew here, but so far, they have not met each other. Instead, I met Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The two sides fought in a big fight, but the outcome was undivided. Then, Smoker was recognized by the people here. Suo Luo knew everything about the rest. At the same time, thanks to Smoker, Suo Luo now knows where he can go to find a boat to go to sea. It is the rainy place. It is Alabasta's dream city, the only capital that has not been affected by drought and civil strife. The famous casino rain banquet is here, so there is also the easiest place to find a boat and go out to sea. After Suo Luo wanted to say goodbye to Smoker, he set off toward the rainy place. But today Alabasta is not only plagued by drought and civil strife, but many pirates and bandits often plunder their property here. Also consider that although Suo Luo was promoted to warrant officer by the headquarters, his strength was not as good as Tashigi. Worried about what danger Suo Luo might encounter, Smoker decided to let Tashigi escort Suo Luo to the rainy area. After everything is arranged, come back and arrest Straw Hat Crew with himself. Naturally, Tashigi would not refuse. Then trouble missed Tashigi. The corner of Suo Luo's mouth raised, and a polite smile appeared. Ah, you're welcome, this is what I should do, but when Mr. Suo Luo returns from the headquarters, he must become stronger. Tashigi parted with Smoker temporarily, and at the same time brought a dozen marine soldiers to the rainy place with Suo Luo. In any case, Crocodile only knew Smoker, so he just asked the billions of elders to find a way to hold Smoker, so as not to affect his plan. As for Tashigi and other marines, Crocodile is naturally unclear. It's a blunder. After all, you are now a warrant officer, Tashigi added. Originally, they both belonged to the same level. It's just that Suo Luo got it through seniority, so invisible, it's not as good as Tashigi. But now accepting the appointment of the headquarters, Suo Luo is one level higher than Tashigi, said to escort Suo Luo to the rainy place. In fact, Suo Luo has the power to give orders to Tashigi. This is why he did not refuse. In any case, Alabasta's current situation is very delicate. A little carelessness will be involved in the civil war. When the time comes, it will inevitably be shot. Moreover, Suo Luo can't be sure now. Did Straw Hat Crew take the Alabasta route? In case you run into them, it's another trouble. Based on this relationship, it is very important that you can mobilize Tashigi. When necessary, as long as a command, you can let her leave her side. Then, kill all those who see their own strength. Oneself is tantamount to not revealing strength. After some calculations in his heart, Suo Luo went to the rainy place with Tashigi with peace of mind. After you find the ship, leave this place of right and wrong, Suo Luo thought to himself. However, at this moment, a bundle of goods was dumped from the side, and some of the food happened to roll down at the feet of Suo Luo and Tashigi. Interrupted their conversation. Suo Luo looked around and found that it was a mother and daughter who were carrying their luggage to the camel. It was only because the little girl was not strong enough that she overturned things. After seeing Suo Luo, the little girl took 2 steps back subconsciously, hiding behind her mother, as if she had done something wrong. Suo Luo looked up and down the little girl. There are patches on the clothes in several places, and the cheeks are a little bit dirty, and they seem to be 6 or 7 years old. Very cute. And her mother's dressing didn't go well there. And the mother and daughter worked very hard and moved things very hard. There is no man to help. Mostly because of the girl's father, he died of civil strife. Such things are not uncommon in Alabasta. When living in Lobe Town, although there were a lot of pirates, Suo Luo rarely saw the scene before him. Suo Luo couldn't help feeling a little moved in his heart for a while. The question Princess Vivi once asked herself on the boat suddenly came to mind. What is Marine's so-called justice? Justice, Suo Luo muttered to himself, and then slowly bent, picked up the potato that had just rolled to his feet, and gently wiped the dust on it. Finally, I walked to the little girl and handed it over. Upon seeing this, Tashigi hurriedly asked for help. Yi, don't be afraid or not afraid. The mother squatted down quickly and began to calm the little girl's emotions. These people are not bad people, they are Marines, they are people who will protect us. Then, the mother responded with apologies and thanks to Suo Luo and others. After some explanation, the little girl carefully took the food from Suo Luo. Then, as if thinking of something suddenly, the little girl quickly took out a small flower made of white paper from her pocket and handed it to Suo Luo. Judging from the newness of the paper, it is not difficult to see that the little girl cherishes this flower made of paper. Thank you, big brother, for always protecting us. However, such a simple sentence from the little girl made Suo Luo's smile froze. He never dreamed that he would be thanked in this way. Before crossing, he had seen news of a child saluting the police uncle. Although his emotions were touched at that time, it was completely different from the senses at this time. Especially, Alabasta is suffering now. An age who should play under the blue sky, but was displaced by the war. For a while, Suo Luo's mind once again came to the scene of Princess Vivi asking questions to herself when she was on the boat. What is Marine's so-called justice? Yeah. Suo Luo nodded vigorously, then gently touched the little girl's head. Thank you Yi for the gift. Soon, with the help of the Marines, the luggage of the mother and daughter were all put on the camel. Suo Luo and others also watched the mother and daughter drift away. Mr. Suo Luo. Suddenly, Tashigi spoke slowly. What do you think this country will become? She really wants to stop the disaster that is happening in this country. Once the war starts, not only will countless people die, but countless families will be torn apart. However, with her current strength, she has no idea what she can do for this country. It is also impossible to determine the fate of this country. Suo Luo didn't answer Tashigi's question. It's not that he didn't know how to respond, he just didn't bother to say it. And even if I said it, Tashigi's character won't be submissive. The next thing is relatively simple. Suo Luo followed Tashigi to the rainy place and found a boat that could go to sea here. But, Tashigi suggested that some of the Marines should go to Marineford with Suo Luo. How much can be considered a reference? It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Suo Luo refused without thinking. I don't need any care for me. Once I encounter pirates, I am afraid that I will have to take care of these seamen by myself. Seeing Suo Luo repeatedly insisting that no help is needed, Tashigi had no choice but to give up. In any case, Suo Luo's current military rank is 1 level higher than Tashigi. But in this way, Suo Luo needs some crew members. Simply leave the matter to the Marines to deal with. Considering that the whole process will take some time to process, Suo Luo simply went to the casino with the largest rain area. Yu Yun. Anyway, waiting is also waiting, it is better to relax. Within the Yuyan, Suo Luo replaced all the money he had with him as a bargaining chip, and then randomly found a place to sit down. Mr. Suo Luo, is it not so good for us now? Upon seeing this, Tashigi couldn't help but complain about Suo Luo's behavior. In any case, they came to Alabasta to capture Straw Hat Crew. Then do you know the whereabouts of Straw Hat Crew? Suo Luo glanced at it and pressed down all the chips in his hand. This, I don't know. Tashigi couldn't help shaking his head. If they knew the whereabouts of Straw Hat Crew, they wouldn't be spinning around here like headless flies. That's it? Suo Luo reassures Tashiji. It's all here, why don't you have a good entertainment? Open, big. The staff opened the dice cup and shouted loudly. Ah, I'm hit. Tashiji's eyes widened suddenly, and Suo Luo won it. On the contrary, Suo Luo was not surprised by the scene before him. It's not that he did anything. But, in addition to Conqueror's Haki, he now also masters Observation Haki. Although there are not many Grandmasters, it is easy to listen to the size of the dice. It's natural to gamble. Of course, Suo Luo is not a gambler. It's just that this rain banquet will not be long before Crocodile hides in the fire. Instead of ruining the money here, it would be better to count as much as you can take in a limited time. So Suo Luo chose stud without any evasiveness in every game. Every time it's a big fight. Suddenly, more and more people gathered behind him. Mr. Suo Luo, is that enough? Tashiji was stunned. She never dreamed that Suo Luo's luck would be so good. In less than half an hour, he won almost 30 million berry. You know, Luffy's bounty is only this amount. It is equivalent to winning a Luffy. It looks like Goddess of Luck is smiling. Suo Luo smiled and said, simply squeezing all the chips down again. If you win again this time, you will almost get hundreds of millions of berry. Not only that, the passengers standing behind Suo Luo followed Suo Luo's betting. Just let the staff here feel ashamed. However, at this moment, a man in a coat slowly walked down from the second floor. His face is not pretty, but soon he noticed the situation on Suo Luo's side. The most unbelievable thing is that when this man appeared, the eyes of everyone present all turned away. It seems that Suo Luo's winning streak is nothing remarkable. Crocodile. Soon, Tashiji noticed the visitor, and she pushed her glasses. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. A staff member hurriedly hurried to Crocodile's side and recounted the current situation in the most concise sentences. However, Crocodile is not thinking about gambling matters. For him, his dream plan is about to come true. What's the use of money? It's okay, if he wants to win, just let him win, Crocodile said without thinking, but suddenly noticed Suo Luo who was at the gaming table. Marine. Crocodile couldn't help but frowned. He didn't expect Marine to go to his casino to gamble. But I thought that my plan had already begun. Crocodile didn't stay here much. After explaining a few words to the staff, he hurriedly left here. And the staff member has no other way. Had to continue gambling. As you can imagine, Suo Luo, who owns Observation Haki, will naturally not lose. Boom. However, when Suo Luo succeeded in beating 1 billion Baileys, there was a loud noise. The hall began to vibrate. The mountains shook like the ground. Earth, there is an earthquake. I don't know who among the crowd yelled such a sentence first, and the guests fled out in a panic, not even paying attention to the chips. The whole hall suddenly turned into a pot of porridge. Even the staff wanted to run. In the end, Suo Luo stopped him. Before running, please exchange your chips for me. However, the staff member ignored him and walked around him directly. Forget it, let's do it ourselves. Suo Luo saw this and had to instruct the Marines around him to take as much cash as possible here, take all of it, and then leave the chips behind. Instead, Tashiji looked confused. Now the entire casino city is shaking violently. Suo Luo still wants to do this? The more this time, the more you have to be calm. Suo Luo said without thinking that after he and the Marines found hundreds of millions of Baileys here, there would be no more people left in the entire U-banquet. And Suo Luo knew very well what was going on with the shaking just now. It was not an earthquake at all. But, cannons! The war in the rain began. It's time to leave. Suo Luo took a deep breath and left Yuyan. According to his inference, the ship is almost ready to go to sea now. But when he walked out of the rain banquet, the messy sight on the street made him frown. Although he had been prepared for a long time, the scene before him was more tragic than he had imagined. Tashiji, who followed Suo Luo out of the rain banquet, was shocked by the scene in front of him and couldn't make a sound. Her eyes were round, her mouth seemed to fit a fist. There were wounded and dead bodies everywhere. The screams were endless. At a glance, there is no end in sight. It's war. Erupted. Looking at the scene in front of her, Tashiji and the Marines behind her stood blankly on the spot. Just an hour ago, it was a lively market, full of laughter. In a blink of an eye, blood in the stool flowed into a river, and the corpses were everywhere. A pungent smell of blood rushed over his face. The civil war in Alabasta has broken out. Mr. Suo Luo, what should we do? For a while, Tashiji felt very uncomfortable. Before seeing this scene, she had asked Smoker, will Marines stop Alabasta's civil war? However, Smoker said that even if the war eventually broke out, it would be Alabasta's internal affairs. It is an era, a country, and the destiny that will inevitably usher in a certain period of development. Them can't stop it. In fact, Tashiji knew very well in his heart. Not to mention stopping a country's civil war. It is Straw Hat Crew, she has not caught it. What are you using to stop all this? Her power is too small after all. Anyway, Suo Luo looked around. He planned to stay out of Alabasta and not participate in these things, but in the picture in front of him, even he could hardly remain indifferent. Especially those who are seriously injured, want to live, and cry loudly, praying for the voice of who can save themselves. Try to treat the wounded as much as possible first. Even if there is no force to stop the war, we must save as many people as possible. Suo Luo took a deep breath and gave orders to the men behind him. For various reasons, the scenes in One Piece naturally avoided some details of the war. When all this has become a real event, the visual impact caused is undoubtedly huge. However, just when Suo Luo couldn't help but hesitate to leave Alabasta according to the original plan, a voice that made him somewhat familiar came from the side. Then, he looked subconsciously. I suddenly saw a little girl wearing a tattered patch, lying on a woman lying in a pool of blood. At a glance, Suo Luo recognized the girl's identity. Yee! Suo Luo couldn't help but froze, he even blinked vigorously, wondering if he had seen something wrong. Result, confirmed again and found that the little girl was indeed Yee. Their family chose to go to Udi, the city of dreams, just to avoid the gunfire of the civil war. Because they firmly believe that even the war will not spread to this city. Because Crocodile is the patron saint here. All the pirates who make trouble here will be executed by him in public. As everyone knows, the man behind this war is actually the guy Crocodile. This scene caused a tremendous impact on Suo Luo. If he could tell the mother and daughter in advance to keep them away from the rain, perhaps this disaster would not happen to them. Mr. Suo Luo, are you okay? Tashigi quickly noticed the change in Suo Luo's expression and looked in the direction of his line of sight. At one glance, Tashigi was completely dumbfounded, because she also recognized Yi. That, they promised to protect their girls. Her mother died in this gunfire. For a while, Tashigi's heart became uncomfortable. She can't help but hate her own weakness. However, Suo Luo quickly recovered his calmness. He slowly stretched his hand into his pocket and took out the origami flower that the little girl gave him. I traveled into the world of One Piece and rarely made any promises to others. Crocodile wants to get Pluton and rule the world. That's naval headquarters. Crocodile wants to steal the country and take Alabasta. That is a problem that the world government should deal with. Even, the one who should defeat Crocodile is also Straw Hat Crew. He just wanted to live a stable life and not cause those troubles. In other words, Suo Luo, want to go. Think of salted fish. I want to be an ordinary person. Crocodile. Suo Luo's tone was very cold. Even a salted fish like him has principles and bottom lines in his heart. There are countless civilians here, dying of crocodile. And he is a marine. The nature has completely changed. Sure enough, I thought things were too simple. Mr. Suo Luo? Seeing Suo Luo standing there was no response for a long time, so Tashigi had to raise the volume of his voice. It was the first time she saw Suo Luo like this. Tashigi, I leave this to you for the time being, and then contact Colonel Smoker to get him to the rain as soon as possible. Even if we can't stop the war, we must at least save the wounded. While talking, Suo Luo collected the origami flower in his hand and strode forward with the meteor. This sudden scene made Tashigi unexpected. She stepped forward and quickly asked Suo Luo what she was going to do, and therefore feel confused. But this time, Suo Luo did not answer Tashigi directly. Own, what are you going to do? Of course, going to F***K that guy Crocodile. In fact, Suo Luo is not a complete believer in Taoism. His mentality is more like an ordinary person. He doesn't say any bloody big words. There are no lofty goals and ideals. He just wants salted fish, but, seeing someone falling down on the street, he will go up and help. When encountering a thief, he will kindly remind the stolen. Under the premise of his ability, he will not be indifferent. And Tashigi watched Suo Luo's distant figure, and finally gritted his teeth, turned around and started to command everyone to rescue the wounded, and contacted Smoker with a phone worm to report the situation on the rainy ground. But, just when Suo Luo left Tashigi and others far behind, a seriously injured man suddenly appeared in front of him. The eyes of both sides met, and the man's eyes were full of surprise. Sir, Mr. Smoker, and Suo Luo quickly recognized this person's identity. It was Princess Vivi's guard. A Kalum. Please, Mr. Smoker. With a plop, Ikram knelt on the ground and quickly said the current situation, that guy Crocodile, is the man behind this war. He took Princess Vivi. In fact, Ikaram's injuries were caused to protect Vivi. If it hadn't been for the strong willpower to support his body, he might have passed out a long time ago. Although he knew in his heart, Suo Luo didn't want to participate in Alabasta's affairs. But at the moment, he doesn't have the ability to pursue Crocodile at all. Moreover, even if he catches up by luck, he can't save Princess Vivi now. Now he can only pin all his hopes on Suoluo. Mr. Smoker, please, save the princess. When Ikarim uttered his request to Suoluo, his willpower reached the limit of his body. His eyesight suddenly turned black, and he leaned forward straight in front of Suoluo. Thump! Various wailings and voices for help came from all directions. You don't even need observation haki to hear clearly. After a pause of 2 breaths, Suoluo called a seaman to take care of Ikarim who had passed out. Then, leaving the rainy ground without looking back. According to the last information given by Ikalim, Crocodile is taking Vivi to the capital of Alabasta, Albana. At the same time, to get there from the rain, you need to cross a large desert. There is not only a vast area, but also sparsely populated. In other words, even if you solve Crocodile there, no one will know. After thinking about it, Suoluo quickly confirmed the route. After he completely left the city of Yudi, he even increased his speed several times. Crocodile. Suoluo's eyes narrowed slightly, and to make sure he would not pass by Crocodile, he even released observation haki. Expand the search range to several kilometers. Found it. Soon, Suoluo confirmed the location of Crocodile. He pushed hard with 1 foot, and the sand under his feet instantly sank, forming a huge deep pit. The diameter spread for nearly 100 meters before stopping. Boom! With a muffled noise, Suoluo descended from the sky and stood firm to block Crocodile's path. And Suoluo also deliberately used observation haki to confirm. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there was neither a rebel army led by Koza nor a marine nor a king's army. Here is a good place to kill. Marine. In the face of Marine who appeared in this way, Crocodile could not remain indifferent. He stopped subconsciously and looked Suoluo up and down. You are the one who gambled at Yuyan before. Although Crocodile and Suoluo had only one side bond, they still remembered him at a glance. And Vivi, who was grasped by Crocodile, slowly opened his eyes at this time and noticed Suoluo. In fact, Crocodile has countless opportunities to kill Vivi. The reason why she is still alive now is only because she still has some useful value. What Crocodile really needs is not to control Alabasta. It's the ancient weapon Pluton. At the same time, the king of Alabasta is the only one who knows the clues of Pluton. In other words, as long as he has enough chips in his hand, Crocodile doesn't worry about the old guy saying nothing. Mr. Smoker. Vivi blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had hallucinations. In her cognition, Suoluo would never come here to save herself. After all, from the very beginning, he had a high-hanging attitude that had nothing to do with him. Why are you here? Vivi couldn't help asking. Instead, it was Crocodile, who was startled when he heard the name Smoker. Why? Vivi would call this guy Smoker? You said this guy is a white hunter, Smoker. Hearing this, Crocodile's mouth gradually rose, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Although he doesn't know who Suoluo is, he is definitely not Smoker. And this sudden scene also made Vivi dumbfounded on the spot. Isn't this guy, Smoker? Who is he then? For a moment, Vivi couldn't help looking at Suoluo with doubts. However, Suoluo didn't say much about who he was, and he didn't even care about Crocodile's reaction. He just fixed his gaze slightly, looking at Vivi, who was sorely disgraced. After seeing Alabasta's tragedy, Suoluo's mind will often see Vivi questioning himself what justice is. Vivi, when you were on the boat, you asked me what the hell is justice, right? Suoluo spoke calmly and said slowly. At the same time, his right hand stretched out 5 fingers and grabbed zanpakuto on his waist. Hearing this, Vivi responded very quietly, tapping his forehead lightly. I don't know if it was her own illusion. She suddenly felt that Suoluo was totally different from that time. I will answer you now. As Suoluo spoke, he took a step forward and his 5 fingers clenched the handle of the knife. An extremely serious aura burst from him, and then swept in all directions. It seems to be floating in a breeze. Upon seeing this, Vivi even held his breath at this moment. It is worth mentioning that Suoluo's appearance is itself a star with sword eyebrows, fresh and handsome, with a slender and tall figure. If you travel to the real world, just this appearance is enough to become a top star. In addition, he is very serious now. It also had a strong impact on Vivi's heart. The so-called justice. It is to ensure the people's lives and health are guaranteed. Let the people live and work in peace and contentment. Let the people be old-fashioned. Let the people live with dignity. Suoluo's voice is not loud, but it is loud and powerful. And what Crocodile did should completely touch his bottom line. Seeing Suoluo approaching Crocodile step by step, Vivi froze for a while. Suoluo's words and sentences kept repeating in my mind. The justice of the people. It is Suoluo's justice. He didn't confront Crocodile for himself or this country, but for the people here. Is this the reason Suoluo broke up with himself before? From the standpoint of the princess and the country, I asked Suoluo for help. However, Suo Luo's words caused Crocodile to laugh. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Even Crocodile couldn't help but hide his face, tears of laughter pouring out from the corner of his eyes. Although he doesn't know who Suo Luo is, but this joke is definitely the funniest one I have ever heard. The guy in front of him actually said that he wanted to do it for the week. Make yourself an enemy. Does he know who he is? I am the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. And this title is related to Marine 3 Admiral, New World 4 Emperors, also known as the 3 major forces on the Grand Line. In other words, the reason why I can become Shishibukai is precisely because, powerful. The guy who solved Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine at Whiskey Peak, is that you? A person who didn't even dare to use his real name, even said something of justice without embarrassment. It's really funny enough, Marine. Ha ha. Seeing Crocodile couldn't help laughing, Suo Luo also let out a hearty laugh. Is what I said so funny? But the next moment, Suo Luo's laughter stopped abruptly, and zanpakuto was pulled out cleanly with his right hand. Stroke. The invisible sword slashed forward and horizontally, splitting the sand between Suo Luo and Crocodile in two. Create bottomless gullies. Not only that, but this sword cut went straight through Crocodile's arm. Crocodile's face suddenly changed, and the corner of his eyes glanced at his arm subconsciously. I saw that the arm holding Vivi was cut off intact, and the surface was as smooth as craftsmanship. Thump! Vivi fell to the sand and rolled to the side to prevent the flowing sand from pushing himself into the abyss. It wasn't until the moment he got rid of the danger that Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, but then his face became extremely pale. Just now Suo Luo cut off Crocodile's arm in just one move? Is his swordsmanship so terrifying? Although Vivi has witnessed Suo Luo beheading Mr. 5. But Mr. 5 is obviously not a hierarchical figure with Crocodile. For a while, Vivi's heart was also extremely shocked, but she couldn't figure out why someone like Suo Luo should pretend to be Smoker. Just now, what happened? And Crocodile, who was standing on the other side of the gully, couldn't help showing a surprised expression. The speed of the slash just now was faster than his reaction nerves. He didn't react until the arm was chopped off. This guy, was it so strong? Of course, although Suo Luo's slash was swift, but for Crocodile who ate Logia devil fruit, the blow did not cause any substantial damage. I saw that half of Vivi's arm quickly turned into yellow sand and flew towards Crocodile's wound. In the blink of an eye, the cut was reconnected. This is also difficult for Logia-capable people. Any part of their body can be elementalized, thus immune to all physical attacks. In other words, no matter how powerful swordsmanship is, he can't injure himself severely. Do you want to join forces with me? Crocodile moved his arm a little, and threw an olive branch to Suo Luo on the spot. The slash just now made him understand. Suo Luo, this guy is definitely of the same kind as himself. He joined Marine only to hide himself, as if he had created a Baroque workplace and became Shishibukai. Otherwise, how could someone as strong as him remain unknown? And his uniform, it's just the rank of warrant officer. Swordsmanship of the kind just now, do not. Crocodile shook his head. That level of swordsmanship was much better than those stupid colonels at naval headquarters. However, with such a person, he is willing to be a warrant officer. He is not hiding himself. What is it? And this method of hiding oneself can never be for fun, or the so-called welfare in the marine system? This guy must be because of some ulterior conspiracy and ambition. Just did this. Yes. Crocodile's brain moved fast for a while, and the brain made up a lot of evil plans. Let me join forces with people like you, and you think it out, Crocodile. Suo Luo shook his head helplessly, the corners of his mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. His attitude is very obvious and determined. I will never join hands with rubbish like you. Immediately afterwards, Suo Luo's body exudes a strong murderous intent, which is close to Crocodile. Even because of this aura is so fierce that Vivi on the side can't even bear the aftermath. She only felt the buzzing of her brain, as if hitting something heavy, and her vision suddenly became pitch black. The consciousness became more and more blurred until it disappeared completely. Boom! Vivi slammed his head on the sand and passed out into a coma. Did you dizzy? Suo Luo quickly noticed Vivi's condition. It's not that he did it deliberately, but he didn't expect Vivi to be so weak. He couldn't even bear his own breath, never mind. Fair enough. Without Vivi as an eyewitness, I can unleash my strength further, Suo Luo thought to himself. Although his hidden system requires that his true strength cannot be exposed, it is not impossible to use any strength. Secondly, just kill the people who have seen their true strength. It's not exposed. For example, before Suo Luo crossed, he played a game called Assassin's Creed. There are 2 ways to complete most of the assassination missions. The first one is clean and tidy. Under the premise of not being discovered by others, solve the goal and then escape without knowing it. And the second, as long as I kill all the people present, no one will know that I assassinated it. Thinking of this, Suoluo took a step forward. But no matter what, Crocodile will not be afraid of Suoluo's murderous aura. In fact, Crocodile's strength is not the top powerhouse in One Piece, but his temper and character are quite hot. At the top of the war, he shot against Whitebeard, Doflamingo, and Akaina one after another. 4 emperors, Shishibukai, Marine Admiral. None of them are in sight. How could you be afraid of the swordsmanship shown by Suoluo? The reason why he invited Suoluo was just because of his strength. If you can join the Baroque Job Club, you will definitely become your own right-hand man. But since it refuses, then forget it. Kill him here, then go find Pluton. Tell you one thing, Marine. Crocodile took a deep sip of cigar and returned to his casual expression again. I am a capable person who has eaten logia, sand fruit. Not only can I turn my body elements into sand, but I can also turn everything here into my weapon. Crocodile opened his arms, as if to emphasize to Suoluo. He, Marine, is now standing in his arsenal. Crocodile stared at Suoluo's expression. Yes, in the desert, I am an invincible existence. Soon. Crocodile even took out an hourglass directly from his arms, and threw it at Suoluo's feet without thinking about it. The sand in the hourglass passed down. Started the timing. At most 3 minutes, I can solve you here, Marine, Crocodile said in a low voice, confidently. However, these words made Suoluo chuckle. Then you will be disappointed, Crocodile. I didn't intend to let you live that long. Crocodile's face was completely gloomy. After killing him, he never thought that Suoluo, Marine, would be so arrogant. He even claimed that it doesn't take that long to solve himself. It looks like you haven't understood the current situation, Marine. I am Shishibukai recognized by the world government, which means that even the world government does not want to be an enemy of me. Why do you think this is? Well, it's an honor for you to die in my hands, Crocodile said quietly with his cigar in his mouth. And when his voice fell, the entire right arm suddenly turned into yellow sand, and then swept out forcefully. Arc Moon Sand Dunes. Just like the name, this move is like a round of crescent moon, with a very wide range of attack, and went straight to Suoluo. Moreover, this move does not cause any slashing damage to Suoluo, but absorbs the water in his body as soon as it touches his body. Turn it into a dry mummy. It is quite a terrifying way to die. The power is even more frightening. However, just when Crocodile's sand was about to attack Suoluo, call out. Suoluo's body suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot, avoiding Crocodile's attack range. Shave? When Crocodile saw Suoluo, he jumped into the distance and suddenly thought of 6 poses in his mind. This is an advanced physical technique. Sure enough, it's not that simple to think of solving you. So, Crocodile's gaze narrowed slightly, and he simply used a larger attack range. In this way, even if it is shaved, he cannot escape his own attack. Desert Sunflower. I saw Crocodile holding his breath, deepening his power into the sand and manipulating the invisible water flow below, thus turning the area under Suoluo's feet into a quicksand zone. Not only that, in order to be able to kill with one blow, Crocodile expanded the diameter of this quicksand to hundreds of meters, exaggerated dozens of times than when fighting against Luffy. You should understand now, the reason why I am called the King of the Desert. Crocodile raised his arms like a winner. In his opinion, even the 6th style shaved, it is impossible to escape from the sunflower. The battle is over. Suoluo glanced at his feet after hearing the words. Countless sand was slowly sliding down, trying to swallow himself. But he didn't have the slightest panic or fear. On the contrary, Suoluo just looks indifferent. Lifting his right foot slightly, he took a step forward. With only this step, Suoluo walked out of the desert sunflower. From Crocodile's perspective, Suoluo's actions are almost like an instant movement. This is definitely not what the 6 shaves can do. You know, the principle of shaving is to use the explosive force generated by continuous pedaling in place to move quickly. In the quicksand, let alone the force of trampling, it is impossible to do it even if it is trampling. Now, what's going on? How did Suoluo get rid of his own attack? Is it some kind of fruit ability? Wrong. Crocodile quickly shook his head in denial. Although I don't know how Suoluo did it, it is by no means fruitful ability. Ha ha. However, at this moment, Suoluo raised his head and looked at Crocodile in front of him. He couldn't help but chuckle. This move was caught by Crocodile. What are you laughing at? I don't know why, but now I have an ominous premonition. However, Crocodile continued, yes, you guy can only laugh now, because I have already decided, a quick decision. At the end of the sentence, Crocodile directly raised his right hand, and in the next second, the breeze and yellow sand gathered in his palm from all directions. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a sandstorm formed in his hand. Heavy Sharun. Crocodile has a low voice, which is almost the strongest blow he can make right now. Although this sandstorm looks very delicate in Crocodile's hands, as long as the storm progresses, it will continue to grow stronger until it becomes uncontrollable. whether it is a hard rock or a solid building, can't bear this violent power. And this world, naturally, there will be no more suitable place for Shallan to grow up than this desert. Because of this, he would be called the king of the desert. Will be invincible. Tell you, Marine, with this power, you can easily destroy a city. With your strength, you can't bear it at all. And, Marine, do you know where is behind you? Crocodile suddenly became extremely excited. Behind Suoluo, there is no other place, just the capital of Alabasta. In other words, if Suoluo chooses to escape, then the sandstorm that you set off will sweep the capital of Alabasta and kill the people there without leaving. Since you believe in the justice of the people, then take this trick for the poor people. Actually, Crocodile does not intend to use this trick to destroy the capital of Alabasta. The reason why he is doing this is just to let Suoluo take his attack. Moreover, he firmly believes in his heart that his moves are enough to kill Suoluo in seconds. Everything. It's all over. Who made you, Marine, who is overweight, oppose me? Die. Crocodile roared loudly and shook his right hand forcefully, throwing out the sand and dust in his palm. Next second, the dust storm touches the sand, collides frantically, absorbs countless sands, and strengthens itself. Suoluo's eyes were suddenly seen by a giant tornado connecting heaven and earth. And go straight to him. Rumble. As the wind became stronger and stronger, the thunderclouds in the sky were also absorbed, flashing and thundering. Deafening. Crocodile let out a hearty laugh. It is the first time since he established the Baroque Work Agency that he has unreservedly released his power. Don't talk about a capital in a mere guts. Even a country, in this desert zone, Crocodile can be completely destroyed. Everything is over. It should be like this. However, facing Crocodile's full fight, Suoluo shook his head helplessly. It actually caused a sandstorm directly. The power is indeed good, but it's a pity. Whether it's power or speed, it's a bit short. If this move is your ultimate trump card, then I am disappointed. The corners of Suoluo's mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. He didn't even understand. He gave Crocodile a minute of acting time. In the end, what are you looking forward to? Disappointment. Too disappointed. At the moment Crocodile shot, Suoluo was more or less expecting his performance. In any case, he is 7 warlords of the sea, and on the occasion of the top war, one after another hardened Whitebeard, Doflamingo, and Admiral Akainu, it can be said that Haki. And the most important point is, when Crocodile played, the worldview of One Piece was not perfect. Judging from the later plot, Luffy's defeat of Crocodile is simply unrealistic. Based on this and other relationship, Suoluo is actually very sure in his heart. Crocodile's strength is definitely stronger than when he played against Luffy. Result: this is the trump card that Crocodile took out? What am I expecting? Suoluo couldn't help but complain about himself. Then he was expressionless and decided to end the farce. This time, he not only squeezed Zanpakuto on his waist, but also whispered the name of the weapon. In fact, all Zanpakuto are in a sealed state at ordinary times. Faced with the eyes of the world in the form of a sealed state, only by saying the real name can Zanpakuto's true posture be shown. Suoluo slowly pulled Zanpakuto out of the scabbard. He chose to end up Crocodile in the desert instead of in the capital of Alabasta. Apart from not wanting to expose himself, there is another very important reason. That is, the power of this weapon is too powerful. If you are not careful, the entire Albina may be turned into ashes by yourself. Because this Shikai language of Zanpakuto is, surroundings, everything is ashes. Ryujin Jaka. With Suoluo's loud shout, the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly changed. A group of hot flames burst out from the handle, and instantly covered the entire blade. At first glance, it looked like a fire knife. So far, Suoluo has never used this knife's true posture to kill an enemy. Crocodile is the first. The air is distorted. Immediately, Crocodile's eyes widened, as if he would jump out of his eye sockets at any time, and his mouth gradually opened to form an O shape. The calmness that has always been, has completely disappeared. The heat from that samurai sword can even twist the air. Not only that, but a heat wave is hitting here. The temperature of the entire surface began to rise at an exaggerated rate. It makes Crocodile feel extremely hot. On his forehead and behind, there were all beads of sweat, which kept pouring out. He didn't want to believe that a marine, even a master with such a powerful force. The scariest thing is, his uniform is just a warrant officer. What kind of ambition does this guy have? That's how to hide your strength. It is no exaggeration to say that in Crocodile's cognition, Suoluo's momentum alone is enough to act as the vice admiral of the headquarters. It's hot. Soon, the temperature on the surface reached a very exaggerated point, and Crocodile's shoes were melted away forcibly. Then, it was the golden hook on his left hand that melted into liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. To know, the melting point of gold is as high as thousands of degrees Celsius. Is it possible that the temperature released by that samurai sword can be compared with the sun? At this moment, Crocodile's cognition inevitably collapsed. You know, he is a pirate who has been to the Grand Line. What kind of winds and waves have not been seen? But a guy like Suoluo, he has never seen him before. Call out. Suoluo lifted Ryujinjaka slowly and waved at the sandstorm in front of him. A ball of flame was released from the tip of the knife, swept through the sandstorm created by Crocodile, and instantly merged into one. The fire spread rapidly until it covered the entire sandstorm. Then, forcibly burned the sandstorm, swallowed it completely, nothing left. Crocodile was even more dumbfounded on the spot. My strongest hole card, unexpectedly. It was cracked easily. Who is this guy? Incredible. Incredible. Could it be that his power has been infinitely close to Marine Admiral? What do I do? For a moment, Crocodile froze directly. The situation in front of him, directly transcending the outline, has become a blind spot for his knowledge. Yes, with Crocodile's knowledge, he didn't know how to deal with it. Even his ambition, reason, and conceit were all replaced by an emotion. That is the first emotion that mankind has had since its birth. Something inscribed in the bone. Fear. Wait a minute. Seeing Suoluo raising Ryujinjaka again, Crocodile couldn't help rolling his throat and swallowing nervously. He raised his right hand and wanted to surrender in fear. Suoluo can give him whatever he wants, as long as he can let go of himself. However, Suoluo did not give Crocodile any chance at all. After realizing that his strength was so weak, Suoluo lost all interest. As soon as his arm fell, the bright light of the knife suddenly shone. The fiercest fire swept out towards Crocodile. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the sword energy and the sea of fire merge into one, passing through at such speed that it is so fast that the line of sight is hard to catch. In an instant, the air seemed to be cut by Suoluo. I saw Crocodile elementalize his whole body under fear, wanting to be immune to Suoluo's slash. However, although Suoluo's knife was just an ordinary attack, the flame it released was sufficiently close to the temperature of the sun's surface. Even a grain of sand can easily melt. Crocodile, there is no way to escape. Even his thoughts about asking for mercy were suddenly interrupted. In the end, what happened? What's the matter with Suoluo's knife, and what's the slash? Can't see clearly. There is also the terrifying speed and destructive power, which is simply incomprehensible. Why? Would someone with such terrifying power be a Marine warrant officer? Why? Why? Crocodile was completely dumbfounded. He wanted to complain, but in the end, he still didn't say anything. Only the scalp-hitting cry echoed in this desert, and the scorching heat melted Crocodile cleanly. Whether it is a grain of sand or a cell, do not stay. In the true sense, the world has evaporated. Even after devouring Crocodile, this hot sword aura did not stop. Instead, it continued to fly forward until it fell into the desert. Rumble. There were loud noises like thunder, and the endless desert could not cushion this slash. The entire ground is directly divided into two. The cracks are not bottomless, like an abyss. Standing still, Suoluo couldn't help blinking his eyes vigorously. At this moment, the atmosphere became deadly silent. Am I overdoing it? Looking at the picture in front of him, Suoluo instantly released observation haki. After confirming that there was no crocodile aura, he sealed his zanpakuto Ryujinjaka again. Restored to sealed state. Suoluo then glanced at Princess Vivi, then took off his uniform jacket and put it on her. Make sure that several points are covered up later. Suoluo only woke up Princess Vivi. Ah. As Suoluo expected, as soon as Vivi woke up and noticed his condition, there was a scream. Soon, Vivi began to look around and saw the scene when Suoluo and Crocodile were fighting. At a glance, she stood there blankly. If it hadn't been before he passed out, there would be nothing here. She might really think whether there was a natural disaster here. What about Crocodile? However, compared to the picture before him, Vivi is more concerned about the guy Crocodile at this time. Let him go. Suoluo thought for a moment, then replied. Anyway, Vivi didn't witness Crocodile being killed by himself. Naturally, there is no need to tell her the truth. Coupled with the death of Crocodile, there will be no more crisis in Alabasta. This matter is the end. Gone? Vivi blinked, in disbelief. But she reacted quickly. Crocodile may not have left as Suoluo said, but escaped. And if Crocodile can escape, there is only one possibility. That is, Suoluo's strength is stronger. Let Crocodile have fear, even fear. Otherwise, with Crocodile's methods and ambitions, how could they be here and let them go? But, isn't Crocodile 7 warlords of the sea? The super pirate recognized by the world government. Grunt. Vivi looked at Suoluo again, feeling puzzled. Why does this marine, who has the power not inferior to Shishibukai, pretends to be Smoker? Can I ask you a question? The intense curiosity made Vivi couldn't help asking. Yes, Suoluo nodded. Who are you? I won't tell you. Vivi. You can ask, but I didn't say I will answer. Okay. Vivi had to wrap his body in his clothes, and then stood up from the desert. Although Crocodile is no longer there, Alabasta's crisis has not been completely resolved. According to information from Vivi Master, Crocodile used his subordinate's abilities to completely arouse the contradiction between the rebel army and the king. Now, the rebel army led by Koza is marching towards the capital at full speed. If it is not stopped as soon as possible, this country will be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Vivi took a deep breath and told Suoluo the truth, and hope he can help. Suoluo nodded. Just send you to Alba, right? In Suoluo's impression, if it weren't for Crocodile's order, with Vivi's courage at the time, the war could be prevented. After all, she is not a princess in a vase. Upon hearing this, Vivi nodded vigorously, and then followed Suoluo to the capital. At this time, the other end of the desert, Hawkeye my hawk hit it off with Buggy the clown and embarked on a journey to chase Suoluo. How far do we have to go? Buggy, lying on the camel, couldn't help but complain. In order for Hawkeye to bring himself, he had to lie that he knew Suoluo's clues, but in fact, he didn't even know what Suoluo was called. Can only choose a random route, walked with Hawkeye for several days. And following Eagle Eye, not only was the pressure great, Alabasta's environment was even worse than he thought. For a while, Buggy felt that his capacity was reaching its limit. He weakly complained to Hawkeye, maybe the Marine has already returned to the headquarters by this time. Or just give up. A strong swordsman like you can't be guilty of working so hard for a Marine. However, Hawkeye seemed to have missed Buggy's complaint. He still sat on the camel, and walked forward slowly, without arrogance or rashness. But for Buggy, he didn't think so. Since he was on the throne of the world's largest swordsman, there have only been many people who want to challenge themselves. But until now, among these challengers, there is no man who makes his heart beat. Maybe Zoro will become his rival one day, but now he is undoubtedly missing the most important things. Strength. But that Marine is different. He only made one shot, which made himself question his own strength. If you can fight him, maybe you can make your swordsmanship stronger. Yes. Such a man, myself. However, just when Hawkeye thought of this, a heat wave suddenly hit his face. What happened? Buggy on the side couldn't help but exclaim again and again. This heat wave is even more terrifying than the noon sun. Ah, so hot, so hot. For a while, Buggy quickly split his body apart and hid in the shadow of the camel. At the same time, he and Hawkeye also saw the picture ahead. A huge slash is coming towards them. And this slash was burning with raging flames, nearly 100 meters high, dividing the desert here in two. Such a terrifying scene immediately caused Buggy to shrink behind Hawkeye. It's him. On the contrary, it was Hawkeye. Seeing this unknown attack hit him, Suoluo suddenly appeared in his mind. And I was sure in my heart that this slash was probably released by Suoluo. Hurry up, if you get hit by that thing, you will definitely die. Buggy yelled. Hide? Hawkeye's gaze narrowed, staring directly at the slash. If I avoid here, it means I can't compare to Suoluo. Snapped. I saw Hawkeye stomping hard on one foot, and jumped up from the camel, holding the strongest black knife firmly in both hands. Soon, Hawkeye took a deep breath, his nerves tense, and armament haki burst out, calculating the distance between the slash and himself. Drink! In an instant, the Eagle Eye screamed, swiping the sword with both hands, sweeping and releasing a green sword aura, facing the attacking flames. Rumble! The two slashes collided strongly, stirring up the surrounding air, forming a terrifying air current, sweeping in all directions. Two camels were lifted off on the spot. The sand was all over the sky and was rolled into a sandstorm. Buggy even hugged his head with his hands, completely frightened by the scene in front of him. What kind of power is it? Rumble! The two slashes collided together, rubbing a loud noise. Hawkeye my hawk even held his breath, staring at the scene in front of him intensively. There is a strong hunch in his heart. This menacing slash is definitely from Suoluo's handwriting. I found us, so did you deliberately use this method to say hello? Hawkeye thought to himself, but soon denied the idea. Although he didn't have much contact with Suoluo, he could feel that the guy's mentality was somewhat lazy. Just when Hawkeye thought of this, the two slashes merged into one place, compressed crazily, and formed a huge ball. The moment it was compressed to its limit, the majestic energy burst out instantly and swept in all directions, set off a second impact, and the area at the slashing junction was bombarded out of a huge pit because it could not withstand this force. It's like an abyss, unfathomable. It took a full minute or so for the desert to return to calm. The clown Buggy's body pressed against the ground, rolling his throat and swallowing nervously. What happened just now? That level of confrontation is almost like when Uncle Rayleigh and Bullet were confronted, and the Rayleigh in his mouth, Bullet, is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying powerhouses in the sea. For a while, Buggy even regretted it a little. Why should I tell Hawkeye? I know where to find Suoluo. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with this guy. Soon, Buggy noticed the change in Hawkeye's expression. This guy who has always been paralyzed and has no mood swings, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes at this time. Do not. It's fanatic, let's go. Hawkeye my hawk put away the black knife on the spot. The soul of the warrior deep in his heart was completely awakened. Today, he has to fight Suoluo no matter what. That slash just now was very powerful. Rao took it seriously, and he almost missed the next step. The key is, this air slash does not always maintain the same intensity. It will increase with the distance of the attack, resulting in reduced power. In other words, Suoluo must be nearby, only in order to make the slash have such an intensity. Thinking of this, Hawkeye strode forward. Follow the direction of the slash to open the desert. In his eyes, this huge crack is a guide, and the clown Buggy naturally didn't want to be thrown in such a place by Hawkeye alone. In the end, he gritted his teeth, forced his body to stand up from the sand, and chased the eagle eye. However, the more Hawkeye moved forward, the more he felt shocked. According to his original plan, Suoluo is not far away. But who knows, after walking for a full 7 or 8 minutes, this crack is still invisible. This is equivalent to saying, the slash that he took has actually been weakened. And this kind of thing is undoubtedly a huge shock to him, a great swordsman. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this guy? Buggy couldn't help but exclaimed. I feel that my seriousness in swordsmanship is about to be subverted. The two walked for more than 10 kilometers before they finally came to the end of Jianhen. Looking at the picture in front of him, Hawkeye was completely silly. Here. Hawkeye blinked and looked around. This is not only the starting point of the huge sword mark. Extremely powerful sandstorms and large areas of quicksand. It is not difficult to see that just now, a fierce battle broke out here, and rely on eagle-eyed keen intuition. He suddenly realized that the sword mark and the sword aura were not directed at him at all. But, Suoluo only released the slash in order to solve the opponent. So here comes the problem. Suoluo, who are you fighting against? Wait, it doesn't mean that the slash I saw was just an aftermath. Hawkeye was dumbfounded again. Even for Jian Hao, the slashing distance just now is too far, right? With the feeling of step volume, at least 10 kilometers. It took a long time for Hawkeye to calm down some emotions, but the shock to Suoluo has been slow to calm down. How strong is that man's swordsmanship? Unfortunately, all clues about Suoluo are completely interrupted here. Hawkeye, look over there. Suddenly, Buggy's right hand floated in front of Hawkeye and pointed his finger at a piece. Hawkeye took a look. A large number of Marines are coming here. The leader rides a locomotive that is extremely inconsistent with the environment here. No one else, it is Smoker. After receiving Tashiji's contact, he rushed to the rainy ground non-stop and learned that the rebels had begun to attack the capital. After hesitating again and again, Smoker decided to take all the Marines and head straight to Albina. Now, it happened to meet Hawkeye here. Eagle eye. Soon, Smoker noticed Hawkeye, began to slow down, and stopped right beside him. Immediately afterwards, he was stunned on the spot. Without him, it is really the picture in front of him, which is too shocking. The scene of the super sandstorm sweeping, the huge quicksand, and that huge sword mark that can't be seen. Anyone can tell that a fierce battle has taken place here. Go on, just kidding, what happened to that crack? Was it cut out by a slash? The Marines were all dumbfounded and talked a lot. Wait, that man, isn't that my hawk Hawkeye? Suddenly, no one in the crowd yelled. Everyone else noticed Hawkeye. The Hawkeye of the world's largest swordsman? Why is he here? So, is the huge crack caused by the eagle eye? This power is too terrifying, right? Otherwise, how could he be the #1 in the world? The Marines suddenly realized. Yes, this is the #1 slash in the world. On the contrary, it was Smoker, frowning, with a green face, and asked Hawkeye, what the hell happened here? However, how could Hawkeye answer the Smoker question honestly? He just shook his head, as Shishibukai, I have no obligation to report to Marine. In a simple sentence, without extra explanation, Hawkeye strode away from here. It's so lonely. Buggy saw this and quickly followed. Shishibukai. Smoker's expression was even more unhappy, but he was helpless. On the one hand, 7 warlords of the sea is a pirate recognized by the world government, and even Marine cannot easily take action. On the other hand, there is too much difference in the strength between the two sides. He is not the opponent of this man at all. Thinking of this, Smoker couldn't help but glanced at the exaggerated sword mark again. Just the width is tens of meters, and it's not bottomed out. Hawkeye's swordsmanship, is it so terrifying? Smoker was completely shocked by Hawkeye's swordsmanship. In response to Smoker's question, Hawkeye Myhawk was naturally lazy to say something. What's more, he now has very clear goals. Look for the guy Suo Luo and fight him. So Hawkeye ignored Smoker and set off. From Smoker's standpoint, there is naturally no way to stop Hawkeye here. After some thoughts, he had to give up his entanglement with Hawkeye and command all Marines to march towards the capital Albina. At the same time, Suo Luo took Vivi and ran all the way to Albina. In about half an hour, the two successfully arrived in the capital Albina. Princess Vivi's mood also became tense. This time the civil strife will affect the survival of Alabasta. She changed her clothes in a street shop as quickly as possible, and then set off towards the palace. Fortunately in the misfortune, all the rebel forces assembled towards the palace. The civilians in this city who do not want to participate in the war must either hide at home or stay as far away as possible from this place of right and wrong. Thus, the avenues leading to the palace were kept unblocked. Just rush all the way. Vivi can reach the palace and stop all this. However, just in front of Vivi's sight, a member of the Baroque Job Club was sitting on the side of the road, as if waiting for something. Actually, Crocodile has always been a pirate who pays attention to double insurance. After learning of Vivi's true intentions, he summoned all the members of the Baroque Work Society and asked them to guard all directions in Albina, prevent Vivi from passing. And now the man blocking Vivi is no one else. It is the man who is second only to Crocodile in the Baroque Job Club, Mr. 1. His real name is Das Bonus. It is the blade man who ate the cut fruit. The whole body is not only as hard as steel, but the strength and speed are not bad at all. In the war on the top, the Eagle Eye slash was received frontally and he was unharmed. He is a man who can remember his name even with eagle eyes. When he saw Vivi appear, he straightened up from the box on the street, stepped forward, and walked slowly. Then, Mr. 1 shook his arm lightly, and his entire arm turned into a sharp blade. This way is nowhere, Mr. 1 low-pitched voice, full of momentum. Although it is not clear why Vivi would stay with one of them, he would not let Crocodile down. Mr. 1. Vivi couldn't help frowning. As the undercover agent of the Baroque Work Agency, she knew in her heart that this man was very strong. For a while, he stopped and turned his head to look at Suo Luo. That guy Crocodile has escaped. Suo Luo saw this and had to start flicking. But how can Mr. 1 believe Suo Luo's words? Not only is his body as hard as steel, but his inner will is even more so. With a grim face and a fierce murderous look, he slammed on one foot and went straight to Vivi. His idea is simpler and rude. Just get rid of Vivi here. No one can stop this war. In addition, there is a Marine. I can't stop myself at all. Before the two could breathe, Mr. 1 rushed directly in front of Vivi, waved his arm and swept across Vivi's neck, ended. But when Mr. 1 was so sure in his heart, Suo Luo, who was 5 or 6 meters away from Vivi, suddenly disappeared from where he was. He raised his katana to block Mr. 1's slash with a scabbard. Damn it! The impact sounded a little dull, and sparks were caused by the friction between the blade and the scabbard. Making Vivi retreat subconsciously, his heel hit an inconspicuous stone, his body instantly lost his balance, and he fell to the ground with a plop. In order not to highlight his strength, Suo Luo also deliberately put on a difficult look. Vivi, you go first. Leave it to me here. Suo Luo spoke loudly. Vivi, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked back and forth between Suo Luo and Mr. 1, and saw that Suo Luo stepped back because of his incomparable strength with Mr. 1. She fully reacted. Please, Vivi shouted to Suo Luo, and then ran towards the palace without looking back. Now she has more important things to do. But Mr. 1 is not a fighting madman. Instead of solving Suo Luo here, he cares about Crocodile's orders. Seeing Vivi pass by myself, he pushed hard, separated from Suo Luo's scabbard, turned around and chased it out. However, as soon as Mr. 1 turned around, he saw Suo Luo blocking him and Vivi. Fast speed. 6-style shave. Mr. 1 half squinted his eyes and thought of Marine's advanced physical technique called 6 types. It is said what skills of the master. Even those who are capable of fruit can defeat it. However, he is not an ordinary person with fruit ability. Wanting to defeat oneself with only 6 forms is even more idiotic. Use your own life to resist the enemy's footsteps. It seems that this should be your justice, right? Mr. 1 took a deep breath, but it's a pity. If you don't have enough strength, no matter how beautiful justice is, it's just empty talk. The moment the voice fell, Mr. 1 further activated his fruit ability, turning his arm into several blades, and then spinning at high speed. He decided to solve Suo Luo completely here. Spiral cut. As long as this trick is used, Suo Luo's samurai sword is useless. But who knows, Suo Luo put down his weapon at this moment. There is no such thing as desperately trying to stop the enemy. On the contrary, seeing that Vivi has run away, Suo Luo appeared rather helpless. If I want to solve you, I can do it at any time. You are still alive, but my character really doesn't like fighting. I just want to lie flat until I retire. Suo Luo kindly persuades him and hopes Mr. 1 will stop pestering himself. but for the current Mr. One. How could he give up all this because of Suo Luo's words? He even sneered at Suo Luo's remarks. When you are determined to block me, you are already dead. After all, Mr. One lunged forward, and his two sturdy arms slammed down at Suo Luo. Next second, a cold light flashed. On the spot, Mr. One's body was divided into two diagonally. The blood gushes from his body like a column. Whether it is muscles, organs, or bones, they are all cut into a smooth balance. His upper body slowly pours downwards and moves with the effect of gravity. For a while, Mr. One's eyes were even more exaggerated than Bull's eyes. He lowered his head slightly and saw a pool of blood formed under his feet. Thump! Soon, his upper body fell into a pool of blood, and his lower body also leaned forward and patted heavily on the ground. From the beginning to the end, he had never seen Suo Luo pull out the unremarkable samurai sword. This guy, how did it do it? Mr. One's eyes widened, and his heart was extremely shocked. He never dreamed that the Marine in front of him would kill himself with just one move. What's more terrifying is that I didn't even see Suo Luo's movements clearly. In this world, how could there be such a terrifying guy? His strength, I am afraid that it is not already infinitely close to Hawkeye. Yes. At the moment when Mr. One fell, he not only thought of the man sitting on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. Why, a man with such terrifying power is just a Marine warrant officer. What is his ambition and conspiracy? Mr. One panted heavily and wanted to raise his arm and grab Suo Luo's ankle. However, the distance between them seems to be close at hand, but it is far away. Mr. One gradually felt that breathing became more and more difficult. The body does not have the power to stand up or crawl forward at all. Even the consciousness is becoming more and more blurred. Just 10 seconds of effort. His heart stopped beating. The body becomes stiff in the sun. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Suo Luo sighed softly. He really didn't want to participate in the fight at all, but since leaving Logue Town, it's as if I go wherever I go in trouble. I often encounter strange and weird guys. After leaving Alabasta this time, I really have to plan carefully. Never mind. Suo Luo took a deep breath, not staying here for a long time, and turned to leave. Now Crocodile is no longer there. As long as Vivi and Koshaw meet, the war can be over. Thinking of this, Suo Luo is already drifting away. About half an hour later, Hawkeye and the clown Buggy also rushed to the capital Albina, and solved the Mr. Four and Mr. Merry Christmas of the Baroque Job Club. Then in the city, looking for Suo Luo's figure. As for the rebels, Hawkeye is not interested. Soon, the corpse lying on the flat road attracted his attention. That person. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked over in 3 steps and 2 steps. Seeing this, Buggy had to follow him silently. When he saw Mr. One's death, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. A good fit man was cut in 2 unexpectedly. It's really miserable. However, Buggy suddenly noticed Hawkeye's eyes. Judging from his reaction, Hawkeye seemed to know the man. You know him? Buggy couldn't help asking. Hawkeye thought for a moment, then nodded. His name is Bonus, and he is a bounty hunter from West Blue. In order to fight Shanks, he went to the other side's hometown, West Blue. It was also at that time that I met Mr. One. He can turn any part of his body into a blade, and he can make his skin as hard as steel. Although he can't be called a swordsman, his own strength is very impressive. Otherwise, Hawkeye would never remember his name. On Bonus's body, there was no second wound left. Hawkeye murmured to himself, and judging from the fall, the opponent should have shot in front of him. Duel? Based on the information on the scene, Hawkeye quickly deduced 2 things. The opponent was not a sneak attack, but a head-on confrontation. And, with just 1 move, Bonus was killed in a second. It's the Marine. With such superb swordsmanship, Suo Luo suddenly appeared in Hawkeye's mind. It must be him. He is in Albina. Once the matter was confirmed, the passion deep in Hawkeye's heart finally cooled down, and it boiled again. The key is, according to the changes in bloodline, Mr. One can be solved by Suo Luo within half an hour at most. It shows that he has not gone far. If it goes well, I might fight him today. On the contrary, Buggy had an ominous premonition in his heart. It seems that the pirates who had something to do with Suo Luo did not end well. If it weren't for yourself, let Hawkeye bring yourself. I'm afraid it's not going to hide in the sea. This guy is a Shinigami. Thinking of this, Buggy couldn't help holding his head in his hands, and couldn't wait to disappear where he was. But, just when Hawkeye was about to turn around and leave, searching for Suo Luo, Smoker took the Marine team and ran into Hawkeye again. You again. Seeing Hawkeye again, Smoker couldn't help but frown, and then noticed the corpse at his feet. Judging by Smoker's years of experience, he was very convinced that this man was beheaded. It's Bonus? Suddenly, Tashiji beside Smoker couldn't help but let out an exclamation. She blinked her eyes hard, seriously wondering if she had an illusion. with a bounty of up to 75 million berry bonus, unexpectedly. It's so dead. Bonus. After Tashiji's reminder, Smoker also reacted. The guy who died at Hawkeye's feet was not a little pirate. If such a guy is put in East Blue, it is definitely a boss-level existence. Hawkeye my hawk, what on earth do you want to do? Smoker couldn't help asking. Who is he fighting with in the desert? Why is it here to solve bonus? For a while, Smoker couldn't help but a lot of questions popped up in his heart. And with years of experience, he seriously suspects that there is a conspiracy in it. As for Smoker's conjecture, Hawkeye naturally didn't bother to explain anything. On the one hand, he has no obligation to help Marine understand the truth. On the other hand, his character has always been this way. I am the world's #1 swordsman, why explain to Colonel Marine? You don't need to know. Hawkeye stared at Smoker, leaving a cold sentence, and then left here without looking back. Seeing Hawkeye's lofty attitude, Smoker also clenched his fist. It's really unpleasant, these Shishibukai. Smoker couldn't help venting his complaints. Then he glanced at the corpse on the ground. Although he has great resentment toward Shishibukai, he has to say, one move killed 75 million berries bonus. I'm afraid that only a strong like Shishibukai can do it. Really, terrible swordsmanship. The world's #1 swordsman. Tashigi on the side rolled his throat and swallowed nervously, not only shocked by Hawkeye's swordsmanship. I even realized my insignificance. The gap in strength, too poor. And the seamen behind them turned their adoring gazes toward Hawkeye. It's really worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman, and he solved the pirate bonus with just one sword. It's horrible, when will I have that kind of strength? Hawkeye is probably the strongest among Shishibukai. Speaking of which, the guy Crocodile seems to have left a bomb. Suoluo originally planned to leave Alabasta and head to Marineford after he got rid of Mr. 1. Anyway, the follow-up problem can be completely solved with the courage of Princess Vivi. But on the way to leave, Suoluo suddenly recalled this incident. Crocodile in order to get clues to ancient weapon Pluton. In addition to provoking a civil war between the rebel army and the Kingdom army, in order to threaten Vivi's father, he also stored a super bomb in the capital Albina, enough to flatten the entire city. At the critical moment, it was Alabasta's Lieutenant Bell who used the fruit ability to transform into a birdman before taking the bomb into the air and detonating it, thus saved the city. However, the reason why Vivi and others knew the whereabouts of the bomb was because Crocodile himself threatened Vivi's father to obey his orders. Said it deliberately. Now Crocodile is solved by me. Naturally no one will tell Vivi about the bomb. Even if Vivi finds Koza and prevents the civil war, the power of that bomb will be enough to wipe out everyone. Suoluo thought to himself. This is why he hates trouble. Winning a battle is very simple, but often after winning the next battle, it will only cause a series of troubles. Forget it, now is not the time to entangle these things. Suoluo took a deep breath and slowly approached the clock tower in Albina. This is also a great advantage of being a traverser. Let Suoluo have a partial understanding of what has not happened. For the bomb that Crocodile prepared, and where the bomb was hidden, Suoluo remembered very clearly. So he hurried, bypassing the rebels attacking Albina. Come to this city, the oldest and most iconic clock tower. And, whether it is the rebel army or the Kingdom army, their attention is all attracted by the other. No one will pay attention to the clock tower or Marine at all. In a short while, Suoluo quietly sneaked into the clock tower and found the bomb. The senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. 7 and Mr. Father's Day, are now here, prepared to launch this super bomb as planned. However, as Suoluo got close enough to them, they also found Suoluo. Who are you? Mr. turned his head on Father's Day first, and then noticed the Marine uniform on Suoluo's body. Immediately took out the weapon, aimed at Suoluo's vitals, and warned him not to be nosy. They do things for 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Looking at the two guys in front of him, Suoluo didn't say a word. He pulled out the unliberated zanpakuto with one hand, aimed at the huge bomb, and chopped it down. This sudden scene was even more shocking to Mr. Father's Day and Mr. 7. They never dreamed that Marine would suddenly come here and shoot the bomb they were guarding. Could it be that Crocodile's plan has been revealed? But it's not right. Even if Marine did discover Crocodile's conspiracy, and found the bomb based on the clues given by Crocodile, that would not be so reckless. Doesn't he want to live anymore? That's a bomb. A slight collision may detonate it in advance. Stop it now, Mr. Father's Day is almost subconsciously shouting. Although he is very centered on the Baroque Work Club, he does not want to die for the work club. What are you lunatic doing? That's a bomb, powerful enough to razing the entire Albina to the ground. Mr. 7 on the side was even scared, holding his head with both hands, warning Suoluo loudly. But, now they, apart from showing horrified eyes, don't know how to stop Suoluo. But where does Suoluo care about them? He didn't even look at them more. With one hand, another wave, the last one hacked. A sharp cold light flashed. 3 invisible sword auras passed through the bomb at the same time, cut off all the most critical internal connections. Next second, after slashing this huge ball bomb, it shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground one after another. There was a dull crash. Mr. 7 and Mr. S. Father's Day stood on the spot in an instant, like 2 statues. They didn't even dare to breathe. Time passed by every minute and every second. The bomb did not detonate at all. Suo Luo put Zanpakuto into the scabbard with a calm face. In this way, Alabasta's greatest crisis should be resolved, Suo Luo muttered to himself. But in this way, Mr. 7 and Mr. Father's Day, they also saw their own swordsmanship. When Smoker arrives in Albina, maybe they will be arrested. Maybe something extraordinary will come out of the interrogation. Combined with them, they are not a good person setting. Suo Luo shot instantly and punched the air. Just the fist wind stirred the air here, forming a terrifying air current, crushing it towards Mr. 7 and Mr. Father's Day. How could they be able to resist such a majestic force? For a moment, the two of them backed away with a look of horror, and couldn't stop at all. Until I hit the window here, I turned over and fell from the window. Instead, in the midst of an inconspicuous muffled sound, the two of them fell into mashed flesh one after another. As for the screams they made during the fall, he was overwhelmed by heart-piercing roars. The civil war in Alabasta broke out. Has the war begun? Suo Luo couldn't help frowning. He made 3 steps and 2 steps before reaching the position of the clock tower and looking down from a high level. Although Crocodile did not appear in Albina, he had assembled all the members of the Baroque Working Society long before that, and informed them of their plans. Now, these people have started their own work. Using the status of the undercover agent in the Kingdom Army and the Rebel Army, they opened fire at the other side, causing war. That person is. Soon, Suo Luo took advantage of his position and noticed that Vivi was standing in the street in despair. She wanted to find Koza and tell him the truth. However, due to the smoke and dust and the fighting between the two sides, Vivi and Kosha passed by. Now she has not been able to stop all of this at all. Not only that, several members of the rebel army quickly noticed her, raised their weapons, and approached Vivi. In their eyes, as long as it is not a rebel, it's the enemy. And as long as it is an enemy, it should be killed. In an instant, a rebel army raised a scythe for mowing the grass and swept it towards Vivi's white neck. And Straw Hat Crew, who was supposed to protect Vivi, is not here at all. Thinking of this, Suo Luo couldn't help raising his forehead. That's why he hates trouble. Once involved, it will never end. Seeing Vivi fell into danger again, Suo Luo had no choice but to take action. Anyway, I have to shoot, it's better to stop this farce easily, Suo Luo thought to himself. The so-called rebel forces are nothing but civilians who have been deceived in the dark. Even the weapons they use are not regular cold weapons. They are all tools used in some farm work, such as sickle, rake, shovel, etc. And those kingdom troops are not bad guys themselves. If you don't see it, forget it. But it just happened to hit such a thing. It's still uncomfortable to watch these people die. Suo Luo couldn't help but murmured, his eyes condensed slightly, his eyes became serious. Next second, a faint breath burst from Suo Luo's body, and then spread like ripples. In an instant, this weak breath quickly strengthened, formed into a translucent sphere, shrouded the rebel army and the kingdom army living in the field. This force directly acts on their brains, stimulating their innate emotions. Fear. This fear keeps hitting their hearts, dominate their consciousness completely. Soon, regarding Suo Luo as the center, whether it is the rebel army in this conqueror's haki, or the kingdom army, his eyes suddenly turned white, and his vision became pitch black. Then, they released their 5 fingers subconsciously, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground one after another. Next second, these people's bodies began to lose balance, and their bodies fell forward or backward one after another. This scene was so sudden that Vivi couldn't even react. Her brain was blank and she couldn't understand the situation here. What is the problem? Vivi looked around, then blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how to explain it? These rebels and the kingdom army will fall in an instant? Correct. Vivi suddenly realized that just now, there seemed to be some air current passing by him. Is it related to that thing? But who the hell is it? For a while, Vivi was puzzled. I don't know the current situation at all. And Suo Luo has no plans to show up at all. He stood in an inconspicuous position of the clock tower, condescendingly overlooking the whole situation. Confirming that no one was awake except Vivi, he turned and left. It's time to go to Marineford at sea. However, what Suo Luo didn't know was, the conqueror's haki he released almost swept across Albina. It had an indelible impact. The first to bear the brunt was Cobra, king of Alabasta. He was standing above the king's city, and he was still having a headache. How to stop all of this? but I saw that the rebel army and the kingdom army fell to the ground one after another. Do not. It's not just these people. Ra was the guards who followed King Cobra, and at this time he also fell into a blockbuster. The scared King Cobra quickly ran over to confirm. After discovering that they had only passed out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, Alabasta, finally saved. For a while, King Cobra was relieved and sat on the ground with a plop. The captains of the guards hurriedly stepped forward to investigate the physical condition of King Cobra. Robin at this time is also here. I didn't expect that the Alabasta incident would end in this way. Robin couldn't help feeling. Presumably, it's also the masterpiece of that Marine. In Robin's view, the only guy who can do this is the Marine who rescued Princess Vivi in the desert. But, what is he trying to impersonate Smoker? Robin couldn't help but suddenly a lot of questions popped up in his mind. With Suoluo's strength, he can definitely become the Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters at a young age. Could it be true as Crocodile said? Is this guy like him? Huge ambition and conspiracy buried in the heart? At the same time, inside the city of Albina, Hawkeye and Buggy are still looking for Suoluo's whereabouts here. However, Suoluo was not found. But suddenly, a powerful aura flooded all over the world. It instantly caught the attention of Hawkeye. So strong Haki. In an instant, he realized that someone had released the strongest Haki. Conqueror's Haki. In his cognition, this Haki's power is not inferior to the red-haired Shanks man. And, what was certain in Hawkeye's heart, can release this level of Conqueror's Haki in Alabasta. It's the Marine I'm looking for. Only he can be worthy of such a terrifying Haki. Really, a long-lost feeling. The corners of Hawkeye's mouth rose, and just being immersed in this Haki made him extremely excited. Now he can't wait to fight Suoluo. Buggy, the clown standing beside him, was completely shivering at this moment. He suddenly recalled that it seems that on Lobe Town, I feel this Conqueror's Haki. And the other party, but the dragon known as the world's most ferocious criminal. Go on, just kidding, except for the unknown Marine with the most terrifying swordsmanship, even the dragon guy is also in Lobe Town? Buggy can't help holding his head in his hands, just feeling his brain blank. Will die. I will definitely die here today. The other side, the seaport of Albina. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He did not pursue the defected Blackbeard in Alabasta, and was about to go out to sea from here to the next location. However, at this moment, a powerful breath immediately caught his attention. Ace's face changed drastically, and he quickly moved away from the fighting posture. Look in the direction of the Albina Palace. The one just now, is Conqueror's Haki? This overwhelming aura lasted for about half a minute before it stopped. And the coverage is extremely wide. Conqueror's Haki is different from other Haki in that it cannot be inherited through genes, nor can it be cultivated. It's an ultra-rare Haki that can only awaken 1 out of 1,000,000 people. Moreover, even the people who awaken Conqueror's Haki, not everyone is the top Conqueror's Haki. This guy's Haki, it's almost. Ace rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Not much to lose, Dad. He didn't even dream of it. In the first half of the Grand Line, there was such a terrifying powerhouse. Could it be that guy Crocodile? Soon, Ace remembered that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was entrenched in Alabasta. It's a weird guy who has such a powerful force but doesn't enter the new world. Conqueror's Haki. Smoker's face suddenly changed in shock. He couldn't be more familiar with this Conqueror's Haki. When the Straw Hat crew was making trouble in Lobe Town, the Revolutionary Army Dragon appeared there and released the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Saved Straw Hat crew. This Haki is exactly the same as it was then, combined with the identity of Long Na Revolutionary Army. Like the Civil War in Alabasta, he does have the possibility to participate. Dragon, what are you thinking about? However, feeling this Haki at such a close distance also caused Smoker's brain to suffer a lot of shock. The seaman behind him with insufficient willpower turned Byakugan up on the spot, lost consciousness, and fell forward or backward. The seaman with a stronger willpower just persisted for a few more seconds. A few can't breathe, only Smoker, Hawkeye, Buggy, and Tashigi are left here without losing consciousness. But, Tashigi's condition is not getting better there. Fresh sweat came out of her forehead and back, and her brain just felt like being hit by a hammer. The state of the whole person was extremely collapsed, and he knelt on the ground with a thump, and had to use a samurai sword against the ground to maintain his balance. Otherwise, she would collapse to the ground like other sea soldiers. This power is really terrifying. This is Tashigi's most intuitive feeling. Fortunately, the overwhelming Haki came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Probably only lasted a few seconds. Otherwise, Tashigi would not be able to stand firm. You stay here. Noting that Smoker, who was in Tashigi's state, gave the order on the spot. On the one hand, he is worried about Tashigi. On the other hand, if the person who released Haki in the front is really a dragon, with her strength, she is not qualified to participate in this battle. even, let alone Tashiji. Even oneself is not sure to keep the dragon behind. After all, he is the world's most murderous criminal. That guy Hina doesn't know when he can arrive. Smoker thought to himself, but noticed that Hawkeye was faster than himself. As soon as Conqueror's haki dissipated, Hawkeye kicked one foot and rushed out very quickly. The way forward is the center of Conqueror's haki spreading in all directions. Colonel Smoker. Tashiji gritted his teeth, trying hard to get up from the ground, but couldn't do it. The more so, the more she hated her weakness in her heart. At the critical moment, I am useless at all. I seem to understand Mr. Suoluo. Tashiji couldn't help but think of Suoluo. I am afraid it is precisely because of the lack of power that he will always have an indifferent attitude. That kind of powerlessness. It will really hit a person's righteous heart. Don't think so much, miss. If you feel that you are too weak, just become stronger. What's really terrible is not that it is weak, but there is no sense of justice. Ahead, leave it to me. Smoker glanced at Tashiji, and finally rode the motorcycle resolutely and ran towards the palace in Albina. However, when he came here, the scene greeted him completely shocked him. The rebel army, the kingdom army. Now all fell on the street, his eyes rolled white. It is not difficult to see why they have become like this. Conqueror's haki. And the clown Buggy and Hawkeye are also here. Is it gone anymore? Hawkeye was slightly disappointed. When he arrived here, he used observation haki for the first time. Want to find Suoluo. The result was nothing. Buggy was dumbfounded again. Although there is no exact data, the scene in front of you, even if it is conservatively estimated, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people who were killed by Conqueror's haki. And the strong who can do this level. Buggy's first reaction was the Revolutionary Army Dragon, the most dangerous man. But, shocked, Hawkeye did not give up the idea of tracking Suoluo. Anyway, he himself is the Lone Ranger in 7 Warlords of the Sea. There is nothing more important at present. And, the more I track Suoluo, the more Hawkeye can discover that this guy is stronger than he thought. While at sea, he split the sea with one sword. In the desert, the aftermath of his slashing is like the scorching Sunday now. Suoluo once again swept the whole Albina with the overwhelming haki. Every piece of information shows that he is a top powerhouse. Even in Hawkeye's eyes, Suoluo's true strength, I'm afraid, will not lose to Shanks in his heyday. Really, long-lost excitement. It's been a long time since no one can make me so excited. Hawkeye took a deep breath. There is no clue for Suoluo, so he naturally does not plan to stay for a long time. So he glanced at the clown Buggy, and left here without looking back. Buggy's sight was between Hawkeye and Smoker back and forth. After hesitating for a second, he caught up with Hawkeye. In any case, he didn't want to stay with Colonel Marine. Grumbling. But at this moment, the phone worm that Smoker carried with him began to buzz. Ugh. Smoker let out a long sigh, and took the phone worm out of his pocket to answer it. Hina has arrived in Albina with a rain boat. Do you want to start raining now? Colonel Smoker. After learning that Alabasta's civil war was caused by drought and dancing fans, he decisively contacted Colonel Hina of Naval Headquarters, and asked her to borrow the artificial rain boat in an attempt to stop the civil war. But now, Smoker looked around and looked at the rebel army, the kingdom army, who had fallen unconscious on the ground. There is no need for that now. However, Alabasta has more serious problems. Smoker paused and explained to Hina. It's a revolutionary army dragon. Although I don't know what his intention is to appear here, he has used Conqueror's haki to prevent this civil war. Upon hearing the dragon, Conqueror's haki and other key messages, Hina's face also changed drastically. Hina is shocked. Colonel Smoker, are you sure? If what you said is true, I'm afraid this incident will cause a sensation in the world government. Even Hina's tone was somewhat trembling. Smoker's answer is even more affirmative. Otherwise, who else can fade an army of hundreds of thousands of people in an instant? It's definitely a dragon. But, the more affirmed Smoker's answer was, the more he shook his heart for Marine's justice. The man behind the disaster was Shishibukai Crocodile, recognized by the world government, and the people who saved this country. But he is known as the world's most murderous criminal revolutionary army dragon. It's ironic. Smoker couldn't help muttering to himself. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. A vice admiral from the headquarters, wearing a coat of justice, hurried to Marshal Sengoku's office. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door was rapid and loud. Please come in. With Sengoku's permission, the vice admiral pushed in, but his face was sullen, as if something terrible happened. The fact is indeed the case. Marshal Sengoku, something is not good. The vice admiral couldn't wait to speak. What he stated was nothing else, it was the Alabasta incident, and, according to Smoker's detailed investigation, basically it can be confirmed. The culprit of the civil unrest in Alabasta is no one else. It is Crocodile, one of 7 warlords of the sea. At first, I saw this vice admiral look so rude. Sengoku couldn't help frowning, but after he broke this information, Sengoku's face couldn't help but become surprised, then shocked, and finally fell into silence. That guy crocodile. After a long time, Sengoku murmured. He had already heard about Alabasta's condition. It's just that there has been no evidence that Alabasta's civil strife is related to crocodile, Shishibukai, and the internal affairs of a country. Let alone naval headquarters, the world government has no position of intervention. But, if crocodile is behind all this, the nature is completely different. Even 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government, in essence, also a pirate. Do not. This is more influential than ordinary pirates. Once this matter ferments, it spreads. It will undoubtedly have a big impact on the credibility of the world government. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Not only the face of world government, but also the justice of marine. Certainly, for the current Sengoku, his heart is more towards justice, not a face problem. At the same time, Sengoku also thought that Vice Admiral in front of him made such a panic report. It is because Alabasta is completely out of control. That's why Colonel Smoker asked the headquarters for support. Then consider the strength of Crocodile. This time, at least the Vice Admiral of the headquarters will be dispatched. But who knows? This Vice Admiral took a deep breath and shook his head towards Sengoku. It's over. Ha! What do you mean by the end? Could it be that Smoker defeated Crocodile? Sengoku couldn't help being stunned. He also had some impressions of Colonel Smoker. Although the level is not high, but the strength is very outstanding, and also a student of Zephyr. If it wasn't for his character, he would be promoted to Commodore or even Rear Admiral. But compared to Crocodile, Sengoku felt that there was still a certain gap. In fact, this part is what made this Vice Admiral so flustered, because Smoker clearly emphasized in the content of the report. This time, they hardly played a positive role in the Alabasta incident. It's the Revolutionary Army Dragon. Saved this country. What? As soon as he heard the name of the dragon, Sengoku also got up from his seat with a loud noise. He never dreamed of. It was in this situation that I heard the name of the dragon, the world's most ferocious criminal. Worse, if the truth is exposed once, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar all over the world. Pirates recognized by the world government want to steal the country. The Revolutionary Army, regarded as a criminal by the world government, rescued Alabasta. Sengoku feels a headache just thinking about things like this. But, the dragon guy really used Conqueror's Haki to kill an army of close to 1 million people? Sengoku couldn't help taking a breath. In fact, Conqueror's, although Suo Luo was not expected to be promoted by 1 level, he considered his next plan. This is not a bad thing. In addition to this incident, Tashiji suddenly called, hoping that Suo Luo could travel with them. Because of the Alabasta incident, Smoker needs to go to Marineford to receive the medal. The plan to capture Straw Hat Crew was completely disrupted. Certainly, Suo Luo, who knows a little about Smoker, naturally doesn't think Smoker is going to accept the medal obediently. If I'm not mistaken, Smoker wants to go to the upper class to make a theory. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain, and then refused Tashiji's kindness. Said that he had already gone to sea. Arranged to meet at Marineford. Seeing Suo Luo like this, Tashiji did not force it. And the next trip will be very comfortable, because Suo Luo chose a detour. What Straw Hat Crew? Blackbeard Pirates. Silver Fox. Suo Luo never encountered it. After several days of sailing, he took Robin to Carnival City. Then take a sea train from Carnival City, all the way to the city of 7 Waters. Unobstructed. A few days later, in front of the sea train, a prosperous island city is located in the front. Sitting by the window, Suo Luo could even witness the prosperity of the island at a glance. It's really worthy of being the city of 7 Waters. The prosperous level is far beyond the reign of Crocodile. Suo Luo couldn't help but exclaimed, although he had seen One Piece before crossing. However, the shock brought by this kind of personal experience is far from comparable to the picture displayed through a screen. No wonder there are countless pirates rushing to the sea. And as the city of 7 Waters came into view, the sea train also ordered to move forward at full speed and prepare for landing. For a time, the sea train moved forward at full speed. The distance from the city of 7 Waters is getting closer and closer. And this prosperous island is more clearly displayed in Suo Luo's eyes. The entire city of 7 Waters is not like an island, but a city built on the sea. Whether it is structure, it is refreshing. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a water park. At the top of the city, there are countless waterways flowing continuously downwards, forming waterways for sailing ships. Very convenient. Besides, the sea train is also the pride of the 7 capitals of water. On the entire Grand Line, only the city of 7 Waters can be built. Rao is the world government, and it only uses these sea trains in a cooperative way. At this moment, Suoluo seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Robin beside him. You said that the speed of sea trains is not slower than that of sailing boats, but it is also very convenient and comfortable. It is far less bumpy than sailing boats, and it can travel steadily even in heavy rain. Such a convenient means of transportation, if it can cover the entire world, wouldn't it be very convenient? Originally, Suoluo only regarded the sea train as a spectacle on the Grand Line, but after personal experience, he saw a certain way. Robin, who was knowledgeable, didn't expect Suoluo to ask this suddenly, staring blankly before opening Shikai. Although the sea train is convenient, it costs a lot of money. If you want to spread it all over the sea, the cost is quite a headache. Don't say that the world government only cooperates with sea trains. It really has the technology of sea trains. They will not do such an extravagant and wasteful thing. Robin paused for a moment, but, what are you asking for? Then you say, what about the Revolutionary Army? Will they? Suoluo didn't answer the question. Revolutionary Army. Robin frowned, wondering what connection the sea train had with the world government and the Revolutionary Army. But according to her knowledge of the Revolutionary Army, it is estimated that this kind of meaningless thing will not be done. What the Revolutionary Army has to do is to liberate the country and defeat the privileged celestial dragons. As for the construction of sea trains, that is not their revolutionary thinking. What are you trying to say? Robin asked again. It's nothing, just more emotional. Suoluo was silent for a moment. Maybe it was too long after being away from the flower planter. Maybe it's because I haven't talked to anyone about my past. Suoluo looked at the Kishui city getting closer and closer outside the window, and said with some emotion, somewhere, there is such a country. Even in small villages with only dozens of people living in them, we must provide them with water and electricity so that they can live the lives of modern people. Even if they spend a lot of money, manpower, material resources, and no profit for this, their leaders will not hesitate. Hearing this, Robin naturally widened his eyes on the spot, and his mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. Even she, who is very knowledgeable, has never heard of such a country. Even Robin once felt that the king of Alabasta already loved the common people deeply, but compared with the country mentioned by Suoluo, it is simply not worth mentioning. Is there really such a country? Where is it? I really want to take a look at the country you are talking about and the king who governs that country. Then you will definitely make a worthwhile trip. Suoluo said with a smile. However, there is no king in that country. The so-called leader is just elected from among the people. For a while, Robin, who finally calmed down, was stunned again. Robin doesn't understand, no one in this world will understand. The reason why that country is like this is not because of the king's love for the people, but out of the true feelings and responsibilities of the family, the country, and the world. Even Robin, in her cognition, is bound by the king's ideals. Don't talk about Robin. It is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Long Suoluo is also skeptical about whether he really understands revolution. It just overthrew those tyrannical countries and then replaced them with a king who was close to the people. This is also called a revolution? It's hilarious. Especially the plot of Wanakuni in One Piece. Drive the tyrannical snake down, defeat Kaido, and support Momonosuke to take office. It's almost the limit that people in this world can think of. Then why are you leaving there? Seeing Suoluo's side face looking out the window again, Robin couldn't help asking. Since Suoluo is a very contented person, he should stay in that country. Why? Want to join Marine? It's not that I left, it's that I can't go back. If you can go back. With my current strength, I am afraid the first thing is to destroy the Lighthouse Nation. Suoluo thought to himself. Soon, the sea train successfully arrived at the city of Seven Waters and stopped steadily. Passengers on the train got off, and the station also gathered all kinds of people. Let's go, Robin, get out of here as soon as you find the ship. Suoluo said so. In any case, he didn't want to get involved with CP9. Please follow me. Keiku smiled and said, motioning Suoluo to follow in his footsteps. At the same time, gestured to the other shipbuilding craftsmen, letting them go to their own affairs. As for the question raised by Keiku, Suoluo also just prevarication, said that their troops encountered pirates at sea. Only a few people were left to escape, but the ship was destroyed, so you can only reach the capital of the Seven Waters by sea train. That's really hard work. Keiku paused. I remember, we happen to have a sailing boat here that can meet your needs. I remember it should be here. Keiku pointed in a remote direction. Even the shipbuilders at dock number 1 rarely go to such corners. And in his heart, there is another thing in mind. Even Marine can't stop their plan. Even if you kill him, let the plan be completed smoothly. A chill gleamed from Keiku's eyes. Judging from Suoluo's uniform, he is at best a warrant officer. And their plan has always been favored by the world government. Which is lighter and heavier shall be judged higher and lower. and Keiku believes that even naval headquarters will not care about it. And, by the means of Keiku, he also didn't think that naval headquarters would find Suo Luo's body. At most, this incident was considered Suo Luo's disappearance. Anyway, the woman next to him, it's not a good crop. Thought of this, Keiku completely moved to kill. As a CP9 agent, Keiku has always had a different sense of superiority in his work and identity. Even in his eyes, Marines like Suo Luo, but it is a subordinate of the CP9 organization. Even if he killed him, he would not have any psychological burden. In the next second, he hid his killing intent. However, although this killing intent came and went fast, it was still caught by Suo Luo. That was just now, killing intent. Suo Luo looked around, he was very sure. There is only oneself and Keiku in this area. And he was quite sure that it was definitely not an illusion. In fact, the sudden appearance of Keiku made Suo Luo feel that it was a coincidence. It's even a bit too coincidental. Doc 1 is the pride of Carrera. There are not a few people who come in and out every day. What a coincidence. Now combine this killing intent. Maybe CP9 has noticed the city of Seven Waters where he and Robin arrived together. Could it be the sea train? Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he deduced that it was most likely that there were people from the CP organization on the train. It seems that I still underestimated the CP9's ability to do things. Suo Luo felt a little emotional. You know, he is still wearing a uniform. It's from Marine. It's one's own. The guy in front of him still had a murderous intent on himself. This group of CP9 agents are really willing to kill. But I want to come. CP9 is the most secretive spy department of the world government. Special powers have always been granted. You can execute anyone on your own for justice. These people, it can be a pirate. It can also be a soldier of a country. It can even be Marine. This kind of power will naturally make these guys defiant. Do things without fear. And the most ironic thing is, he obviously didn't do anything. Just because he appeared in the city of Seven Waters with Robin, the other party wanted to wipe out his own unstable factor. I really don't know what to say. These guys are doing their duty. Still, recklessly. Speaking of it, from the very beginning, the number of shipbuilders seems to be decreasing. Suo Luo observes the surrounding environment from the corner of his eye. The more you move forward, the more remote the location, the fewer shipbuilders. Combined with the killing intent just now, even a fool can guess Keiku's plan. I have to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Suo Luo thought to himself, and at the same time healed his body with his own way. He stared slightly at the back of Keiku's neck, slowly exuding his killing intent. A chill rushed to Keiku away. Hiss. In an instant, Keiku's expression froze, as if goosebumps were rising all over the mountain, especially the part being watched by Suo Luo. There seemed to be an extremely sharp long knife, standing on it, exuding cold air. It makes him feel quite uncomfortable. Although my talent is not as good as Lu Chi, it is still the best among CP9. The mission between life and death has gone through countless times, but compared to how it feels now, even the special task between life and death does not seem to be a big deal. Suddenly, Keiku seemed to think of something suddenly. The two pupils suddenly dilated. He suddenly remembered that when he first joined CP9, Lu Chi had watched him in a similar way because a task had not been handled properly. Even the feeling Lu Chi gave to me at the time can't be compared with this Marine. Who is he? Until then, Keiku had completely changed his face. He took a deep breath of air hard, trying to suppress the throbbing in his heart. But it can't be suppressed at all. This feeling is really terrible. Just like a giant dragon, staring at himself covetously. It seems to swallow yourself at any time. This guy, isn't he Marine warrant officer? How could there be such a terrifying killing intent? Keiku never dreamed of it. One day, I will feel a sense of crisis even more terrifying than Lu Chi from an ordinary Marine. This kind of thing simply subverted Keiku's perception of Marine. The original naval headquarters guy. Are they all so scary? This is a monster at all. No no no. Keiku quickly denied. If naval headquarters are all monsters like Suo Luo, what does world government want them to do with CP9? What else does Pluton do? With these monsters alone, all pirates can be eliminated. You just wanted to kill me, right? Suo Luo, who had been silent all of a sudden, spoke slowly. The voice was low, but very powerful, like a sharp knife that pierced Keiku's heart. Grunt. He rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Although I don't know why a shipbuilder wants to shoot Marine, but... Suo Luo paused for a while, adding to his tone, don't be impulsive, otherwise, you will really die. Soon. Suo Luo slowly raised his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and pressed Keiku's shoulder. A huge pressure rolled over, causing Keiku to stop instantly. His forehead, as well as behind, are all new sweat coming out of him. Wet his clothes. Then Suo Luo stepped forward and came to Keiku's side. "Where is the boat I need?" Although Suo Luo didn't want to cause trouble, nor did he want to get involved with CP9. But this time, I'm afraid it is not a situation that can be avoided by pretending to be foolish. Until this moment, Keiku fully realized why Robin would get along with Suo Luo. This guy, it is very likely that Robin was suppressed with his powerful strength. But shortly afterwards, Keiku had an unknown premonition in his heart. Is it possible that Suo Luo is planning to escort Robin to naval headquarters? Both CP9 and naval headquarters are organizations that maintain justice for the world government. But between the two, there are very few exchanges on tasks. What's more, this task is highly valued by the world government. It's a secret among secrets. Just the layout, it will last for several years. Naval headquarters, naturally it is impossible to hear. For Robin's bounty, it has not been revoked. Marine arrested Robin and went to the headquarters to return to life, which is also understandable. What should I do now? Exposure to this Marine. Tell him I am a secret agent of CP9. Keiku couldn't help whispering in his heart. Not to mention that this is a confidential issue. I really told Suo Luo, can he believe it? CP9 has never been made public. Thinking about going, Keiku felt that he could only choose to do something here, even if he is not Suo Luo's opponent. Once the battle broke out, it would attract the attention of other shipbuilders. Even if I can't beat this Marine, with Lu Chi's strength, I can definitely subdue this guy easily. No matter how you say it, he is the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years, Keiku thought to himself, and settled his attention. Shave, call out. I saw Keiku disappeared from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. With the burst of 6 shaves, he instantly appeared behind Suo Luo. The action is clean and neat. If you let other shipbuilders see this scene, they will definitely be amazed by their own strength. But right now, I can't take care of that much anymore. Several years of undercover tasks. How can a Marine disrupt the plan? Sorry, Marine. However, what Keiku did not expect to die was that he hadn't waited for him to gain a foothold. Suo Luo has finished his turn. It seems that he has already counted his next step. Not only that, but he didn't know when he pulled out the samurai sword from his waist with his right hand. The sharp point of the knife is aligning to his throat. The speed was so fast that he didn't see his movements clearly. This guy, how did you do it? Keiku was shocked. The move I just used, but 6 moves. In an instant, you can teleport yourself to the enemy side, like a Superman. Result, your actions are actually slower than Suo Luo? This is simply a monster. For a moment, Keiku couldn't help holding his breath, and his mood was very intense one after another. At this moment, Keiku couldn't help but doubt. That CP9 organization's strongest combat power in 800 years. Genius Lucy. Will there be such a speed? Even more terrifying, what should I do now? Keiku's eyes fell on the silver blade. His brain is a little confused. The body does not dare to act at will. Strong intuition was telling him, as long as you act rashly, the sharp katana can pierce his body in an instant. The speed of the opponent is too fast. I didn't even have time to react. Completely suppress. With my strength, even if you look at the entire CP9 organization, it can be considered a leader. Even, there is only Lu Chi who can convince me. Especially in terms of speed, that has always been my favorite part. As a result, I was completely defeated in the speed field where I am best. There is no possibility of fighting back. Suo Luo's strength has reached a terrifying point. However, if you kill Keiku here. Suo Luo stared at Keiku blankly, and did not rush to move. Although their location is relatively remote, not many shipbuilders have noticed here. But if you continue to do it, it is likely to cause commotion. And in my impression, Keiku is not only Grandmaster 6, but also a Zoan fruit ability. Although Zoan is not as unpredictable as Logia, and not as open-minded as Paramecia, it can fundamentally strengthen the body. Let the vitality and defensive power reach a very exaggerated point. This guy Keiku might be more resistant to playing than Crocodile. Don't consider Shikai Ryujin Jaka's words. It might take 2 knives to hack Keiku to death. If Keiku died on Dock 1, the people of CP9 would definitely not give up. And a nice lobby is not far from here. Suo Luo couldn't help muttering to himself. If you can't make it right, I'm afraid I have to face the entire CP9, even the world government. After killing Keiku, Lu Chi will definitely come. Lu Chi is here, and everyone else will come. Once a nice lobby knows that Lu Chi has been defeated, it will definitely report the matter to the world government. At that time, maybe it will be Buster Call. The more Suo Luo thought about it, the more troublesome it became. Although Robin gave him advice, let him expose his strength appropriately and let the people at Marine's upper class pay attention. To join the faction. But the current situation is obviously not the strength that Robin said. Once you face the Buster Call, I'm afraid it's not about exposing a billion points of strength. So troublesome. After thinking for a while, Suo Luo had to put away his murderous aura. Next time, don't show this mood swing to me, otherwise, I would really kill you. As for the ship, you don't need you. In the end, Suo Luo took the knife and restored his previous smile. Simply brushed past Keiku. I am going to find someone else to help me choose a sailboat that can go to sea as soon as possible. And until Suo Luo walked out a distance of tens of meters, Keiku regained his breathing. Yes. When confronting Suo Luo tit for tat, that powerful aura made him unable to breathe even the least. It was not until Suo Luo left that his body recovered these most basic functions. At the same time, Keiku understood. The remarks just now were by no means a mere warning. Next time, if I show killing intent to Suo Luo again, he will never show mercy. What a monster. Keiku took a deep breath in an attempt to calm his emotions, but the shock in his heart could not calm down for a long time. His worldview and cognition are suffering an unprecedented huge impact. I must notify Lu Qi of this quickly. The whole CP9, maybe only Lu Qi can stop this marine, if he really wants to take Robin away. Soon, Keiku reacted. It's not the time to stand here stupidly now. Keiku hurriedly left Dock 1 and came to a very hidden room. There are not many facilities in this room, so it looks a bit empty. Keiku was restless, pacing back and forth in the room. Prior to this, he had used phone worms to contact other members of the organization. Da-da-da. With the sound of footsteps approaching, Keiku slowly stopped and turned to look at the door, but the tension on his face did not disappear. Crunch. Soon, the door was pushed open. The visitor was wearing a boatman suit, a black top hat, and a white pigeon on his shoulder, which looked very eye-catching. It's just Rob Lucci, the core member of CP9. It is worth mentioning that although the highest officer of CP9 is Spondam, he relies on his own relationship to sit on this chair. His own strength and brains are very general. Under normal circumstances, Lu Qi is more like the head of the CP9 organization. Behind him is a tall woman. A yellow blouse is paired with a black skirt, and black knee-length boots are worn on the feet. It is Khalifa, the only female member of the entire CP9 organization, currently also the secretary of Bingshan. When she saw Keiku's face a little flustered, she couldn't help whispering in her heart. Keiku's character has always been stable, and he is a very good agent in the organization, rarely will show real emotions. However, he now is completely opposite to the man in his own impression. Could it be that what happened? Just thought of this. Khalifa couldn't help worrying about the plan. Can make Keiku look like this, except that there was an accident in the plan. She couldn't think of the second possibility. What's wrong? Lu Qi's tone seemed extremely calm. As an excellent agent, he is the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years. Lu Qi will naturally not allow any accidents to happen. What's more, the plan this time has attracted great attention from the world government. Just planning, it lasts for several years. In order to complete the task, Rao went to Carrera and worked as a shipbuilder for 5 or 6 years. Accident? Do not make jokes. Hearing this, Keiku nodded firmly, indicating that there was indeed an accident. The marine next to Robin. I made contact with him. Although he has not yet figured out his identity, I dare to assert that he is by no means ordinary. Even our plan is likely to be affected by his appearance. He is a very unstable factor in our plan, Keiku said without thinking. In his opinion, this matter should probably be reported to the higher authorities, and let them operate through relationships, and invite the people from naval headquarters to come forward. Come and get that marine away from Robin. This is almost Keiku, the most reliable solution that can be thought of. The things that just happened simply subverted his perception of marine strength. Until now, Keiku could not recover from that emotion. It's so shocking. Rao was Lu Qi, also surprised. That Keiku, who had always been calm and self-confident, was panicked like this now. What is the origin of that marine? He was determined to be an unstable factor. You know, for tasks that require undercover, the most troublesome factor is instability, because no one can predict how much influence this factor will have on the plan. Maybe it's minimal. Maybe the sky is falling apart. It's all inaccurate things. Considering the current situation, it is obvious that the latter is more likely. That marine, but had direct contact with Robin. Robin is undoubtedly a vital part of the overall plan, because only she can interpret ancient texts. Certainly, even if it is really as Keiku said, Lu Qi will not let the naval headquarters intervene in the way of operation. On the one hand, this is undoubtedly equivalent to telling the people above that their CP9 does not have the ability to deal with emergencies. Because of Lu Qi's character, he is naturally unwilling to do this kind of shameless thing. On the other hand, it is strong self-confidence. The strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years is not from Lu Qi, but the name he used to fight for with great strength. And his acting style has always been to deal with the so-called unstable factors, wipe them out. In the fastest and easiest way, the obstructors will be eliminated. It doesn't matter if the other party is a pirate, marine, or something else. Only in this way can we ensure that the plan is foolproof. What's more, the CP9 organization acts as an intelligence agency directly under the world government. It is given the highest authority. Anyone can be punished out of justice. No report required. Unstable factor. Khalifa on the side also showed a surprised look. She has always understood Keiko. Looking at the entire CP9 organization, he is a leader. Really started, it is Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters, it is not his opponent. Especially his swordsmanship. It can completely kill the enemy silently. In my impression, the Marine who followed Robin's side, it looks very young, and the uniform is just warrant officer level. Is it possible? With Keiko's strength, it is impossible to get rid of the so-called instability factors? Must Lu Chi come forward? This kind of thing is very rare. Did you fight that Marine? For a moment, Khalifa couldn't help asking, if it's not a real deal. She felt that Keiko wouldn't panic like this. Yeah. Keiko nodded, the corners of his mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. Khalifa, you may not believe it. Keiko's tone seemed heavy. Just remembering the scene just now made him chill. The speed of that Marine is really outrageous. As Keiko spoke, Lu Chi and Khalifa also focused their attention. I lost. Keiko took a deep breath. Although it was just a test, I was fully psychologically prepared at the time. Result. Suppressed in an instant. You know, what I am most proud of, except for speed, is swordsmanship. But facing that Marine, whether it is speed or swordsmanship, I am far from it. Keiko's voice began to tremble. The scariest thing is, I didn't even see him pulling the sword. Yes, you heard it right. I am good at swordsmanship, and I can't even see the opponent's sword drawing action. Keiko was emotionally a little excited, and spoke out what had happened before. Even self-confidence in swordsmanship built up through a long time. Just the initial confrontation, Suo Luo, completely crushed. As Keiko finished talking about the ins and outs, the atmosphere on the scene gradually became weird. There was no sound, especially Lu Chi. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Keiko, almost the second combat power of the entire CP9. Strength is second only to himself. Result, when facing that Marine, he didn't even see the opponent's movements clearly. Are you kidding me? When did such a monster appear in Marine? It's unbelievable, unbelievable. Even Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, swordsmanship may not be much better than Keiko. Furthermore, he was suppressed without even seeing the opponent's movements. This kind of thing, even for me, is difficult to do. Lu Chi couldn't help thinking to himself. Even what he couldn't do was easily done by a Marine. The scariest thing is, they are CP9, but the most powerful spy organization in the world. But he knows very little about a Marine. Even his powerful strength was tested by Keiko himself. Just found out. For a time, Lu Chi, who was once confident, couldn't help but feel heavy. Could it be? The plan has been carefully laid out for several years. Are you really going to be disturbed by the appearance of a Marine? Khalifa on the side opened, his eyes widened, and Hua's face was shocked. In her heart, it was enough to describe the word shock. How strong is Keiko? She is naturally very clear. As a result, according to his description, that Marine strength, I am afraid that he can kill Keiko in a flash. How outrageous is this? Is it the one I heard wrong? At this moment, Khalifa even began to wonder if there was something wrong with his hearing. Otherwise, with Keiko's strength, how could he be suppressed instantly? Grunt. Khalifa rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. If what Keiko said is true, then this incident is really incredible. In fact, with the strength of Keiko, let alone the CP9 organization, just look at the entire sea. He is very powerful. And, how old is Keiko? Only this year? 23. Although it is incomparable with monsters like Lu Chi, at the age of 23, he is called CP9's number 2 combat power in terms of strength. It's already quite a scary thing, and people like him are in Khalifa's cognition. Undoubtedly a genius. Result, it was a genius like Keiko who was suppressed in an instant. She even felt that this kind of monster appeared in the City of Seven Waters and appeared beside Robin. It is by no means a coincidence. Maybe in naval headquarters, clandestine operations were also launched, and CP9 and naval headquarters are not related to subordinates. We have planned a multi-year plan, maybe it will really change because of this. Keiko, are you really kidding? Khalifa took a deep breath and couldn't help asking. Now she really wants to hear something from Keiko. I was joking, teasing you. But, don't talk about Keiko anymore. It is any member of CP9. It's impossible to make such a joke at this juncture. However, this can't be blamed on Khalifa's sudden inexplicable thoughts. This is really outrageous. So that she couldn't accept it for a while. It is even more unimaginable. How terrifying is the strength of a person who can instantly suppress Keiku? How could I make such a joke? Keiku shook his head helplessly, the corners of his mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. Then, could it be that you were suppressed because you were not prepared? Khalifa saw this and continued to guess. Because according to Keiku, Suo Luo stood behind him at the time, and the distance between the two parties is very close, coupled with the lack of knowledge of the other party. That's how it happened. Let Keiku mistakenly believe that the opponent's strength is terrifying, but in fact, the opponent is not that strong. If you start fighting from the beginning, maybe you will win. Indeed. Lu Qi on the side agreed, and he also agreed with Khalifa's idea very much. After all, neither side used their own cards. Keiku did not bring weapons at the time, not to use the orc form. And, for this mission, they lurked for several years in the city of Seven Waters. It's been a long time since I started with anyone. Suddenly encounter the strong, it is inevitable that there will be errors in judgment. Beat. Spike. Although the results are the same, the concepts are vastly different. Keiku was defeated. Lu Qi didn't think it was impossible. After all, there are many strong men at sea. But, Keiku was killed in a second, and he couldn't accept it. Someone who can do this. How strong is it? Vice Admiral? Shishibukai? Or Quasi-Admiral? Even Admiral strength? How does it compare to your own strength? Can't speculate. Disturbed. At this moment, Lu Qi's heart was indescribably uneasy. The outcome of a battle often has many key factors: status, judgment, choice. It's a careless moment, overconfidence in one's own strength, as well as underestimating the enemy, or not being prepared and enlightened. It doesn't mean that the opponent's strength is stronger than you, Lu Qi analyzed, but this reason is more like comforting himself. You can't understand. Keiku's face turned pale. Although his talent and strength are not as good as Lu Qi, but how could he not know this common sense? As long as there are factors in it, he will not panic like this, especially that feeling, that kind of oppression. Dao power, there is too much difference. Even if you give me enough time to prepare, I am not that guy's opponent, even I suspect. Keiku's voice stopped abruptly, and his eyes fell on Lu Qi. Do you doubt what? Lu Qi frowned and asked. And the next words, Keiku couldn't say it anyway. He even doubted that Lu Qi's strength might be stronger than that of Marine. Maybe, all CP9 members need to act together. There is enough chance of winning, but such words are undoubtedly a question of Lu Qi's strength. Even Keiku himself was shocked. Lu Qi is the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years. This is something everyone in the organization believes in. As a result, because of the appearance of a Marine, he actually questioned Lu Qi's strength? This must be a fantasy. I suspect that this Marine may be a secret. Suo Luo quickly walked through the streets of the city of Seven Waters. The surrounding people come and go, full of excitement. According to the original plan, he wanted to solve the problem of the ship at Dock 1, and then called Robin to come and go directly to sea. Stay away from this land of right and wrong. As a result, he ran into Keiku, who wanted to solve his own problem. Although relying on the crushing momentum, Keiku was temporarily forced back, but according to Suo Luo's cognition, he didn't think the CP9 organization would swallow. In order to avoid any trouble, Suo Luo contacted Robin with a phone worm and agreed with her a meeting place. But I don't know when. The city of Kishui is bright and sunny, and the streets are full of people coming and going, which is very lively. But I felt a cold air approaching me. It seems to have a pair of eyes, staring at himself in secret. Like a wolf ambushing its prey, it will rush to take a bite at any time. It's CP9 again. Suo Luo's eyes slowly condensed slightly. I am now wearing a marine uniform. The city of Seven Waters is similar to an ice lobby. Normal pirates, there is no reason to ambush a marine soldier in this situation. Suo Luo naturally thought of CP9 for a while. Although I have some contact with Carrera, they are legal industries after all. Even if I just had a friction with Keiku, one of their top 5 foremen, they did not dare to provoke Marine. Just think about it, Suo Luo will not think that he is a person from Carrera, tracking himself, because they don't have the guts. Especially Bingbird, the owner of Carrera. He himself is afraid of world government, wished to stay away from Marine and CP organization. As for the Earth Snake in the capital of Seven Waters, for example, the Frankie family, although they will rob the pirates of their property, they are looking at Marine. It is undoubtedly a death. Suo Luo didn't think they would be idiots to this point. Eliminate all possibilities. There is only the CP9 organization, and the probability is also high. Let's not say that I suppressed Keiku's problem. Robin alone is enough to make them immortal with themselves. I wanted to pass the time difference and sneak away from under their noses without knowing it. It seems that I still underestimate CP9. It's really worthy of being an espionage department directly under the world government, Suo Luo thought to himself. But, although he always feels troublesome and has a mentality of wanting salted fish, he is not afraid of trouble in essence. If from the beginning, I did not invite Robin to join Marine, when encountering this kind of thing, he also divides the line with Robin. You go yours, I go mine. Do you want Robin in CP9? Give you. But now, I not only promised Robin, but also ensured her personal safety. I also need Robin's brain and knowledge. If you give in here, give Robin to CP9. On the one hand, don't you become a person who doesn't believe in words? On the other hand, if you encounter any problems in the future, there will be one less person around you who will make suggestions. I'm almost at the place agreed with Robin. Suo Luo glanced at the surrounding situation. Obviously, the other party has no plans to shoot on the street. This time the plan is very important to CP9, even at the expense of Carrera undercover for several years. Because of my relationship, it is really not their style to expose your identity on the street. If I guessed correctly, these guys are waiting for me to walk to a quiet place. Suo Luo thought to himself, but the pace continued to accelerate. Go straight to the alley, agreed with Robin. Here, it is a relatively wide and deserted dead end. The distance between the walls on both sides is as much as 8 meters. In addition, the buildings on both sides are very tall, making it difficult for sunlight to enter. The whole alley looked cold, and the road underneath also looked a little muddy. Dirty water stains are everywhere. The air is somewhat humid. It is incompatible with the bustling outside. Even as there is not enough sunlight, the sewer here will emit a stinky smell from time to time. However, even this environment did not affect Robin. She just had a calm face, standing on the edge, waiting for Suo Luo's arrival. He didn't even pinch his nose. Suo Luo was not in a hurry to talk to Robin, but went straight to the depths of the alley, slowly slowing down until he stopped. Then, Suo Luo turned around and turned his back to Robin. This scene surprised Robin a little. According to her assumption, Suo Luo should come here to meet with herself, and then go to the place where the boat stops, leaving the city of 7 waters. But now, Suo Luo seems to want to accomplish something here. An ominous hunch came to Robin's heart spontaneously. Actually, as soon as Robin entered the city of 7 waters, she met members of the CP9 organization, and was warned by them. The plan is about to begin. This matter was like a thorn, deeply buried in Robin's heart. I planned to tell Suo Luo about it after meeting Suo Luo, but now it seems, that group of guys, it is very likely that Suo Luo has also been eyed. It's all here, don't you plan to show up? A smile appeared on Suo Luo's face, looking at the only exit of the alley, and slowly speaking. Without waiting for the voice to fall, the echo reverberated in this alley. After a few breaths, the sound disappeared. The fact is as Suo Luo expected. Da-da-da. The sound of the heel stepping on the ground sounded very loud in such a quiet environment. Robin immediately held his breath and looked in the direction of the sound. Both hands were directly clenched into fists. In her sight, a tall and thin man in a black suit walked into the alley step by step. And behind him, there were 2 men and 1 woman. They are almost dressed up. It looks very formal in formal wear, and all wearing a mask. The only exit of this small alley was completely sealed. At the same time, I don't know if it is a coincidence. When these people walked in, all the noise on the street disappeared. It was as if the whole street had been emptied. But, although these people have chosen to use masks to hide their true identities, but for Suo Luo, who is a traverser, this kind of disguise is useless at all. Based on the height, appearance, and combination of these people, Suo Luo can guess their true identity. Really? Suo Luo's eyes condensed slightly, his hands inserted into kabuto, and he didn't speak in a hurry, but quietly feeling the aura of these people. It's the CP9 organization, following me. Only, I never dreamed that the strongest combat power known as CP9 in 800 years would appear in person. Suo Luo took a deep breath and couldn't help feeling in his heart. I thought it was just a little girl. Did not expect. The person who came turned out to be the big boss directly. In a dark alley, Suo Luo watched the comer who appeared suddenly. This man is tall and slender, and his black suit highlights his almost perfect figure. On his shoulders stood a very eye-catching white dove. Although there is a mask to cover the facial features, Suo Luo can easily recognize the identity of the other party. The CP9 organization has the strongest combat power in 800 years. Rob Lucci. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet. Suo Luo can even hear his breathing and heartbeat. The development of the matter completely exceeded his expectations. Yes, Suo Luo never dreamed of it. The person who followed him would turn out to be Lucci. I thought that the person who came was at most a secret agent of the CP9 organization. They warned me and kept me away from Robin. Did not expect. The City of Seven Waters, no. It should be said that it is the big boss of a nice lobby, but it is directly on the stage. Suo Luo, who is a traverser, knows very well. Although the chief of CP9 is Spondum, the real leadership core within it is Lu Chi in front of him. He is the only one who can convince the members of CP9 to obey orders unconditionally. Things got tricky. But, having said that, Suo Luo did not feel more nervous. He just stood still, looking at Lu Chi and others coldly. Although I don't know who you are, but you openly attack a marine, you are too courageous, right? After a breath, Suo Luo spoke slowly. I hope I can use the identity of marine to persuade the other party to calm down. However, say these words out. Embarrassed. It's so embarrassing, this conversation. Suo Luo seemed calm on the surface, but couldn't help but complain about himself in his heart. As for fear and anxiety, absolutely not. Even if the person in front of him is known as the strongest CP9 in 800 years, Suo Luo is not worried either. I want to ask you, where are you holy? Lu Chi didn't rush to shoot, but asked back. Moreover, his nerves are in a tight state at this time. Don't dare to relax in the slightest, careless. Before coming, he had a general idea of Suo Luo's strength from Keiku's mouth. Just in case. Not only did he go out in person this time, all the CP9 agents in the City of Seven Waters were dispatched. Ambush in every corner. In his eyes, Suo Luo is a man with a very high risk factor. Otherwise, how could Keiku be suppressed in one round? You know, Keiku is the number 2 fighting force within the organization anyway. One round of suppression simply subverted Lu Chi's cognition. Based on this relationship, when Lu Chi stood in front of Suo Luo, he would be so careful. After this guy made contact with Keiku, I even used all the intelligence networks that I could use. Lu Chi half squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Before launching this operation, he used almost every means. Result, still did not find any useful information. The marine in front of him has not uncovered any major incidents. The famous pirate group has not been wiped out. Even this person has no sense of existence. Obviously he has great strength, but in the intelligence network, no useful information about him can be found. Either it is Suo Luo who has been disguising himself. Either Suo Luo is extremely important to naval headquarters and is a kind of secret weapon. So everything about him has been wiped out by higher level people. A higher level of existence than the CP9 organization. No matter which one is, it is enough to show that Suo Luo is not simple. Suo Luo couldn't help but startled. Who am I? He thought that with the intelligence network organized by CP9, he had been investigated by Lu Chi a long time ago. Result, this guy didn't even figure out who he was? But I want to come. Since crossing into this world, he has been by Smoker's side. But, since the other party does not know his identity, that would be easier. A smile appeared on Suo Luo's face, a marine on mission. Since the other party doesn't know who he is, that kind of self-reporting things, fools will do it. And Lu Chi also seemed to have expected Suo Luo's answer. He stared at Suo Luo, his voice did not waver at all. Mr. Marine, as the supreme commander of CP9, I would like to warn you, please leave the City of Seven Waters immediately. Give us the woman next to you. If possible, Lu Chi did not want to clash with Suo Luo. In order for this plan to be successfully concluded, they have devoted several years of hard work. Any unstable factors, he didn't want to see it. Especially when I think of, the marine in front of him can suppress Keiku in an instant. Rao is Lu Chi, who has always been invincible, and he is also a little jealous. Even if he can win Suo Luo in the end, a big battle is bound to break out. And once you start in the capital of Seven Waters, no one can predict the spread of the battle. Once there is a difference in the pool, maybe that guy Bingbird will be alert. This is by no means the situation that the CP9 organization hopes to see. So, after some totals, Lu Chi decided to let Suo Luo leave the City of Seven Waters in a peaceful way. However, if Lu Chi just let himself leave the City of Seven Waters, Suo Luo was naturally happy, because he didn't want to conflict with Lu Chi either. No matter how you say, to win the next battle is very simple, but it is undoubtedly a very stupid behavior to fall into the pressure of waiting for the next battle to come. However, Robin on the side couldn't help but his expression became tense. As early as a long time ago, she had contact with the CP9 organization, and know how terrible these people are. Once touched their bottom line, even marine, they dare to execute. Also eligible for execution. Conflict with them is definitely not a sensible act, even in her opinion. Even Suo Luo will eventually agree with the other party and abandon himself here. For himself. Thinking of this, Robin's eyes inevitably dimmed. Perhaps, I should have known this a long time ago. From the beginning, I was an ominous person. You should not have any illusions about your partner. Waiting for oneself, there is always only use in betrayal. Suo Luo is just another crocodile. However, just when Robin was so sure in his heart, Suo Luo spoke slowly. Can I not accept your warning? I am Marine, and you are the CP organization. Although they are directly under the department of the world government, but the two departments are not in a superior-subordinate relationship. It's a warning, but it's an order, right? Across an organization, come and give me orders. This gentleman, don't you think you are being funny? With Suo Luo's current strength, naturally he will not be deterred by the mere CP9 organization. In any case, he just found it troublesome, not afraid of trouble. Rao is a direct order from Lu Qi. Suo Luo was also unmoved. In the words, there is no respect for Lu Qi. Robin on the side stood still on the spot. She turned her head slightly, staring at Suo Luo's profile, and couldn't help blinking her eyes, seriously wondering if she had any hallucinations. Suo Luo turned out to be for himself. Do not hesitate to organize with CP. Still CP9 organization conflict. And Lu Qi's face also turned green at this time. He never dreamed that the Marine in front of him would be stunned. Even the name of CP9 could not shock him. You know, His Majesty, let alone in the CP9 organization. So far, no one has dared to disobey his will. This is the final warning. If you can leave, both of us can be in peace. However, if you insist on doing this, then we CP9 are not afraid to use force here. Lu Qi spoke again, his tone full of killing intent. To say whether you are 100% sure to kill Suo Luo. Lu Qi didn't actually have it. But this time, he came prepared. Except for Keiku, Khalifa, and Bluno who followed behind him. In fact, there are other members ambushing here. In an instant, more members of the CP9 organization appeared in this dim alley. Jabra, Kumadori, Otana Fukura, one after another. In addition, there are dozens of CP9 members who do not have a Master 6. Enclosed the entire alley. Robin on the side was even more stunned in his heart. She has always understood the methods of CP9. CP9 actually dispatched so many people at once to deal with Suo Luo. Robin's eyes were wide and round, and his mouth opened slightly, forming a big O shape. She couldn't help but guess. Is it possible? These people should know that Suo Luo defeated Crocodile? But through the reaction of the other party, they seem to be ignorant of this matter. Or, what happened during the time that Suo Luo was separated from him? Probably. You know, the agents trained by the CP9 organization are all elites among the elite. The result is now to deal with a Marine. All were dispatched. This lineup is quite rare. Suo Luo looked around, feeling surprised. Because he remembers it clearly. In the city of Seven Waters, only Lu Qi, Keiku, Khalifa, and Bluno entered the Carrera Company undercover. More CP9 organization members. It was after the identities of Lu Qi and others were exposed that they appeared one by one. In other words, the appearance of these people means that they were gathered by Lu Qi. And in Lu Qi's cognition, Robin is not his opponent. These people, it's for yourself. I didn't expect that the CP9 organization, except for Spandam, would come together. By the way, didn't I just suppress Keiku? As for the entire CP9 organization, is there such a huge sense of oppression? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. He never dreamed that things would become more and more difficult. If it's just Lu Qi, then forget it. The big deal will kill them. But now, all members of the CP9 organization are dispatched. Do you want to erase the entire CP9 department from this world? If I really did that, I'm afraid it won't let the world government fall into panic, Suo Luo thought to himself. In any case, defeating Lu Qi, and defeating the entire CP9 organization, the nature is completely different. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Suo Luo who was in deep thought. This guy, it seems that he really doesn't get in. In his opinion, Suo Luo is now ready to fight. Would rather go to war with the entire CP9 organization, not willing to hand over Robin. Or, the task he received is really important. Or, he has full confidence in his own strength. And through Keiku's dictation, and his performance in the face of danger, Lu Qi felt that the second possibility was even greater, dispersion. Soon, Lu Qi gave the order. Let Keiku and others behind him disperse at this moment, slowly approaching Suo Luo. In an instant, Suo Luo is in the encirclement of the CP9 organization. Although Jabra and others do not know why Lu Qi is afraid of a Marine, they still do what Lu Qi explained. Strong murderousness. It burst from them. The ordinary members of CP9 stand in a more peripheral position. It does not seem to be ready to directly intervene in the battle. Lu Qi's low-pitched voice, the whole aura and just now are like two people. At this time, he has once again recovered to be the invincible world, the strongest combat power to kill without blinking. We CP9, as a secret unit directly under the world government, has the highest authority, that is in the name of justice, to kill all those who hinder us. Since you don't want to leave, then I can only let you stay in the city of seven waters forever. Lu Qi's remarks undoubtedly sentenced Suo Luo to death. Let me stay in the city of seven waters forever. Suo Luo couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, although he knew that Lu Qi was very strong, but he is stronger than Lucy. You are really confident enough. With his current strength, let alone the mere CP9 organization. It is the apex of the CP organization. CP0 is close, it is useless. I have to leave today, no one can keep it. You better leave. However, at this moment, Robin, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Now she has fully felt Suo Luo's heart. It is no exaggeration to say that so far, for my own sake, I have not hesitated to conflict with the CP9 organization. Suo Luo is the only one. Combine those guys who betray themselves at every turn. At this moment, Robin was deeply moved. But in her heart, she didn't think that Suo Luo would be the opponent of the entire CP9 organization. Once the conflict broke out between the two sides, he will definitely die. I will go with you. Robin took a deep breath and turned to Lu Qi. I hope he will stop embarrassing Suo Luo. However, as soon as Robin's voice fell, Jabra took the lead. Shave. I saw him disappear in the same place. The next second he appeared behind Suo Luo, instantly condensing the power of his whole body to the index finger, aimed at Suo Luo's chest, and shot directly. Finger pistol. The powerful force stabs out at super high speed, and the power of the attack is far better than large caliber bullets. Die, Marine. Jabra let out a low growl, as if witnessing Suo Luo's death. However, in an instant, a majestic force hit his cheek and lifted him away. Although Jabra used the fastest speed to launch a surprise attack on Suo Luo, it was in the latter's perspective. His movements are still as slow as a slide. Before Jabra had time to shoot finger pistol, Suo Luo punched his backhand and hit his right cheek. The majestic power emerged in an instant. A terrifying air current spreads in all directions. Jabra's facial features are all piled up, the corners of his eyes, nose and mouth are filled with bright red bloodline, and a few teeth in his mouth are broken. However, compared to the physical damage, Jabra's brain is more impacted. This Marine, what is the problem? His speed, strength. It was even more terrifying than Lucy. How did Naval Headquarters cultivate this kind of monster? Can't understand. Incredible. Bang. With a loud noise, Jabra's body flew upside down on the spot, hitting a nearby building, and his upper body was embedded like a nail. For a time, the whole alley was silent. The atmosphere became weird. All CP9 organization members including Lucky. No one thought that the Jabra with a power of more than 2,100 would be punched and flew by Suo Luo. What just happened? Khalifa blinked hard, she didn't even see Suo Luo's shot. By the time he reacted, Jabra was already embedded in the wall. The thing I dislike the most is trouble. Suo Luo suddenly took a step forward and broke the silence in the alley first. But you guys have to cause me trouble, then I can only be here to solve you. When he finished speaking, Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. A terrifying aura slowly released from his body, swept in all directions. A strong sense of oppression is even more pressing on everyone present. Even if he is just standing in front of them, Suo Luo is like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Until this moment, the people of these CP9 organizations completely reacted. The Marine they are facing now. What a terrifying existence it is. Boom! This powerful momentum began to lift the air around Suo Luo, forming a strong air current, spreading towards the surroundings. The speed was so fast that the CP9 members present had no time to react. I saw this air blast on the masks of Lu Qi and others, and lifted it off on the spot. They revealed their very surprised faces. The strongest among them are Keiku and Khalifa, especially Keiku. He had contact with Suo Luo in dock number 1. At that time, he was sure that Suo Luo was stronger than himself. But now, Suo Luo's aura is nothing like that at that time. Yes, unlike at that time, because Suo Luo now has a stronger aura than it was then. My hands are shaking? Soon, Keiku glanced down at his hands, and suddenly found that his fingers could not stop shaking, and this is by no means exciting. Khalifa on the side couldn't help rolling his throat and swallowed nervously. Why does this Marine have such a terrible aura? This powerful majesty made her feel short of breath even at the very least. The heartbeat is even faster. Don't talk about rebelling against Suo Luo's majesty. She is now struggling just to stay standing. Before that, about what Keiku said. She has always remained skeptical in any case. Keiku is the number 2 combat force of the CP9 organization. How could it be lost to Marine? But now, she completely believed it. because the strength gap between the two sides is really too big. Sure enough, Lu Qi's decision was correct. If there is a head-on conflict with this marine, all members are dispatched to have the only chance of winning. Bluno couldn't help taking a breath. He who had always been calm and steady, now standing in front of Suoluo, he is also very anxious. So strong. This is the thought of everyone present. Everyone, be careful. Finally, Lu Qi spoke slowly, his hands clenched into fists. Although I am very reluctant to admit this, the strength of this marine may be stronger than we expected. Don't underestimate the enemy. Lu Qi never thought of his death. One day, I would say this to the people around me. You know, he is the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years. Clear. Knowledge. Others answered one after another, and were ready to break out into a full-scale battle. However, just at this moment of tense swordsmanship, Jabra, who was inserted into the wall with a punch by Suoluo, suddenly violent the blue veins on his arms, pressed his hands against the wall, and pulled out his upper body. Thump! I saw Jabra spinning around in the air and landing safely. Although he looked very embarrassed, even one of his eyes was swollen and he couldn't open most of the teeth in his mouth. But he still faced Suoluo resolutely. Next second, Jabra's body began to swell. Spread your clothes torn. The muscles on the body began to bulge, the facial features also changed, and there were a lot of black hairs growing out. Like a werewolf. In fact, Jabra is a capable person who has eaten canine fruit and is in the form of a wolf. I'm not so easily defeated. Jabra trembled and roared loudly at Suoluo. Then, he kicked his feet hard and used the 6 shaves again. He rushed to Suoluo in an instant. Iron body. Jabra let out another low growl, using the 6-type iron body to harden his whole body, so as to increase their defense power by a large margin. In his opinion, Rao is the current Suoluo, and it is impossible to cause harm to himself. In addition, most people use the 6 types of iron body, and they must keep their whole body still. Jabra relies on his talent and hard work. He just cultivated the iron body to the point where he could act, and with this, got amazing destructive power. Heavy Step Wolf. It looks like an ordinary fist slams at Suoluo, but in fact, it condenses the iron body power of the whole body into the fist. Enough to make the steel plate of a warship into a C shape. But who knows, in the face of the raid launched by Jabra, Suoluo didn't even look at him. The backhand is a punch. It happened to collide with Jabra's fist. In an instant, a shock wave erupted from between the two. Instead, Jabra had to grit his teeth and wanted to resist the opponent's strength. As a result, this majestic force instantly shattered his bones and shocked his internal organs. Pouch! In the next second, Jabra rolled his eyes and vomited a pool of blood, mixed with some mincemeat, and flew out again. Boom! With a loud noise, Jabra's eyes rolled white, his body drew a perfect parabola in the air, and he fell heavily to the ground. Lost consciousness completely. Even the ability to use the fruit, plus the 6-type iron body. It was still a face-to-face, but Suoluo was killed in seconds. Hiss! All of the CP9 members present took a breath. Although Jabra's strength is not as good as that of Lucky, and his power has been surpassed by Keiku, he is still the leader of the CP9 organization, especially the training of iron body. No one can match. The scariest thing is, throughout the process, Suoluo did not show any strenuous performance. It's a complete understatement. It seems that the CP9 senior agent is not being dealt with. It's more like killing a trash fish in a second. What a terrible power. Keiku watched Jabra fall, and the fear of Suoluo once again arose in his heart. The previous experience at Dock Number 1 reappeared in front of us. Don't talk about killing Jabra in seconds. Even let him give it a go. He was not confident enough to win Jabra in a short time. The gap is huge, but... Keiku rolled his throat and grabbed the samurai sword at his waist with both hands. This time, I'm not alone in dealing with this marine. It's CP9 that all members are dispatched. More Lu Qi, the strongest combat power in 800 years. It will work. Keiku clenched his teeth, kicked hard on one foot, and came into the air with the moonwalk of 6 forms. Just in case. He felt that it would be safer to conduct long-range attacks. Soon, Keiku waved both hands and feet at the same time. With katana and 6 tempest kick, Keiku slammed 4 slashes abruptly and galloped out towards Suoluo. Not only that, at this moment, CP9 organizes all members. All acted. Shave. Lu Qi let out a low growl, and his whole person disappeared out of thin air. Life is back. Kumadori even shouted, making her long pink hair extend as if she had life and self-awareness. It became like a vine and swept towards Suoluo's feet. Want to keep him firmly in place. Califa, Bluno, and Otonashi Fukura also displayed their 6 styles, and shot towards Suoluo. Such an amazing scene. I just looked at Robin directly. She never dreamed of it. The entire CP9 will be shot by all members. attack Suo Luo together. This is bad. Robin screamed and raised his hands at the same time, trying to save Suo Luo. In her cognition, Rao is as strong like Suo Luo, and he can't deal with the entire CP9 organization. However, at the moment when she did something, several CP9 members flashed to her side, and everyone's fingers were pointed at her brain. Warn her that it is best to do nothing. This is not the battle she should intervene. But, facing such a big battle, Suo Luo only had his eyes fixed slightly. Seeing that Keiku's for sword's flow reached his chest first. Ugh, Suo Luo sighed helplessly, but the movements on his hands were clean and neat. Draw a knife, resist, fight back, all in one go. The majestic power instantly blocked these 4 sword auras. Next second, a terrifying air pressure began to burst from the tip of the knife, stirring the air. With Suo Luo's light pick, the violent power instantly dissipated Keiku's slash. Call out. Immediately afterwards, there was a silver arc, soaring into the sky, and went straight to Keiku, who was standing in the air. And in this dim alley, the light of the knife released by Suo Luo was even brighter and dazzling. Boom! There was a loud noise. This slash hit Keiku's chest. Iron body. In a desperate situation, Keiku, who was inevitable, could only choose to insist on this move, condensing his strength to his chest, so as to become as hard as steel. The two forces collided and slammed into each other. Keiku held his breath and wanted to use the hardness of the iron body to dissipate Suo Luo's slash. However, it wasn't until this moment that Keiku realized how arrogant he was. The combat power between the two sides is not at the same level at all. The slash released by Suo Luo found a breakthrough in Keiku's body and embedded it on the spot. I saw Keiku's pupils dilated instantly, his brain was blank, and his scalp felt numb. Own iron body. It was easily cracked by Suo Luo. Pouch. I saw blood flying out of the huge gap, and Keiku's body was pushed out by the slash, hitting the building on the side. Rumble. Accompanied by loud noises. Keiku's body was directly hit by Suo Luo's attack. The entire staircase building was penetrated by this violent force on the spot. Under this shock, the ground of the alley began to tremble and shake, like a sailboat in the sea. The other CP9 members saw this behind the scenes. It was even more stunned. One after another dumbfounded. Careful. At the critical moment, Lu Qi loudly reminded everyone to be careful of Suo Luo's swordsmanship. At the same time, Lu Qi also flashed behind Suo Luo with the speed of the 6-style shave. He planned to cooperate with Kumadori to return his life, but ended up dropping Suo Luo. But who knows, Suo Luo's movements were even more straightforward. After flying Keiku with a knife, he loosened his 5 fingers and let the samurai sword in his hand spin half a circle in the air and land on the ground. Stabbed into Kumadora's hair impartially. Surroundings, everything is ashes. Ryujin Jaka. In the next second, Suo Luo directly liberated this ordinary katana and made it look true. In an instant, gray smoke emanated from the blade, and the temperature of the blade rose steadily. Ha! The part where the tip of the knife was inserted to snuggle up the hair, a fire burst out, swallowing the opponent's hair on the spot. Soon, the fire was like a broken bamboo, distorting the space here on the spot. The raging fire even spread to the top of the snuggled head, making him extremely painful, and he quickly rolled into the ditch to the side in an attempt to put out the fire. Not to mention Khalifa and Bluno. Their moral power itself is not very strong. Just Suo Luo's explosive aura pushed them back several meters. Can't get close to Suo Luo at all. You are the core figure of CP9, right? Regarding the other CP9 members, Suo Luo didn't even bother to glance at it. He turned to meet Lu Qi's gaze and asked in a low voice, "It seems that you are very good at using physical skills?" Suo Luo said lightly, but took Ryujin Jaka back in his hand. Lu Qi's eyes went wide in an instant, and his nerves were straightened at this moment. He could clearly see how Suo Luo used 2 knives to get rid of Keiku and Snuggle. The scariest thing is, Suo Luo's swordsmanship has no extra moves. Simple and crude. There are 2 movements before and after. Brandishing a knife. Fall. But it was such a simple action that gave Lu Qi a great shock. So that, he dared not shoot at such close range. He took a breath, forcibly changed his footsteps, and backed away again and again. The situation is changing rapidly, completely beyond Lu Qi's cognition. He didn't even dream of it. Can't breathe in a few. Suo Luo killed 3 of the top combat powers in the CP9 organization. Jabra, Keiku, Kumadori. Either one is a ruthless character who can be alone. As a result, in front of Suo Luo, he was so embarrassed. The bones in Jabra's body were almost shattered, and the internal organs were vomited out through the mouth. Keiku, who was good at swordsmanship, was severely injured by Suo Luo. Kumadori was directly burnt out of his hair. You know, with the ability to return to life, his hair is an incredible killer. No, it's not just them. Lu Chi was in a heavy mood, and his pupils were directly enlarged. Just when I met Suo Luo, in his heart, there was an unprecedented idea. Danger! The man in front of him is extremely dangerous. If you don't run away quickly, it is very likely to be seriously injured by this guy. Moreover, this idea was very strong in Lu Chi's mind. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's a real experience. Lu Chi couldn't believe it at all. At Naval Headquarters, such a strong man is hidden unexpectedly. It's incredible. I know who you are. However, at this moment, Suo Luo spoke slowly, and put Ryujin Jaka back into the scabbard neatly with his hands. It seemed that he had given up the use of swordsmanship. If I didn't guess wrong, you should be Rob Lu Chi, right? You know me. Lu Chi held his breath, his eyes focused on Suo Luo, and he dared not move away for a second, for fear that he would suddenly shoot at himself. Well, you seem to have confidence in your physical skills. Suo Luo nodded slightly. If he wants to, killing the people here is not a problem. But if the world government finds out that all CP9 members who were supposed to be responsible for recreating Pluton disappeared mysteriously in the city of Seven Waters, I'm afraid it will cause quite a stir. It is even possible to launch a carpet investigation, and I thought that I would be the enemy of the entire naval headquarters and even the world government. Suo Luo found it troublesome. After thinking about it, he came up with an idea. In that case, then I will give you a chance. Looky, as long as you can catch my fist, Robin will leave it to you, and I will leave the city of Seven Waters. Suo Luo made a loud noise. Although Suo Luo's voice is not loud, the content of this remark is too strong. In an instant, it shocked everyone present. Robin blinked even more, seriously wondering if he had heard something wrong. As long as Lu Chi takes Suo Luo's punch, he lost himself to CP9? What a joke! Even if Suo Luo's strength is very good, he defeated the strong CP9 organization one after another. But Lu Chi's strength is far above those people. When he was 13 years old, he joined CP9, and with its powerful strength and cold-blooded wrist, it has become the strongest cold-killing weapon. Known as the strongest combat power of the CP9 organization in 800 years, the strength will only be stronger than Shishibukai. To say that Lu Chi couldn't catch Suo Luo's punch, Robin doesn't believe it. Could it be that Suo Luo is not physically strong? Suddenly, Robin thought of a possibility. Suo Luo did defeat the 3 members of CP9 in a row, but these people are the strong inside the organization. Maybe in order to deal with them, Suo Luo's body has reached its limit. Now he does not have enough power to fight against Lu Chi. That's why this method was chosen. Come, let yourself have a step down. Otherwise, continue the death fight. Suo Luo is likely to die here. Really? I was still abandoned. For a while, Robin was a little disappointed in his heart. Maybe from the beginning, I shouldn't have any hope for Suo Luo. Nor should there be hope for anyone, no matter how nice their words are. When it comes to making a decision, they will only care about their own interests and situations. There are no companions at all. And Lu Chi on the side was also startled. Unexpectedly, Suo Luo would offer such a condition. Judging from the current situation, he should be a marine swordsman who is good at swordsmanship. Suddenly say something to compare physical skills. He also claimed to defeat himself with one blow. I really don't know if this guy is too confident or too arrogant. How? Seeing that Lu Chi did not respond, Suo Luo had to continue to speak. Are you scared? Indeed, if I punch you, you are likely to die. It's normal to be afraid. Suo Luo muttered to himself using a voice that everyone can hear. Calipha and others were shocked again. This guy, who is so sacred, dared to speak to Lu Chi like this. Even if his strength is really good, but he wants to defeat Lu Chi with one punch. It is simply a fantasy. Bluno whispered in a flat tone, no matter how you say it, Lu Chi is the strongest battle in the 800 years of CP9. Force. He is the only man who has cultivated the 6 forms to ultimate. In the field of physical skills, no one can match Lu Chi, Bluno said confidently. In his opinion, Suo Luo undoubtedly made the worst decision this time. Ha ha ha. Soon, Lu Chi raised his forehead and couldn't help laughing. It seems that Suo Luo told him a very funny joke. Am I scared? Do not make jokes. Don't say one punch, it is 10 punches, I will take it too, Lu Chi said without thinking. For him, this condition is really good. Because of myself. It's not just a man who has cultivated the 6 forms to ultimate. At the same time, he is also a capable person who has eaten the fruit of Zoan. The biggest advantage of Zoan fruit is that it can intuitively increase physical strength. It's you, I hope you don't break your promise, Marine. While speaking, Lu Chi immediately activated the fruit ability and transformed into an orc form. Soon, Lu Chi's body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body became burly. In the image of a tall leopard man, appeared in front of Suo Luo. A strong aura spreads in all directions. Let the CP9 organization members present take a breath. It's been a long time since I saw it, Lu Qi's form. This marine, lost. Khalifa and others talked a lot, believing that Suo Luo is too confident this time. He doesn't even know how strong Lu Qi's body is. Robin on the side was even dumbfounded on the spot. I didn't expect Lu Qi to have such a hand. However, even when he saw Suo Luo, who was in the form of Lucky Leopard, his expression did not change at all. It was as if all of this was in his expectation. Although I only know a little bit about physical skills, but, you really might die if I punch you. Suo Luo couldn't help but shook his head, as if wishing Lu Qi to think about it again. Well, if that's the case, then I can only shoot. Seeing Lu Qi refused, Suo Luo had no choice but to improve his physical power. 8 inner gates, the first door, open the door, open. 8 inner gates. This move comes from a move in a work called Hokage Ninja. It is a forbidden technique that gains powerful power by lifting the body's restrictions on chakra. This is the reward that Suo Luo received when he came to Pirate World for the 3rd year. It is worth mentioning that the so-called chakra is actually the spiritual energy and physical energy of the human body. Based on this relationship, everyone will have an 8 gate in their body, as long as they exercise enough to withstand the load of opening the 8 gate. Then you can use this power. And now Suo Luo. The physical strength is naturally enough to bear. 8 inner gates, the first door, open the door, open. Suo Luo stood in place and guided chakra inside his body, breaking through the first limit. Lu Qi is the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years, and his strength far exceeds that of Keiku and others. I want to kill him with a punch. There must be enough explosive power. Suo Luo thought to himself. In addition, although the power of 8 inner gates is strong, after using it, it will leave my body in a weak state. So, in addition to killing Lu Qi with a single punch, we must also deter the remaining CP9 members so that they dare not pursue it. Suo Luo's brain is running fast. Under his guidance, chakra in his body quickly broke through the 3rd door. Shenmen, open. This gate is the last safe zone of the 8 inner gates. If you continue to go deeper, it will have a terrifying load on your body. Even, just being a student, Suo Luo's body has undergone significant changes. I saw his skin turned red from congestion, and his body was emitting green energy visible to the naked eye. Such an amazing scene shocked everyone present. This guy, what kind of monster is it? Lu Qi blinked vigorously and couldn't help wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how to explain Suo Luo's physical changes? And, this is physical skills? Grunt. Lu Qi swallowed nervously. At this moment, he even felt that Suo Luo is very likely to be a fruitful person. Although Suo Luo does not have obvious changes in Zoan ability, there is also no elemental representation of Logia. But Paramecia's ability is not only weird, but also ever-changing. The most important point is in Lu Qi's cognition. There is no such physical skill in this world. The 4th door, hurt the door, open. Suo Luo ignored the reactions of Lu Qi and others and continued to go deeper. After that, the 5th door, Duman, open. 6 paths gate, King gate, open. Suo Luo frantically increased his explosive power. The aura released by the whole person is even more different from just now. Lu Qi was stunned. What the hell is this guy? Why is his aura so strong? Click. In an instant, the ground under Suo Luo's feet began to crack. Shocking cracks spread out from under his feet, like a spider web inlaid on the ground. However, this is still not Suo Luo's limit. The 7th door, start the door, open. With Suo Luo's burst of shout, the green energy on his body changed rapidly, from green to blue, covering his whole body. The 8th door, the dead door. However, just when Suo Luo planned to open all the restrictions in one go, he couldn't help but frown. Although everyone can open the 8 inner gates, their physical strength is different. The same as to open the dead door, and gain power is also completely different. For example, in Hokage Ninja, Might Guy's father, 8 inner gates is fully opened, and only eliminated 3 of the 7 ninja swords. And Might Guy's 8 inner gates, but almost kicked the finale. But even Might Guy cannot bear the power of 8 inner gates formation. My current body, even if I turn on the 8 inner gates formation, it will not turn to ashes. From this point of view, my physical strength should far exceed Might Guy. If you open the dead door. Thinking of this, Suo Luo couldn't help but glanced at Lu Qi sympathetically. At that time, let alone whether Lu Qi can leave the corpse, I am afraid that if you are a little careless, the entire city of 7 waters will be evaporated. Considering that there are still many civilians in the city of 7 waters, Suo Luo had to dispel the idea of opening the dead door. However, his casual glance created an unprecedented psychological shadow on Lu Qi. I saw that Lu Qi's eyes were bigger than Bull's eyes. The look in the Marine's eyes just now. It can't be wrong. Lu Qi clenched his fists with both hands. He was too familiar with that look. That was the look he occasionally showed when he killed the humble trash fish. Contempt. It's like looking at the ants. Now, the eyes that I have always used to look at ants are actually used by Suo Luo to look at himself. This is not the same as saying, in Suo Luo's cognition, is it just an ant? What a joke, you guy. For a while, Lu Qi was furious. Not only must he accept Suo Luo's attack, but also let him know. This is the strongest user of physical skills in 800 years. A person who has practiced the 6 forms to the limit. It's me. Next second. Lu Qi's eyes became very determined, his hands quickly closed, and strength continuously emerged from his body, condensed into the palms of his hands. 6 styles. 6 King's Spear. Before Suo Luo made a move, Lu Qi took the lead to launch an attack. The whole CP9, no. Even the entire world government cannot find a second strongman who can exercise the 6 forms to this level. Boom! An extremely terrifying power burst out from Lu Qi's palm. The surrounding space seemed to ripple. Lu Qi stared at Suo Luo with both eyes. Result: Suo Luo didn't panic at all. He stood firmly in front of Lu Qi and didn't move a step. It's just hands, making strange gestures. Day Tiger. Along with Suo Luo's loud shout, a tiger roar burst out from behind him. Immediately afterwards, a white airstream condensed towards Suo Luo's body, transforming into a fierce tiger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very fierce. Next second. Call out. Suo Luo gently pushed with both hands to release the day tiger. The concentration of strength and constant compression have made the day tiger smaller and smaller, but the power is even more amazing. Soon, Suo Luo's day tiger collided with Lu Qi's 6 king spears. Such a scene even made everyone hold their breath, not even daring to blink their eyes, especially members of the CP9 organization. All were nervous to the extreme. In any case, in their cognition, Lu Qi has always been an undefeated myth. Suddenly, the violent Sun Tiger seemed to have found a breakthrough, and with a bang, Lu Qi's 6 king spears slammed into pieces. The gap between the two forces, it's too big. It's impossible. Lu Qi was dumbfounded on the spot, feeling his brain was blank. Lu Qi never dreamed of it. The 6 styles that I have always been proud of, the 6 king spear, will be completely defeated by Suo Luo's moves. In an instant, the power he released was torn to pieces. This is impossible. Lu Qi's face was shocked, and his pupils dilated instantly. However, after Suo Luo's day tiger smashed the impact of the 6 king spears, it did not disintegrate in the air and dissipated. Today's Suo Luo is physically stronger than Might Guy. The day tiger he released directly stirred the air at this moment, bursting out an incomparably terrifying air current. Where the day tiger passed, the ground was directly sunken. The flying rock rolled. The building walls on both sides fell apart on the spot. The load-bearing capacity collapsed at this moment. Rumble. With loud noises, tall buildings began to collapse. The CP9 members present were all shocked by the scenes in front of them. Suspect life on the spot. Is that a lie? Khalifa's eyes straightened instantly. She couldn't understand, and it was even harder to accept the scene before her. You know, the 6 king spear is a move that Lu Qi understood, and the gathering power bursts out in the form of shock waves. This trick can be said to be the highest state of the 6 forms. Result: the 6 strongest gestures they knew were defeated by Suo Luo's moves in an instant. This kind of thing has simply subverted their perception of the 6 forms. However, the most frightening thing is that Suo Luo's day tiger not only broke the 6 king spears, it is a kind of crushing posture. Smashed the impact of the 6 king spear. I saw the tiger open a big mouth, roar out the tiger roar, continue to gallop forward, until it completely swallowed Lu Qi's body. Under everyone's attention. Boom! A loud noise exploded on the spot. Lu Qi's chest was sunken to the degree visible to the naked eye. Even in the state of iron body, he couldn't resist this shock. Boom! Boom! Under the muffled sound, Lu Qi's ribs broke one by one. Pouch! Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of blood spurted from Lu Qi's mouth, swaying the sky. Raw is Lu Qi's willpower, and can't resist this terrible force. His feet gradually left the ground and he was forced to fly high. In an instant, Suo Luo's day tiger flew out 100 meters away. In a perfect parabola, he fell heavily to the ground, and then rolled several times in a row before he stopped. The strong shock spread out from Lu Qi's body. Internal organs, bones, muscles, all were severely damaged. Visceral shaking, broken bones, muscle torn. In an instant, Lu Qi was not only seriously injured, but his body was smashed into the building, creating a ruin that covered him. Smoke rises. The whole scene became silent. The atmosphere has become extremely weird. Rob Lu Qi, known as the strongest combat force in the CP9 organization in 800 years, is like this. Falling into the ruins, he did not stand up for a long time. All eyes were focused on him. Stunned. Even Suo Luo couldn't help but blinked. His original idea was to use the power of this punch to let Lu Qi retreat. Stop pestering yourself. In any case, Lu Qi is the strongest combat power in CP9. If you just die here, maybe it will trigger an investigation by the world government. Result: CP9 has the strongest combat power in 800 years. Is it only to this degree? He won't die. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. Time passed by every minute and every second. The ruins covering Lu Qi showed no signs of loosening for a long time. This also means that Lu Qi has no plans to stand up at all. In other words, he can't stand up now. Died. This is the idea in Suo Luo's brain. But again, is Lu Qi's strength so weak? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. Lu Qi didn't foolishly use Iron Body to take over his Day Tiger. Instead, he chose to use the Six Kings Spear to fight. Result: the Six Kings Spear, known as Six Styles, failed to play any role in the face of the Day Tiger released by Suo Luo. Even the shock wave failed to pass the Day Tiger and blow the corners of his clothes. There is no doubt that the strength gap between the two sides is simply the difference between clouds and mud. I see. Suo Luo suddenly realized. In any case, the CP organization is the spy department under the world government. Their main task is to gather intelligence, not to destroy the enemy. The CP9 members of the past generations also focused on the work of intelligence collection for training. That's why Lucky's title of the strongest combat power is just a tall one among the dwarves. Suo Luo guessed in his heart. This is the only way to explain the current situation. It's not that Lu Qi is too heaven-defying, but the CP organization has been a group of rice buckets for 800 years. It must be so. Thinking of this, Suo Luo reluctantly felt relieved. However, what he didn't know was, the effect of his punch stunned everyone present. The members of the CP9 organization showed shock, panic, fear and many other negative emotions on their faces. Lu Qi's strength, is it so weak? Robin stood still, taking a breath, staring at the ruins. Thought Lu Qi could get up and fight again. Result: 2 minutes and 3 times have passed. Lu Qi has no response. CP9 has the strongest combat power in 800 years. That's it? Isn't it too weak? However, as soon as this idea emerged, Robin shook his head and denied it. Do not. How could Lu Qi be weak? When he appeared just now, the aura that he released made himself very scared. If he really wants to kill himself, I'm afraid it will happen in an instant. So, it's not that Lu Qi is too weak. On the contrary, it's Suo Luo, who is too strong. Yes, it's Suo Luo, the monster, too strong. Such a picture will appear. Think about it carefully. Suo Luo solved Crocodile in Alabasta, isn't it just by relying on his own strength? He was a monster from the beginning. Robin took a deep breath, trying to ease his emotions. However, the shock in her heart could not calm down for a long time. Suo Luo, it is a well-deserved monster. His current strength, maybe only Aokiji's level of power can be suppressed. In Robin's view, Suo Luo's strength is likely to reach the level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. I am so silly. I actually thought he wanted to abandon me because he was afraid of Lu Qi's strength. Ha ha. Robin couldn't help laughing at himself. From the beginning, I underestimated Suo Luo's strength. He didn't choose to abandon himself because he was afraid of Lu Qi. It's completely that he didn't put Lu Qi in his eyes at all. We'll put forward the requirement of one punch. Rob Lu Qi. CP9 has the strongest combat power in 800 years. Cultivate the 6 types to ultimate, and develop the monster of the Six Kings Spear. By an unknown marine. Give me seconds. This scene caused an unprecedented impact on the members of the CP9 organization. The whole alley was suddenly silent. The atmosphere revealed an indescribable strangeness. Every CP9 member's face became extremely pale, without the slightest blood. Cheat, deceive. Khalifa rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened into a big O shape. No matter how hard she blinked, the picture in front of her remained unchanged. Lu Qi was sack-eyed. You know, this is Lu Qi. Whether it is strength or mind, it can be called a perfect existence. Even at the moment Lu Qi chose to shoot, everyone thought in their hearts that Suo Luo, Marine, would fly out. As a result, the opposite was true. Suo Luo maintained a high profile from beginning to end. The scariest thing is, Suo Luo only used one trick. With Lu Qi's strength, not only is CP9 the strongest combat power in 800 years, it is also one of the best in the entire sea. Bluno on the side was also dumbfounded. The strong impact squeezed every cell in his body. In his cognition, Lu Qi is the most powerful existence. Never thought that Lu Qi would lose to a Marine. At this moment, Bluno can't help feeling that his cognition has been completely subverted. He has always felt that CP9 is the most distinctive one in the CP organization. possess an extremely powerful force. It can even be compared with Marine. The result is now, he only fully understood why Marine 3 Admiral, New World 4 Emperors, 7 Warlords of the Sea, will be called the 3 major forces on the Grand Line. Maybe, it is not that everyone does not know the existence of the CP9 organization, but, the strongest in this sea has never been their CP9. The battle between Suo Luo and Lu Qi is the best proof. With one punch, I defeated Lu Qi. Otonashi Fukura took a breath. Lu Qi's 6 King's Spear is the strongest profound meaning of 6 types. It can release a violent shock wave in an instant, disintegrating and breaking everything along the way. Even the marine warship cannot withstand the power of the 6 King's Spear. Never thought. It's such a powerful shock wave, but it can't shake the power of a marine. Otonashi Fukura's strength is not as good as Lucky, and it is not as good as Keiku and Jabra, but he saw clearly the details of the battle just now. It was the 6 King's Spear that Lu Qi launched first, then Suo Luo released the Day Tiger. The moment the two forces collided strongly, the shock wave swept by the 6 King's Spears was torn and shattered, completely powerless to fight. Obviously, the strength of the two sides is not on the same level at all. The scariest thing is, Suo Luo's age. From the appearance, he is about the same as Lu Qi, even younger than Lu Qi. This suffices to show that Suo Luo not only possesses great strength, but also possesses unparalleled talent. Even if his current strength has not reached the level of Marine Admiral, it's just a matter of time. Too frightening. This Marine, it's not like a human being. In addition, Keiku, Jabra, and Kumadori were spiked. Let the remaining CP9 members have no idea what to do. Are you still here to keep Suo Luo from leaving? Can their strength? How to stop it? Even Lu Qi lost. Why are they? It is no exaggeration to say that the combined combat power of the three of them is not as good as Lu Qi and Keiku. Lu Qi and Keiku were both easily killed by Suo Luo. How did the three of them turn things around? Otonashi Fukura felt stressed when he thought of this. Califa paled and looked particularly embarrassed. How to fight? There was a strong timidity in her heart, and she did not dare to step forward. Just look at the picture in front of you. It is not what the word tragic can describe. From her joining CP9 to now, she has never witnessed such a tragic battle. Almost all out. Being crushed by a marine, it was completely destroyed. Yes, the famous CP9 organization. Now, was completely destroyed. What should we do now? For a moment, Califa, the 6 gods without an owner, could only cast a look at his companions for help. What to do? Yin Wumao's head could not help but a black line on his face. How could I know what to do? Lu Qi's normal strength is as high as 4,000, and he can't hold the opponent's punch. I'm a guy with only 800 powers. Is it possible that I can beat the opponent? Do not make jokes. Maybe we shouldn't provoke this monster from the beginning. Otonashi Fukura couldn't help but complain. Although he is also a member of the CP9 organization, it is difficult to keep any secrets. Basically, I just say what I think of. Califa smiled bitterly when he heard the words. When Keiku stated how terrible Suo Luo was, she still disagreed. It now appears that all the facts Keiku said at the time were true. I can only harden it. At the critical moment, Bluno still had a low voice. Even if I know in my heart, the three of them together are not Suo Luo's opponents. But as an agent of the CP9 organization, how could he give up his shot here because of fear? Defeated by the enemy, make the enemy escape. Fear of the enemy, and let the enemy go. Even if the results are the same, they are very different in nature. At this moment, Bluno directly activated his abilities and opened the door at the feet of Suo Luo. Otonashi Fukura met Califa, and could only bite the bullet and do what Bluno said. Cooperating with each other, they attacked Suo Luo from different angles. These guys. Suo Luo felt helpless. Although the raid launched by Bluno and others was very fast, Suo Luo felt it. And, in Suo Luo's eyes, their speed is basically the same as the slideshow. Live well, okay, Suo Luo couldn't help asking back. The backhand was a punch, and the wind of the fist rubbed the air, instantly generating high temperature, forming a fireball, and heading straight to Bluno. Iron body. At the critical moment, Bluno gritted his teeth and gave up his life to urge the power of his body to harden his body, to create opportunities for Califa and Otonashi Fukura. In any case, don't let Suo Luo take Robin away. She is the most important piece in this plan. In an instant, Bluno's defensive power quickly increased to the extreme, as hard as steel. However, what he didn't even dream of was that the fireball thrown by Suo Luo's punch was not a trick at all. I saw. Suo Luo raised his other arm and waved it lightly, creating another fireball. Toward the peacock, Suo Luo fists quickly with both hands, rubbing against the air with super high attack speed, forming bright fireballs. At first glance, it looks as gorgeous as a peacock tail. towards Bluno, Otonashi Fukura, Khalifa galloped out. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the loud noises, the three of them could not retreat and were inevitable. Blood spewed crazily from Bluno's mouth, spilled into the sky, and then quickly fell towards the ground. The pungent bloody smell became more and more intense as the breeze floated, spreading out in all directions. And Bluno's body has burns of various sizes. Rao is the iron body of 6 types, and it cannot resist Suoluo's peacock. Otonashi Fukura's face was as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Although his power is not high in the CP9 organization, only 800, but he has the ability that no one else has. 6-style game, hands together. This move can withstand the opponent's blow to judge the enemy's strength. The Deo value of CP9 organization members is measured by this ability. Based on this, Otom Fukura was able to withstand Lu Chi's attack completely and made a judgment. Makes his defensive power much stronger than the average CP9 member. However, facing Suoluo's long-range bombardment, a huge and terrifying hole suddenly appeared in his chest. Blood gushed out from it, and then his brain consciousness gradually became heavy. A general marine soldier has only 10 power points. More than 500 can be considered a Superman. And Lu Chi, the strongest CP9 combat power, is only 4,000 under normal conditions. But the power value of this marine, even if conservatively estimated, is more than 8,000. Monster! Otonashi Fukura's brain runs fast. Judged Suoluo's Taoism for a while. But more terrifying is, Suoluo's move toward the peacock is far less powerful than the day tiger. In other words, if he makes an unreserved shot, his Deo power will probably only be higher. It was a monster through and through. What? Soon, Otonashi Fukura's physical endurance reached its limit. Heart-piercing pain is all over the body. He couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. He can even feel that his vitality is fading at an extremely fast speed. In a blink of an eye, Otonashi Fukura's body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Then there was Bluno, with large and small scars left on his body. The burning sensation tortured every inch of his skin, like jumping into magma. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't want to believe it. Someone can ignite the air just by throwing a fist, create a lot of fireball attacks. The scariest thing is that compared with Suoluo's physical skills, he even felt that the 6th form was nothing more than that. Yes, in front of Suoluo's powerful physical skills, 6 formulas are nothing more than that. Rumble! A part of the fireball passed Bluno and hit the building behind him, erupting with a deafening noise. The wall of the building collapsed accordingly, turned into pieces of rubble. Only Khalifa was left, using the 6-style shave to escape Suoluo's attack range at a critical moment. But his legs were frightened, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Even with all her courage, she was born with the most primitive emotions when facing Suoluo's offensive. Fear. If I don't avoid the attack just now, I will definitely be killed by the other party. Khalifa rolled his throat and swallowed again. Her power value is only 603, and she can't even compare with Fukura. Even Otonashi Fukura and Bluno's iron body are useless in front of Suoluo. If you face the fierce attack directly, there is only one end. Die. This can even be said to be the closest to death in her lifetime. Suoluo's offensive came quickly and ended not slowly. About half a minute, he stopped. Not only did Otonashi Fukura and Bluno fall in a pool of blood, but the buildings here also turned into rubble. A mess. Except for Khalifa slumped to the ground, all the other core members were defeated by Suoluo. And, still a spike. Robin stood on the spot, seriously doubting whether he had any hallucinations. You know, these people are the top combat power of the CP9 organization. The combined strength is definitely stronger than Crocodile. As a result, in front of Suoluo, there is no power to parry. Kyuzan. At this moment, the figure of Kyuzan could not help appearing in Robin's mind. She couldn't help but doubt in her heart. Suoluo's strength is infinitely close to Kyuzan. In other words, is it comparable to Kyuzan? Too frightening. This man. Grunt. Robin swallowed, and at this moment, she suddenly had a strong feeling. Suoluo, this guy, is far more difficult than he thought. Suoluo just glanced at Khalifa, who was sitting on the ground. Although she is also a member of the CP9 organization, she is far behind Lu Chi, Keiku, and others. As a woman, she has experienced life and death trials. Naturally not as good as these men like Lu Chi. More often, her mission is to use her beauty to lurk to the enemy's side. Investigate information that is difficult for ordinary people to access. The real assassination mission. It is rarely handed to her. Based on this relationship, I'm afraid that the current Khalifa doesn't even have the strength to stand up. As for those agents who didn't even learn the 6 forms, it can't be regarded as a full member of the CP9 organization at all. As early as when Suo Luo was fighting other people, these agents were affected by various aftermaths and passed out one by one. At this time, there are basically not many people maintaining a sober consciousness, including Khalifa. No one can pursue oneself. Robin, let's go. Immediately, Suo Luo grabbed Robin's wrist, and before she had time to react, he disappeared in place with her. Khalifa was left alone, messy in the wind. Have to say, when Suo Luo disappeared in front of her, she did not feel any pity, regret. On the contrary, she suddenly felt relieved. That powerful, majestic sense of oppression disappeared from her shoulders. The rapid breathing also smoothed it a lot. However, her gaze seemed a bit sluggish. Look around. Lu Chi, Keiku, Jabra, Kumadori, Bluno, Otana Fukura. These powerful companions all fell in a pool of blood in ruins. Even if they are alive or dead, Khalifa has no way of knowing. In her impression, that powerful, invincible, and unshakable CP9 organization, today, was completely destroyed by a marine. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy, impacting her brain and soul. But one wave has not settled and one wave has risen again. Just when Khalifa didn't know what to do, two figures approached here. That person is Hawkeye my hawk. Khalifa noticed a figure approaching the alley, and quickly turned his head and looked over. At a glance, she was completely stunned. The man greeted is no one else. It is the big thief recognized by the world government. Hawkeye my hawk, one of 7 warlords of the sea. A man known as the world's largest swordsman. It's just that Khalifa can't understand why Hawkeye appears here. The scariest thing is, at this time, the eagle eye is completely in a state of combat, and the whole person continues to emit a strong aura. Swept in all directions. Nothing left. An indescribable sense of oppression was overwhelming. It became the last straw that completely overwhelmed Khalifa. Eagle, I saw Khalifa muttering these words constantly, his eyes gradually turned white, and he was completely fainted by the powerful aura of Hawkeye. So far, in the entire alley, there is no sober CP9 organization member. However, in fact, the sudden appearance of the Eagle Eye has nothing to do with the CP9 organization. Although he is the world's largest swordsman, 7 warlords of the sea, he is essentially a warrior who pursues supreme swordsmanship. Especially in the desert of Alabasta, after witnessing the sword cut released by Suo Luo, Hawkeye's heart is more determined. In any case, he has to fight Suo Luo. Have a good fight. So, he and Buggy the clown pursued Suo Luo all the way. Suo Luo was originally confused and lost, but suddenly felt a powerful sword intent in the city of 7 waters. Although I didn't witness it with my own eyes, but according to Hawkeye's memory, the master who can possess this sword intent is Suo Luo. After realizing this, he rushed here immediately. But unfortunately, Hawkeye was still a step slower. When he walked into this alley, he did not see Suo Luo. Instead, I saw dozens of agents wearing suits, lying here in all directions. Hey, what is going on here? Buggy on the side could not help but roll his throat, swallowing nervously. The more he pursued Suo Luo, the more scared he became. When he first met Suo Luo, he slashed through the sea. Let his subordinates die tragically. When he was about to catch up with Suo Luo for the second time, he was almost reduced to ashes by his slash. This time, I saw a group of people falling in a pool of blood among the ruins. I don't know whether it is dead or alive. Moreover, judging from the costumes of these people, the identities of these guys seem to be unusual. It's a member of the CP9 organization. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed slightly, and they quickly recognized the identities of these people. CP9? Buggy was startled. I have indeed heard of this organization before. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Buggy seemed to have spotted a little blind spot, his eyes widened, and he kept blinking. CP9 organization. If it is not a rumor, but a real existence, that should be the espionage department directly under the world government. And the Suo Luo they were chasing, isn't it Marine? Marine clashed with the intelligence department of the world government. Combine and destroy each other? This kind of thing is too weird, right? Or do they actually figure it out? The person who killed the CP9 organization was not Suo Luo? It can't be wrong. Hawkeye's eyes condensed slightly, carefully inspecting the traces of the scene. It is not difficult to see that a very fierce battle took place here. And there are several places, obviously caused by Jian Qi. This man. Soon, Hawkeye noticed Kumadori, Otonashi Fukura, and others. They have very obvious burns. It is quite similar to the fiery slash that he had encountered in the desert. The key is, although every sword hero can release sword intent, however, due to differences in personality, habits, beliefs, and pursuits, sword intent is completely different, especially for a great swordsman of his level. If it is, even the opponent's sword intent can't be distinguished. It really lived on to a dog. Kumadori, Jabra, and Lucky. Suddenly, Hawkeye noticed Lu Chi, who was lying in a ruin, seriously injured. For the strong, Hawkeye has always remembered clearly. And the rest of them, although they can't name them, but judging from the situation in front of them, not particularly weak. All out. For a while, Ra was always a calm eagle-eye, and felt surprised in his heart. He has no head-on rival with CP9, but I have also heard the rumor that Lu Chi is hailed as the strongest fighting force of the CP organization in 800 years. Result: a CP organization has the strongest combat power in 800 years, leading all CP9 members to dispatch, was completely destroyed by a Marine. Sure enough, the strength of that Marine is definitely stronger than I imagined. Hawkeye's eyes exuded a fanatic light. He couldn't wait to flash in front of Suoluo right now and force him to shoot. What a long-lost excitement. Hawkeye was deeply moved, and he even felt his hands tremble a bit. Since fighting against Shanks, he never felt that way anymore. In addition, Hawkeye also developed a deep curiosity about Suoluo. Judging from the current intelligence, Suoluo is Marine. How could a Marine conflict with CP9? And judging from the clues on the scene, this conflict is not an accident. It was CP9 that all the members were dispatched and they found Suoluo. Combine this with the fact that they are the best espionage department. I see. Hawkeye suddenly realized. He felt that a strong swordsman like Suoluo could not be willing to be an ordinary Marine. His hiding, disguise. It must be for the greater good. The CP9 organization has been tracking Suoluo behind the scenes. Finally found something. Suoluo was encircled and suppressed. Result: they completely underestimated Suoluo's strength. Brutally annihilated. Yes, it must be so. Only in this way can we explain the current situation clearly. Hawkeye muttered to himself, and believed in it. Otherwise, how to explain all this? A Marine who is not inferior to his own swordsmanship. A man with great ambition and conspiracy. Thinking of this, Hawkeye couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He can't remember how long he hasn't been so interested in others. Marine, let me tear off your mask with my own hands. Hawkeye clenched his fist with one hand, ready to chase Suoluo. However, just when Hawkeye intends to leave here, no extra time is wasted. The surrounding air began to drop in temperature at an exaggerated rate. White ice crystals appeared on the surrounding walls. Okay, it's so cold. The clown buggy couldn't help holding his hands tightly, and shivered. It's obviously a scorching summer now. Why does the temperature suddenly drop so exaggerated? Hawkeye frowned slightly and became cautious. The temperature is falling. Hawkeye observed the changes around him, and his right hand gripped the black knife for a few minutes. Although there is no sunshine all year round in this alley, the temperature is a bit cooler, but it is at least 10 degrees Celsius. But now, the temperature drops sharply. 10 degrees. 5 degrees. 0 degrees. Until 10 degrees below zero. Moreover, this transformation does not change slowly. But suddenly, the transformation was completed. The accumulation of water has frozen. Soon, from the corner of Hawkeye's eyes, he noticed the stagnant water on the side. I don't know when it started, it froze into ice and spread to the surroundings. Affect the surrounding environment. Corner, street, are slowly covering this icing. Immediately afterwards, a violent cold wind hit from behind the eagle eye. Let him stand on a snowy field. I didn't expect to meet you here, Hawkeye my hawk. In an instant, a man's voice rang at the end of the alley. It is different from the environment he created. His tone seemed a little lazy. It seemed that he didn't want to participate in this incident, but he had to take action. The clown buggy looked subconsciously. A tall, thin figure suddenly appeared in a place that should have been empty. Just like that, stood there without warning. Call. He breathed softly, but the white air was exuding from the corners of his mouth. It is not difficult to see that the guy who turned the temperature here into more than 10 degrees below zero is this man. The scariest thing is, 10 degrees below zero is not the limit of this man. The biting chill is still radiating from this man. Let the temperature here continue to drop. Ching 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 ching, Aokiji. The clown buggy's eyes widened, and he stepped back and hid behind Hawkeye. Rao met Smoker in Alabasta, and it was enough to scare him. As a result, I didn't expect to be in this kind of place. Meet the man who is known as the highest combat power in naval headquarters. One of Marines 3 Admiral, Aokiji, Kuzan. Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Hawkeye's gaze narrowed, looking up and down the visitors. I should say this, I didn't expect to meet you in such a place. However, even facing the highest combat power of naval headquarters, Hawkeye is still calm and unhurried. Aokiji didn't worry about it. He believes in lazy justice. Even if he encounters a real pirate, he may not be able to kill it. Not to mention pirates like Hawkeye recognized by the world government. Only, Aokiji looked around. As the headquarters admiral, he has naturally heard about the situation of the CP9 organization. With just a glance, he recognized the agent who had fallen to the ground. CP9's strongest combat power in 800 years, Jabra, Keiku, Bluno, Kuma Dori, Otana Fukora, and Khalifa. Except that Spandam is not there, this time CP9 can almost be said to have been dispatched. Aokiji couldn't help muttering to himself. Although Spandam is the chief of the CP9 organization, his true strength is surprisingly weak. With him or without him, the level of CP9's combat power will not be affected. Soon, Aokiji noticed some shocking sword wounds on some CP9 members. Although there is still a certain gap between Lu Chi and Admiral, looking at the sea, he is definitely one of the best, especially the 6 forms, but he has practiced to the limit. Therefore, 6 styles was developed. In Aokiji's view, Lu Chi's full strength is no weaker than some vice admiral in this department, plus the other members of CP9. Really? Aokiji's gaze fell on Hawkeye again. Except for the strong like Hawkeye, he couldn't think of anyone else who could easily destroy the entire CP9 organization and then left. Combine the clues from the scene. Who else can it be if it's not Hawkeye? It can't be a Marine with hidden strength, here to destroy the entire CP9 organization with one's own power, and then run away, right? How could such a person exist? It is absolutely impossible. For a moment, Aokiji and Hawkeye looked at each other. Say nothing. The atmosphere on the scene became even more weird. It seems that a big battle will break out at any time. But in any case, Aokiji is not a roundworm in Hawkeye's belly. Rao is the top observation haki, and it is impossible to detect Hawkeye's thoughts. In addition, Hawkeye has always possessed the arrogance of a warrior. Explain the ins and outs to Aokiji? Do not make jokes. Fight if you want to fight. It's just Marine Admiral. As the world's #1 swordsman, myself, how can you be afraid? Thinking of this, Hawkeye was ready for the battle in his heart. It just so happened. Before I played against that Marine, I would use Aokiji to test my current ability. Hawkeye murmured in his heart. A majestic fighting spirit burst out from him, colliding with Aokiji's cold air forcefully. Abruptly, the ice that is approaching oneself will melt. It's so strong. Aokiji frowned slightly. No wonder Hawkeye will be called the world's largest swordsman. Brother, can you let them go here? However, just as the two sides were at war, Aokiji suddenly changed his head. Although I don't want to intervene in your affairs, these people are also members of the CP9 organization and work for the world government. Just forget it if you don't touch it. But it happened to me. If you continue to attack them, then I can't just sit idly by. At the end of the sentence, the cold air condensed behind Aokiji and turned into 3 sharp spears aimed at the eagle eye. After hearing this, Hawkeye realized it. There was a misunderstanding between him and Aokiji. However, Hawkeye, who has always been arrogant, naturally didn't bother to explain anything to Aokiji. Next second, Hawkeye directly put away his aura and put the black sword behind him. Although Aokiji is also a rare powerhouse, it is obvious that Suolua wants to attract him more. See, Aokiji has no idea that a fight must be made. He didn't bother to waste his energy and continue to waste it here. Hawkeye turned around on the spot and left without looking back. Watching Hawkeye and Buggy disappear after crossing the wall, Aokiji was able to put away his chills. The temperature in the alley began to rise. I didn't expect the strength of Hawkeye to be so strong. Aokiji once again looked at all the CP9s on the ground. After sensing the outbreak of the battle, he rushed to this side. Only a few minutes before and after, the battle ended with the group destruction organized by CP9. In other words, this is not something Hawkeye can do if it is stronger than Lu Chi and others. Want to end the battle in such a short time, must have absolute crushing strength. This also means that Hawkeye is strong enough to kill Lu Chi and others in a second. The strongest combat power of the CP9 organization in 800 years, successfully killed by Hawkeye. It's ironic enough. Aokiji rolled his throat and couldn't help but compare his strength with Hawkeye. If it's me, can I kill Lu Chi in seconds? Bolu Bolu. Just as Aokiji was about to contact Naval Headquarters to deal with the scene, the phone worm he carried with him suddenly rang. Aokiji glanced at Lu Chi and others, and decided to answer the call first. Soon, Aokiji took the phone worm in his hand, and as the conversation was connected, the image of the phone worm changed significantly. No one else, it is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. A man hailed as a Marine hero. Tekken, Garp. Yo, Kuzan, I have arrived in the city of 7 waters, Garp told Aokiji refreshingly. Aokiji heard the words and then reacted. When I heard about Garp's whereabouts before, I took the initiative to contact him. Want to board the opponent's warship and return to Marineford. Although Aokiji's fruit ability can instantly freeze the sea and ride a bicycle on it, if you want to return to Marineford, there is only one way through the path of justice. Except for the warships of the headquarters, the gate of justice will not open at all. This is one of them. Second, To say who Aokiji admired for Marine is undoubtedly Iron Fist Garp. Now that there is an opportunity to walk with Garp, Aokiji naturally does not want to miss it. Based on these 2 points, Aokiji asked Garp to contact him after reaching the capital of Seven Waters. Give yourself a ride and head to Marineford. As for the reason why Garp will be here, it's because of Luffy. Although there are 7 routes to choose from when coming out of the Twin Straits, the closer you are to the second half of the Grand Line, the islands to choose from become more and more. In addition, Going Merry drove all the way and suffered large and small injuries. Rao is the Straw Hat Pirate Group, and also chose to come here to repair the ship. As Luffy's grandfather, Garp naturally wants to meet his grandson here before returning to Marineford. However, after watching Luffy for a while, Aokiji reported the information. Mr. Garp, I have some problems here. Something went wrong? You left the city of Seven Waters? It's not. Oh, Aokiji sighed and told about his experience. For unknown reasons, the CP9 organization directly under the world government was dispatched. Hawkeye My Hawk was encircled and suppressed in the city of Seven Waters. Result, the entire CP9 organization was completely destroyed. What? It was Garp, who was also taken aback by this situation. What did you say? Hawkeye, that kid My Hawk, with his own power, destroyed the entire CP9? On the deck of a warship. Garp's eyes were bigger than Bull's eyes, as if he could jump out of his eye sockets at any time. The chin was about to fall to the ground in surprise. Although he doesn't have much contact with the espionage department, he has heard a lot about CP9, especially the man Rob Lucci. Joined CP9 at the age of 13, with a clever mind, a decisive mentality, become the most ruthless killer agent. And in the cultivation of the 6 styles, he also has a talent that ordinary people can't match. At a young age, Master has not said all 6 styles. He created such a powerful physical skill as the 6 Kings Spear. Even if you look at the entire sea, Lucci is one of the best. Coupled with the cooperation of people like Keiku and Jabra, if this team were to become pirates, at least it would be a Shishibukai level pirate group. Result, this combination of top-notch configuration was destroyed by Hawkeye My Hawk? Wait a minute, what do you mean by breaking down? Garp took a deep breath and spoke again to confirm. Since he didn't see the scene with his own eyes, Garp was even a little skeptical. Could it be that Aokiji's wording is more exaggerated? It's actually different from what he imagined? Do not. Aokiji shook his head. It means literally, the whole scene is extremely tragic, and Lucci was seriously injured. To be honest, with his injuries, whether he can survive or not is a question. The key is how to deal with this matter in the future. Do you want to disqualify Hawkeye My Hawk 7 Warlords of the Sea? Will the Hawkeye be caught? To know, the world government just held a Shishibukai meeting. Where are you now? I'll pass right away. With a low voice, Garp asked Aokiji about the location and decided to leave. No matter how you say. Although Garp is always a fool, but he can sit firmly in his current position. But it's not relying on the money of the young age. His vision and pattern are actually much larger. It is Sengoku called the resourceful general. In some important matters, we must listen to Garp's views. Now CP9 is fighting against Hawkeye, but is also beaten by the opponent. There will definitely be a big problem. Soon, Garp hung up the phone worm. It seems that the meeting with Luffy needs to be postponed. Garp murmured to himself, then turned and ordered his close associate, Colonel Pakato, to go with him with dozens of Marines. By the way, Kirby, Bellamub, you guys go with me too. At the end of the sentence, Garp started to act directly. Kirby and Bellamub were left standing in place, looking stunned. What are you doing in a daze? At critical moments, Pakato reminded him in time. Kirby and Bellamub quickly followed. Mr. Garp, what's the matter with that CP9 and Hawkeye? Along the way, Kirby couldn't help asking. In the impression, he has only heard of CP1 to CP8 organizations. For CP9, this is the first time I have heard of it. Garp glanced at Kirby. It stands to reason that a guy like Kirby is not qualified to understand the CP9 organization. However, for Garp, confidential? What is that? The CP9 organization is a secret espionage department established by the world government, originally used to deal with some obscure things. In this world, only a few people have heard of them, and most of them are already dead. As for that guy named Lucci, he is a rare genius. When he was only a teenager, he learned all 6 poses. It is known as the strongest combat power of the CP organization for 800 years. Garp paused for a moment, and, on the basis of the 6 styles, he relied on his extraordinary talent to create his own move called the 6 Kings Spear. For a time, Kirby and Bellamub were stunned again. 10. Did you learn all 6 poses when you were a teenager? Kirby just feels his brain is blank. During this period of time, he and Bellamub were learning the 6 forms under the guidance of Garp. Now, the master barely shaves, and marvels at the power of the 6 shaves. As a result, the man named Lucci did you learn all 6 poses when you were a teenager? What kind of monster is this guy? Wait a minute. But soon, Kirby reacted violently. This man he regarded as a monster, almost beaten to death. Just kidding? Soon, Garp and his party arrived in a dark alley. As the first witness, Aokiji has been waiting here for a long time. Pakuto, Kirby, Bellamub and others stood there with just one glance. Cheat, deceive. Kirby rolled his throat and swallowed a big mouthful of water to calm his shock. The entire alley was reduced to ruins. Most of the members of the CP9 organization lie in a pool of blood. Randomly. Among dozens of people, none of them remained sober. Even, judging from the state of the scene alone, Kirby could not confirm whether these people were alive or dead. The scariest thing is, Kirby and Bellamub learned about it on their way here. The core agent of CP9, Lucci, Keiku, Jabra, Kumadori, Otonashi Fukura, Califa and others are all strong in the Grandmaster 6 forms, especially Lucci. In addition to Grandmaster 6 styles, he still has the power of Devil Fruit. The strength he has is not inferior to the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. It's not just Lucci. Keiku, Jabra, these 2 monsters, can also touch the threshold of Vice Admiral. As a result, it is such a team, was completely destroyed. Kirby. Beirut Mabier's body couldn't help shaking. He felt terrible just thinking about it. All of this was done by Hawkeye my Hawk? Rao is the Garp who has always been arrogant, and he shows the seriousness that he has been missing for a long time. He looked at the picture in front of him and asked Aokiji next to him. If it was really done by Hawkeye, it would be an incredible event. According to his master's intelligence, the scandal exposed by the Alabasta incident, the world government attaches great importance to Crocodile's crimes, and a Shishibukai meeting was held. My Hawk, the Eagle Eye, has never paid attention to the orders of the world government. Now see the scene before me. Garp couldn't help linking these 2 things together. Hawkeye my Hawk refused the call of the world government. This triggered the world government to dispatch CP9 organizations to deter Hawkeyes. Otherwise, how to explain the conflict between Hawkeye and the CP9 organization? You know, the guys who fell on the scene are all senior CP9 agents. Obviously came prepared. Well, I'm pretty sure. Aokiji nodded decisively when he heard the words. He also talked about his encounter with Hawkeye. At that time, Hawkeye was holding a black knife in his hand, exuding a powerful fighting spirit. And all CP9 members are distributed around Hawkeye. Not only that, there are obvious slashing marks around here. Aokiji specially reminded. These sword marks are half a meter deep at the shallowest point. It is enough to prove that the slash is powerful. Maybe. There are countless strong people who can have such strength in New World. But in the first half of the Grand Line, a man with this level of swordsmanship, in addition to Hawkeye, Aokiji couldn't think of a second person. In other words, the various evidences on the scene all point to the Eagle Eye. Bellamub could not help but speak. Hawkeye my Hawk, is it so terrible? That's natural. That guy is not only the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government, but he also carries the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Any swordsman will regard him as a lifelong goal, Pakuto explained emotionally. In fact, he is also a swordsman who uses swordsmanship, and indeed in awe of Hawkeye. It's not just that simple. However, Aokiji, who heard the conversation between Beirut Mabier and Pakuto, had a sullen expression on his face. When they started fighting, I was aware of it and rushed here as fast as possible. Although these words sound a little weird, but, Hawkeye, it only took a few minutes to destroy the entire CP9, including Lucci, the strongest combat power. As soon as this remark came out, it caused an uproar. Even Garp is not calm at all. It's not that the CP9 organization was destroyed. Instead, within a few minutes, the CP9 organization was destroyed. There is a huge difference between the two. All the CP9 players were solved in a few minutes. Such a record is the Vice Admiral of the department, and there are not many. No, it can't be done at all. While talking, Garp even turned his head and glanced at Aokiji. But at this moment, Garp suddenly remembered something he had encountered before. At that time he was responsible for escorting Monka back to Marineford. As a result, shortly after passing through Logue Town, he encountered an extremely exaggerated slash at sea. That slash was more than 100 meters high. The sea is easily divided into 2, and the bottom is clearly visible. Even for himself, it took quite a lot of effort to reluctantly change the route of that slash, make the warship escape. At that time, I sighed, a strong Eagle Eye swordsman. It's not an exaggeration to say, had it not been known that Roger had died, Garp would even wonder if Roger slammed that slash to greet himself. It's ridiculously strong. After throwing out this information, Aokiji was also dumbfounded. Hawkeye turned out to be such a terrifying strength? Aokiji blinked, seriously wondering if he had heard something wrong. Even his most respected Mr. Garp are all marveling at Eagle Eye's swordsmanship? At the time, I was naive to think that if I shot with all my strength, I could suppress that guy Hawkeye. It seems that I still underestimated the strength of Hawkeye. Aokiji couldn't help sighing in his heart. It's just that Garp couldn't help but murmur in his heart, but what the hell Hawkeye wants to do? Although a certain possibility was speculated before, it always felt that it was not very tenable. And also, why did Hawkeye greet himself at sea for no reason? What ambition and conspiracy are there in this man's heart? It looks like you can only find out when the members of these CP9 organizations wake up. But then again, the actions of the CP9 organization have always been a secret among secrets. Will they disclose it to Marine? Report. Suddenly, the Marines who were in charge of checking the injuries of Lu Chi and others returned to Garp to report. Except for Lucky, Jabra, Kumadori, Keiku, Bluno, Otonari Fukura, Califa and others, all other CP9 organizations were killed. And even people like Lu Chi were seriously injured. Whether they can survive is also a question. Anyway, take them back for treatment first. Upon seeing this, Garp had to give an order. At the same time, Suo Luo took Robin to dock number 1 quickly. Set sail. Set sail. Until then, Robin was still in a state of panic. Back on the deck, Robin breathed fresh air, but he could still feel the smell of blood by his side. And she didn't even expect to die. Suo Luo, this seemingly ordinary Marine. It turns out, with one's own efforts, the entire CP9 organization was destroyed. Why does this man keep hiding and disguise his true strength? What is the huge ambition? In order to avoid long nights and dreams, as soon as all the CP9 organization members were eliminated, Suo Luo took Robin out to sea, leaving the city of 7 waters. After arriving at Marineford this time, I would find a faction to mix in with whatever I said. Then through operations, I was transferred back to East Blue. Suo Luo stood on the bow deck, opened a bottle of rum against the sea breeze, drank it, and complained about what happened along the way in his heart. Since leaving Logue Town, I often get into various troubles. But, after venting his emotions a little bit, Suo Luo faced a new question. After leaving the city of 7 waters, there are only 2 routes left to reach Marineford. One is to take the sea train to Enice Lobby, and from there through the Gate of Justice, to Marineford. Although the current Suo Luo is only the ensign of the headquarters, it is due to the official document of Naval Headquarters. Passing through the Gates of Justice is not difficult. Only, Suo Luo just broke down the entire CP9 organization and carried Nico Robin. If you just run to Enice Lobby brightly like this, I'm afraid it will shock the entire world government. After some thinking, Suo Luo decided to take the second route. Starting from the city of 7 waters, cross the Magic Triangle, and then arrive at Sabayati Archipelago. Then start from Sabayati Archipelago, go through the Gate of Justice, and report to Marineford. However, it can be seen from the name of the Magic Triangle. This place is not very peaceful. Leah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was entrenched there. Specially catch passing ships. According to reliable information, every year, at least hundreds of ships disappear in the Magic Triangle. It is based on this relationship. The pirates who can often reach the Sabayati Archipelago have enough hard power. If possible, Suo Luo really doesn't want to have anything to do with Emolia. But now, he took the risk except for it. There is no other choice. Hope, all this can be a little more peaceful. As for Robin, he can only take one step. It's just that Suo Luo doesn't know. After the incident in the capital of 7 waters, Robin's attitude towards him has undergone a huge change. When encountering the CP9 organization, Robin more than once thought that Suo Luo would abandon himself here. Even, she was a little skeptical. Suo Luo invited himself aboard at Alabasta. Is it just to lead myself to the city of 7 waters? After all, a Marine invites the pirate to join the Marine team. No matter what you think, it's very outrageous. But who knows, just when he was about to give up his last hope and let CP9 handle it, Suo Luo is not only an enemy of CP9, he even used a powerful force to directly destroy the CP9 organization. Although Crocodile is also one of the best in the sea, it is still slightly worse than the killer agents of Lu Chi. Robin couldn't help thinking to himself. The most important thing is that this is all CP9 mobilization. Even if Lu Chi and Crocodile are not the same, the strength of their entire organization is bound to be stronger than Crocodile. Result, in front of Suo Luo, these agents were vulnerable. I have to say that what Suo Luo did moved Robin very much. Since she fled at the age of 8, no one has ever treated herself like Suo Luo. But this incident also caused her a lot of questions. Suo Luo, I think it's time for us to talk. Robin took a deep breath, and finally mustered up his courage, came to the bow position, and threw a topic to Suo Luo. Our next route is to cross the Magic Triangle, to Sabayati Archipelago, and then to Marineford. If you don't want to go to naval headquarters, you can also wait for me at Sabayati Archipelago. Suo Luo turned around and said without thinking, I'm not talking about this. When Robin heard the words, he shook his head helplessly, but then again, after something like that happened, are you still planning to go to naval headquarters? That's the entire CP9 organization. I don't know if Suo Luo is too nervous or what. Does he know what he did? Those Lu Qi are secret agents directly under the world government. Does he really think that the world government will not pursue it? Oh, you said this, there are problems, but not all. Suo Luo answered without thinking. Regarding the outcome of this incident, Suo Luo had his own consideration in mind. The reason why Lu Qi and others appeared in the City of Seven Waters was to complete the tasks assigned by the world government. But now, Robin was taken away by himself. Lu Qi and others were seriously injured. Undercover tasks are no longer possible. Although they are secret agents directly under the world government, they are not an important role in the eyes of the world government. From the end of the Nice Lobby incident, the world government's wanted for Lu Qi and others can be seen, and this time, it was definitely more gaffe than the Nice Lobby incident. Whether it is to cover up the truth, still take into account the face of the world government. Those guys won't let Lucky go. And when he played against Lu Qi, although he was not full, he also used 20% to 30% of his strength. Given his severe injuries, at least he would have to lie down in bed for a while before he could regain his combat power. By that time, maybe the world government has solved them. Secondly, your own hidden strength system is not unusable at all, as long as you don't reveal your true whole cards. Never mind. Suo Luo finally shook his head, but after analyzing world government's follow-up processing plan, he did not go on. If this world really makes me unable to make salted fish, then simply kill CP Organization, Naval Headquarters, and World Government and Celestial Dragons, then leave none of them, kill them all, and no one will come to trouble me anymore. Of course, these remarks are just Suo Luo's thoughts. Did not tell Robin. In short, you can rest assured that since I was able to invite you to join Marine, I will naturally have a way to ensure your safety. Suo Luo's conversation turned, no matter the CP Organization or Naval Headquarters, I want to take you away, no one can keep it. Of course, if you have a better place for yourself, I won't stop you. After he finished speaking, the corners of Suo Luo's mouth gradually rose, and a smile appeared. Then, he turned and walked towards the main rudder. Prepare to hurry up the Magic Triangle. Only Robin was left alone, standing on the spot, facing the endless sea. Just feel that the brain is blank. She didn't even think about it. I could hear such reassuring words from Suo Luo's mouth. As long as I'm by your side, whether it's the CP Organization or Marine, can you ensure my safety? Grunt. Robin rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Being with Suo Luo gives Robin an unprecedented sense of security. She stood on the deck and turned to look in the direction Suo Luo was leaving. But in addition to this sense of security, Robin is also more curious about Suo Luo. The head crocodile defeated the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years. The scariest thing is, in these processes, Suo Luo maintained a very high posture. Understatement. It can even be said to be a spike. It is no exaggeration to say that Suo Luo's current strength far exceeds Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Maybe, Suo Luo's strength is no longer inferior to Kuzan. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly. She really couldn't understand. A man with such a powerful strength is willing to be the warrant officer in the Marine team. What a terrible man. However, Robin did not struggle with this matter in the end. For her, the time spent with Suo Luo was much easier than any other period. It also feels more secure. That's enough. As for other things, such as Suo Luo's ambition and conspiracy, she didn't care so much anymore. However, if Suo Luo really returns to East Blue, no matter how you say it, it has always been Robin's dream to find all the historical text and understand the real history. Even if she sacrificed her life for this, she didn't complain. If Suo Luo is really as he said, there is no ambition, and through faction operation, let himself go to East Blue. At what time do you want to leave Suo Luo? Certainly, all this can only be said at that time. I don't know why. There is a very strong feeling in Robin's heart. Suo Luo, it is very likely that he will not return to East Blue. What he said is easy to be contented, and content like salted fish may not be true. After all, in Albina, the capital of Arbatus, he used Conqueror's haki to prevent a civil war in this country. And that kind of haki can neither be inherited, nor can it be cultivated. Whether you can have it depends on your own destiny and courage. Suo Luo knows nothing about Robin's guess. Now he began to calculate his future plans in his mind, and controlled the direction of the ship, slowly sailing towards the Magic Triangle. Hopefully, this time, don't have anything to do with Uegwangmo Lia's car. But then again, the closer you get to the sacred place of Marie Joy's, the fewer islands you can land on. It is precisely because of this that supernovae will gather in Sabayati Archipelago. And Luffy even clashed with Uegwangmo Lia. No, meet the Straw Hat Pirates again. Suo Luo's eyes lit up suddenly. If you can catch the Straw Hat Pirates, and give it to Garp, maybe you can join the Garp faction. Then through Operation, stay away from New World. The key is, Crocodile was killed by himself. CP9 was destroyed by himself. None of the events that led to Luffy's soaring bounty happened. His current bounty. Still, 30 million berry. Looking at the Grand Line, it is not a notorious existence at all. It's better to measure it again. But Suo Luo is not in a hurry to make up his mind. On the one hand, it is not easy to say whether Luffy will appear in the Magic Triangle. On the other hand, there is still some time before arriving there. Own, you can think about it again. Forget it, discuss it with Robin. 2 days later, a hospital in the capital of Seven Waters. It's surrounded by marine tightly. Ordinary people are not allowed to approach. Lu Chi and others, who were seriously injured, are now recuperating here. But it's worth mentioning, although Califa didn't suffer any harm during the whole journey, it was Lu Chi who woke up first. And through Marine's actions, he learned about the current situation. If you just let yourself recuperate and slowly recover from your injury, there is no need to mobilize people like this. The entire hospital was sealed off. Coupled with Lu Chi's intuition and experience as a super agent, he quickly contacted the others after they woke up one after another, and passed Bluno's door-to-door fruit ability. Secret talks were held. The mission failed. Lu Chi sat cross-legged on the ground, his tone low and disappointed. He didn't even dream of saying this sentence. Not only that, now he is immersed in the shadow that Suo Luo brings to him. I have always been proud of my physical skills. It turns out, will be completely destroyed by Suo Luo. He didn't even figure out the opponent's body. This incident is simply a great irony. When other people heard this, their hearts were also very heavy. In addition to the blame of the world government, the mission this time is also their painstaking efforts for several years. As a result, years of hard work and forbearance are all in vain. It's not just that, you should have noticed, the attitude of those Marines towards us, and the distance deliberately kept. If I'm not wrong, they don't see us as members of the CP9 organization anymore. Bluno spoke slowly, stated the matter. Since waking up, he has used the power of the door fruit to make observations. Although this is a bit unbelievable, the world government seems to intend to get rid of them. The style of the world government. Keiku couldn't help sighing. In those days, he had dealt with secret agents who had failed missions. This is not only for the reputation of the world government, but also to ensure that secrets are not leaked out. It can even be said that CP9 can be hidden underwater all the time, which has an inevitable relationship with this processing method. Only, now that the roles have changed, he has become an agent who has been abandoned and dealt with. Keiku felt uncomfortable in his heart. Lu Chi, what do you think we should do? Tell the world government about Robin's whereabouts? Califa interjected suddenly, wondering if he could use the clues in his hand to get his life back. It's not as simple as you think, Califa. Lu Chi glanced at Califa and said his thoughts. Let's not talk about the connection between Marine and the world government, and the purpose of taking Robin away. We are now unable to complete the task. Not only did we lose Robin, a survivor of O'Hara who can interpret ancient words, but our defeat was also horrified and made Bingberg aware of it. At this point, Lu Chi paused for a while. His eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly he thought of a crazy idea. Unless, we can take Robin back from that Marine. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Just thinking about the power of Suo Luo, they felt a little fright. This may be our only chance. In fact, Lu Chi, who said this sentence, couldn't help shaking his hands. If we don't want to be erased by the world government, we can only take back Robin. Think about it carefully. Rather than exposing strength in the headquarters and attracting high-level attention, it is more appropriate to arrest Straw Hat crew. Suo Luo started his analysis while resting in the captain's room. Although the current Luffy bounty is not up to the supernova level, it still has the status of Garp's grandson. If you take it back to Sengoku, it is bound to attract attention. For joining factions, it can be regarded as a stepping stone. Otherwise, the ghost knows what will happen in the future. Get involved in trouble. The key is war on top. Suo Luo took a deep breath and recalled the timeline of the plot of One Piece. In order to rescue Robin, Luffy is making trouble at an ice lobby. Ace also met Blackbeard on Bana Island. The two sides fought, and finally ended with Blackbeard's victory. For his ambition, Blackbeard handed Ace to Marine to exchange Shishibukai's position, and it caused the most famous incident in One Piece, War on Top. One more detail. Moonlight Imolia, as one of Shishibukai, is almost the famous villain in One Piece. However, the process of Luffy defeating Imolia was completely dark. In other words, the plot of the Magic Triangle was over in just one night. Suo Luo kept inferring in his heart, and finally confirmed, the war on top is coming. At that time, not only Marine 3 Admiral, 7 Warlords of the Sea, but also Marineford will be assembled. All the Marines in the naval headquarters. I am afraid we will all participate in this war. For Suo Luo, this trouble is more troublesome than the Alabasta incident or the Seven Waters incident, especially that guy Hawkeye. He is one of the few men who have seen his swordsmanship and is still alive. In case the war meets on the top, Suo Luo felt embarrassed just thinking about the scene. No. Thinking of this, Suo Luo got up from his seat with a plop. I must stay away from Marineford before the war on the top comes. Whether it's East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, whatever it is. However, just as Suo Luo established his next goal, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Boom boom boom. Suo Luo turned to look at the doorway. Come in. Click. Robin got permission even more simply, pushing the door and entering, found a wooden barrel on the sea. Actually, with Robin's character, he doesn't care about such things. The reason why she would report to Suo Luo was also explained by Suo Luo before. If you find something on the sea, you must inform yourself in time. Where? Suo Luo asked subconsciously, but stepped away before speaking. Come to the deck with Robin, and then salvage the barrel. If I remember correctly, this wooden barrel is a very crucial prop in the Magic Triangle. It was after the Straw Hat crew salvaged this thing that the sky became clouded and they entered Emolia's territory. Furthermore, the 11 supernovas assembled at Sabayati Archipelago, but Luffy alone entered Emolia's territory. Suo Luo thought to himself. He has seen a map of the world in One Piece. Red line divides the Grand Line into the first half and the second half. On both sides is the calm belt, which cannot be navigated by ordinary ships. On the right side near Sabayati Archipelago is Enice Lobby, Impel Down, and Marineford presents a triangle. In other words, no matter which sea area the 11 supernovas are born in, the route to Sabayati Archipelago is the same. Based on this premise, Suo Luo was sure that the barrel found at this time was likely to be a key prop to enter Emolia's site. And, among the supernovas, except for Luffy, other people, from the point of view of character, may not be interested in wooden barrels. But how would you know that there is something on the sea? Robin looked at the barrel and couldn't help asking Suo Luo. According to the appearance of the barrel, she can be sure that this thing is called Liuzan. It is dedicated to the gods in order to pray for smooth sailing. But with Suo Luo's salted fish mentality, Robin felt that this kind of thing would hardly attract Suo Luo. Is it possible? What signal is in this barrel? Behind Suo Luo, is there a mysterious organization? Similar to Baroque Jobs, or CP9 or something? There are often ships missing in the Magic Triangle, have you heard of it? Suo Luo did not answer the question. It is precisely because of this that there will be the name of the Magic Triangle here. Robin nodded, affirmed. But in fact, someone has fled back after missing in the Magic Triangle. According to the information he revealed, the weather only changed after encountering this thing. However, because the content was too weird, this incident was concealed by Marine. After a while, that person died even more bizarrely. Based on this matter, I will let you pay attention to it. I didn't expect, I actually encountered this thing. Suo Luo made up a story casually. In any case, as Robin, it is impossible to go to naval headquarters and read the files. Of course, I also listened to the retired grandfather of this department. As for the authenticity of the matter, I am not sure. Suo Luo added another sentence. Now that it has been decided to capture the Straw Hat Pirates, it is undoubtedly the safest to start in the Magic Triangle. If it is because of avoiding the flow bottle and missed the Magic Triangle, that would be bad. So Suo Luo directly opened the barrel. Bang! As Suo Luo expected, the moment the barrel was opened, there was a loud noise like thunder. Immediately afterwards, a red light rose from the sky and exploded in the sky. It looked like an oversized flare, illuminating the entire sky, and it lasted about half a minute before the red light gradually weakened. Robin, who witnessed this scene, changed his face even more shockingly. His eyes were bigger than bull's eyes. An ominous hunch came to her heart spontaneously. Suo Luo, this is likely to be a trap. In a hurry, Robin said without thinking. But soon, she calmed down a lot. Yes, Suo Luo is by his side now. Even if it is a trap, what can be done? On this sea, there is a strong man who can defeat Suo Luo. I'm afraid it's not at least Kuzan's level of combat power to do it. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Instead, it was Suo Luo, still performing, deliberately showing a surprised expression. But in fact, all of this is within his plan. Just after the red light disappeared, The cloudless sky began to gather large patches of thunderclouds. The rapid change is like turning a book. Soon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain have been mixed. Let the weather in this sea area become very weird. How can the weather? Robin looked up at the sky, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. The previous second was still a cloudless sunny day. In a blink of an eye it turned into a clouded thunderstorm. The wind was violent. Combined with this incident after Suoluo opened the flow bottle, the whole incident revealed a strange atmosphere. To make matters worse, their sailboat is now in this stormy area. Boom! A shock of thunder fell from the sky and hit the sea next to the sailboat. The waves are layer after layer, like a huge palm, sweeping towards the sailboat. Really? Suoluo observed the changes in the weather. The storm that appeared after the Straw Hat crew opened the flow bottle does not seem to be a coincidence. And through observation, Suoluo also noticed. Although the storm was raging, there was a root, and it was not hit by thunder and waves. Although it was not clear whether it was his own illusion, Suoluo decided to follow the guidance in front of him. Anyway, let's get out of here now. Suoluo turned to Robin and said. The latter naturally readily agreed. In any case, once a capable person falls into the sea, he will be powerless. So Robin crossed his hands and activated his fruit ability to assist Suoluo to fill the sailing speed of the sailboat. Escape from this sea area. I have to say that there is the help of Robin, a flower fruit capable person. Sailing has become a lot easier. In a short while, Suoluo's ship passed through this stormy area. Although the weather settled down, the sky was still covered by a black cloud. No sunlight. The entire sea area is even more gloomy and weird. Thriller bark. Suoluo walked quickly to the bow position, his eyes condensed slightly, observing the state of the sea ahead. On the sea, there was a cloud of mist. Makes visibility very low. However, it was also because of the fog that Suoluo was able to confirm it now. There is nothing wrong with his route with Robin. Indeed, he entered the territory of Leah Moonlight Mo. 3 horror sailing ships. It is claimed to be the largest pirate ship in the pirate world. Controlled by Leah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The front door is a huge mouth designed to catch passing ships. Once a ship enters here by mistake, the mouth will close immediately. However, the current Straw Hat crew should be behind me. Suoluo thought for a moment. Although the person who defeated Crocodile in Alabasta was himself, with Luffy's character, he should still look for Sky Island. The damage Going Merry deserves will still be suffered. But I made a special inspection when I was in number 1 dock. Going Merry did not stop there. Based on this, Suoluo guessed that he should have gone in front of Luffy. Anyway, let's wait here for some time. Suoluo calculated in his heart. At the same time, let the ship move on. Suoluo. Robin came to Suoluo's side. Although she is very knowledgeable, she doesn't know anything about the situation here. It seems that what you said about the retired Marine is true, Robin said slowly. Combined with the red light in the flowing bottle, a sudden storm formed. And this weird and eerie sea. The feeling that made her wonder if it was a trap became stronger. Suoluo nodded slightly, be careful anyway. However, as soon as Suoluo's voice fell, a huge white ghost floated from the front. Scared Robin immediately put on alert, crossed his hands, and used his abilities to grow 2 slender arms on the deck, intercepting them towards the ghost. But who knows, when the arm is in contact with the white ghost. The white ghost directly penetrated Robin's attack. But the white ghost did not attack the 2 of them, but drifted by slowly, moving further and further. This thing should be Perona's ability. Suoluo reacted quickly when he saw this. Perona is a crew member of the Leah pirate ship, and is called the 3 Weirds along with Huckleback and Absalom. He is also the commander of Animal Zombies and Scary Zombies. She is a goth girl with a pink ponytail and a crown on her head. At the same time, he is also the ghost man who ate the ghost fruit. What has just appeared is one of her abilities. A spirit body with self-awareness can be separated from the body, can fly in the air, penetrate walls, and change its size. Even immune to physical attacks. Its appearance also means that there is no problem with Robin's route. Them successfully entered the 3 horror sailing ship. Suoluo. Suddenly, Robin yelled and pointed his finger to the other side. Suoluo heard the words and looked at it. The picture in front of him was the same as he imagined. At some point, his sailboat passed through the mouth of the terrifying 3-way sailing ship. And the open mouth closed suddenly, completely cut off Suoluo's retreat. Come in, Suoluo whispered in his heart. Now that it is here to wait for the arrival of Straw Hat crew. In my impression, when Luffy encountered a zombie crawling out of the ground, he pushed the opponent back. But it's a famous scene. Just wait for him there. You can meet Straw Hat crew. It's a pity that I didn't meet Brook that guy. Thinking of this, Suoluo glanced at Robin beside him. Although Brook was born as a pirate, he went to sea earlier than Roger. Plus it has been dead for decades. Naval headquarters has already revoked his bounty. Plus he is very lonely here. Suo Luo felt that Brook was invited to join Marine at this time. He should not refuse. And Brook itself is not bad. The ability is also very useful when investigating intelligence. 2 years later, she just passed the 4 emperors, although it did not win. But if you can take it with you, maybe you can help yourself with a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, I haven't waited to meet Brook. The ship passed the gate of the mouth. Wait a moment. Suo Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Finding some potential pirates and persuading them to join Marine seems to be a good thing. Moreover, the pirates joining Marine is not without precedent. For example, Zhang Jiao is a very high example. Noting Suo Luo, who was in deep thought, Robin couldn't help interrupting his thoughts. What are you thinking? Not out of curiosity. But in front of them, an island suddenly appeared. Look at that. Robin took a deep breath, remaining alert. Well, anyway, since it's here, let's investigate in the past. After all, we are Marine. Suo Luo paused. We will not be afraid. Seeing that Suo Luo's attitude was like this, Robin didn't say anything anymore, ready to stop the ship and land. However, at this moment, Robin suddenly felt his wrist held tightly by something. Before she could react, her other hand was also grabbed in the same way. The strange thing is that there is no one by Robin's side. Body, can't move? Robin couldn't help but exclaimed, and the pupils of his eyes enlarged, and the premonition that had accumulated before became more intense. Could it be that there are invisible ghosts in this sea area? Otherwise, how do you explain it? However, Suo Luo on the side was still standing on the deck, keeping calm. Although I looked at it at a glance, the field of vision was empty. Robin opened his arms as if he was playing some kind of performance art, but Suo Luo knew it very well in his heart. This is not a weird phenomenon at all, let alone a ghost. The instigator of all this is just Leah's men, Absalom. He is a capable person who has eaten transparent fruits. You can make your body transparent. At the same time, Absalom is also a pervert. Soon after the Straw Hat Pirates entered the Terror 3 strange sailboat, he sneaked on board and licked Robin's chest. However, Absalom likes weak girls. After discovering that Robin had a stronger personality, he lost interest. But no matter how you say it, Robin is now his own crew. If Absalom is left alone, then his face can be thrown directly into the sea. So, at the moment Absalom stuck out his tongue, Suo Luo directly pulled out zanpakuto from his waist and waved his backhand. Call out. The slash shook the air, turned into a silver arc, and went straight to Absalom. And Robin suddenly regained his freedom at this time, and his steps backed up again and again. But then, the silver arc passed by in front of Robin, and it seemed to have chopped something. Pouch. Blood gushed out in the air. An arm wrapped in a sleeve also appeared and fell towards the ground. The blood flow does not stop. This sudden scene scared Robin even more. What exactly is going on? Robin couldn't help asking. Someone is on the boat. Suo Luo answered without thinking, but his eyes were firmly locked on Absalom. Although his fruit ability can make himself transparent, it has fatal flaws. That is, transparency can only hide the body. Its sound and taste cannot be hidden at all. In other words, as long as the master has the top observation haki, you can lock a brosam through the voice of your heart. The slash that Suo Luo slashed did not dissipate after cutting off Absalom's arm, but continued forward and fell into the sea. The entire sea surface is directly divided into two, and the sea water on both sides is poured in, forming a rushing waterfall. This Marine, what's the matter? Absalom was stunned. He never dreamed that an ordinary Marine would have such terrifying sword skills as a Grandmaster. Rao is a swordsman and zombie created by Mo Leah. It is also difficult to achieve this level. The scariest thing is that this Marine seems able to determine your position. For a time, Abrosam not only became short of breath, but also couldn't help but speed up his heartbeat. Although he didn't know the identity of Suo Luo, he did. This time, he got into trouble. This man is definitely not an enemy he can deal with. I have to tell this to Leah. The 3 horrible sailboats, there are unexpected guests. Absalom gritted his teeth and thought to himself, while staring at Suo Luo firmly. He just didn't pay attention and lost an arm. If you turn your back to Suo Luo now, you may not be sure how big the problem will be. Based on this, Absalom did not dare to let Suo Luo leave his sight after killing him. As for the arm that was chopped off, he has nothing to miss with Hakabak's technique. Things like arms can be repaired at any time. As for fighting Suo Luo, Absalom can't even think about it. However, Suo Luo raised his hand again and slowly lowered the blade of the katana. Another silver arc flashed forward. It's like a crescent moon. The speed is even stranger. Although Abrosam clearly saw Suo Luo making a move, his body was too late to dodge, let alone defend. Call out. Accompanied by the sound of cutting through the air, the slash passed directly through Absalom's body. Pouch. A lot of blood spurted from him, spilled into the sky, like a gorgeous blood-colored butterfly, and fell to the deck. And Absalom's appearance was slowly outlined by the blood-colored butterfly. An obvious crack turned his body into two parts, sliding in different directions. Thump! Thump! With two silences, Abrosam's body fell on the deck one after another. His eyes were as big as bull's eyes, and the lion's mouth was wide open. He really couldn't understand why the marine in front of him had such terrifying strength. Not only can you find your place, swordsmanship is so powerful. In the end where is it sacred? The most important thing is his purpose here. It was lured in by Liu Zun. Still, Naval Headquarters, what are your dissatisfaction with Emolia? Also, why is there only Suo Luo on this sailing boat, wearing a marine uniform? For a time, there were too many questions in Absalom's mind. But there is one thing, he is not only convinced, but very sure. That is Suo Luo's strength. He is the strongest person he has seen so far. If it is possible to let Emolia get his shadow, and stuff it into Oz's body, must be able to create the strongest zombie in the world. But as this thought emerged, a powerful fatigue swept across Abrosam's brain. The picture in front of him also became blurred. In less than half a minute, his vision became pitch black. The breathing was so weak that it disappeared completely. Absalom, pawn, dead. Robin on the side couldn't help rolling his throat and swallowed nervously. The whole process happened so suddenly that she didn't react until now. At the same time, I once again marveled at the power of Suo Luo. I didn't find out when this guy got on the boat. Robin turned his head to look at Suo Luo. Even the ability to be invisible can't escape Suo Luo's eyes. Suo Luo didn't care about Robin's gaze. He looked down at Absalom's body. I couldn't help but vomit. I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the Three Terror sailboat, I ran into Absalom, one of the three weirdos. What a bad start. Robin calmed down quickly and noticed Absalom's appearance. The nose, mouth, and jaw looked like a lion, but the skin looked like an elephant, and the image looked very strange. But through the stitches on Absalom's body, Robin felt that this guy should have been transformed by others, not by nature. Maybe, there will be ships missing every year in the Magic Triangle, and it's related to this guy. Robin put his hands around his chest and began to analyze. Absalom. Suo Luo directly said his name. In any case, Absalom is a crew member of the Three Terror sailboat. Even if it is recognized by the world government, it enjoys the title of Seven Warlords of the Sea. In essence, it still belongs to the pirate. He also has the identity of Marine, and it is not surprising to know the identity of this guy. Seeing Suo Luo uttering the other's name so easily, Robin was slightly surprised. Do you know him? Well, I saw his bounty before. Suo Luo replied casually, it's Leah's crew. Moonlight Mo Leah? Is it Shishibukai again? Robin was startled, but he didn't expect to hear Shishabukai's name suddenly. The reason why Suo Luo chose to kill directly is because he does not want a conflict with Emolia. Although these guys are essentially pirates, they are related to the face of the world government. Suo Luo, who is a traverser, vaguely remembers. In order to prevent Emolia from being defeated by Luffy, the world government specially sent a Storm Kanseong to come forward. I hope to join forces with Emolia to deal with Straw Hat Crew. It is enough to prove that the world government values Shishabukai's undefeated matter. Not to mention, I eliminated Emolia here. It will definitely cause panic in the world government and initiate an investigation. Once you find yourself here, I am afraid it will not be very troublesome. Thinking of this, Suo Luo has no motivation. Moreover, in a sense, although Emolia is often complained about by Shishibukai, his existence is of great benefit to the world government. There are hundreds of ships missing in the Magic Triangle every year, most of which are pirate ships. In other words, Leah Moonlight is like a vicious dog, guarding the Magic Triangle to help the world government kill the pirate group going to sea. Suo Luo thought to himself. The most favorable proof is that Straw Hat Crew was on the night of the horror three-way sailing boat. The world government sent violent Kun bears to help. It is sufficient to prove that the world government is aware of Emolia's entrenchment in the Magic Triangle. Not only knows, but also knows well. Even the conflict between him and Straw Hat Crew can be known at the first time. And let the Storm Kun bear rush to the scene as quickly as possible. Based on this, is it unclear whether the ship disappeared in the Magic Triangle or did not care about it? The answer can be imagined. However, Emolia was interested in Straw Hat Crew and stuffed Luffy's shadow into Oz's body. It's mainly because he learned through the newspaper that Luffy defeated Crocodile and made an uproar at an ice lobby. Therefore, it is determined that Luffy's growth is very high. However, because of my relationship, these events that should have happened did not happen by mistake. Luffy's bounty is still 30 million, which shouldn't attract Emolia's attention. Suo Luo's brain is running fast. Link the cause and effect before and after. Without these premises, Straw Hat Crew is an ordinary pirate to Emolia. In other words, I am here to destroy Straw Hat Crew. nor will it attract Leah's attention. Wait, since Luffy's bounty is still 30 million berry, it means that he has not attracted the attention of the world government. Bao Kun Bear, there is no reason to come here. Suo Luo suddenly realized. Since violent Kun Bears will not come, it is easier to catch Straw Hat Crew. Soon, after Suo Luo combed through the current situation, his sailboat also approached the shore. What do we do now? Do you want to leave here directly? Robin took a deep breath and asked Suo Luo. According to Robin's understanding of Suo Luo, with his salted fish mentality, there is a high probability that he will not care about Leah's affairs. But who knows? Suo Luo jumped up from the deck and jumped directly onto the island. Anyway, let's investigate the situation here first. Suo Luo turned back and said to Robin, now that it has been decided to capture Straw Hat Crew, give it to Sengoku. It is undoubtedly the safest way to stay here. After all, once you get to Sabayati Archipelago, the change is too big. If you have a relationship with Pluton Rayleigh, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. If it was an ordinary marine like himself, he would directly kill Rayleigh. It will only cause shock to the whole world. Based on his knowledge of Sengoku and Akainu, with such a feat, I am afraid that it will not be thrown to Marineford to participate in the war on the top. Then he was kicked to the new world to conquer the 4 emperors. Just thinking about it, Suo Luo finds it troublesome. Also, it is more reliable to exchange Straw Hat Crew for tickets back to East Blue. Suo Luo took a deep breath, turned around, strode forward, and reminded Robin, let's go, don't forget that we are Marine, and we should investigate the truth about the ship's disappearance. Result. On the contrary, Robin couldn't help but have a black line on his face. Can't help but complain, is this your line? Next second, Robin's brain suddenly came to light. Thinking about it carefully, although Suo Luo often says that he is easier to be contented and wants to be a salted fish, he seems to be. Another attitude about Shishibukai. Yes, in Alabasta, it was Crocodile defeated by Suo Luo. This time I knew that Moonlight Leah was on this island, but he still insisted on investigating. I'm afraid not. He also wants to eliminate Crocodile and solve Leah. The more you analyze, the more you think about it, the more Robin felt that he had guessed something. Could it be said that Suo Luo has been hiding and disguising his strength in order to destroy all Shishibukai in the dark? He is dissatisfied with the system established by the world government. For a while, Robin's pupils suddenly dilated, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead and back. Combine the people's justice that Suo Luo said to Princess Vivi before. The ambition of this guy Suo Luo is to eliminate the system established by the world government and let the people be the masters? Wait a moment. In an instant, there was a flash of light in Robin's mind. She seems understand thoroughly. I understand. The reason Suo Luo invited me to join Marine is precisely because I am the only one who can interpret the text of history. For this, he did not hesitate to clash with CP9. For 100 years of blankness, the world government has always been very jealous. It is clear. Suo Luo's goal is to subvert the world. Yes, only with such a huge ambition can he be worthy of his unmatched strength. No wonder this man has conqueror's haki. The more Robin thought about it, the more sure about this idea in his heart. Otherwise, how do you explain what Suo Luo did? Noting that Robin did not follow up directly, Suo Luo turned around and shouted again, go. Hearing this, Robin put away his thoughts and quickly followed Suo Luo. And after entering the terrifying 3-way sailing ship, the thick fog became more and more terrifying. In Robin's impression, it should be sunny now. In the end, there was no sunlight. Robin followed Suo Luo's footsteps and suddenly asked, if the missing ship every year is really related to Leah, what are you going to do? If it was Leah Moonlight, it would be trickier. Suo Luo thought for a moment anyway, this guy is a member of 7 warlords of the sea. Not only is the strength strong, but the identity is recognized by the world government. Even if it's me, it's not easy to attack Leah. As a result, as soon as Suo Luo spoke, Robin made complaints. Didn't you defeat Crocodile at Alabasta? Suo Luo's expression was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Robin to mention Alabasta suddenly. It's actually not the same. Although Crocodile was also Shishibukai at the time, his crime has already been proven, and it is not a trivial matter to provoke a civil war in the country. For reason, he doesn't deserve to live in Shishibukai anymore. But Leah is different. Although a large number of ships disappear in the Magic Triangle every year, most of them are pirate ships. For the world government, the disappearance of the pirate ship is not a bad thing. In fact, Robin was able to live until now, not by luck. Regardless of her mind or her strength, she was pretty good in the first half of the Grand Line. How can Suo Luo not understand these truths? The reason for provoking this topic is to see Suo Luo's attitude. In order to verify your guess. Even Robin suspects that the world government may have known the truth a long time ago. But, with the deepening of Suo Luo and Robin, Their actions quickly attracted the attention of the creatures on the island. In a short while, a three-headed wolf with a fierce face blocked their way. Do not. To be precise, it should be a two-headed wolf and a fox. They were forcibly stitched together. At this time, he was grinning and staring at Suoluo and Robin. As if the two of them moved around, they would rush to bite through their throats. This is the guard dog that Nami and the others met after they came to the island. Suoluo thought to himself. In my impression, Straw Hat Crew went to the island twice. The first batch is a 3-squad team composed of Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. I ran into this guy as soon as I got on the island and was very embarrassed to be chased. When Luffy came to the island, the suture monster was killed in seconds. In other words, the reason why it appears here now is enough to prove that Straw Hat Crew has not reached the magic triangle. But no matter what, Suoluo didn't want to waste time with such low-level monsters. Call out. Suoluo's body instantly left an afterimage. The body flashed directly above the Stitch monster. It was so fast that even Robin didn't react. When she found out that Suoluo left her side, the latter had already grabbed his fist with 5 fingers and smashed it down at the spine of the suture monster. Bang! With a muffled noise, a shockwave rolled downwards, directly pressed the suture monster to the ground. The majestic power easily smashed its bones. The part that was hit frontally was even penetrated on the spot. The wound is getting bigger and bigger. One could not breathe. The black thread on the suture monster broke apart, and countless pieces of meat flew out to the surroundings and scattered to the ground. But there was a black shadow floating out of the suture monster's mouth and flew away. Suoluo fell to the ground without any bloodline or dust on his body. The whole process is an understatement. Okay, so fast. Robin blinked vigorously, wondering if he had seen something wrong. Suoluo's speed is almost faster than the shaved Lucci. She couldn't help being surprised. How much strength did Suoluo hide? It is too strong. Even Leah is not Suoluo's opponent. Robin couldn't help but sigh. In her opinion, as long as Suoluo has the idea of this method, he can completely destroy the island with his powerful strength. But Robin hasn't stayed there all the time. She quickly cleared up her emotions, and quickly stepped forward to observe the monster that was beaten to pieces by Suoluo. The flesh color of this guy is very different, not even the same species. They were forcibly stitched together. And she also noticed that when Suoluo solved this guy, there was even a black shadow flying out. Let the entire magic triangle become even more weird. But just when Robin wanted to ask Suoluo if he knew what it was, the voice of an old man suddenly rang. See, Marine. The old man not only trembled, but his tone was full of excitement and excitement. He never dreamed that he would meet Marine here one day. And still such a powerful Marine. With just one move, the animal zombies were wiped out. Suoluo and Robin quickly turned around and looked at the old man. However, he found that his facial features were a bit gloomy. The skin is not even less bloody. What is even more bizarre is, there is no shadow under his feet. Almost subconsciously, Robin folded his hands together. Flowers under your feet. In the next second, one flower after another was opened under the old man's feet, wrapped around his body, and then slammed. Directly pressed the old man to the ground. What are you? Robin made a low voice, thinking that this guy was also a ghost or something. I am a human. Although Robin's behavior was a bit rough, the old man still clenched and quickly explained, the reason why I don't have a shadow is because the shadow was taken away by the owner here. Not only me, but also the shadows of many people have been taken away by the owner here. Also, this is not an island at all. It's a pirate ship from West Blue. Almost without any hesitation, the old man spoke out his master's information all at once. In his opinion, he can help himself. People who save themselves. Just, only the Marine in front of me. As the old man's voice fell, more and more shadowless people appeared around him. They all look exactly like old people. Gloom and no blood. Marine is here. The thin old man walked up to Suoluo. His tone of voice was excited, his hands trembled. He never thought that he would be able to see Marine in such a place. And this exclamation is more like a signal. Make more and more people emerge from the fog. Then, the thin old man led by a plop fell to his knees in front of Suoluo and burst into tears. Master Marine, please help us. As soon as this statement came out, other people followed the thin old man's actions one after another, kneeling one by one in front of Suoluo, washing their faces with tears, begging Suoluo to save them. This sudden scene naturally made Suoluo unexpected. On the contrary, Robin observed the feet of these people for the first time. I was surprised to find that none of these people had shadows under their feet. What exactly is going on? Who are you guys? Why is there no shadow? Upon seeing this, Robin simply asked his doubts. In addition to this problem, she is also very curious about what is going on this island. As a result, the thin old man told what he knew exactly. These people are not pirates, but ordinary civilians. usually do some maritime transportation work. As a result, he was lured here until today. While talking, the old man kept crying. The owner here is Leah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sure enough, Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought to himself, in any case, the plot of One Piece is too long, and it is impossible for him to remember every detail. For Liu Zun, he only analyzed and judged. Hearing what the old man said, he was able to confirm. The flow bottle is the key to entering the magic triangle. Once the shadow is taken away by Emolia, the body cannot be exposed to sunlight, otherwise, it will be burned to ashes by the strong sunlight. Just then another man interrupted, once the body dies, our shadows will disappear. In order to prevent our shadows from disappearing, the guy Emolia is unwilling to fulfill us even with death. We can only live in this mist day and night. People are not like people, and ghosts are not like ghosts. It is precisely because this kind of life is really too painful, so I found out that Suo Luo was wearing a marine uniform. These talents will make him ask for help. On the one hand, Suo Luo has the identity of marine. On the other hand, he just killed the animal zombies with just one punch. It is enough to prove that he is strong. After explaining the ins and outs, the thin old man knocked his forehead heavily on the ground. Please, Master Marine, help us get back the shadows. Others even echoed, pinning this hope on Suo Luo. Robin, who was standing next to Suo Luo, frowned and turned to look at Suo Luo's profile. What Suo Luo once said to Princess Vivi came to mind. The so-called justice. It is to ensure the lives and health of the people. Let the people live and work in peace and contentment. Let the people be old-fashioned. Let the people live with dignity. But now, the civilians who appeared in front of them had nothing. The most terrifying thing is, Moonlight Emolia's identity. 7 warlords of the sea. It is a pirate recognized by the world government. This also means that as long as Emolia does not abandon Shishibukai's identity, as long as the world government does not ban the 7 warlords of the sea system, whether it is naval headquarters, which symbolizes justice on the sea, Enice Lobby is a symbol of justice. Never questions about Emolia. Unless Emolia will be defeated by the pirates, otherwise, these people can only live in such a ghost place for a lifetime. Just thinking about that kind of future, Robin felt that these people were pitiful. But then again, 7 warlords of the sea, Marine 3 Admiral, New World 4 Emperors. But it is known as the 3 major forces on the Grand Line, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. The pirate who can defeat Emolia. Does it really exist? Suo Luo, what are you going to do? Robin stared slightly, watching Suo Luo's profile. It's troublesome. Suo Luo sighed helplessly. The reason why he entered the magic triangle and did not choose to bypass it was that he planned to capture Straw Hat Crew and hand it to Sengoku in exchange for the opportunity to return to East Blue. Unexpectedly, I met these people. Think about what happened to them. Poor is also quite pitiful. Most importantly, none of them are pirates. It's an honest civilian. In any case, the flow bottles that Emolia threw out did not have the ability to distinguish whether the person who opened it was a pirate or a civilian. Can only be tempted to come over. Moreover, the strength of the zombies mainly depends on the strength of the corpse. The role of the shadow is to give these zombie warriors kinetic energy. After all, there is no shadow, and even the most powerful zombies can't act. Based on this setting, even if it is a civilian with little combat effectiveness, his shadow is not useless to Emolia. I see. After thinking about it carefully, Suo Luo finally loosened his tone. But I couldn't help but complain. Emolia, this guy. Obviously he is also a strong one. Go to New World and make a comeback. Go release your ambitions. It was just hammered once by Kaido. Just lose all the energy. No wonder it will be called the shame of Shishibukai. I will find a way to get your shadows back. Suo Luo spoke slowly and assured the old people who were kneeling on the ground. In his opinion, the fighting among these civilians is almost zero. Shadows are not very valuable either. Discuss with Emolia and ask him to return the shadows of these civilians. From then on, the road headed towards the sky, each walking aside. Capture the Straw Hat Crew yourself and go to Marineford for business. He continued to be a tortoise in the magic triangle, the best of both worlds. But, after Suo Luo said these words loudly, everyone present had tears in their eyes. For them, any promise today is great news. What's more, it is still a very powerful marine. The thin old man knocked his head 3 times at Suo Luo before raising his gaze. It's just that he quickly seemed to have thought of something. Quickly looked around. Who knows, in my line of sight, I only saw Suo Luo, wearing a marine uniform. Do not, except for Suo Luo and Robin. He did not see the second human with a shadow. Wait a minute, where are the other marines? The thin old man couldn't help asking. In my impression, isn't marine based on troops? Marine? Only the 2 of us. Suo Luo answered without thinking. However, for Emolia, it's almost enough for the two of us. Robin on the side heard this. If you don't meet these people, forget it. But I just let myself meet here. It's better to discuss with Emolia a little bit. In any case, people are not plants. How can it roll when round and stop when square? Wait a minute. On the contrary, when the thin old man heard Suoluo's words, he couldn't help but startled. His eyes were bigger than the suture monster just now. He never thought of entering Marine in the magic triangle. There are only Suoluo and Robin. Moreover, the two of them are going to find Emolia to get back the shadow. Just kidding. Even Suoluo has the ability to kill animal zombies with a punch. It could not be Emolia's opponent. He is not only one of 7 warlords of the sea. I don't know how many years I have been in the magic triangle. He can easily control every zombie on this island. I thought that Suoluo had a marine unit that could deal with Emolia. Unexpectedly, there were only 2 people. This act of rashly looking for Emolia is undoubtedly hitting a rock with a pebble. Even at this moment, the thin old man who asked Suoluo for help could not help but step forward quickly and stop Suoluo. Emolia is not an enemy you two can defeat. While the shadow has not been taken away by Emolia, get out of here, the thin old man said without thinking, and hope that Suoluo can inform Marine about the matter here. Let them send someone to deal with Emolia. But who knows, in the face of the thin old man's kind words to persuade him, Suoluo just shook his head. Naval headquarters will not attack Emolia. Anyway, leave this to me. But just as Suoluo was about to turn around and enter the castle, looking for Emolia, there was a sudden crash not far away. Bang! The sound is not small, and very powerful. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures fell from the sky. Bang! 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 This sudden scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. These guys are... Suoluo's eyes narrowed even more, looking up and down at the figure that suddenly fell. A woman with short orange hair. A doll that looks like a civet cat. A man with a long nose. It can't be wrong. At a glance, Suoluo recognized the identities of these 3 people. It's just... a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Navigator, Nami, Ship Doctor, Chopper, and lowly nemesis, Usopp. At the same time, the appearance of a few of them also means that Straw Hat crew opened the bottle at sea, and was lured into the 3 horror sailing ship. Everything was within Suoluo's expectation. But, although Nami and others fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, they did not pass out on the spot. In fact, Nami and Chopper happened to fall on Usopp. See, Marine. Soon, Nami, who was timid by nature, immediately looked around and saw Suoluo in Marine uniform at a glance. Hi, Marine. You ran into Marine here. Chopper also abruptly stood up from the ground. It was the first time he saw Marine since he became a pirate. For a while, I couldn't help but become nervous. What are you talking about, Marine? Usopp, who was slightly injured, also reacted immediately. A carp got up from the ground and turned around to escape. But in his line of sight, there is no Marine. On the contrary, there were a few shadowless guys standing. An unprecedented horror emerged spontaneously. So scared Usopp stopped right there. Wait, there seems to be only one Marine here. On the contrary, it was Nami, who noticed with anxiety that there was only one Marine, Suoluo. Most of those who have no shadows are civilians. They backed away one after another, and didn't want to intervene in this matter. Since I met you here, I can't let it go. Suoluo took a deep breath and directly blocked the way of Nami and others. The navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, the little thief cat Nami, is offering a bounty of 3 million berry, but because of Suoluo's relationship. As a result, the Straw Hat Pirates did not experience the Alabasta and Ice Lobby incidents. For Chopper and Usopp, Naval Headquarters has not yet issued a bounty. Don't be afraid of Nami, I will protect you. However, at this moment, Chopper, who was the size of a puppet, suddenly started to move. Da. He blocked Nami behind him and put his hands together. Immediately afterwards, Chopper's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. From a weak puppet, it has transformed into a very tall and burly creature. The body shape is much stronger than Usopp. Although Chopper was a bit scared and perturbed in his heart, he still stood in front of Nami resolutely. I want to protect my companions. Chopper. Facing this sudden scene, Nami was also slightly stunned, but she reacted quickly. When I acted with Chopper and Usopp, I didn't see the Marine warship. Just met a weird ghost ship. Although she is not sure why Suoluo, Marine, is here, she can judge from the current situation. Here, he is probably only one Marine. Thinking of this, Nami couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Even if you count the woman next to him, there are only 2 people. And behind them, there is the entire Straw Hat pirate group. Chopper, don't be impulsive. We just have to wait for Luffy and the others to come over. Nami whispered in Chopper's ear. In her opinion, the three of them have no need to defeat Suoluo. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, all are strong like monsters. Either one of them is enough to easily solve the marine in front of you. Although I don't know how you found us, but you seem to be only one person. Even Nami couldn't help but provoke Suoluo. To deal with you few, I am totally enough. Suoluo couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. This Nami is really, I'm going to die when I'm counseling. It's too arrogant when it's arrogant. While talking, Suoluo stepped forward and approached Nami. Do not come. Suddenly, Chopper lowered his head and yelled, warned Suoluo. At the same time, Chopper warned himself in his heart. It was Luffy and the others who saved Drum Island. Let the Sakura flower bloom again. It was them who didn't regard themselves as monsters, as partners. And bring yourself out to sea. So anyway, you must protect Nami. Protect everyone. No matter who it is, I won't let him hurt Miss Nami. So, if you go one step further, then I can only beat you here. Chopper made a loud noise, like a real man. Rao was Nami and was also stunned on the spot. The Chopper who usually looks very timid. It is so reliable at the critical moment. However, facing Chopper's warning, Suoluo just chuckled and disappeared in the same place in an instant. In an instant, Suoluo disappeared from the same place, leaving only an afterimage. Next second, Suoluo appeared directly in front of Chopper. Facing his warning, Suoluo chose to ignore it. The speed was so fast that Chopper's face suddenly became pale, his pupils dilated, and cold sweat was flowing. The marine in front of him is stronger than he thought. In fact, it's not just Chopper. Rao was Nami and Usopp, who were also dumbfounded at this time. This marine, is it so strong? Nami couldn't help exclaiming in her heart, in her impression. Even Luffy, Zoro, Sanji can hardly achieve this speed. Usopp even felt weak in his legs, and he regretted taking the lead in the expedition. I should have walked with Luffy and the others. But, facing such a powerful Suoluo, Chopper has firmed up his conviction at this moment. In any case, he must be here to protect Nami. Protect your companions. I saw Chopper gritted his teeth, his eyes serious. Wrist strength. Strengthen. With a burst of shout, Chopper decisively used the fruit power to concentrate his power on his arms. I saw the muscles on both arms beating frantically, swelling and hardening. Obtained extremely strong power. Immediately afterwards, Chopper blasted Suoluo's chest unceremoniously. Want to blow him out with a palm. Hoo. This palm was not only violent, but also at such a speed that it stirred the air on both sides and turned into a cold wind, which was approaching Suoluo. However, facing Chopper's offensive, Suoluo did not evade. Let Chopper slap himself with a palm. Boom! The two collided strongly and burst into a loud noise. A terrifying air current broke out on the spot, sweeping in all directions. Nami, Usopp, the corners of their clothes swayed, and their footsteps followed by 2 steps back. After 2 or 3 breaths passed, Nami felt the shock subsided and was able to open his eyes. Hit, Nami exclaimed. Saw Chopper's palm pressing on Suoluo's chest. Hit the opponent directly. The key is, although Chopper is usually a harmless, weak puppet image of humans and animals, but after using the fruit power, his power is not trivial, and it's still such a close attack. Rao is this marine, and it should be unbearable. Hey, dare to underestimate us, now you know we are amazing. When Usopp saw this, he was even more proud. But who knows, it was clearly that Chopper hit Suoluo, but he stepped back one after another, his eyes turning frantically. The unprecedented move came from the arm. He could even feel that a chill was radiating from Suoluo. Let his back chill. At the same time, there was a terrible sense of oppression that was overwhelming. Make Chopper's heart tremble constantly. Ah! In the next second, Chopper exploded with a scalp-numbing scream. He attacked Suoluo's arm, as if hitting the steel with a palm. The majestic force turned back and directly broke his bones. The enemy in front of me, more powerful than they thought. Chopper. The calmness that finally appeared on the faces of Nami and Usopp disappeared without a trace. They stepped forward quickly, but saw Chopper's arms droop naturally. Broken. Suoluo, who was hit head-on, was safe and sound. Instead, Chopper had a broken arm. What kind of monster is this guy in front of me? Cheat, deceive, right. Usopp rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. After transforming, Chopper is much stronger than himself. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. Even after realizing the power of Suoluo, their perception of Suoluo has also completely changed. This marine, perhaps because of his strong strength and enough self-confidence, chose to pursue us alone. Nami suddenly felt a desperate sense of pressure sweeping over her, making her nerves tense at this moment. His strength is even stronger than Smoker. Nami took a breath, just standing here. She just feels uncomfortable. Very scary. The Marine in front of him is more like a monster. The strength far exceeds the smoker encountered in Logue Town. Nami, leave it to me and Chopper, run away. Suddenly, Usopp gritted his teeth and spoke to Nami, tell Luffy there is Marine here. Although he usually acts like a coward, but I cherish the bond with everyone very much. At this moment, he is determined to intercept the monster Suoluo here with Chopper, so that Nami can pass important information to Luffy and the others. Let them never come near here. Otherwise, it is very likely that Marine will ambush, Usopp yelled without thinking about it. In his opinion, encountering Marine in such a place is probably not a coincidence. Perhaps the glowing bottle is the trap that Marine ambushes. Usopp, Nami opened his mouth and looked at Usopp's firm back. His eyes were full of worries about Usopp and Chopper. But at the moment, she didn't think Usopp's words were nonsense. Now, relative to their safety, it is undoubtedly more important to inform Luffy of important information. But at this time, Robin, who was standing not far away watching the game, had a touch of expression on his face. Although Suoluo didn't make a move just now, he showed his power in the most intuitive way. No one can see that the combat effectiveness between the two sides is not on the same level at all, not to mention the experience of Chopper. But, even in the face of such a powerful enemy, these people did not intend to abandon their companions in the slightest. Instead, he faced it resolutely, even at the expense of himself, to create opportunities for his companions to escape. For a while, Robin couldn't help feeling a little envious. You can rest assured. However, Suoluo is not in a hurry to do it. He wants more than Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, but the entire Straw Hat Pirate group. When all of them are assembled, it will not be too late to make a move by themselves. But, seeing the fetters of these people, unity, Suoluo couldn't help being touched. Although I have traveled to this world for more than 9 years, I have been rewarded one after another. Strength becomes stronger and stronger. But there are few companions. You can rest assured that there are only 2 Marines, me and Robin, in the entire Magic Triangle. There will be no traps or encirclement. Your worries are completely unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Chopper and Usopp looked at each other. Lie. This is definitely a lie. We don't believe your nonsense. The two spoke in unison, retorting Suoluo. Holy shit. A lie. Do you think that with my strength, it is necessary to do something extra? Suoluo said with a smile. Suoluo's remarks were like a shocking drink. Chopper's expression froze suddenly. Think about it carefully, Suoluo really has no need to lie. Because of his strength, he has far exceeded his own cognition. A full blow not only failed to cause damage to Suoluo, not even the most basic scratches were left. Instead, his arm was broken on the spot. This kind of incredible, unbelievable thing. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, can they really do it? Thinking of this, a trace of panic appeared in Chopper's eyes. At this time, he was more hopeful. Suoluo was telling lies. No need to encircle and trap. No need for Marine's support. He alone is enough to deal with the entire Straw Hat Pirates. How strong is his strength to have such confidence? Fear. Whether it's Chopper, Nami, or Usopp, the ideas at this time are the same. The Marine in front of you definitely possesses terrifying power. The atmosphere on the scene became more and more weird. Chopper took a deep breath, his momentum changed instantly. Nami, go find Luffy. The antlers are strengthened. I saw Chopper's body changed again, and the antlers on his forehead swelled and hardened, growing out of his body. The expression in his eyes became even sharper. Next second, Chopper kicked hard with both feet. He rushed to Suoluo's body and hit with the antlers. In front of this pair of antlers, Suoluo's body appears small. The momentum is good. Before others arrive, let's play with you. Suoluo raised the corner of his mouth and pulled out the katana. The sharp blade exudes a cold light. Next second, Suoluo waved backhand. Sword chi spreads forward like ripples. Resist Chopper's huge antlers on the spot. It was like an invisible wall of air, making Chopper's body unable to move forward any further. Pouch. Immediately afterwards, the ripple fell on Chopper, peeling off his hair, skin, and muscles. The blood spurted immediately, swaying into the sky, like a blood-colored butterfly. The strong smell of blood drifted into Chopper's nose. Then came unprecedented pain, which forced him to grind his teeth. But even so, Chopper still underestimated Suoluo's slash. If he could not breathe 2 or 3 times, his body reached the limit that he could bear, and his steps backed up until he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a plop. Although he hadn't passed out on the spot, he couldn't stand up for a while. Must kill Smoke Star. When Usopp saw this, he decisively chose to shoot, took out a huge slingshot, and fired smoke bombs at Suoluo. In an attempt to confuse Suoluo's sight, he took Chopper and escaped. The enemy in front of them is simply not something they can win. Must meet Luffy and others as soon as possible. However, Usopp's Smoke Star went directly through Suoluo's body. Looking intently, there was another afterimage shockingly. His speed is faster than Usopp's shooting out of smoke stars. People are gone. Fear arises spontaneously in Usopp. In the next second, Suoluo's voice sounded directly from behind him. I'm here. Before Usopp could turn around, Suoluo aimed a hand knife at his neck. Bang! The majestic force, like a hammer, went straight to Usopp and blasted him to the ground on the spot. Rumble! The whole earth greeted violent shaking and trembling. The smoke rolled around. The ground under Usopp was shattered in layers, leaving a spiderweb-like crack, and he was lying motionless in the center of the cobweb. Kill on the spot. Usopp, Chopper. Upon seeing this, Nami looked at his partner with a worried expression. Both were seriously injured. I'm fine. Chopper clenched his teeth and shook his head vigorously, breathing together with his mouth and nose to increase the intake of air. To keep yourself awake. He did not hesitate to squeeze his wound with his fingers, in exchange for a sharp pain in exchange for sobriety. Fortunately, although Suoluo's sword came fiercely, it only cut the muscles. It didn't hurt the internal organs. It did not cause major bleeding. Although unbelievable, Chopper feels, this Marine is obviously merciful. He didn't want to take his life. I just want to lose my mobility. Do you want to catch it alive? Chopper wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground with his body supported. The blue wave ball has been squeezed in his hand. Usopp was killed in a second. Nami on the side holds his head with both hands. Now she can't confirm whether Usopp is alive or dead. The Marine in front of me. It's too scary. The strength it possesses far exceeds that of Smoker. If he wants to, he can kill all three of them here. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. You guys, come here soon. Nami couldn't help but pray in his heart. Pray for your companions to show up quickly. Deal with this Marine together. Only in this way. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Suoluo glanced at Usopp who had fainted, then turned to look at Nami. Well, who is next? Although Suoluo's words did not contain any killing intent, but to Nami and others, it sounds like a death declaration, especially Chopper. He rolled his throat and swallowed nervously with blood-filled saliva, staring at Usopp. Less than a round. Usopp was solved. The power gap between the two sides. It's just a big difference. Do not. Chopper threw the blue wave ball into his mouth. His mentality still retains a trace of faith. Nami is his companion. In any case, I can't just watch my companion get hurt. I won't run away here. I want to fight on. No matter how strong the opponent this time is. I want to fight, too. At least. Also hold on, Luffy and the others come here. Chopper suddenly screamed and kicked his toes again. Choose to attack Suoluo. There was no hesitation in his eyes. Not even the slightest flinching. At this moment, Chopper has always looked like a mascot. It seems to be a real man. Nami, run away. However, Chopper reminded Nami. Let her escape quickly. Although I had made up my mind, I was really not sure. Able to beat the opponent. Wrist strength strengthening. I saw Chopper's arms swell again. Raising his fist, he slammed Suoluo down. This punch carries his courage and determination. And faith. The power is good. Suoluo saw this, just a sidestep, and easily avoided. Boom! Chopper's raised fist brushed past Suoluo, and directly hit the ground with a loud noise, and countless flying rocks rolled out on the spot. As Suoluo said, this punch is full of power. It's me. Suoluo and Chopper face each other, the corners of their mouths rise, and a smile appears. In the next second, Suoluo raised his leg to aim at Chopper's belly and kicked, and at the same time he couldn't help but sigh. Chopper's belief is strong. Although he had been merciful with the cut just now, but if he changed to CP9, except for Lucky and Keiku's other people, I am afraid that it has completely fallen down at this time. And Chopper not only stood up again from the ground, but also launched an offensive against himself at a surprisingly fast speed. Oops. Upon seeing this, Chopper screamed, his eyes condensed slightly, and he watched Suoluo kick it. However, after sensing the danger, Chopper wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Suoluo's speed is above him. Boom! There was a loud noise in Chopper's ears. The abdomen seemed to have received a heavy blow. The majestic power poured into his body, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Chopper's feet slowly left the ground, forming a big C-shaped body, and flew out backwards. Even if he tried his best, Chopper couldn't change anything. His body drew a parabola in the air, and his back fell heavily to the ground. Rumble! The ground cracked. Chopper's body bounced up, then hit the ground again, over and over again. In the end, it was able to stop after several consecutive tumbling. The bones on his body seemed to be all broken, lying on the ground staggeringly. Chopper! Nami watched Chopper fly upside down 8 feet away, stunned. When Chopper rushed to Suoluo, Nami was still dreaming about his attack, his efforts. How much can have some effect? Result: the power gap between the two parties is too huge. All the efforts that led to Chopper. It's not important at all. Even at this moment, Nami couldn't care about his safety. She quickly opened her legs and ran towards Chopper. And Chopper's body size was also minimized, lying on the ground dying, covered with scars. The corners of his mouth and chest were full of blood. His eyes looked a little dull. Chopper, Chopper. Nami knelt beside Chopper with a plop, tears streaming down her eyes. Not only does he feel sorry for Chopper, but he is very worried about his safety. And Robin, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but feel moved again. For a long time, she has met many people, let alone life and death. Once there is a conflict of interest, these people will betray themselves without hesitation. But these weak pirates, even between life and death, you must resolutely guard your companions. Suoluo. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help but speak. I hope that Suoluo will not go to war here. Don't underestimate these guys. Each of them has a monster-like body. It's not that easy to die. Suoluo couldn't help but complain. Not only are these guys not that easy to die, the resilience is also terrifying. Suoluo vaguely remembered, no matter how badly Straw Hat Crew was injured, one night's rest can be better. It can't be described by common sense. Moreover, although Suoluo is marine, he does not hate Straw Hat Crew. They say they are pirates, but they rarely do evil. At most it is to rob someone else's treasure. Even Straw Hat Crew also saved many countries. Plus Luffy is again Garp's grandson. He also needs to operate factions, stay away from Marineford and return to East Blue. These people are still more valuable alive. Of course, a severely injured state is always easier to control than alive and kicking. So, facing the only remaining Nami, Suoluo slowly raised the knife, preparing to feint her. However, just as the samurai sword was about to fall, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the side, blocked Nami behind him. A black suit with short yellow hair and a white cigarette in his mouth. No one else, but the main force of the Straw Hat Pirates, Blackfoot, Sanji. When Nami left the ship, Sanji was worried about whether she would be in danger. So it is also a step ahead and rushed here. Hello, you are too much, Marine, Sanji said displeasedly. Only then did I notice that Chopper, Usopp, had been defeated by the Marine in front of him. The injuries were extremely serious. It is not difficult to see that fighting has broken out between the two sides. And Chopper and Usopp are not opponents at all, but considering that they are not very strong, losing to Marine is not a big surprise. It's just that Sanji is more fortunate. I appeared in a timely manner. Otherwise, if Miss Nami was seriously injured, he would never forgive himself. Don't worry, Miss Nami, I will protect you no matter what happens. As soon as his voice fell, Sanji noticed Robin on the side. The eyes are shining, but soon, Sanji withdrew his gaze. Now, it's not the time to appreciate beautiful women. He must be here to guard his companions. And on the other side, seeing Sanji appearing in time, Nami's heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Chopper, Sanji is here, we can be saved. For a moment, Nami cried with joy and quickly told Chopper the news. Mountain, Sanji. Chopper's voice is very weak. He wanted to open his eyes and look at Sanji, but he couldn't. Blackfoot Sanji. Suoluo fixed his eyes slightly, looking directly at the person who came. His bounty at this time is not high enough. Suoluo did not remember exactly how much it was, but on strength, today's Sanji is definitely better than Chopper and Usopp. One of the three great forces of the Straw Hat Pirates. Suoluo slowly lowered his samurai sword. It seems that you are the only one. What about the others? In my impression, Sanji should act with Luffy and others. However, Sanji did not answer any questions from Suoluo. He is not in a hurry to do it. Instead, he took a deep breath of cigarette, and then slowly exhaled the smoke ring. The tone was slightly questioning. So, is it you that made my beloved Miss Nami cry? For Chopper and Usopp, Sanji didn't mention a word. It seems that I haven't seen it. But in fact, Sanji's heart is angry because of his companion being injured. Don't say there is only one Marine, Suoluo. Just come to a Marine unit. He will not let it go. As for why Marine appears here, Sanji didn't care. He only knows, the guy who hurt his companion, the man who shot at the woman, must kick him flying. This is not only a gentleman, but also the consciousness that a man should have. Go ahead, Marine, how do you want to die? Sanji made a loud noise without flinching. Atmosphere, tensions. Sanji, it's Sanji. In desperate circumstances, Sanji's timely appearance was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. Nami, who was facing despair, eased a lot. It is no exaggeration to say that Sanji today is the greatest hope in Nami's heart. If it were Sanji, I would be able to deal with this marine. Nami clenched his fists in both hands, thinking to himself. So far, Sanji has defeated one strong enemy after another. But, to be safe, Nami quickly emphasized to Sanji. Sanji, you have to be careful, the strength of this marine in front of you is very strong, you must not be careless. I know. After hearing the words, Sanji glanced back at Nami, then took a puff of cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke ring. Actually, even without Nami's reminder, Sanji was very clear in his heart. The strength of this marine is terrifying. Otherwise, Chopper and Usopp would not hurt so much. Although they are not combatants on board, but the strength he possesses is far stronger than many pirates. Don't worry, Miss Nami, I'm a hunter. Sanji said so, trying to reassure Nami. Then he turned around and faced Suoluo directly. Although that is the case, this marine, it's really trickier than I thought. Sanji thought to himself, his eyes became very serious. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from Suoluo's body. A sense of oppression was overwhelmingly rolling over to myself. The marine in front of him is almost the strongest enemy he has ever encountered in his lifetime. This is also true, Sanji's anger caused by Chopper and Usopp's serious injuries. At this moment, he calmed down a lot. Once dazzled by anger, there is only one end for himself. That would be defeated by the opponent. For a while, the atmosphere became depressed. Sanji stared at Suoluo, his hands dropped naturally, and then clenched his fists. He already ready to fight to the death. Even if you know you don't have to, because Luffy and others are behind. As long as they delay until they arrive, they will definitely be able to deal with this marine. But, although you are strong, but if I hurt my companion, I won't let you go. Sanji screamed and kicked hard on his toes. The whole person was like a swift black panther, rushing out from the spot on the spot, and went straight to Suoluo. It hurts Chopper and Usopp not to talk. Even more to the beautiful Miss Nami. Unforgivable. In an instant, Sanji appeared in front of Suoluo. The speed was so fast that Robin on the side showed a surprised expression. Okay, so fast. The speed of this guy is not inferior to the secret agent of CP9. In Robin's view, even the Master's all 6 agents are as fast as Sanji. Even at the moment he started his action, he couldn't even catch his weird actions. This man is stronger than himself. Robin made a judgment when he couldn't breathe. On the other hand, Suoluo still stood on the spot, facing the angry Sanji. It's so strong. Suoluo couldn't help but sigh. Sanji's aura, like an air current, crushed towards him. It's better than Chopper and Usopp. Shoulder. With a loud shout, Sanji made a decisive move. He raised his right leg above his head, aimed at Suoluo's shoulder, and then fell sharply. Attempt to knock Suoluo directly to the ground. This kick not only carried his anger, it also bears his determination as a gentleman. A horrible air current was generated, and it forced towards Suoluo with Sanji's heels. This scene fell into the eyes of Nami and Robin at the same time. The eyes of the former became excited. Definitely be able to defeat the opponent. That's Sanji. Nami thought to himself. If it's Sanji, it will be successful. Come on, Sanji. The dying Chopper cheered for Sanji. At this moment, Sanji is their hope. And, both he and Nami believed very much in their hearts. Sanji can beat this marine. Good physical skills. It was Robin Rao, his eyes widened at this time. However, just when Sanji's heel was less than 10 centimeters away from Suoluo, who was standing in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Only an afterimage was left. The speed is far beyond Sanji's cognition. He didn't even see how Suoluo moved. It disappeared. Sanji rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Because of the fall of his right leg, he had no time to make the next move. Can't dodge. There is no defense. Oops. Sanji, behind you. Seeing this, Nami in the back quickly exclaimed, wanting to remind Sanji. Suoluo flashed behind him with superb moving speed. But, even with this recognition, Sanji's body can't do anything. At best, he used the corner of his eye to look behind him as best he could. I saw Suoluo appearing behind me. His brain seemed to be hit by a hammer, buzzing, and his thinking became blank. He dodges his attack in an instant, and ran behind him. What an exaggerated speed. Although I don't want to admit it, but there is indeed too much difference in the strength between the two sides. This marine can't be dealt with by himself. Suoluo raised his right leg, aimed at Sanji's waist, and swept out directly. The action is clean and neat. The speed is swift and violent. Kicked Sanji. Boom! The majestic power burst out, bending Sanji's body on the spot. Even his facial features were twisted together because of this blow, grinning. The cigarette falls. The unprecedented pain spread all over Sanji's body. The heart-wrenching pain made him wonder if his bones were broken by himself. Why is this guy's power so terrifying? Soon, the terrifying power made Sanji unable to grasp the ground with his feet, slowly rising. Then, his body was like a kite with a broken string, flying upside down from the same place, draw a beautiful arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Pouch! The force of horror almost shattered his 5 internal organs and 6 lungs, causing him to spew out a large mouthful of blood. The injuries on his body made Sanji unable to stand up for a while. In this way, Nami and Chopper regarded Sanji as hope. Suo Luo directly took a second. With just one kick, Sanji was killed in seconds. Mountain, Sanji. Nami's eyes stared like bull's eyes, and his mouth opened into an O shape. She never dreamed of it. That powerful Sanji. It turns out, it's just a second. How terrifying is the strength of this marine monster. This scene had a great impact on Nami. Far more than the shock when Chopper and Usopp were defeated. In any case, neither of them were combatants on board. It is normal to fail to beat Suo Luo. But, Sanji is the main force on the ship. The scene suddenly became silent. Nami blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had hallucinations. Otherwise, how could I see that Sanji was killed by Suo Luo in a second? Sanji. For a moment, the light from Nami's eyes dimmed for an instant. Suo Luo's kick not only kicked Sanji away, it directly kicked the hope that Nami had finally ignited. Fa, what happened? Chopper sat up from the ground hard, his eyes full of horror. Just now, Sanji appeared on the stage in an extremely handsome manner, which gave them hope for a while. But who knows, half a minute is not up. The cruel reality gave them a merciless slap. Rao is Sanji, and in front of the monster Suo Luo, there is no power to resist at all. Directly killed by a spike. Just kidding. Chopper rolled his throat, his eyes filled with incredible expressions. Now, it's really over. I thought Sanji would be their savior. In a blink of an eye, not only did Sanji fail to do it, but instead put himself in. It's over, this time is completely over. Nami directly slumped to the ground. Although Luffy and Zoro are also very strong, they are definitely not crushed compared to Sanji. Yes, whether it is Luffy or Zoro, it's impossible to kill Sanji in a flash. From this comparison, it is enough to prove Suo Luo's strength is stronger than anyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, and much more powerful. It hurts. Sanji, who fell to the ground, kept sucking in the air conditioning, pressing one hand on the spot where Suo Luo kicked him. The whole body hurts all over. If it weren't for worrying about Nami's safety, the kick just now would definitely knock him out. Strength, how could it be so much worse? Sanji gritted his teeth and couldn't believe it. In this sea, one's own strength is by no means weak. But in front of Suo Luo, that kind of powerlessness, that kind of oppression, there is so much difference in strength. Own, not his opponent. Do not. Sanji shook his head, relying on a powerful mind, barely got up from the ground. It's not just that there is a huge gap between the strengths of himself and Suo Luo. Luffy, Zoro, it would never be the opponent of this guy. Careless. Everyone should act together. Yes, if I didn't lead the attack, but waited for Luffy and the others to arrive, and then deal with this marine together, there is definitely a chance. Sanji couldn't help feeling regretful. He thought he was not dazzled by anger, but now it seems that he is still affected. Has always belonged to the resourceful General Zone. I chose the worst decision, but now although I am injured, I haven't completely lost my combat effectiveness. I can still fight. Thinking of this, Sanji glanced at Nami. For the beautiful Miss Nami, I am fighting this life today. Never let Marine hurt her. Chopper also seemed to have made up his mind. Knowing that Suo Luo is a monster, it is the strongest enemy they have ever encountered. But he still got up from the ground resolutely and healed the wound for himself. This is the resilience of the Straw Hat Pirates. Face powerful enemies, can be afraid, can be desperate, but they will never give up easily. Even more will not abandon your companions. As long as there is a breath, they will face the enemy firmly. The man who just came out is definitely not weak. Robin couldn't help sighing when he observed this scene. Both the speed of movement and the power to attack Suo Luo are excellent. In the first half of the Grand Line, he was definitely one of the best. As his companions, these people should be more aware of his strength. Obviously, in front of Suo Luo, there is only one shot that can be killed in a second. Why should I stand up? It's impossible to win a battle at all. Robin couldn't help being dumbfounded. Compared with those who betray themselves at every turn, the emotions and fetters of these people makes her difficult to understand. Even Usopp, who was killed by Suo Luo with a hand knife, regained consciousness at this time. I heard it. I heard the voice of my companion. As a sniper, how can I sleep here? Usopp pressed his hands on the ground, supporting his body to get up. Every time he moved, he could feel his joints creaking. Pain swept through, spread all over his body. But even so, Usopp tried to stand up straight, raised the large slingshot, and aimed at Suoluo. Everyone, seeing Chopper and Usopp working so hard, Nami was also stunned on the spot. Then, she raised her arm and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yes, everyone has worked so hard. What reason do you have to sit here and cry? Perhaps Suoluo's personal strength is stronger than Sanji. But they are not alone. I want to fight too. I want to beat you here, Marine. Then go to sea with everyone. Nami shouted, then took out the weather stick. She wants to fight with her partner. Suoluo looked at the Straw Hat crew in front of him, although he was seriously injured, but his eyes were firm. There is no backlash and timidity. Really worthy of being Luffy's crew. Knowing that there is a huge difference in strength between us, we still want to continue fighting. For the sake of your hard work, just give you a chance. Suoluo's voice was low and he didn't rush to move his hands. I am the only Marine in the entire Magic Triangle. There will be no encirclement or trap. Having said that, Suoluo simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Call your companions. As soon as this remark came out, it caused an uproar. I thought that Suoluo would take this opportunity to solve them first, and then wait for Luffy to come here. Did not expect. He actually wants to directly face the entire Straw Hat Pirates. However, for the current Sanji ETAL, this is undoubtedly great news. Not only did they get a chance to breathe, but they could also use this time to let Chopper help them simply deal with their injuries. This will definitely be the worst choice you have made in this life. Maybe one-on-one, none of us are your opponents, but as long as everyone is assembled, we will never lose. Sanji clenched his fists with both hands. So sure in my heart. He firmly believes that as long as we unite everyone's strength. After Suoluo said, he really sat there, waiting patiently for the others and the Straw Hat Pirates, so as to catch them all at once. And Sanji and others got a chance to breathe at this moment. Chopper took the initiative to deal with wounds for everyone. Ready to fight. They are very clear in their hearts. Next is the key. However, in Robin's view, although the friendship of the Straw Hat Pirates is deep, she moved and envied her a little. But on strength, the two sides are undoubtedly far apart. Not to mention a pirate group with a bounty of less than 100 million. It is Crocodile, one of 7 warlords of the sea, and the CP9 organization directly under the world government. In front of Suoluo, there was only a disastrous ending. I'm afraid this farce will end soon. Soon, several people's footsteps were heard not far away. It's Luffy them. Hearing the sound, Sanji immediately stood up from the ground, overjoyed. The tight nerves suddenly eased a lot. Maybe one-on-one, he is not Suoluo's opponent, but if we gather everyone's strength, definitely can beat this Marine. Marine, your arrogance is doomed to defeat you. Sanji clenched his fists and yelled to Suoluo. Facing Sanji's transformation, Suoluo did not feel any pressure. If it were the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years later, maybe it would be a bit more troublesome. But with the current Straw Hat crew, there is no hope of winning at all. He looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. A teenager wearing a yellow straw hat, a man with a green flat head, and the guy who looks like a machine transforming people. It's just Luffy, Zoro, and Frankie. Frankie still got on the boat. Suoluo's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a bit surprised in his heart. According to his impression, a large part of the reason why Frankie got on the ship was the Enice Lobby incident, but because he destroyed the entire CP9 organization. Naturally, the Enice Lobby incident will never happen again. Presumably, something else happened in the city of 7 Waters. Suoluo thought to himself, then slowly got up from the ground. Now that the Straw Hat crew has assembled all its members, it is time to take them all away. Luffy is here. On the other side, Nami and Chopper saw Luffy and Zoro came here. Their expressions became extremely excited. Everyone is here. The most important is Luffy and Zoro, but the main force, especially Luffy. He is even a man who can create miracles. On Sky Island, he defeated Enel and rang the golden bell. It is no exaggeration to say that Luffy and others are Nami's hope at this time. Certainly, to some extent, Nami also believes in order to believe in hope. If even the Straw Hat Pirates group that has assembled together can't deal with Suoluo's words so today, it will be their end. My dream of drawing a map of the world will also be completely shattered. Chopper, Usopp. Soon, Luffy also noticed Nami's side. Chopper was hurt all over. Usopp and Sanji didn't get there either. It is not difficult to see that they have just had a battle with people. And, not too optimistic. Although Nami is safe, there are obvious signs of crying on his face. My companion has been bullied. Luffy, be careful, this marine is very strong. Upon seeing this, Sanji quickly reminded Luffy to be careful of the enemy. As a result, what he said was ridiculed by Zoro. That's all because you are too weak. However, even though Zoro said so, he had another idea in his heart. He was on the boat, and his character was often at odds with Sanji. Two people quarrel frequently. Can really discuss strength. Sanji, very strong. Being able to be said so by him is enough to show that the other party is really very strong. Zoro pressed the hilt of the sword and glanced at Marine in Sanji's mouth. The same is true for Luffy and Frankie. It's you. However, Luffy was stunned with only one glance. For Suo Luo's face, he is still vividly remembered. Once in Logue Town, he not only easily avoided his own attack, but also knocked himself out with a single punch. Do you know this guy? Sanji was also surprised when he noticed Luffy's expression. With Luffy's character, it is difficult for him to remember ordinary people. But now, Luffy's reaction was obviously a deep impression of Suo Luo. Luffy nodded, saying that it was true, he was the one who defeated me in Logue Town. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Especially Sanji et al. They never dreamed of the Marine they met here. It turned out to be the mysterious Marine who defeated Luffy in the first place. At this time, everything was explained. So it was this guy who almost caught our captain. However, Zoro has become excited. In addition to Suo Luo's strong message, he also noticed the samurai sword on Suo Luo's waist. Although it looks unremarkable, it can explain that the Marine in front of him is also a man who uses swordsmanship. Facing Jianhao, myself, how can you shrink back? So, you hurt my companion and made Nami cry, right? Luffy's eyes suddenly became serious. Although I know that Suo Luo's strength is very strong, it is difficult to deal with. If he met Suo Luo here, he might choose to escape. However, hurting one's own companion is another nature. No matter how strong the opponent is, I must beat him. Come and avenge your companions. Never forgive. I want to be here to knock you off. Luffy made a loud noise, as if taking an oath. And the other people in the Straw Hat Pirates group also made preparations one after another. Face Suo Luo. They are also very clear in their hearts. This battle, you can only win, not lose. Luffy, this guy is not only extremely fast, but he also uses amazing swordsmanship. Be careful. Sanji took a deep breath and quickly informed Luffy and Zoro of the information he had just obtained through the battle. Let them proceed carefully. But, at this time, Luffy was obviously overwhelmed by anger. He listened to Sanji's words, but he didn't fully listen to them. It was the first to attack Suo Luo. An arm was thrown behind him and stretched a few meters away. Rubber, pistol. I saw that Luffy's arm was like a long whip and went straight to Suo Luo. Stirring the surrounding air, there was a burst of breaking air. When Sanji saw this, his face was even more black. This guy Luffy. I didn't listen to what I said at all. The man in front of him is definitely not a guy that can be defeated one-on-one. To defeat him, we must gather everyone's strength. This guy Luffy is really a single-celled creature. For Luffy. Plan? What it is? Can you eat it? Even though Sanji had warned Luffy, Suo Luo's strength was more terrifying than they thought. Luffy didn't care either. His anger reached its culmination and he shot Suo Luo decisively. A rubber pistol went straight to Suo Luo. Unstoppable. The nerves of Nami, Chopper, and Usopp also tightened suddenly. They are the first to arrive on this island. He was also the first to clash with Suo Luo. His powerful strength once made them desperate. Now seeing Luffy take a shot, my heart is also very nervous. Come on, Luffy, Nami couldn't help shouting, and pray in my heart that Luffy's attack will work. Click. However, facing Luffy's offensive, Suo Luo still stood on the spot, not evasive, gently raised his hand, and grabbed his wrist. But Luffy felt that his hand was firmly imprisoned and could no longer move forward, nor can it shrink back. Let go of me, you fellow. Upon seeing this, Luffy shouted again and clenched his other hand into a fist, so he repeated his skills and attacked Suo Luo. The result is still the same. Luffy's attack was in the eyes of others, perhaps surprisingly fast. But for the current Suo Luo, his actions are as slow as a slide. Suo Luo pinched both of Luffy's arms for a while. Then, Suo Luo turned around and threw Luffy high from the spot. With a 180-degree flip, Luffy's head hit the ground hard like a bullet. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground struck by Luffy was shattered, leaving a series of cracks like spider webs. But because Luffy is the rubber man who ate rubber fruit, so there was no substantial harm. But before Luffy had time to get up, Suo Luo flashed to catch up. Not only that, but Suo Luo's arm burst out with a blast of air visible to the naked eye. Winding, covering. One could not breathe, so he dyed Suo Luo's entire arm black. At this time, Luffy also felt a sense of oppression. Let his nerves tighten suddenly. This feeling made him seem familiar. Garp. It's Grandpa Garp. Every time Garp is angered and taught by Garp, I will feel this momentum. Armament Haki. Not only can you improve your own defense and attack power, but you can also capture the body of Logia. For rubber guys like Luffy, he can do substantial damage. Not immune. In any case, Luffy as the protagonist, in addition to terrifying toughness, his growth rate is like a monster. Every time you encounter an enemy, you can get a boost. Especially experience the baptism of Enel on Sky Island. Luffy's strength has been improved a lot. The key is, although Suo Luo stunned Luffy once in Lobe Town, it didn't take long. Luffy regained consciousness. It is enough to prove that his resilience is strong. In order not to give Luffy a chance to stand up again, Suo Luo simply entangled armament Haki this time, used to attack Luffy. And Luffy also slammed after feeling Suo Luo's imposing aura. Rubber. Machine gun. In an instant, countless afterimages blasted towards Suo Luo, hitting every muscle on his body. Every punch will set off a terrifying air current. But who knows, even this level of chaos, it just doesn't hurt or itchy to hit Suo Luo. Even Suo Luo didn't even step back, as if nothing felt the same. The pirate game, that's it, Straw Hat Boy. With a low voice, Suo Luo aimed at Luffy's head and smashed it. Boom! The punch hit Luffy in a solid, violent sound. Even a part of the power passed directly through Luffy's body and poured into the earth. The majestic power crazily penetrated into the lower level. Visible cracks were formed on both sides of Luffy, and then spread out. At the same time, an invisible shock wave spread in all directions. Sanji and Zoro, who wanted to rush to help Luffy, all rushed back. Yes. Just the aftermath of this shock pushed the two main forces on the Straw Hat pirate ship back several steps on the spot. Prevent them from approaching Suo Luo. How can it be so terrifying? Sanji had to block his eyes with his arms, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although before that, he had already seen Suo Luo's strength. But now Suo Luo is totally different from just now. This guy didn't use his full strength when fighting against me. For a while, Sanji's heart was full of unwillingness. There is even some fear. Is it possible? Is their pirate group's journey really going to end here? Zoro was also dumbfounded on the spot. When he saw Suo Luo, he realized that this person is by no means simple. Especially his confidence and aura. It made him feel very dangerous. But no matter what, Zoro didn't think of it, it was just the aftermath he created. It will be so exaggerated. It is unimaginable that Luffy was hit by Suo Luo head-on. What happened again? It took a full half a minute before the shock subsided slowly. Sanji, Zoro and others barely opened their eyes and quickly looked in the direction of Luffy. Just one look, the two of them were stunned on the spot. Next came Nami, Chopper, Frankie, Usopp. Even Robin, and those who have no shadows. One after another dumbfounded. Go on, just kidding. Sanji rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. I saw the ground in front of me, divided into two by a huge crack. Sea water emerged from below, turned a whole island into two pieces. The scariest thing is that Luffy, who received a frontal punch from Suo Luo, turned his eyes white and opened his mouth slightly. It seems to be telling something. Anyone can see it. Luffy now has lost consciousness. Fainted. The Luffy who was regarded as the captain by them and defeated the enemy again and again in times of crisis. Now, didn't hold on to even one round. Suo Luo was killed on the spot. The strength between the two parties is really too great. Luffy, has it been seconded? Nami blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had hallucinations. She really couldn't understand it, let alone accept it. Isn't Luffy a rubber fruit capable person? Isn't it immune to all physical strikes? Why, Marine's fist can kill him in seconds. What's the matter? For a while, the hope that ignited in Nami's heart completely collapsed. Although Suo Luo was alone, he stood in front of them like a mountain that could not be climbed. Despair. The scene before him was like a bolt from the blue sky, shocking everyone present, especially the Straw Hat pirates. No one thought of the powerful Luffy who took them so many times in danger. It turns out, within half a minute, Suo Luo was killed in seconds. The most terrifying thing is that just the shock released by Suo Luo split the entire island into two. What kind of power is this? Usopp rolled his throat, vomiting in his mouth. He couldn't understand it, and he couldn't believe it. During the recent period, he has been confused because of the growth rate of his companions like monsters. I feel that I can't keep up with everyone. As a result, Luffy is regarded as a monster by himself. Now he was easily killed by someone. It is no exaggeration to say that Suo Luo's punch not only defeated Luffy, it was a punch that broke Usopp's cognition. Can't understand. Incredible. Luffy's strength is undoubtedly the strongest among us. Usopp's voice was trembling, and his brain was blank. Luffy, Nami on the side yelled even more impatiently, wanting to wake Luffy. Luffy has always been her hope in desperate situations. Like the Murloc Arlong, it was Luffy, when he was desperate, shot and defeated the enemy. But now, Luffy is being held by Suo Luo with one hand, his eyes rolled white. Nami's voice seemed to be inaudible at all. What should we do? Chopper's hands trembled, he didn't even dream of it. That powerful Luffy will be defeated by Marine, so that he now has no idea what to do. Could it be that today is really the end of the Straw Hat Pirates? Luffy, this guy. Sanji's face instantly paled. Although he had known for a long time that Luffy was the most unlikely person on the ship to use his head and follow the plan, but his strength should not be underestimated. Even with all his strength, he couldn't take Luffy. So even if he doesn't act according to his own plan, Luffy can often make amazing moves. In the desperate situation, try to turn the tide. That's why everyone believed in Luffy again and again. But now, Luffy has paid a terrible price because of his recklessness. The three main forces on the ship, I have been injured, Luffy fainted, only the guy with the green algae head is left. Facing this marine monster, do we really have a winning percentage? Damn Luffy, why can't you follow my plan? Sanji gritted his teeth, feeling regretful in his heart. The self just now should stop Luffy. Together, there may be a chance. Now, it's completely over. Luffy, lost. Zoro's eyes were even more staring like bull's eyes, and his mouth opened into an O shape. He didn't even think about that powerful Luffy. Will be killed by the opponent in seconds. Even if it was just defeated, he was not unacceptable in his heart. After all, this guy Suoluo exudes a strong aura, powerful, and it is extremely dangerous. But, to be defeated and to be killed in seconds. But there is a huge difference. Call. Thinking of this, Zoro couldn't help but let out a deep breath. This marine is even scarier than I expected. No wonder that guy Sanji was repaired so badly. Although Zoro ridiculed Sanji from time to time. But for Sanji's strength, Zoro has always recognized it in his heart. But, Zoro was not in despair at this time. He will not give up easily. Especially the katana on him. In Zoro's view, the marine in front of him would choose the samurai sword. It can never be an ornament. His true identity is likely to be a powerful swordsman. It's just that Luffy's strength is too weak in his eyes. That's why I disdain to use weapons. In addition, there was the moment when he just attacked Luffy. Something seemed to be wrapped around the arm. Although I can't tell what it is, the aura it exudes is very powerful. I don't know if I can force this guy's sword with my current strength. Zoro's eyes narrowed slightly, his right hand slowly pulled out a green headscarf from behind him, and then tied it on top of his head. This marine in front of me. It is worth all the effort. Do not. Zoro couldn't help but shook his head. It's not worth my all-out effort. It's that if I don't exert my full strength, I will end up like Luffy. Next second, Zoro pulled out his weapon cleanly, holding knives in both hands, staring at Suoluo firmly, watching his every move. Don't dare to be careless. On the other hand, Suoluo's expression is completely opposite to that of the Straw Hat Pirates. Until now, he still maintains an understatement. With a light and strong toe, he crossed the sea and landed in front of Zoro and others. Who is the next? Suoluo glanced at Straw Hat Crew and said lightly. Although these people were given a chance, Suoluo knew it very well in his heart. With the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirate group, whether it's one-on-one with yourself, or a few of them together, neither can be their own opponent. This time, it's awful. When Usopp saw this, he felt his heartbeat start to pound and accelerate. Luffy has been seconded. He really couldn't imagine any other way to change the situation. Sanji, Zoro, now, I can only rely on you. You must cheer. Nami's eyes went back and forth between Sanji and Zoro. This is the last hope in her heart. If even Sanji and Zoro are defeated, it's really over. And Chopper beside Nami stared at Zoro with a serious face at this time, and took out 2 blue wave balls from his body, then glanced down. I can only use that thing. This is the medicine he uses to strengthen his body. The drug is effective enough to last for several minutes, but it will have certain side effects on the body, especially when eating the 3rd blue wave ball. Although you can gain incomparable power, it will make you lose your mind, become a real monster and launch an indiscriminate attack. If possible, Chopper didn't want to use this power in front of his companions. But now, he must break the impasse before him, in order to let the companions live. I saw Chopper dragging his wounded body, moving forward step by step. Sanji, Zoro, I'll help you. Chopper's voice is not loud, but very powerful. And firm. Anyone can hear it, the determination in his tone. Chopper, your body. Sanji noticed the condition of Chopper, and was a little worried. His injury is undoubtedly the heaviest. I can still fight, Chopper said stubbornly. Seeing Chopper's serious attitude, Sanji couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, showing a gratified smile. He took another cigarette out of his pocket, slowly put it in his mouth, and lit it. Because of the oppression that Suoluo brought to everyone, so much that Sanji's hand trembling when lighting the cigarette. Call. Sanji slowly breathed out a smoke ring, bursting out even more shocking news. Everyone, be careful, I have a hunch, until now, this Marine hasn't been serious. This remark immediately caused an uproar. The Straw Hat crew present all stared, especially Nami, Usopp, and Frankie. Seriously doubt if I heard something wrong. Solved Luffy with one punch. Obviously it is an exaggeration. But you told me, the Marine in front of me is not serious yet? Is that a lie? Really? On the contrary, it was Zoro, whose eyes only flashed with surprise. Unexpectedly, you found out too, Zoro said jokingly. I want to ease the depressed atmosphere at this time. In fact, Zoro also noticed this. Since they arrived here, Suo Luo's hand did not touch the samurai sword on his waist. Since the opponent chose such a weapon, it was still a plain-looking knife. That means that this weapon is by no means an ornament. If it is mainly decoration, you should choose those famous knives, or beautiful-looking weapons. But this Marine's knife is like a random drawn out of a bunch of mass-produced weapons. From this point of view, it is enough to show that this guy is a swordsman with a very high level of swordsmanship. Zoro affirmed Sanji's worries with his understanding of kendo. At the same time, it also means a powerful swordsman who didn't even bother to use swordsmanship defeated Luffy. And it's still a punch. Just thinking about it, Zoro's forehead and back couldn't help but sweat. But, except for this sense of tension and oppression, there is still a strong emotion in Zoro's heart. Excited. He couldn't help but look forward to a fight with Suo Luo. Can you force the opponent to use the sword? How big is the swordsmanship gap between myself and the opponent? I am afraid that only after the fight can we know. Superior. Suddenly, Zoro screamed and stomped hard on his toes, and the whole person was like a green lightning, and went straight to Suo Luo. In order to be able to defeat Suo Luo and resolve this huge crisis, Zoro completely gave up 1-1, but to give everyone a signal to encircle Suo Luo together. Perhaps this is their only opportunity. Sanji, Chopper, and Frankie all moved together, attacking Suo Luo from all directions. Cooperate with Zoro's offensive. This battle will affect the fate of the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Have you finally shot together? Suo Luo watched this scene silently, his expression still calm and lightly downplayed. He threw Luffy to the ground and greeted the opponent. And Zoro was the first person to rush to Suo Luo. At this time, he firmly bit the last weapon in his mouth, and used his three-sword style. In an instant, the sharp blades exuding cold air slashed towards Suo Luo from different angles. The sound of breaking through the air rang in Suo Luo's ears, and he recognized Zoro's weapon at a glance. One of them is a famous knife in this world, known as the Big Knife 21 Worker. Harmony in one text. It was the weapon he took over from his childhood, carrying the dream of becoming the world's largest swordsman. The rest are equally famous. Third generation Ghostly, as well as Snow Go. It is worth mentioning that Sueza should have been destroyed by Colonel Zion when Zoro escaped from Enice Lobby, but because Suo Luo defeated the entire CP9 by himself, the Enice Lobby incident did not happen at all. It made Zoro's Snow Go safe and sound. But in any case, Suo Luo, who owns Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka, naturally looks down on these weapons known as famous swords. However, this scene made Zoro even more angry. As a swordsman, Zoro is very keen on fighting. You can't miss Suo Luo's every move. However, what he didn't even dream of was, at this time, Suo Luo's attention is all on his knife. Yes, in Suo Luo's eyes, there is only his own knife. In other words, his three swordsmanship did not arouse Suo Luo's attention at all. This kind of careless attitude, it's even more than Hawkeye's use of a knife to deal with himself. You guy. For a moment, Zoro was furious. For him, there is nothing more humiliating than this. This kind of contempt. No, this is already a kind of contempt. I have to force you to make a sword today. Zoro burst out immediately. It's like yelling at Suo Luo, more like taking an oath to myself. Chopper, Sanji, and Frankie, taking advantage of this opportunity, one after another appeared beside Suo Luo, and used their own moves to attack Suo Luo together. Usopp set up a slingshot at a long distance. Nami also used the weather stick. This is almost the Straw Hat Pirate group, the strongest combat power. But in the face of the siege of everyone, Suo Luo still has a casual attitude. Since you want to see my swordsmanship so much, let you see it, Zoro. Suo Luo saw this and simply held down his samurai sword. In an instant, a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. An extremely majestic sense of oppression swept over in all directions. It seemed to set off a blast of air, turning it into an invisible wall of air. Zoro, Chopper, Sanji, Frankie, and Usopp and Nami. Without exception, the attacks were all frozen into the air. Can't move forward any further. How so? Zoro's eyes widened, only two words remained in his mind. Danger. The man in front of him is extremely dangerous. Just holding down the katana can burst out such an amazing aura. What exaggeration would it be if the katana was drawn out? It's horrible. Monster. Zoro rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Only a monster can describe the marine in front of you. The most frightening thing is that he felt this feeling for the first time, especially when facing Hawkeye. I have never been so embarrassed. He could even feel that all the hairs on his body stood upside down. My heart is even more creepy. Eagle Eye. Why do I suddenly think of Hawkeye? Is this marine swordsmanship better than Hawkeye? But, isn't Hawkeye the #1 swordsman in the world? Zoro couldn't understand why he felt that Suoluo was more terrifying than Hawkeye. Don't blink, Zoro. Suoluo spoke slowly, bending his 5 fingers one by one, squeezing Zanpakuto tightly. Vian Tian. Since Zoro wanted to see his swordsmanship so much, let him know it firsthand. Suoluo thought so. The 5 fingers grasped Zanpakuto tightly and liberated on the spot. Surroundings, everything is ashes, Ryujinjaka. As Suoluo mumbled Shikai, the Zanpakuto on his waist suddenly changed. Zoro was suddenly stunned. That knife. Although Zoro's knowledge of famous swords is far less than Tashiji's knowledge, but the strength of the sword can still be easily judged. He just glanced at the liberated Ryujinjaka, and he was stunned on the spot. The samurai sword, which should have been mediocre, suddenly became extremely powerful. Such a scene directly collapsed his cognition. What exactly is going on? Zoro took a breath. I felt unbelievable and unbelievable. However, this is only the beginning. As Ryujinjaka showed its true form, a wave of heat burst out in all directions. The scorching temperature made everyone present sweat. What's the matter with this temperature? Sanji clenched his teeth, his brain just felt blank. His devilish feet use high-speed rotation to generate high temperature on his right foot, and then kick the enemy. It can even scorch the enemy's bones. But facing the heat wave released from Suoluo's samurai sword, even he couldn't bear it. At the moment Sanji was stunned, he was hit by a shock wave on his chest and flew out on the spot. In fact, it's not just Sanji. Chopper, Frankie, all received the same shock. A mouthful of blood was sprayed on the spot, sprinkled into the sky, and turned into dancing butterflies. The body is like a kite with a broken line, flying upside down. The long-range attacks launched by Usopp and Nami turned into ashes on the spot. From a distance, it seemed that a special barrier had formed around Suoluo. Anyone who approaches him will get burned. It's hot. Even Zoro, who was struggling to the death, couldn't bear it at this time, feeling that the famous knife in his hand became extremely hot. An exaggerated heat eroded his palm. Even the air in front of Zoro began to become distorted. It made him miserable. Don't talk about continuing to shoot Suoluo. Just being able to stand here, I tried my best. Damn it. Next second, the shockwave swept toward Zoro. He used the snow to walk with the ghost to resist. But who knows, the snow blocking the outermost layer broke directly on the spot, turned into 2 parts. Zoro's mouth seemed to be hit by a hammer, cracked on the spot. Blood came out of the wound, but in a breathlessness, it evaporates directly. The wound is healed and crusted. Rao Suoluo also felt a little surprised. As expected of Zoro, he can bear the arrogance of Ryujinjaka. Suoluo couldn't help sighing. But, this is just arrogance. Instead of slashing. Because Suoluo has not pulled Ryujinjaka out of the scabbard until now. It's just a heat wave of liberation. It directly defeated Straw Hat Crew. Nami and Usopp slumped to the ground on the spot. Chapped lips. At this time, they only felt that they had been thrown into the hottest desert in Alabasta. Exposure for several hours. The body is severely dehydrated. So much so that hallucinations occurred. Suoluo swells and grows more and more in their sight. Become a giant of fire tens of meters. Looking down at them and the earth. The double torment of body and spirit. Nami couldn't support it at first. The scene in front of him became pitch black, and his body leaned forward, stiffly falling down. Thump! And Usopp did not support it for too long, although his willpower is a little stronger than Nami. But the current situation is just 2 more breaths longer than Nami, and then he fell to the ground. The coke in Frankie's body was even more evaporated by the high temperature on the surface. Let him lose his fighting spirit. The metal parts on her body became hot quickly. He couldn't help lying on the ground rolling in pain, and hiding in the distance, watching the fragile old man and others. It was even more stunned. I really can't understand the current situation. Suoluo, who is this guy? Why is his aura so strong? Not only did the 3 horror sailboats collapse with 1 punch, the weapon in his hand releases a high temperature like the sun. What kind of monster is this man? Too scary. For a time, these people couldn't help but talk. I feel more sympathetic to Straw Hat Crew. Why is it here that I met a monster like Suoluo? However, more than sympathy, their mood became more and more excited. The more powerful Suoluo demonstrated, the more likely it is to help them regain the shadow from Emolia. Is this Suo Luo's true strength? Robin's eyes were wide, his pupils dilated, and he stared at Suo Luo's figure. In her eyes, the air around Suo Luo was completely distorted by the high temperature. Compared with the capital of seven waters, it's even different. Wait a minute, Suo Luo didn't take it seriously when he faced the CP9 organization. Are you kidding? Robin was dumbfounded on the spot. Although Suo Luo at that time defeated Lu Qi and others with a crushing attitude, or which kind of spike? But compared with the present, there is a certain gap. And during this time, I have been staying with Suo Luo all the time. He never cultivated alone to become stronger. This also means that when facing the entire CP9 organization, Suo Luo didn't bother to be serious at all. Where is this man sacred? Robin rolled his throat, spitting nervously. For a while, she was unsure and stayed next to a man like Suo Luo. In the end, is it good or bad? Do not. Robin shook his head. Perhaps, Suo Luo is my biggest umbrella. In addition, Robin can also confirm. That is today. It's really the end of the Straw Hat Pirates. At the same time, although Chopper was lifted by the heat wave, he still sat up from the ground hard. At this temperature, it's almost like standing on the sun. Chopper rolled his throat, trying his best to rush to the confusion, and before disappearing, he threw the blue wave ball in his hand into his mouth. Swallowed on the spot. Majestic power emerged from Chopper's body. Next second, the hair on his body began to grow wildly at an unprecedented speed. It's more exaggerated than any previous transformation. The hands are changing into 5 fingers. The body swells and hardens rapidly, like a real monster. However, Chopper's self-awareness disappeared completely at this moment. Become a behemoth that is completely irrational. Wow! A beast-like roar resounded through the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship. On the contrary, Suo Luo could not help but start to reflect. Monster enhancement. In order to be able to defeat Suo Luo and save his partner, Chopper did not hesitate to eat 3 blue wave balls in a row. This is a drug developed by Chopper, which can disrupt the deformation wavelength of Zoan demon fruit power, thereby gaining more powerful power. But this medicine itself is also a highly toxic. If you take the second capsule continuously within 6 hours, you will not be able to control the wavelength change. Forcibly taking 3 capsules, it will start to run wild. The body will uncontrollably change the adult animal form. Foot strength, weight, mind, fur, wrist strength, and wrestling will all be greatly strengthened. However, the price is to completely lose self-awareness and become a monster that can only attack the target, continue to destroy, until the body is exhausted and die. Wow! The violent Chopper stood there, opening his huge mouth and roaring towards the sky. The roar resounded throughout the magic triangle. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Chopper, when did you have such terrifying power? Zoro blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how to interpret the picture in front of you? Chopper, isn't he a ship doctor? What exactly is going on? But soon, Zoro shook his head. Deny this idea. Suo Luo's strength is indeed strong, even strong enough to make myself feel a bit suffocated. But, said that his strength can create illusions for himself. Zoro didn't believe it. Bang! And just as he was slightly stunned, Chopper gave a hard kick on one foot. Go straight to Suo Luo. Although a heat wave hit him, it pained him terribly. But under the runaway, Chopper didn't have the ability to discern at all. In his eyes, there is only Suo Luo. In my mind, there was only the idea of killing Suo Luo. On the contrary, Suo Luo is still in a calm state. In fact, the land under his feet is not an island. It's Leah's terrifying three-way sailing ship. It is claimed to be the largest pirate ship in the world. Its quality is naturally not comparable to a real island. As Suo Luo liberated Ryujinjaka, the sailing boat began to melt. If it continues for a while, I am afraid that the entire sailboat will not melt. The sea is boiling. Maybe you will repeat the situation when you met Hawkeye. Although with my physical strength, swimming from here to Sabayati Archipelago is not difficult. But if you bring Straw Hat Crew and Robin. Suo Luo thought for a while, and felt that he still needed a boat. Thinking of this, he simply reseals Ryujinjaka. The released flames condense towards the blade, and dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The high temperature on the ground receded sharply, as the sea breeze blows, and the gloomy fog recondense. The temperature of the entire terrifying three-way sailing boat dropped a lot in an instant. Straw Hat Crew took a breath at this moment, but I also saw Chopper rushing to Suo Luo. At this time, he was at least a few meters tall, like a giant. With red eyes, he stretched out his palms and patted Suo Luo's face hard, although it is not clear why Chopper suddenly became like this. But what I have to say is that the power he possessed at this time can be said to be very powerful, not even losing to the main players such as Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro. The most important thing is that Suo Luo has put away his power for some reason. Do not, because of arrogance and contempt. Sanji lay on the ground, taking a breath. He was wounded all over, and just staying awake was already very good. Looking at Chopper and Suo Luo. Instead, the corners of Sanji's mouth rose. Marine, you boast that you have great power and don't put us people in your eyes. This is your weakness. Chopper, kill him. For a while, everyone suddenly realized. Maybe Chopper is not as good as Suo Luo, but because of his arrogance and underestimation, this attack might become a key point. Come on, Chopper. Come on, Chopper. Usopp, Nami and others yelled again. They could even feel that the palm of Chopper's dropped hand was turning the surrounding air into a terrifying air current. He slapped Suo Luo hard. A shock wave rushed to his front. Have the opportunity. There is definitely a chance. Chopper. Zoro gritted his teeth and rolled his throat nervously. If Chopper can beat Suo Luo here, it would be a great thing. However, faced with a menacing attack from Chopper, Suo Luo still does not evade. He stood in place, calmly looking at the monster-enhanced Chopper. In my mind, I recalled that the first time he showed this form was in the N-Ice Lobby incident against Kumadori. At that time, Kumadori was extremely confident in his iron body. In an attempt to block Chopper's attack with this move. Result, straight down. But again, the guy Kumadori, the strength itself is not very strong. Furthermore, the Type 6 iron body is said to be powerful, but no matter how you look at it, it looks like a low-profile version of armament haki. Or, the original author at that time hadn't designed haki yet. Suo Luo muttered to himself. Next second, release armament haki decisively. The majestic air flow burst out, entangled, and covered his whole body. The skin was dyed black in an instant, and becomes harder than steel. Boom! With a loud noise, Chopper's attack directly hit Suo Luo's body. Collide strongly with his armament haki. A terrifying air current swept out in all directions. The ground under the feet of the two of them was shattered in layers, cracked into spider webs, and huge flying rocks rolled out continuously. The others at Straw Hat Crew held their breath at this moment, staring at both Chopper and Suo Luo. Pray silently for Chopper. Ah! As a result, 2 or 3 could not breathe. Instead, the monster-like Chopper made a miserable cry. Steps back again and again. The hand that hit Suo Luo began to droop naturally. Bone. Break on the spot. Suo Luo, who has entangled armament haki, has no idea how much stronger his body is than iron body. Chopper hit it with a palm, as if hitting the hardest steel. The power to recoil back. His body couldn't bear it. Or, hurry up and end this farce. Suo Luo took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Soon, Suo Luo jumped up and instantly reached the height of Chopper's antlers. The two sides face each other. On the contrary, Chopper, who had lost his self-awareness, showed fearful eyes. He is. Fear Suo Luo. Obviously there is no reason, but he still shows fear for Suo Luo's strength. For a while, the violent Chopper just wanted to escape the scene. However, before he had time to turn around and escape, Suo Luo clenched his fist around armament haki, and slammed it in front of his face. Boom! Suo Luo slammed a punch, hitting the monster Chopper's door, and a loud noise erupted. The majestic power surged out. Makes Chopper's facial features instantly twisted into one place. A mouthful of blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Chopper's legs softened involuntarily, and his body fell toward the ground like a sponge. Boom! There was another muffled noise, and Chopper's back hit the ground straight. A shock was set off and spread to the surroundings. Luffy passed out. Sanji, Usopp, Nami, even lost to this shock wave, were set off on the spot. Only Zoro inserted the demon sword in his hand into the ground half a meter deep, his feet clinging to the ground. Only escaped a catastrophe, barely not being lifted out. But he quickly thought of Chopper's condition and looked up at it. At a glance, Suo Luo stood on the spot blankly. Chopper's body shrank quickly, his eyes rolled white, and his mouth opened wide, as if he was saying something. Lying on the ground staggeringly, not moving at all. I don't know if it is life or death. Zoro was shocked by the power that Chopper possessed when he turned into a monster just now. As a result, I didn't expect. In a blink of an eye, Chopper was killed by Suo Luo. The impact of this change is undoubtedly huge. Zoro couldn't help but doubt life. This guy in front of me, really, can it be defeated? Chopper. Sanji on the side rolled several times on the ground before he stopped. He blinked and looked at Chopper. The brain just feels blank. Just a moment ago, he felt that Suo Luo was too arrogant and underestimated. The only flaw was exposed. As long as Chopper makes a full blow, he can turn defeat into victory. But who knows? Don't talk about turning defeat into victory. The monsterized Chopper didn't hurt Suo Luo at all. The power gap between the two sides. It's not that Suo Luo is arrogant and can make up for it by underestimating the enemy. Can't win. They can't win. At this moment, Sanji, who had always been calm, was also plunged into deep despair. Not to mention the others. There was a look of despair in his eyes. It's completely over. Although Zoro remained standing, anyone could tell. Suo Luo's swordsmanship is far above Zoro. Even the shock released at the moment Suo Luo drew the knife easily shattered Zoro's snow. What else is this? Can't win. This matter has undoubtedly become the consensus in everyone's mind. It is completely different from the powerful enemies encountered before. Those enemies are just powerful. But this time Suo Luo. It is invincible. It's not a concept at all. How much strength does Suo Luo hide? Robin on the side couldn't help taking a breath. Just seeing the scene of Chopper running away, she really sweated for Suo Luo. From the momentum and destructive power. The power that Chopper possesses is not inferior to Lucky. Even more exaggerated than Lucky. Suo Luo even gave up the defense and took the initiative to take Chopper. This arrogance might really rewrite the battle. In a blink of an eye, this strong collision ended with Chopper's failure. Especially Suo Luo's body. The whole body was wrapped in black air. This is an ability Robin has never seen before. But she can feel it. This is a very advanced technique. I don't know how many times stronger than the 6 formulas believed by the CP9 organization. This guy Suo Luo is the real monster. Robin couldn't help but vomit, and at the same time scanned the situation of the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro is the only one who can fight now. From today, there should be no more Straw Hat Pirates on the sea in the future, but, although Suo Luo once demonstrated crushing strength, he did not defeat Zoro's belief. After Chopper fell, the whole area fell into silence. The atmosphere became a little weird. However, Zoro didn't say a word, just pulled out the demon sword inserted into the ground again. Then hold it tightly in your hand. The other hand grabbed the broken snow and walked away. His mouth is a word of harmony. Maybe I will lose today. Do not. In this situation, there should be no chance of winning. There is too much difference in strength. And Suo Luo is also marine. It's not Shishibukai like Hawkeye. There is absolutely no reason to let them go. But even so, as a swordsman, he would never allow back injuries. Come on, this is the last battle between us. Zoro made a low voice, opened his legs, and approached Suo Luo. In his eyes, there was a bit more calmness and a bit fierce. Looking at Zoro in front of him, Suo Luo nodded calmly. Suo Luo is still very sure of Zoro's belief. Before you start, are you interested in joining Marine? After some silence, Suo Luo spoke suddenly. Even he himself felt surprised by these words. But I have to say that Zoro's strength is really good, especially the growth after 2 years. It even blocked the Ant and Kaido from the front, and the 2 Four Emperors jointly released the Overlord Sea. Although only 1 second. But it is also quite a feat, and because of the Alabasta incident and Ice Lobby incident, Straw Hat Crew did not participate. They did not attract the attention of the world government. Plus Zoro was a bounty hunter before. If you join Marine, the people on the upper echelon wouldn't say anything. Even in the future, if you encounter an enemy again, you can give Zoro a fair share of credit. Let him take the blame. It's perfect. Only, after hearing Suo Luo's invitation, Zoro's face was startled. Obviously, he did not expect that the Marine in front of him would suddenly say such a thing. But no matter what, Zoro just froze for a moment. Now he already has a part in his heart. Join Marine? Betrayed Luffy? Feel sorry. He would rather die here. You seem to have made a mistake, Marine. Thinking of this, Zoro raised the corner of his mouth. If your proposal is to use my life, in exchange for Luffy's life, maybe it can succeed. But let me join Marine. Then you are really wrong. I, Roronoa Zoro, a crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates. My captain is only Luffy. Zoro took a deep breath, his voice becoming firmer and firmer. Like a real samurai, he will never change until death. I'm pirate. With a loud shout, Zoro disappeared on the spot. The speed is as fast as a green lightning. One could not breathe, and then flashed behind Suo Luo. 3 swordsmanship ghost slash, 3 invisible slashes, while blocking Suo Luo's retreat, went straight to his vitals. Bang, bang, bang. 3 knives, all hits. This is Zoro's belief. He will only follow one person in this life. That is Luffy, who wants to become One Piece. Instead of Marine Suo Luo. Really? Suo Luo looked directly at Zoro and was not surprised by his answer. The entire Straw Hat pirate group is very loyal to Luffy. Especially Zoro. In order to help Luffy become One Piece, he did not hesitate to give up his dream, even his life. Inviting him to join Marine is indeed not very realistic. I want to be here to knock you down. Suddenly, Zoro made a low voice, his eyes became serious and determined. Even if you have realized that the swordsmanship gap between the two sides is not small, he still faced Suoluo bravely. There is no intention to back down or compromise. Immediately afterwards, Zoro's shape began to change, and an indescribable air current radiated from him. From Suoluo's perspective, Zoro even grew a new head and arms. 9 swords flow. Suoluo's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling that Zoro did possess such an ability. This is almost the strongest swordsmanship of his master. When it first appeared, it was against the Keiku of the CP9 organization. However, when he was released for the second time, the enemy he faced was one of Shishabukai's violent Kun bears. It didn't play a role. In other words, the current Zoro's strength lies between Keiku and Kukun Seong. Well, for the sake of your hard work, let you see that my swordsmanship is better now. Suoluo spoke slowly, and his fingers clenched zanpakuto again. In an instant, Suoluo's momentum changed drastically. Just this momentum is enough to stir up the surrounding air and form a terrifying air current. Swept in all directions, the terrifying sense of oppression is overwhelming to Zoro. So strong. Zoro rolled his throat. He could even feel a little trembling in his body. Ghost Chi 9 Blades Ashura. Magic 9 flashes. Soon, Zoro launched an initial attack, and the whole person spun towards Suoluo. The sword intent released is much stronger than Keiku, but in Suoluo's eyes, Zoro's swordsmanship at this time seemed unremarkable, especially the snow walk in his hand. Because he couldn't bear his own attack, he broke down on the spot. Seriously affect Zoro's combat effectiveness. It's time to end this farce. Suoluo took a deep breath, pulled out zanpakuto with one hand, and cut forward instantly. The invisible sword energy went straight out. The speed is even more exaggerated than Zoro's 9 swords. Not waiting for Zoro to get close, this slash fell directly on him. The demon sword fell apart on the spot. Jianqi continued to move forward, inlaid into Zoro's body, cutting away his coat, skin, and muscles layer by layer. The blood falls into the sky, like a bloody butterfly dancing. Zoro's eyes widened even more. An unbelievable gaze stared at Suoluo. Even though he knew in his heart, his swordsmanship was not as good as Suoluo, but the scene before him completely shocked his cognition. Unreachable. Immediately afterwards, Zoro's eyes were full of unwillingness. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't touch Suoluo with his sword. Even with him a strong collision on the blade. Can't do it. Own, I can't get close at all. It's just a slash in the air. It is enough to defeat yourself. There is too much difference in the strength between the two sides. This guy's swordsmanship is not even under the eagle eyes. Zoro's brain was running fast, recalling that he had encountered one of Shishabukai's eagle eyes when he was in East Blue. At the same time, that person is also known as the world's #1 swordsman. The master's swordsmanship is not only weird, but also advanced. At that time, I couldn't resist. But even at that time, he was not as desperate as he is now. The key is, since seeing Eagle Eye's sword surgery, Zoro seemed inspired. Train yourself around the clock. Whether it is physical strength or swordsmanship, they are far stronger than the self at that time. But even so, it still doesn't work. What the hell is this marine? In an instant, Zoro left his feet on the ground, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken line. It formed a perfect parabola in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Because of the impact, Zoro's body was instantly bounced. Then fall again, over and over again. After a few more tumblings, it stopped completely, and his body was even more stained with blood. Bone can be seen deep in the wound. 2 famous knives are damaged. Don't talk about it again. If you just change to someone else, I'm afraid it's already dead. As expected of Zoro, more powerful than I thought. Rao Suoluo couldn't help but praise Zoro's strength when he saw it. Although I did not liberate zanpakuto, I only used 10% of the power of swordsmanship, but it's also enough to kill Lu Chi's level of power in a second. But anyway, Zoro in this state naturally lost his combat effectiveness, including the others at Straw Hat Crew. Already, no one can stop oneself from doing anything anymore. The entire Straw Hat Pirates, that's it. Ended. Suoluo took a deep breath and put zanpakuto back into the scabbard, indicating that Robin could use her ability to catch these pirates. I have to say that Robin's flower fruit is really easy to use in terms of restraint and imprisonment. Robin couldn't help being stunned when he heard this. Until now, she was still in deep shock. When she first heard about Straw Hat Crew, she thought this pirate group was just a very ordinary rookie. Even if Suoluo doesn't arrest them, they will also get lost in the magic triangle, removed from the sea. But the whole battle continued. Robin was also taken aback. Although this pirate group is only a few people, and everyone is very young, but the power they possess is not inferior to those of the CP9 organization. Sanji, Zoro, and monster like Chopper. Look at the first half of the entire Grand Line, definitely one of the best. Result: in front of Suoluo, all were killed in seconds. I don't know if these people are unlucky or Suoluo is too scary. Robin sighed in his heart and did what Suoluo said. Use Flower Fruit's ability to open arms on Straw Hat Crew and move them together. However, in addition to the strength of this pirate group, the bond between them also moved Robin. She couldn't help being curious. If you did not encounter Suoluo, what kind of adventure will this pirate group have? Let go, they. However, just as Robin was thinking to himself, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. What? Robin was taken aback and immediately turned to look. Surprisingly, he discovered that Suoluo was the first Luffy who was killed by Suoluo and passed out. At this time, he woke up unexpectedly, and a look of anger. 3 horror sailing ships in the castle. Because of the violent vibration that Suoluo and Straw Hat Crew produced when they played against each other, Leah wakes up early and sends his shadow bat to explore. After he witnessed Suoluo defeating the Straw Hat Pirates, the whole person was stunned. I couldn't help but wonder if I hadn't woken up yet, or still dreaming. What the hell is going on with this marine? Leah couldn't help clenching his fists, his body trembling with excitement. He can't remember how long he hasn't been so excited now. The key is, it's not just the marine Suoluo, there is also Straw Hat Crew. Although the strength of these pirates is not as good as Suoluo, but it is also quite powerful. To know, the first half of the Grand Line is not like the second half. Experts gathered. There are many people who can use haki and fruit power. Even Conqueror's haki can only be born out of 1,000,000 people. There are also many in the second half of the Grand Line, and the first half of the Grand Line. Don't say anything. Demon fruit power and Conqueror's haki are the awakeners. Even those who knew haki existed were in the minority. Demon fruit power can scare a group of people just by saying it. The strong in this sea area, after all, are less. I have been entrenched in this magic triangle for more than 10 years, although hundreds of ships are lured in by me every year. But the shadows of these people are weak and pitiful. Leah couldn't help but recall what had happened over the years. It can be called a more powerful shadow, and there is only one skeleton named Brook. He was stuffed into the body of Jian Hao Ryoma. Other than that, there is no other guy who can be of interest to him. Although I got Oz's body, there has been no suitable shadow to use. Whenever I think about it, Moonlight Leah would feel sorry. I regret that my great work could not be completed. But now, he doesn't think so. In his opinion, Zoro's swordsmanship is not weaker than the guy named Brook. The monster chopper excites him even more. The most important thing is, Moonlight Leah, in the first half of the Grand Line, I have never seen a marine as powerful as Suoluo. According to his perception, the strength of this guy must at least be the elite of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral team, but judging from his uniform, it seems to be just an ordinary marine. In addition, I have been using the magic triangle to bring camouflage and hide myself. Leah felt that even if he was here to shoot Suoluo, it should and will not attract the attention of this department. If you can get his shadow, my greatest work can be completed. Thinking of this, Leah's eyes exuded an unprecedented enthusiasm. The corners of his mouth gradually rose, and a smile appeared. His heart is even more determined. No matter what the price is paid. Just get the shadow of Suoluo, even if it is wanted by Marine again. Also, do not hesitate. The big deal. Just go to New World again. As long as there is this person's shadow, plus Oz's body. Just find a place to hide and harvest the shadows of the passing pirates. Grow up slowly. Maybe even the harm that man caused to me, I can fight back fiercely. Leah clenched his teeth, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. He wanted to rush out now and get rid of Suoluo, take away his shadow. But, considering that Suoluo's strength is very strong, in order to be sure, Leah also hurriedly gathered all the combat power on the terrifying 3-way sailing ship, gathered towards Suoluo's location. In any case, he will get the shadow of Suoluo. At the same time, just when Robin used the ability of Flower Fruit to move the Straw Hat Crew according to Suoluo's instructions, he was about to take it to the boat. A low voice sounded from behind her. Scared Robin quickly turned his head and looked around. Luffy, who was knocked out by Suoluo's punch, stood up again. He shook his head to make himself more awake. I said, let them go, soon. Luffy screamed, clenching his fist tightly with one hand, and slammed Robin out, forcing her to step back. But the shoulder was still hit by Luffy's fist. Almost fell to the ground. Nami, Zoro, Sanji. Then they all looked at Luffy. No one thought that Luffy would wake up at this time. However, in their eyes, hope was rekindled. The biggest feature of Luffy is resilience. They sailed all the way so far, Luffy has no idea how many times he has been defeated. But every time, he would stand up again and again. Perseverance. Until you defeat your opponent. This is Luffy. Are you awake? Suo Luo frowned slightly when he saw this. Although fighting against Luffy, he didn't try his best. But somehow it also entangled armament haki. Can directly cause damage to those with fruit ability. Erase the characteristics of the Luffy Rubber Man. As expected of Luffy, Suo Luo sighed, but he didn't think there was any problem with this in his heart. What if Luffy can stand up? The strength gap between the two sides is like a cloud and mud difference. If not to hand him over to Garp, in exchange for the opportunity to return to East Blue, with Suo Luo's strength, there is nothing wrong with killing Luffy here. Marine. After Luffy pushed Robin back, he turned to look at Suo Luo, his eyes full of endless anger. You hurt my companion like this, I won't let you go. In the next second, Luffy took a deep breath, for fear that the people on the terrifying three-way sailing ship would not hear the same. Used the loudest voice. Shouted loudly. I want to be here and beat you away fiercely, then take my companion and continue to see, I'm the man who wants to be the One Piece. For a while, everyone present was surprised by this declaration. One Piece. Robin looked incredible. Does this guy know his situation? Anyone can see the gap between him and Suo Luo. Say what to become One Piece? Is he stupid? However, judging from Luffy's performance, Robin felt that this man did not have any madness. His eyes are more sober, serious than ever before. Soon, Luffy's legs spread out, one hand clenched his fist and pressed it to the ground, while the other pressed his knee. Second gear. As Luffy growled, his body changed instantly. The hands and feet are very flexible, and the skin becomes red and shiny. White evaporation was even more wafting out of his body. Second gear is Luffy's unique combat technique. Use his rubberized legs as pumps to boost blood flow and strengthen the body. And in this state, Luffy's speed is not inferior to Master 6 style Lucci. Go to hell, you be ****************. D. After completing the transformation, Luffy's movements were even more clean, he let out a low growl, and his body disappeared in place. From Suo Luo's perspective, Rao is also very fast. Rubber jet machine gun. In the next second, Luffy clenched his fists with both hands, swiped quickly, and beat Suo Luo. The speed is so fast that several afterimages can be produced. And every afterimage is a real physical attack. Chi attacked Suo Luo. It seems to have dozens of fists. However, for Suo Luo, Luffy, who is only in second gear, still poses no threat. The strength gap between the two sides is not at all in the second gear, and the third gear can make up for this level of reinforcement. Suo Luo was wrapped around the black armament haki, turning his body as hard as steel. Withstand Luffy's attack head-on. 3 or 4 breaths passed. The speed of Luffy's fist started to slow down until it came to a complete stop. He was panting, his fingers loosened, and all of them were bruised. The pain spread from the hands to the whole body. The feeling of hitting Suo Luo was like hitting a steel plate. How come? Luffy's eyes widened, his eyes full of disbelief. He never thought that the second gear he developed would fail. Still have this feeling. As a rubber man, I should not feel the pain of any blow. Why on Suo Luo? Do you feel pain? In fact, it's not just Luffy who has this question. Every member of the Straw Hat Pirate group who was still awake had an incredible look. Isn't Luffy the rubber man who ate rubber fruit? Why? Sanji blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how to explain the scene in front of you? Even Luffy who woke up. Nami once again appeared almost desperate. When she saw Luffy wake up, she seemed to see new hope. Because Luffy's most powerful convenience is that no matter how many times he is defeated, he can stand up again and eventually defeat his opponent. But this time, even Luffy stood up again. Even with Luffy in second gear. In front of Suo Luo, it was still useless. His attack can't hurt the opponent at all. It must be the anger on that marine. Zoro was dying and sat up from the ground supporting his body with a word of Kazuto. I just fought against Suo Luo. Although I couldn't meet the opponent, I felt a strong aura entwining Suo Luo's body. Although it is not clear what it is, but he was able to confirm that it was the move that made Suo Luo's defensive power infinitely strengthened. And can directly attack Luffy's entities. You said that, it seems that you do. Sanji suddenly realized. However, just when Straw Hat Crew still couldn't figure out what move Suo Luo used, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded from behind them. That move is called Armament Haki. It is a type of Haki's ability. It can strengthen itself by winding, hardening, and releasing it. At the same time, those with fruit ability can also be restrained. Don't say it's just paramecia. As long as Master Armament Haki is the entity of Logia fruit ability, you can also attack directly. And that marine uses 2 kinds of winding and hardening. This sudden sound attracted everyone's attention instantly. Those who have lost their shadows retreat even more, and their eyes are full of fear for this person. Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and Robin, who was now on the Suoluo boat, turned their heads to look at this person. This guy is tall and exaggerated by nearly 7 meters. With hair in the shape of flaming scallions, he looks almost demon in appearance, with long horns on both sides of his forehead. Ears and teeth are also pointed. There are even traces of stitched wounds on the neck. Robin, who knows about Shishibukai, can guess the identity of this guy at a glance. Moonlight Mo Leah. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Nami and Sanji also changed drastically. Very pale. None of them expected that they would meet Shishibukai, one of the 3 major forces on the Grand Line, at this juncture, a person with the same title as Hawkeye. Zoro held his breath even more. The situation in front of us is simply terrible. There is no alliance between pirates and pirates. Like the Hawkeye I encountered before, he often wiped out other pirate groups at sea. In the current situation, it can be said that there are wolves before and tigers behind. Not only that, Mo Leah, who was in front of him, came even more prepared. Behind him, there are all kinds of zombies on the terrifying 3-way sailing ship, and 2 of the 3 weirdos. Hogback, Parona. There is also the swordsman Ryoma zombie made by Mo Leah. It can be said that it is the strongest combat power on the 3 Terror sailboat, and the reason why they will be called together. Just 4. It can ensure that Suoluo's shadow is foolproof. Only a strong man like him, to be worthy of Oz's body. I didn't expect this guy to practice armament haki to this level. At this moment, Mo Leah looked excited and stared at Suoluo firmly. In the first half of the Grand Line, don't talk about the people of Master Armament Haki. There are very few people who know Haki. I have been entrenched in the Magic Triangle for so many years. There is no one who knows Haki. Seeing Suoluo now, his eyes are absolutely enthusiastic. Do not. It's not just armament haki. Mo Leah quickly shook his head, denying his thoughts. Even armament haki is hierarchical. Like Suoluo, someone who can wrap armament haki around his body easily, even in the second half of the Grand Line. Few people can do it. The strength of this guy is stronger than he imagined. I cannot wait anymore. However, Mo Leah was not in a hurry, because he suddenly discovered the pirate fighting Suoluo. It is also very different. After entering the 2nd gear, his speed, strength, and even the 6th form used by Marine, if you build it well, can definitely enhance the battle of the entire pirate group. Today is really my lucky day. The corners of Mo Leah's mouth raised, and a triumphant smile appeared. At the same time, Suoluo slowly raised his hand, pinched Luffy's neck, and directly pressed it to the ground. Bang! Can attack Logia fruit ability directly? When Nami heard this, his eyes were bigger than Bull's eyes, and his chin was about to fall to the ground in surprise. Not long ago, they encountered Logia-capable people on Sky Island. God of Sky Island, Enel. His whole body can turn into thunder and lightning, ignoring all kinds of attacks. If it weren't for Luffy to be a rubber man, he could avoid the damage of lightning. Their party will definitely be destroyed on Sky Island. In other words, Luffy is almost the only natural enemy on the Sea of Enel. Result: Mo Leah behind him even told himself directly, in this world, there are moves that can attack those with Logia fruit ability? Just kidding. Nami was unacceptable for a while, so that his brain went blank. An entity that can directly attack Luffy. Sanji rolled his throat, sucking in a cold breath. If Suoluo can attack Luffy's body casually, then this battle is probably doomed. However, Sanji now has his own doubts in his heart. That is, the appearance of Ueguan Mo Leah. Are you going to join forces with this marine? It's not impossible that there is such a possibility. Sanji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stretched out a trembling hand to wipe a cigarette from his arms. The brain is running fast at this moment. Shishibukai is a pirate recognized by the world government. It is not a fantasy to choose to cooperate with Marine. However, when he looked at that Marine, his eyes were different. In Sanji's view, Mo Leah's eyes are almost like a child who sees his beloved toy. The key is, their Straw Hat pirate group is not a famous pirate. Although Luffy will definitely become One Piece in the future, he now has only 30 million bounty. 30 million bounty. Even the conditions for a supernova cannot be met. In fact, the entire Straw Hat Pirates group could be said to have been single-sidedly beaten by Suoluo. And since this guy is 7 warlords of the sea, whether it is bounty or strength, it should surpass us. Sanji kept analyzing. If Mo Leah wants to cooperate with Marine, there is no need to mobilize so many zombies, plus the skeleton man I met before. Sanji felt that Mo Leah might have caught the shadow of Suoluo, although it cannot be confirmed for the time being. But this kind of conjecture is enough for him to give him a try. Anyway, in the current situation, there is no other way. If you can provoke the conflict between Shishibukai and Marine, maybe you can take the opportunity to escape. For a time, a whole set of plans emerged in Sanji's mind. However, for a small character like Sanji who was completely hurt, Leah didn't take it to heart. He stared at Suoluo intently. Fancy using him to build the strongest zombie. Hogback was also eager to try. In his lifetime, he has never seen such a powerful marine. However, after Robin discovered Leah and his men, he had an unknown premonition in his heart. Shishibukai. Leah showed up with an army of zombies. To say it was just here to watch the excitement, Robin naturally didn't believe it. And before that, he had been in contact with another Shishibukai, crocodile, said to be recognized by the world government, but in essence it is still a pirate. And because of its own strength, the power cannot be underestimated. These people often don't put marine in their eyes. What's more, Suoluo has not yet moved with marine units. Combine the words of the thin old man before. Robin felt that Leah in front of him was very likely to be in the shadow of Suoluo. The other side. Suoluo grabbed Luffy's facial features and twisted the opponent's face together with a little force. Despite Luffy's desperate struggle, both fists kept hitting Suoluo, but with his current strength, he couldn't shake Suoluo, who was entwining armament haki at all. Bang! With a loud noise, Luffy was directly rubbed on the ground. You are indeed trickier than I thought, Luffy. I thought one punch was enough to make you faint forever. Unexpectedly, you woke up. Suoluo has a low voice and does not plan to play with Luffy anymore. One hand pressed Luffy to the ground. The other hand stretched out a finger and pointed it at Luffy's chest. Next second, Suoluo slammed his finger directly into Luffy's body, passed by his heart. However, a majestic force burst into Luffy's body, because the second gear gains speed and strength by accelerating the blood. The moment Suoluo pulled out his finger, this pressure had a violent impact on the blood. A wound that was only the size of a finger sprayed out a column of blood. Luffy's face turned pale at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. His limbs felt weaker and weaker. There is no strength to stand up at all. Even Luffy's eyelids became heavier. The line of sight in front of him began to blur. The sound of breathing is getting heavier and harder. Even if the second gear is lifted, it still cannot change the status quo. Just let the blood flow slowly. Soon, the aggressive Luffy was crushed by Suoluo. Once again, it went black and lost consciousness. And this scene has a severe impact on Straw Hat crew. You know, Luffy, as the captain, has taken them out of desperation countless times, seen as hope by them. But this time, Rao is Luffy, and can't solve the powerful opponent in front of him. Not only that, but the amount of bleeding on Luffy's body surpassed any powerful enemy he encountered before. Coupled with the appearance of Moonlight Leah, the breath of despair once again enveloped this land. Nami's eyes were tearing, and her body was trembling. I don't know what to do. She now regrets opening the flow bottle. Damn it. Zoro gritted his teeth, but could do nothing but curse his weakness. His injury does not seem to be lighter than Luffy. Now let's not talk about fighting again, just keep your consciousness from disappearing. It's already a matter of trying our best. Why, I am so weak. Zoro gritted his teeth, hating himself very much in his heart. Sanji stared at Leah. He was not surprised that Luffy was defeated. The strength of the two sides is really too different. It's not on a horizontal line at all. After completely defeating Luffy, Suoluo also naturally put away armament haki. However, when he turned to look at the others at Straw Hat crew, he suddenly noticed Leah, Moonlight carrying all the zombie army. Surrounded them. Moonlight Leah. Suoluo frowned slightly, and the situation in front of him was clear at a glance. Leah obviously came prepared. Suoluo turned around and saw Leah Moonlight appearing here and the zombie army he had built for several years. And these zombies are deliberately arranged in various directions. Block all retreats. Anyone can see Leah's intentions. He didn't intend to let anyone hear. Even Straw Hat crew, who was easily defeated by Suoluo. Its strength far exceeds those of Leah's subordinates. If you can get their shadow, the combat power of the Three Terror sailboat will undoubtedly be greatly improved. As for Suoluo, even at this time, it covered the light that belonged to Luffy. Become Leah's mind, the most suitable for the existence of Oz's corpse. In any case, Suoluo just hates all kinds of troubles. It is not without the ability to think. Never mind. Suoluo took a deep breath and glanced at those who lost their shadows and were afraid of Leah's strength. The prerequisite for manipulating the shadows of others is that they need to live. These people know this very well. Their lives are very important to Leah. Therefore, even if they were afraid, they did not turn around and flee. Instead, stay here, wanting to know how to end up in the future. Because they knew that Leah would not kill them directly. Master Marine, please, Master Marine. The eyes of these people have focused on Suoluo. Think of him as a ray of dawn under the eternal night. He is not only the Marine who represents justice, more powerful. Just fight with Straw Hat Crew. Everyone can see how powerful his power is. Maybe, the powerful Suoluo can really make Emolia give them back. Even if this is just a hope that is less than 1 in 10,000 chance. Even when Suoluo noticed them, he could feel this strong emotion in their eyes and expressions. People who obviously only want salted fish, but once again was regarded as hope. Emolia, according to your explanation, we have brought this Marine here, you can't just ignore it. However, at this moment, panting Sanji suddenly said something astonishing. He tried his best to shout out these words. Even if there is Marine in the front and Shishibukai in the back, the Straw Hat Pirates are in a moment of crisis. He did not give up either. In his opinion, the only key to breaking the game is now. It was to make a big fight between Marine and Shishibukai. He took advantage of the chaos and left with his friends. And from the perspective of Emolia and his zombie army lineup, this guy obviously has this meaning. And his words are not a clumsy divorce. Rather, it is a fuse. It detonated the problem between Suoluo and Emolia. What did you say? It was Emolia. His expression could not help but froze. Unexpectedly, Straw Hat Crew would say such a thing, but at the moment he wanted to explain. The words that were on the lips suddenly stopped. Explain? Explain yourself? Even if Sanji was telling lies, I want to get the shadow of Suoluo to be true. Moreover, I have just used the ability to confirm. Apart from Suoluo, there is no other Marine. Enter the magic triangle. In other words, even if you kill Suoluo here, Marine won't know. I saw Emolia directly waved his hand and grabbed Sanji's shadow. Then I didn't know where to pull out a huge pair of scissors and cut off Sanji's shadow from under his feet. Sanji, who was already weak, couldn't stop it. He didn't even figure out what Emolia did to himself. As Sanji's shadow was pinched by Emolia in his hand, his eyelids were unable to support them, and they immediately closed together. The strong tiredness forced him to fall straight to the ground. Fell asleep. Sanji. Nami on the side was even more startled. His face became even paler. Suoluo alone is enough to make her desperate. At this moment, another Shishibukai Emolia appeared. At this moment, Nami only feels that the sky is falling and the ground is sinking. Zoro hates his weakness even more. In the end, neither his swordsmanship nor his companions could protect him. In the face of a powerful enemy, nothing can be done even more. Suoluo's attention shifted from Straw Hat Crew to Emolia. It seems that you are not going to explain anything, Emolia. Explain? Emolia was taken aback when he heard the words. But then, the corners of his mouth rose, and a smile appeared. He looked at Suoluo with interest. Do you think I need to explain to you? Marine, you don't really think that as a Shishibukai, I will be afraid of your Marine forces? Emolia retorted unceremoniously. Even if the title of Shishibukai is of some use to him, but it is not enough to become a running dog of the world government in a low voice. Don't talk about Marine like Suoluo. Even Vice Admiral who invited himself to the Shishibukai meeting. He also said that if you don't give face, you won't give face. Most importantly, he salivates over Suoluo's shadow. In any case, get it. I saw Emolia make a gesture. All the zombies are ready, aiming at Suoluo. For a while, the atmosphere in the air became tense. Robin also realized that there will be a battle between Suoluo and Emolia. In the Magic Triangle, a large number of ships disappear every year. It seems that all of this should have something to do with you, Emolia. Upon seeing this, Robin simply questioned Emolia on the spot. No, it should be said, you are the one behind all this. Although Robin had always been a pirate before meeting Suoluo, but for those who have lost their shadows and can only live in darkness all day long, she has sympathy. What's more, it seems that Emolia intends to keep them here. Simply broke the boat. Question Emolia's crime. Emolia. On the other side, Suoluo also spoke slowly. I will give you a chance now. As long as you return all the civilian shadows you have collected so far, I can be as if nothing happened. As for the shadows of the pirates, Suoluo didn't think it mattered. No matter how magnificent the era of the great pirates said, nor can it change the existence of pirates who exist in order to plunder other people's wealth. Let the pirates return to the sea. It will only cause harm to more people. And there is Emolia guarding the Magic Triangle. It can also eliminate many pirates who go to sea every year. In addition, the world government has always valued Shishibukai. Treat them as facial issues. If Emolia is eliminated by itself, the world government will definitely launch various investigations. Just think about the follow-up processing problems. Suoluo found it troublesome. It would be better for both sides to take a step back. However, Emolia sneered at Suoluo's proposal. Let yourself return all the shadows accumulated over the years? Why? Suoluo is Marine? This guy really thinks that as long as he is a marine, he can talk to Shishibukai? You know, these pirates are able to become Shishibukai, not because of the mercy of the world government, but by virtue of strong strength. Let the world government dare not attack them easily, except for the Lone Ranger Hawkeye. Any Shishibukai has an extremely large power and strong strength. Even Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters is nothing but weak in his own eyes. Ha ha ha. Even after hearing Suo Luo's speech, Leah couldn't help laughing. It just defeated the small pirates group that didn't enter the stream. Think you have the same power as Shishibukai? Overweight. I've seen a lot of guys like you in New World, but in the end they were all without exception, because of arrogance, and paid a painful price. Leah made a sound, and at the same time ordered his army of zombies to attack Suo Luo. Prepare to weaken his physical skills first, then by his own ability, seize his shadow. Used to build the strongest zombie ever. Oz. Careful. Upon seeing this, Robin quickly reminded Suo Luo, there are thousands of zombies gathered here. It's not so easy to deal with. However, as soon as he said this, Robin realized that his worries were unnecessary. With Suo Luo's strength, how can such a zombie be able to deal with it? Even if they were more numerous, it would only be a gift. Suo Luo didn't even take a look at these zombies. He stared at Leah and shook his head regretfully. Obviously, just do what you say. You can keep the well water from the river water. The shadows of those civilians are not strong in themselves. Even if 100 shadows are stuffed into a corpse, it can't create much powerful product. Even if the shadow is returned, Leah's combat power will not be lost. Wrong. The problem is not the shadow of those civilians, but my shadow. Suo Luo suddenly realized. Yes. Leah couldn't look at the shadows of those civilians at all. He really wanted to get the shadow that he didn't want to give up. Its own. In other words, when you appear in the magic triangle and show great strength. It gave Leah enough reasons. I shot myself as Marine. This battle. This trouble. Inevitable. That's why I hate fighting. Once it starts, it will go on forever. Suo Luo couldn't help but vomit, and simply released Conqueror's Haki. For a time, a hemispherical aura centered on Suo Luo, shrouded towards the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, this aura quickly compressed, back to Suo Luo's body. Next second, a terrifying air current swept in all directions. It's different from Conqueror's Haki, who is just stunned. The Conquerors released by Suo Luo at this time was black in color, and in the airflow, there was a terrifying lightning, can produce majestic physical power. The scariest thing is that Suo Luo is not awakening. It's a complete master. He can easily use this momentum to lock the target. All zombies attempting to approach Suo Luo are without exception. All were swept by this terrifying and powerful Conqueror's Haki. The slightly weaker zombies fell apart directly. The powerful zombies will also be lifted out on the spot by this air current. In an instant, Suo Luo's Haki overwhelmed the sky, crushing the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship. Every inch of the corner, without exception. The whole earth kept trembling and shaking. The walls of the buildings began to crack. Things like tombstones were crushed on the spot. Huge rifts appeared one after another on the three horror sailing ships. Dr. Hobakake, who was standing next to Ueguangmo Leah, couldn't bear such a huge pressure. Suddenly I felt pitch black in front of my eyes. Both eyes turned white directly. Before he even hummed, he fell straight back. Perona floating in midair was even more dumbfounded on the spot. She never thought that someone could cause such an astonishing destruction just by virtue of her aura. Do not. This guy is no longer human. Can do this level of things. This guy in front of him is clearly a monster. Perona is always calm and steady. An expression of horror appeared uncontrollably. The magic triangle. Here comes a big guy they can't afford to provoke. This aura, what's going on? Robin's face changed drastically. She didn't know that Suo Luo was strong. It's just completely unexpected. Suo Luo's strength has no lower limit. How many whole cards are hidden in his body? Fencing. Physique. Now Haki appeared again. Where is this man sacred? As for Straw Hat Crew, people who still remain sober, such as Nami, Zoro, it was dumbfounded on the spot. Especially Nami, she can't wait to pass out directly now. I don't want to be shocked anymore. Compared with Suo Luo, she even thinks of the Enel that she met on Sky Island before. I'm afraid it's not even a fart. It is not worthy of being compared with Suo Luo. The strength of this guy. Zoro's eyes widened, and he seriously doubted whether he had any hallucinations. Own, are you really awake? Why would anyone have such a terrifying power? At this moment, Zoro's perception of power completely collapsed. Actually, don't talk about these people. Even as 7 warlords of the sea, to Suo Luo, the shadow is bound to win the Moonlight Emolia. It was also completely dumbfounded at this time. As a pirate who has broken through a new world, the level of understanding of haki far exceeds that of everyone present. Only one conqueror's haki will be born out of 1,000,000 people. Emolia rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Moreover, it's not awakening yet, it's a complete master. Emolia was dumbfounded. Awakening and master, although both release conqueror's haki, but it's a little different. For the former, you can only use conqueror's haki when you are extremely angry or in a crisis. The latter is to practice conqueror's haki and turn it into his own ability, used in actual combat. And those who can do this, even among the owners of conqueror's haki, it is also rare in existence. It's not something that can be done by practicing hard. How did Naval Headquarters cultivate such a monster? In Emolia's mind, he remembered the nightmare once again. Involuntarily compare with the marine in front of you. This conqueror's haki can hardly lose the monster Kaido. In an instant, conqueror's haki washed the floor. Kill Emolia's entire army of zombies in seconds. Emolia was even more dumbfounded on the spot. Both eyes widened, and he seriously doubted whether he had any hallucinations. B.A. Conqueror's haki. Emolia rolled his throat, swallowing nervously. Even in the second half of the Grand Line, Suoluo's Conqueror's haki is quite advanced. Even in his opinion, this level of Conqueror's haki, it's not inferior to Kaido of the year. Even the current Suoluo can't compete with monsters like Kaido, but in time, his combat power surpasses Kaido. It is not a fantasy. Too frightening. In the magic triangle, a monster came. For a while, Emolia's heart couldn't help becoming a little tangled. If you can get the shadow of Suoluo, stuff it into Oz's body. Not only can he create the most powerful zombie ever, maybe, you can take revenge on the monster Kaido. On the other hand, Suoluo, who possesses such a powerful strength, is also a monster in his cognition. If it is the early self, facing a strong man like Suoluo, he will be eager to try, want to compete with Suoluo. But since losing to Kaido, Emolia's spirit has decreased a lot. For so many years, there is a lack of physical exercise, especially after seeing Suoluo's haki. Emolia's heart couldn't help retreating a little. It wasn't during a crisis that Conqueror's haki was awakened. It's like breathing, using Conqueror's haki freely. And depending on his age, he is also very young. Maybe it is a secret weapon cultivated by Naval Headquarters. Emolia couldn't help making many guesses about Suoluo. Do not. But soon, Emolia shook his head. Suoluo's expressiveness really opened his eyes, even to the point of a bit of fear. But it is precisely because of this that I saw many possibilities in him. The strongest shadow, and the strongest zombie. If you can get his shadow, the combat effectiveness of the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship will be greatly improved. Re-enter New World. Revenge Kaido. It is not impossible. Grunt. Thinking of this, Emolia swallowed again. Although the risk is extremely high, but the benefits are also extremely high. Rao is Emolia at this time, wanting to refuse such temptation. It is also very difficult. The strongest shadow. In fact, Emolia's ability is not just to steal the shadow of others. Cut the shadow from the original owner and stuff it into the zombie body. This allows the zombies to obtain a part of the original owner's memory, as well as powerful moves. This also means, those abilities in Suoluo, Emolia can snatch it together. In the end, Emolia's greedy heart still failed to convince himself to give up. Let Suoluo leave. After a psychological struggle, Emolia decisively chose to shoot flying bats. In an instant, the shadow at Emolia's feet split quickly, transforming into a large number of shadow bats, and swept over Suoluo. At the same time, Perona, who didn't faint, and Longma zombie shot at the same time. One created a negative ghost and went straight to Suoluo. Once the negative ghost passes through the body, the enemy's emotions will also become negative. Lost the desire to fight. The dragon horse zombies are eager to try. In any case, Wanakuni is a famous samurai in front of him. Even if he is dead, he has a very persistent pursuit of swordsmanship. However, in the face of the three-person attack, Suoluo disappeared in a flash. Negative ghost, Ryoma's slash, and Emolia's shadow bat colony, all are empty. Then Suoluo performed observation haki. Instantly covered the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship. It easily locked Perona's real body. Most of the time, Perona will use the power of its soul fruit to make the soul out of its body. It can not only do things like wall penetration and flying. In her soul state, she can even be immune to all physical attacks. Suoluo's Conqueror's haki didn't kill Perona directly, and it was precisely because of this. After her body went out of its body, it automatically fell into a coma. Naturally, he won't be stunned by haki again. In that case, just attack the body. Suoluo's eyes narrowed slightly, and temporarily set aside Emolia and the swordsman Ryoma. He aimed his right foot at a stone in front of him and kicked it hard. Bang! With a muffled noise, the stone flew out quickly. Go straight to Emolia's castle. Unstoppable. Emolia, Perona, and Ryoma, one after another stunned. Because of the direction Suoluo attacked, there was no one at all. And the stones kicked by him are not plain flying. Instead, go straight to the sky. Wait a moment. Seeing the stone galloping towards the castle, Perona's eyes suddenly stared like bull's eyes. The chin was about to fall to the ground in shock. At this moment, she seemed to have reacted. That direction of the castle. If I remember correctly. Isn't it? Do you hide where you really are? Open, are you kidding me? For a moment, a trace of fear appeared in Perona's eyes. In any case, the castle is thousands of meters away from where they are. How did he judge his true position? It's unbelievable, unbelievable. Oops. The brain paused for a second before Perona fully reacted. The body flew past, chased after the stone. I want to get back into my body quickly and avoid Suoluo's attack. But who knows, when Perona chased it out, I found out. The pebble kicked by Suoluo at random is extremely fast. Even if he was in a ghost state, he couldn't catch up at all. That's too late. This guy, in the end, what kind of monster? Perona's heart was completely horrified, and her tone of self-talk was full of tremors. Just when she returned to the castle, the stone kicked by Suoluo hit the castle wall impartially. Rumble! There was another loud noise, and the wall that was hit suddenly fell apart. The rock rolled out, breaking a large hole nearly several meters in diameter. The room where Perona was hidden was exposed to her sight, and the stone did not stop at all. Continued to move forward and break open the wall of the room on the spot. Finally through Perona's chest. Bang! I saw that Perona's body was directly penetrated through a blood hole. Blood spewed from it, spilling on the entire bedsheet. Perona also felt severe pain. Ah! The screams resounded through the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship Perona. Emolia walked around and saw the ruined castle. The brain just feels blank for a time. He didn't expect to die, and it took less than half a minute. Perona was instantly killed by Suoluo. You know, although she is not a strong person, she is a capable person who has eaten the fruit of the ghost. The self-protection ability can be described as full. Even armament haki, it is impossible to harm Perona, unless directly attacking her body. But her body has always been hidden in the deepest part of the castle. It is impossible for ordinary people to understand Perona's abilities. It is also difficult to find out where she really is. Observation haki. Emolia couldn't help taking a breath, and soon thought of the sights and sounds in Conqueror's haki. It can make the five senses become keen, and observe the breath and emotion of the surrounding creatures. Although it can't directly attack the opponent, it is a very easy-to-use combat technique. Use Conquerors and armed colors freely. It is not surprising that Suoluo can use observation haki today, but even so, Emolia was taken aback. Your castle is at least a kilometer away from here. Do not. Emolia's face suddenly became paler. He turned his head and looked at Suoluo. I couldn't help thinking of a certain possibility in my mind. Maybe Suoluo's observation haki not only perceives everything in his castle, but the whole terrifying three-way sailing ship, even the entire magic triangle, all under the perception of Suoluo's observation haki. But is this kind of thing really possible? Cheat, deceive, how terrifying is this guy's strength? Emolia gritted his teeth. There was a panic in my heart, a trace of fear. He even regretted it a little. Recklessly shot Suoluo. This guy in front of me is a monster who is not inferior to Kaido. Absolute. Grunt. Emolia swallowed. For a while, I was a little overwhelmed. On the contrary, it is the swordsman Ryoma. They are much calmer than Emolia. More powerful than I thought. It's a pity that I didn't meet you when I was alive. Longma looked at Suoluo again, regretful in his tone of voice. Although Emolia stuffed Brook's shadow into his body, it made him live again. But the current self, strength is not in peak state. Even 1/10 may not be achieved. But in this situation, I met Suoluo, a strong man who is rare in a century. For those who have martial arts obsession, this is undoubtedly the biggest regret. Swordsman Ryoma. Suoluo's sight also focused on Longma. Seeing him put on an offensive posture. Please let me know your swordsmanship. Ryoma made a low voice, not anxious to make a move. The tone is even more pleading. He knows that his current strength is far less powerful than Suoluo, but even so, he still wants to learn about Suoluo's swordsmanship. Looking at the serious dragon horse, Suoluo nodded slightly, temporarily put Ueguan Molia again. The five fingers grabbed Zanpakuto's hilt again. The atmosphere between the two sides has become even more tense. On the side, Zoro, who was seriously injured, was even more focused, staring at every move between Suo Luo and Ryoma. How strong Suo Luo's swordsmanship is, he not only witnessed it with his own eyes, but also experienced it personally. As for Ryoma, he was a legend he had heard of when he was a child. The name of a swordsman. Not even losing to Hawkeye Mihawk. The swordsmanship collision between them. Zoro couldn't help but look forward to it, especially the samurai sword in Ryoma's hand. It also reveals a deep bufin. Black knife autumn water. Soon, Longma chose a fast break. He kicked his feet hard, and the whole person, like a straight flying arrow, went straight to Suo Luo. Pulling out the black knife Kyushui with both hands, he used his strongest slash. Even the ground that Ryoma left, because he couldn't bear his explosive power, suddenly fell apart, leaving a spiderweb-like crack. And his swordsmanship is even more like a round of crescent moon, sweeping towards Suo Luo. The chill is pressing. Wanakuni's first swordsman. Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and his lazy personality took a little serious at this moment. Although he doesn't like fighting, he can feel a strong emotion from Ryoma. Even if it has been dead for decades, his pursuit of swordsmanship has never slackened. For some reason, Suo Luo wanted to respond to this emotion. In an instant, he pulled out zanpakuto from his waist and slashed it down. Surroundings, everything is ashes. Ryujin Jaka. With zanpakuto in hand, he was liberated. The appearance of the blade has changed slightly. Not only that, but a hot flame burst out from the blade. A heat wave swept in all directions. Rao is Uegwanmo Lia this Shishibukai. It was also dumbfounded at once. Although Suo Luo liberated Zanpakuto Shikai once before, he also felt the difference in this weapon. But the personal experience at such a close distance, it feels completely different. From this rush of heat, he could feel an indescribable sense of horror. This guy in front of me not only has the top conqueror's haki, armament haki, observation haki. Rao is swordsmanship, and it can be called domineering. Such a person is just an ordinary marine? Really, why, there is such a monster. Emolia clenched his fists, his scalp felt a little numb. The magic triangle. Here comes a marine that he can't afford to provoke. His strength is above himself. Suo Luo and Ryoma's weapons collided strongly. A horrible and lightning-bearing air current burst out, sweeping in all directions. Wherever he went, the earth broke directly. What a strong sword cut. Swordsman Ryoma was even more stunned. He never dreamed that someone could be able to master such amazing swordsmanship. Especially Suo Luo's katana is also very different. The heat generated made him feel as if his body was standing on the surface of the sun. The pressure felt is even more like a big mountain rolled over. Even Yan Mo and Yuuzhan. It is also far inferior to the blade in Suo Luo's hand. Although I don't want to admit it, even in his peak state, it would never be Suo Luo's opponent. Sure enough, this sea is huge. Ryoma couldn't help but think of what he was called Wanakuni's first samurai. Compared with Suo Luo, it is simply not worth mentioning. Call. Just as the swordsman Ryoma thought so, his body burned on the spot because he couldn't bear the high temperature of Ryujin Jaka. The crimson flame instantly spread to Ryoma's body. Burning flames. I lost. Feeling his whole body burned by flames, Ryoma also recognized the swordsmanship gap between him and Suo Luo at this moment. Do not. From the very beginning, Ryoma didn't feel that he could defeat Suo Luo in the field of swordsmanship. The scene in front of me is just a verification of this idea. But, although Longma was defeated by Suo Luo, he did not show any regrets. On the contrary, Ryoma's heart was relieved like never before. He was already dead. A powerful swordsman like Suo Luo, he had no chance to meet. But now, thanks to Emolia's ability, let him accomplish what he couldn't do before. There really is a higher mountain in this world. Marine, even though I don't know your name. However, thanks to you, I have seen a higher level of swordsmanship. The corners of Ryoma's mouth rose, and a smile appeared. He looked at the black knife Kyushui in his hand. Then he threw it hard. Directly follow yourself for many years. It is also the samurai sword of Wanakuni. It was given to Suo Luo. Maybe. The blade of this katana is not as good as Ryujin Jaka, but it is also quite a black knife. In Suo Luo's hands, it will definitely be a step up. The key is, the sword is a murder weapon. Swordsmanship is nothing but a trick to kill. Instead of letting the black sword Kyushui be enshrined in the temple, Ryoma hopes to see that this weapon is driven by people who fit it. As for his final destiny, Ryoma readily accepted. With a contented expression on his face, he stood there, letting the flames burn his body to death. In the end, nothing was left. Patter. Suo Luo took the black knife Kyushui. Hold it in your hand. Next second, he reseals Ryujin Jaka. Heat waves of high temperatures and flames spreading everywhere, all in an instant, flew back to the scabbard on Suo Luo's waist, and Ryujinjaka, who was restored to a sealed state, was also inserted by him. Actually, with the strength of the zombie dragon horse, Suoluo does not need to use Shikai's power at all. With any katana, he can easily win. The reason why he chose to liberate the power of Zanpakuto was just to respond to Ryoma's expectations. As for why this is so, even Suoluo couldn't say anything in his heart. It can only be said to be an inexplicable idea. Use the power of Ryujinjaka to deal with Leah. He didn't deserve to face the anger of this weapon at all. Even Suoluo didn't even look at Leah deliberately after the swordsman Ryoma was eliminated. He stood in place and raised the black knife Kieshui. Black sword Kieshui? For this weapon, anyone who has watched One Piece will not be unfamiliar. Although in the later plot, Suoluo replaced the more expressive Yan Mo with this weapon, but Chu Shui is also ranked 21 with Dekui Deo. Combined with the Eagle Eye Mihawk said, any weapon can be refined into a real black knife. If Chu Shui is well built, it is not difficult to rank among the strongest black knives. Maybe Heideo Kieshui was already among the strongest under Longma's refining, Suoluo muttered to himself. However, since Ryoma chose to give it to me, then I have to accept it. Thinking of this, Suoluo glanced at Zoro subconsciously. In Zoro's eyes, in addition to the shock of Suoluo's powerful swordsmanship, there was also a trace of desire. Unexpectedly, Ryoma was killed in a second. Zoro's eyes widened, and his jaw was about to fall to the ground in surprise. In any case, he had heard of the name of the sword hero Ryoma, and the swordsmanship that Ryoma had just used was indeed extremely powerful. If really fight it up, even if he can win, it will never be as easy as a spike. And for the swordsman, the katana is their second life. Even Suoluo is no exception. According to the development of the original plot, when he saw the zombie dragon horse, he made up his mind and wanted to take the black sword Autumn Water. Now I see Kieshui fall into Suoluo's hands. I was also quite jealous. However, he also knew in his heart, how terrible is Suoluo's swordsmanship. Don't say that you are not his opponent. It's the entire Straw Hat Pirates group working together. There is absolutely no possibility. In front of him, Marine, who seemed to be about his age. The real monster. Too frightening. Nami sat on the ground even more, his brain blank and his scalp numb. She didn't even think that things would develop to this point. This is all over. Luffy, you are about to wake up. Nami let out a final cry in his heart, and focused on Luffy, who had passed out. But Luffy was hurt this time, let alone waking up. Whether he can survive the crisis of life or death is hard to say. Despair. Unprecedented despair came to the magic triangle in an instant. It's not just Nami and others who are desperate. Rao is Leah, Shishibukai, and his heart is somewhat desperate at this time. When he first saw Suoluo, he was excited. Because so many years passed, I finally found the right shadow of Oz. Even at this time, Leah was very determined and convinced. Suoluo, the shadow of this monster is undoubtedly the most suitable for Oz. Once I get his shadow, the fighting power of those zombies that have been defeated can be made up in an instant. Even far more than the. However, Suoluo's power is far beyond Leah's ideas. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the battle with Kaido and Wanakuni. At that time, he still believed in his own power, still trusting companions. As a result, all of this was accompanied by the battle with Kaido, was completely crushed. The strength of that guy is like an invincible monster. It left a serious psychological shadow on Leah. So much so for so many years. He is just entrenched in the magic triangle. Dare to enter the new world. Physical exercise is even more wasteful. Monster. In his eyes, Suoluo's current strength is not inferior to Kaido back then. Even the zombie dragon horse was easily killed in seconds by this marine. Leah rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe it at all. This will be true. You know, in order to steal Ryoma's body, he spent a lot of effort. Almost died in Wanakuni. It is no exaggeration to say that the zombie dragon horse has a place in Leah's heart. And the strength of strength, second only to Oz, said he was a trump card in his hand. Not too much. Who knows, this is such a trump card, the whole card. In minutes, it was wiped out by Suoluo. Not even the ashes are left. At this moment, Leah was completely panicked. If Suoluo tried his best to defeat the zombie dragon horse, he would not have such a big pressure. Because that can show that Suoluo is indeed very strong, but his strength is only comparable to Longma. But the fact is, Suoluo defeated Longma easily, effortlessly. This is enough to show that Suoluo's strength far exceeds Longma. Not only that, Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, Armament Haki. These three kinds of Haki, whichever is the master, have cultivated to the top level, and looking at the Grand Line, they can all be called one of the best. No doubt. But Suo Luo, not only the master has these 3 types of haki, all of them are in top state, especially his conqueror's haki. It almost made Lia's knowledge of haki almost collapsed. So far, apart from Kaido, he has not seen a second person with such an exaggerated conqueror's haki. Monster. This man. In the magic triangle, an incredible figure came. Even Lia couldn't help but start to doubt that although Suo Luo was wearing the uniform of an ordinary marine soldier, his identity would definitely not be lower than that of vice admiral. Perhaps, he is the trump card cultivated secretly by this department. Just like Oz, Ryoma in his own hands. Do not. Lia shook his head. Now is not the time to entangle these things. How to deal with the current endgame? The zombie dragon horse was burnt clean, and before it was completely reduced to ashes, the shadow under his feet flew out. It is estimated that he has returned to Brook by now. Kobake was stunned by Suo Luo's conqueror's haki. I couldn't wake up at all for a while, and with his combat power, even if he wakes up, it won't be of much use. Perona's fruit ability can make enemies negative. Give yourself a chance to cut out the shadow. But Suo Luo, the monster, directly used observation haki to discover Perona's true body. Give her a second. Not to mention the ability to use fruits, Suo Luo fell into a negative state. Whether she is dead or alive now, Lia doesn't know, because he doesn't have such a powerful observation haki at all. Perhaps. Grunt. Lia swallowed, and another thing came to mind. Just after discovering Suo Luo, this powerful marine, he assembled all the combat power on the terrifying 3-way sailing ship. But until now, a Sabram has not appeared. I can't contact myself. Perhaps he has died under Suo Luo's hands. In any case, a Sabram's ability is only to make the body transparent. For someone who owns observation haki, his smell, emotion, enough to expose his position. Think about it carefully. The 3 monsters are all solved by Suo Luo. The zombie dragon horse and his own army of zombies have the same fate. Isolated. For a while, Lia couldn't help feeling a cold back. Lia trembled and saw Suo Luo's eyes focus on him. In an instant, an indescribable sense of oppression rolled over to himself. Even his hands couldn't help feeling a little trembling. The atmosphere has become weird. The true master of the entire terrifying 3-way sailing ship. The instigator of the rumors of the magic triangle. The black hand behind all this. Now, his eyes were full of fear and panic. Everyone present noticed Lia's look. Can't help but stunned. Go on, just kidding, that Lia Moonlight is actually scared? I must have not woken up, I am still dreaming. 2. Incredible, Lia Moonlight, but one of the 7 warlords of the sea. False, it must be false. For a time, the civilians on the ship talked a lot, although they once pinned their hopes on Suo Luo. But that was just because of Suo Luo Marine's identity. How strong is Shishibukai? Strong enough to be recognized by the world government. Known as one of the 3 major forces on the Grand Line. How terrifying is Lia's abilities? Hundreds of ships are missing in the Magic Triangle every year. Result, this is the existence, and now, I am afraid of a marine. These people don't even know how terrifying Suo Luo is. Soon, Robin noticed the voices of these people, and shook his head helplessly, showing a wry smile. It's good to use Conqueror's haki. Use Ryujin Jaka to attack. Suo Luo has obviously controlled his power. When he used Conqueror's haki to wash the floor, he deliberately avoided these people. Otherwise, with the bodies of these civilians, the internal organs would be shattered by the powerful airflow at the moment of contact with haki, and the high temperature of Ryujin Jaka. Rao was a strong man like Longma, who was burnt to death in an instant. If you don't control your own power, these people, I'm afraid it will end in the same way. It is for these reasons that civilians like Suo Luo cannot understand how terrifying Suo Luo is. Of course, there is a relationship. That is, Suo Luo's field has far exceeded them. It can even be said that he is not a dimensional person at all. They simply cannot understand how strong Suo Luo is. Actually, don't talk about them, even me, it's hard to understand how terrifying Suo Luo is. Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but laugh at himself. Yes. Start by getting to know Suo Luo. She couldn't understand the power of Suo Luo. Every time I think this is Suo Luo's limit, it won't take long. He will show even more amazing strength. I am afraid. In the entire scene, there is only Shishibukai, Lia. Only to truly understand the terrible extent of Suo Luo. And stayed on the spot. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. At this moment, Robin felt a little sympathy for Lia. He just provokes the person he shouldn't provoke in this world. The key is, upon arriving in the Magic Triangle, Robin filled up Suo Luo's conspiracy theory. He ostensibly joined Marine. Want to live an ordinary life. but his real purpose is probably for real justice. What's CP9? What's Shishibukai system? In his eyes, neither is true justice. So, he just used the identity of Marine to cover himself. At the same time, destroy all Shishibukai you encounter along the way. It was Crocodile before. Now, it's Leah, Moonlight MO. Robin thought, what happened again? And sure, Moonlight MO Leah is dead this time. The Straw Hat Pirates group stared at Suo Luo's every move. I watched him take a step forward. In his hand, holding a black knife Kieshui, an invisible aura burst out. Scared Mo Leah subconsciously chose to shoot. Mo Leah looked at Suo Luo again. The two sides face each other. In an instant, Mo Leah felt a sense of oppression and swept over the sky. He couldn't help feeling a cold back. An indescribable fear grew in his mind. Almost subconsciously, Mo Leah chose to do it. The shadow under his feet quickly split into a group of bats and flew towards Suo Luo. Suo Luo, who faced this attack, did not evade. Shadow box. With Mo Leah's scream, these bat groups quickly surrounded Suo Luo and then connected together. The bat's body quickly shattered and returned to its most primitive shadow, turned into a black box. Seal Suo Luo completely. Not only that, but below the shadow box, there is another group of bats that unite together to change their shape. Shadow Horn Gun. There was another shout. A cross shadow gun went straight to the shadow box. One couldn't breathe, and it went straight through the whole box. This blow is not only powerful, but also has a huge range of damage. In Mo Leah's view, Suo Luo, who was trapped in the shadow box, could not escape his own attack. Even if it is not killed, you will be seriously injured by yourself. Most definitely. Grunt. Thinking of this, Mo Leah couldn't help swallowing, and his scalp felt numb. He can't imagine if his attack fails. What will be the situation? There were even prayers in his heart. Suo Luo was seriously injured by himself because of carelessness. But, one thing, Mo Leah was very sure. That is, no matter whether you can solve Suo Luo with this trick, he must leave the magic triangle, escape, or re-enter New World and complete revenge. Yes, if he could seriously hurt Suo Luo with this blow, I have the opportunity to seize his shadow, this Marine's shadow and Oz's corpse. For a while, Mo Leah's mood calmed down a bit. The fear and panic towards Suo Luo gradually slowed down. This question, he seemed to have suddenly opened up. As the so-called wealth are seeking in insurance, I don't need to defeat Suo Luo. I only need to take advantage of the momentary gap to take away his shadow. The battle can be over. Such a powerful shadow naturally moved his heart. Fight. After realizing this, Mo Leah suddenly realized it. Instead of entangled how to end. It's better to be here and fight to the death. Mo Leah's two hands suddenly became fists. Split your own shadow into as many bats as possible. Shadow Spear. One can't breathe. A large number of bats soared into the sky, gathered together in the air, and transformed into a black spear. Just the spearhead is more than 3 meters wide. The tip is extremely sharp. In Mo Leah's cognition, the power of this trick. Even marine warships can easily penetrate. Even armament haki can hardly be safe. Mo Leah gritted his teeth and made 4 such spears at the same time. Make them fly out, aiming at the shadow box in different directions at the same time. Next second, Mo Leah's arm fell. The 4 spears flew out instantly. Bang, 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 bang. Along with the loud noises, the shadow spear penetrated the shadow box easily. Works with the previous shadow horn gun. It seems to be a famous instrument of torture in the West. Upon seeing this scene, Robin's face became even paler. In any case, Yueguang Mo Leah is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Powerful. He has been entrenched in the magic triangle for many years. Ingrained. Its fruiting ability is also very strange. Seeing Mo Leah have the upper hand now makes Robin feel a little worried. But, this worry is obviously unnecessary. Before Mo Leah's expression became relaxed, the shadow box pierced into a hedgehog began to swell. The spears and shadow horns twist quickly. Boom! The loud noise broke through the shadow box on the spot. Not only that, but a horrible air current is generated, sweeping out in all directions. The earth shattered on the spot. A huge pit is formed. Rao's Mo Leah's body is nearly 7 meters tall, and in the face of such a terrifying air current, he has to use his arms to block his vision. Steps back involuntarily. An army of zombies falling to the ground. And the Straw Hat crew, who passed out, was directly lifted up by the air current and flew out like a kite. At the critical moment, Robin still used Flower Fruit's ability to stretch out countless arms on the ground before he firmly grasped the ground. Stay on the spot. This Marine. Mo Leah clenched his teeth and became even more nervous. The attack just now was almost his ultimate move. so far, let alone the pirates who survived this trick. The pirate who forced himself to resort to this combination attack had never appeared. But it has no effect on Suoluo. It took a full half a minute or so before this airflow gradually subsided. Emolia was able to open his eyes again. Look at Suoluo. I saw that his body was not only unscathed, it is spotless. Such an exaggerated picture. Emolia couldn't help blinking. I wonder if I have any hallucinations. He didn't even dream of it. Own attack. It turned out to be invalid. Monster. Emolia couldn't help sighing in his heart, but saw Suoluo holding the black knife Kiashui with one hand, walking towards him. Suoluo takes every step. The oppression he brought to Emolia was even stronger. Emolia's heart became more frightened. For a time, they can only keep attacking, want to force Suoluo back. But actually, in Suoluo's heart, he really didn't want to kill Emolia. On the one hand, there were few Shishibukai in the first half of the Grand Line. Crocodile is dead. Now if I die another Emolia, maybe it will cause panic in the world government. I wonder if someone is targeting Shishibukai. On the other hand, although Emolia is not a good person, more pirates have died in his hands for so many years. If he can promise himself, he will not snatch the shadow of civilians in the future. And now let those civilian shadows back to the master. Own, what can be treated as nothing happened? Emolia. Thinking of this, Suoluo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. But who knows, it's just the matter of calling out his name. It became the last straw that crushed Emolia's heart, especially Suoluo's understatement. Emolia couldn't help it. He wanted to destroy himself here. Even, many of Emolia's previous thoughts are all at this moment, under this sense of oppression. Nothing exists. Now he has only one thought left. That is, to be here, defeat Suoluo with all your strength. Perhaps only in this way can I have a way out. I need strength. Emolia rolled his throat and began to frantically devour all the shadows on the terrifying three-way sailing ship. Emolia felt tremendous pressure from Suoluo. It's just like when I was facing Kaido in Wanakuni. This pressure not only caused indescribable fear in his heart, it even thought of his own death. In other words, in Emolia's own perspective, he was caught by Suoluo, a powerful monster. Forced into desperation. In a hurry, Emolia couldn't take care of that much. Press both hands to the ground. Give full play to your fruiting ability. At this time, he has only one idea. That is crazy absorbing those shadows. Actually, the shadow cut by Emolia's power can not only be caught, it can also be absorbed by anyone. Not only can it enhance the strength of the individual, but it can also inherit part of the memory and abilities of the shadow. In the original plot line, after Luffy swallowed hundreds of shadows, he evolved into a Nightmare Luffy. And because of this, the master learned swordsmanship. However, Luffy's body was not strong enough at the time. It only lasted for a few minutes, and the effect ended. Call. Emolia opened his mouth wide and uncontrollably absorbed the shadow flying towards him. These shadows are what he has accumulated over the years. It is also the power he relies on. This guy. Suoluo didn't expect this sudden scene. He was going to talk to Emolia. Conditions are reached. Unexpectedly, Emolia actually chose to break the boat. Fight with yourself. My shadow, does that make him crazy? Suoluo frowned. Immediately afterwards, he remembered. Although Emolia can absorb thousands of shadows to turn himself into a behemoth, strength doubled. Just a slap can shake the whole terrifying three-way sailing ship. But because he relied too much on this power, as a result, his body has weakened a lot. 1,000 shadows. With Emolia's current strength, he couldn't bear this huge power at all. Forcibly swallowing it will only make him lose his mind and fall into a state of rampage. With your current strength, you can't bear 1,000 shadows at all. Suoluo has a low voice. Issue a warning to Emolia. I hope he can recognize reality. Don't do such a crazy move. After all, he was not the big thief who dared to fight Kaido in Wanakuni. Now he is simply a weak, poor, and helpless representative. Even if Emolia often emphasizes that he needs zombies, not partners. Because zombies are not only powerful, but they will never betray themselves. But actually, it is enough to see the relationship between Emolia and the three monsters. Emolia is just duplicity. Even if he is now, he still cares about his companions. I'm just afraid that my power is not strong enough to protect my companions. Only then completely went to the extreme. Even New World dare not set foot again. But when Emolia heard these words, they weren't a kind warning at all. On the contrary, Emolia only felt that this was Suoluo's mockery of him. Teach yourself what you should not do with a superior attitude. What did you say? Emolia looked down at Suoluo. The frustration in my heart is particularly strong. In fact, he knew it in his heart. the absorption of 500 shadows is a relatively stable state. After all, in recent years, I really haven't practiced my body much, has been creating an army of zombies. So much so that physique, swordsmanship, even haki is a lot of waste. Now fighting with Suoluo, without using armament haki, it's not that he won't, but I haven't used it for too long, I'm not very proficient anymore. However, Suoluo's words made Emolia sound particularly harsh. It even hurt the self-esteem in his heart. You said I can't absorb it. Emolia's eyes widened, and the expression in his eyes changed from fear to something more complicated. At this moment, can I defeat Suoluo? Has become unimportant. He couldn't understand, and he didn't want to accept it. This questioning. In fact, in the original plot, the reason why Emolia chose to absorb thousands of shadows was not because of his confidence in his own strength. More emotions are seeing Luffy easily absorb 100 shadows and still stay awake, and defeated his own Oz. It was that scene that caused Emolia to lose his mind in a state of extreme unwillingness. As it is now, Emolia's eyes began to be dissatisfied with bloodshot eyes. More and more shadows floated from all directions, into his body. Next second, these shadows all transformed into Emolia's power. Let his body become more and more swollen. Less than half a minute, Emolia's body has changed from a 7-meter-high giant to a giant like a hill. But, just as Suoluo guessed, thousands of shadows entered Emolia's body. He gradually couldn't grasp the control of this force. In any case, these shadows are not simply a means of increasing power. Each shadow, maybe not many, but all possess a part of life as well. Some of the moves in front of the master. Thousands of shadows. It is thousands of memory fragments. There are also thousands of thoughts. The mental power is extremely demanding. The mental power depends on the willpower of the body. But even Emolia himself didn't believe in his own power. What willpower does he have? For a moment, Emolia's eyes became absent. The state collapsed completely and went away. Ah! Emolia roared, making his scalp numb. Weird, monster. Go, thousands of shadows. Is this the strength of Shishibukai? The three major forces on the Grand Line. Oh no. Those who lost their shadows immediately talked about it. The look that was originally overjoyed disappeared without a trace at this moment. Their footsteps backed back again and again, as far away as possible from Emolia, for fear of being implicated in his attack. There is such a way to increase strength. Rao is Robin, who has been paying attention to the battle, but he is also dumbfounded. She never dreamed that Emolia could absorb shadows. Come to make yourself stronger. To some extent, Emolia's strength is even more terrifying than Crocodile. Only, Emolia, it seems that I can't control this power. Robin frowned. For some reason, she only felt Emolia as if she had lost her mind. It looks more like a monster. Next second, Emolia clenched his fist even more, aimed at the ground, bombarded unreservedly. Although the speed is not very fast, it is powerful. Rumble. With a loud noise, the shock waves spread out like ripples. The entire terrifying three-way sailing ship shakes the mountain even more. All the people present took a breath. The shock that occurred when Suoluo liberated Ryujinjaka caused quite a shock to the entire magic triangle. The earth is torn apart. The sea surges, forming huge waves. It seems to be able to swallow the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship at any time. Even the swordsmanship used by Suoluo once cut the pirate ship, which was claimed to be the largest in size, into two halves. It is no exaggeration to say that today's terrifying three-way sailing ship can be said to be crumbling. Rao is Suoluo, and he deliberately restrained his own power when fighting against swordsman Ryoma, so as not to have any impact on this place again. Thus an irreversible disaster occurred. No matter how you say. Here, there are a large number of civilians who were taken away by Emolia. With their physical strength, if they fall into the sea, it won't take long to drown. Moonlight Emolia knew this too. But now, because he had absorbed thousands of shadows at once, his mental power was unable to control this power. Completely fell into a runaway state. The hideous features looked like a demon returning from hell. Emolia clenched his fist again and slammed it down against the ground. Boom! There was another loud noise, like thunder. Let the whole earth tremble and shake. The surface cracked, spreading shocking cracks. It seems that the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship will sink into the sea at any time. It's really troublesome. Suoluo frowned upon seeing this. The situation in front of him is definitely not what he wants to see. Robin, take everyone on board first. Suoluo suddenly yelled to Robin. I hope she can shoulder some responsibilities at this moment. Although the sailboat purchased from the City of Seven Waters is not that big, it is enough to accommodate the civilians present. At most it is a little crowded. And Straw Hat Crew. At the end, Suoluo made a special reminder. In any case, this time he came for Luffy. His ideal is not to dominate this world. He has always been a contented person. There is no desire for victory or defeat. I hate the endless trouble. Although there is also a way of hiding behind the strong, throwing the problem to the strong here. But in Suo Luo's view, stay away from disputes is the best strategy. Throughout the story of One Piece, once Straw Hat Crew arrives at Sabayati Archipelago, East Blue has become the safest place in the world. As long as you can get back there, you can take care of your old age slowly until you retire. But, just when I thought of this, Suo Luo's attention was once again attracted by Mo Lia. Due to the inability of the master's own power, Mo Lia completely lost his mind. So now he doesn't remember Suo Luo at all, only knows about vandalism. Logically speaking, Suo Luo only needs to stay away from Mo Lia. You can let him destroy the 3 horror sailing ships, finally sink into the sea. In addition, the weakness of all demon fruit power is sea water. Enough to get rid of this guy. But who knows, after he got out of Mo Lia's attack range, the behemoth turned around, raised his palm, spread his fingers, and patted the civilians here. A huge shadow shrouded. Let every civilian feel fear. Even after feeling the powerful aura of Mo Lia, many civilians even fell to the ground with a plop. Not to mention fleeing the 3 horror sailing ships. Faced with such a terrifying atmosphere, none of these people's brains can think normally, let alone calm down and find a reasonable way out. After all, their identities are ordinary civilians after all, not a well-trained marine. Original. These people still know a little bit about Mo Lia's abilities, knowing that he needs to use shadows to control the zombie army, and the shadow must ensure that the original owner is alive, so that it will not disappear. So it is normal for Mo Lia not to kill them. But now, in order to deal with Suo Luo, Mo Lia absorbed so much shadow that he lost his mind. Now he can control those. It is precisely because of this that terrifying murderous intent is here. Oops. Seeing this situation emerge, Robin screamed even more. Immediately afterwards, he crossed his hands on his chest. Those who exercise fruit ability. 100 blossoms dazzling big net. Robin screamed, and countless hands stretched out from the ground, gathered together to form a wall like a spider web. Want to resist Mo Lia's attack. Come to buy time and opportunity for civilians to escape. However, with Robin's current strength, he couldn't resist Mo Lia's attack at all. The slap was slapped down, as if a mountain rolled down. The most important thing is that Robin's ability has a nerve connection with her body. The power of the slap not only made Robin unbearable, the body has suffered tremendous damage. Pouch. In an instant, Robin spurted blood from his mouth, spilling into the sky. Staggered and swayed, he almost fell to the ground. Ra was the sentence run away, but couldn't say it in time, and the defensive net called Beiwa Dazzling collapsed in an instant. On the contrary, Mo Lia's destructive power remained undiminished, and he slapped down on the civilians below. There are dozens of civilians shrouded in shadows. Everyone's face is extremely pale. Is this the power of Shishibukai? Zoro raised his head, watching Mo Lia's destructive power. The eagle-eyed Mihawk who met in East Blue couldn't help but came to mind. At that time, I was as weak as Robin when facing Hawkeye. As Mo Lia's palm fell, the air was lifted, forming a terrifying air current, sweeping out in all directions. Rumble. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Ru-e-gu-aner. Wow. Immediately afterwards, there was Mo Lia's roar. Like an ancient beast. Makes scalp numb. But just at this critical moment, Suo Luo, who had been standing outside the range of Mo Lia's attack, suddenly launched an action. He appeared under Mo Lia's palm with extremely swift speed. Let everyone be unexpected. Although Suo Luo didn't want to fight against Mo Lia who lost his mind. Although Suo Luo hopes that he can destroy the 3 horror sailing ships with his own hands in a runaway state. Sink into the sea together. But the thought of dozens of civilians would die tragically because of his idling. Suo Luo couldn't pass that level. Anyway, what he said to Princess Vivi. None of them are pretty words. But sincerely think. The justice of the people. It is the real justice. Thinking of this, Suo Luo had to hold the black knife Kiashui with one hand. It hit the fallen palm with a knife. The air slash swept the air and turned into silver sword energy, soaring into the sky. In mid-air, it collided strongly with Mo Lia's power. Rumble. Call out. Suo Luo drew out the black knife Kiashui, aimed at the palm of the fallen hand and slashed it out with a sword. But Mo Lia's palm was not a mere physical blow. In addition to extremely powerful destructive power, this blow was the combined force of thousands of shadows, contains the moves of countless people. In an instant, it was intertwined with Suo Luo's sword energy, strongly collide together. Thus burst out incomparable fear, and shock waves, spread out in all directions. shocked the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship. Sanji, who was in a coma, suddenly woke up at this moment. But I felt the ground shake. A bad hunch came up spontaneously, frightened him to look around quickly. Hello, is there an earthquake? Sanji couldn't help but complain. The mind is full of crisis consciousness. But shortly afterwards, he saw Emolia, a giant who was tens of meters long, transformed into a giant, as well as use swordsmanship to fight against Suoluo attacked by Emolia. Sanji's brain instantly awoke. In the magic triangle, encounter marine, the shadow was snatched by Shishibukai. Many bad memories all flooded in at a time. It made Sanji's face pale suddenly. Immediately afterwards, there was physical pain. Make Sanji clenched his teeth instantly. Then there are anxiety and exhaustion. Make him sit on the ground with a plop. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sanji couldn't help feeling an unprecedented despair. Suoluo this marine, with Emolia this Shishibukai. What power does it possess? For the first time, Sanji realized his weakness. He has always believed that he is one of the best in this sea. Enough to protect the beautiful Miss Nami from any harm. Help her fulfill her dream. Draw a map of the entire world. Even if it was Zoro who was displeased by him. With unremitting efforts and strong swordsmanship, one day, you can seek the position of the strongest swordsman, not to mention Luffy. He is destined to become the man of One Piece. Sanji has always believed in these things. Until now, he only fully understood. This sea is far bigger than I thought. Those pirates who are swallowed by the sea every year. It's not a rumor. It's the bloody truth. With their current strength, they can't enter the second half of the Grand Line at all. Despair. Why? Thinking of this, Sanji couldn't help clenching his fist and hit the ground with a punch. The eye sockets became flushed and moist. I would be so weak. Even Miss Nami and Luffy can't protect them. Soon, Zoro on the side also noticed Sanji's reaction. Sanji. He muttered Sanji's name silently in his heart. And this time, Zoro didn't ridicule Sanji anymore. He can fully understand Sanji's mood. It can even be said that this is also his current mood. Extremely. Hate my weakness. At the critical moment, it can't be Luffy's power at all. I am so silly. Zoro couldn't help but grinned. Emolia and Suoluo can only watch the battle. Rumble. The air of terror spread again, assaulting the three horror sailing ships. In any case, here is just a sailboat floating on the sea, rather than a deep island. It is not a deep-rooted continent. This shock may be the last straw to crush the camel, or it may be the key blow in all shocks. In short, because of the impact of this force, as a result, the three horror sailing ships could not bear it, began to fall apart. The earth cracked and the seawater turned into huge waves, which emerged and slapped towards the ground. It seems that I want this terrifying sailboat entrenched in the magic triangle to be completely swallowed. Bang! There was another loud noise. Ra was Emolia, who integrated 1,000 shadow powers, and failed to beat Suoluo's swordsmanship. His palm was severely injured, leaving a shocking blood stain. The blood spewed out, like a rain of blood, falling on the entire sailboat. Emolia's huge body was tossed out, back and forth again and again, finally lost his balance and collapsed. Part of the shadow flew out of Emolia's mouth, back at the feet of the original owner. For a time, those who regained their shadow at the scene showed excitement and joy, but they couldn't laugh anymore soon. As the terrifying three-handed sailing ship was hit, the disintegration began. This huge sailing ship quickly disintegrated. The entire hull is sinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Here, it's over. Fear swept here again. Countless civilians do not know what to do. It's getting worse. Suoluo couldn't help but complain about the status quo. That's why he really hates trouble. As long as you start ahead, it is easy to go on endlessly. His own strength is far stronger than Emolia. It is not even the time to show his cards. That's why I said that it is very easy to win a battle. The really tricky part is always the chain reaction after winning the next battle. Like now, Suoluo looked around. His observation haki is enough to cover the entire terrifying three-way sailing ship. No one knows how bad the situation here is. Up to 5 minutes. This place will be completely swallowed by sea water. There is nothing left. This is still the premise that Emolia can restore his sanity and not further damage this place. If Emolia continues to shoot, I'm afraid it will be silent faster here. Robin. In desperation, Suoluo had to leave Emolia aside temporarily. He turned to look at Robin and asked about her physical condition. I can still. Robin gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground with his body supported. She knew very well what Suoluo meant, and what you need to do. Everyone, come with me. Robin took a deep breath and yelled at the other civilians. It's not loud, but it's very powerful. but even so, these civilians still froze in place, as if not hearing it. On the one hand, they have never experienced such a disaster, don't know how to deal with it. On the other hand, most people's shadows are still in Emolia's body. Leave here? Where can they go? Once exposed to sunlight, your body will be reduced to ashes. On the east side, there is a sailboat, enough to carry all of you. Run over there. At the critical moment, it was Suoluo, using the power of observation haki to infuse this sound into everyone's brain. Shocked their bodies. Yes, it's the voice of Master Marine. There is a ship in the east, but what about our shadow? For a time, although the civilians felt relieved, they also talked a lot. Until Suoluo growled again. Your shadow, I'll take it back. It was Suoluo who did not expect the situation to suddenly take a turn for the worse. He thought that as long as he showed enough strength, he could make Emolia compromise. In any case, although he is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he belongs to the 3 major forces on the Grand Line. But his mentality, Emolia is not strong enough. Since he dared not set foot in New World again, he chose to hide in this magic triangle. Bullying newcomer pirates can be seen. But who knows, under the tremendous pressure, Emolia would actually choose a fighting method that makes him lose his mind. Plus Suoluo's battle with Straw Hat crew. Long ago this terrifying 3-slice sailboat was on the verge of collapse. Emolia's tyrannical destructive power has become the last straw that crushes the camel, makes the entire terrifying 3-way sailing ship completely broken, sink toward the bottom of the sea. Come on, leave it to me here. Suoluo saw this and turned to Robin to emphasize. I see. Both sides met. Robin nodded firmly. Everyone, come with me. Then Robin turned and looked at the civilians who had gathered here and lost their shadows. At this time, instead of waiting here to die, do what Suoluo said. It is undoubtedly the wisest decision. At the same time, Robin was also very clear in his heart. Suoluo cares about Straw Hat crew, so once again display his fruiting ability. On Luffy and the others who passed out, they opened countless arms and dragged them. Sanji, Zoro, who was badly wounded all over, wanted to fight Robin. However, with his current physical condition, he couldn't fight back at all. Except for watching Robin use weird abilities to take away their partners and himself. Nothing can be done. There is no doubt that the situation at this time is the Straw Hat Pirates, the biggest crisis. On the other side, Suoluo stood in place, facing the huge Emolia alone. Despite the attack just now, Emolia spit out a lot of shadows. There are obviously more shadows left in his body. Even with some losses, Emolia did not regain his senses. He supported the ground with both hands and stood up again. Put your hands together like a hammer. Smashed down at Suoluo. Now he doesn't care about the safety of the 3-terror sailboat. There was only one thought in his mind. That is to pour out one's own power. Destroy everything in front of you. Clean and clean. Leave nothing. Suoluo saw this and put the black knife Kiashui into the scabbard on the spot. Eyebrows are locked tightly. His eyes became sharp and serious in an instant. It's time to end this farce. Suoluo made a low voice, and at the same time released Conqueror's haki again, bursting towards Emolia. In an instant, Emolia's fists fell. It happened to confront Suoluo's haki again. Boom! Accompanied by thunderous loud noises, the two forces collided strongly. A horrible air current swept to the surroundings. This time, it was Emolia who had lost his mind, and his eyes had changed significantly. That's exactly the most primitive emotions of human beings. Fear. From Suoluo this marine, he not only saw unmatched power, I even saw the shadow of Kaido appeared behind Suoluo. The two are completely overlapped, but completely different. But there is one thing that Emolia is quite clear. That is, this extremely powerful force, enough to kill the current self. The crimson word death appeared in Emolia's mind, and with this shock acting on himself, the hideous facial features suddenly bulged. It made Emolia seem to realize something. He closed his mouth subconsciously, want to stop the shadow from rushing out of the body. But by doing so, it just made his face even more iron. It only lasted less than half a minute. Emolia has reached the limit he can bear. His closed huge mouth spouted out on the spot. Countless shadows fled his body and flew out in all directions. I want to find my master and go back to my feet. And Emolia's size also began to shrink. The lost sanity also began to slowly recover. The shadow in his body suddenly diminished. From the first thousands, it became only 900, 800. Now, the fear in his eyes is getting stronger, and the shadow in his body is less than the first half. Boom! There was another loud noise. Emolia's body lost his balance and his back fell straight. Eventually fell on top of the terrifying 3-slice sailboat. The smoke and dust rises like a translucent mushroom cloud, floating out. With his current strength, he can't fight Suoluo's haki at all. As for those civilians who have little combat effectiveness, they are under the leadership of Robin. Go to Suoluo's sailing boat. Only, this shock also turned into a violent wind, blowing the sails, sending them away from this magic triangle. It's time to leave here. Suoluo looked at the scene before him. The land under his feet is the largest piece of the terrifying three-way sail after the split. As for the other parts, they all fell apart and were swallowed by the sea. The Conqueror's haki that I just released has intensified the sinking speed of this subject. Speaking of, Suoluo suddenly recalled the top war. When Emolia saw Luffy in the straw hat again, it was natural that the enemies met and he was extremely jealous. Can't wait to get rid of Luffy. As a result, he was blocked by Jinbei, and his physical skills can lift the sea even more. As a result of the zombies being drenched by the sea, the shadows will leave quickly. In other words, as long as the current Emolia sinks into the sea, the last part of the shadow in his body will return to the feet of the original owner. At the same time, because Emolia is demon fruit power, once sinking into the sea, his fate can be imagined. It's not my turn to do it myself, Suoluo muttered to himself, turned and left here. Asabram, the only one who can save Emolia, has also been solved by himself. Straw Hat Crew did not experience the crocodile and CP9 incidents by mistake because of his own relationship, thus did not attract the attention of the world government. The same Shishibukai, and the violent Kun bear that should have appeared here, naturally will not come. After thinking about it, Suoluo felt that Emolia was bound to die this time. But, just in case, when Suoluo stepped forward, he clenched the black knife Kiashui with one hand and slashed backwards. Call out! A silver sword aura quickly went out vertically and horizontally, and went straight to Emolia. The speed is so fast that Leah has no time to dodge. The body that had just sat up was slashed again. Pouch! The blood sheds the sky, like a blood-colored butterfly dancing. Emolia's eyes were not only full of fear, but also puzzled. Why, a marine who seems to be only in his 20s, will have such a terrifying strength? This is simply a monster. The sword energy was vertical and horizontal, and it went straight to Emolia's body. He was able to see Suoluo's sword aura attacking, but he couldn't dodge at all. Pouch! For a while, blood was splashed for several feet, causing even more violent damage to Emolia's body. This blow not only ruined Emolia's idea of building the strongest zombie, it directly ruined his future of revenge against Kaido. And more importantly, with this blow, Emolia's skin, muscles, and layers were peeled away. Bone can be seen deep in the wound, and the organs have also been severely impacted. Emolia's breathing became rapid and difficult, and his heartbeat began to bang faster. The picture within the line of sight is even more blurred. His body became weaker and weaker, which made him want to sleep well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the last shadow in Emolia's body all flew out. Emolia's huge body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it is restored to its original appearance. And the ground under his feet also fell apart and cracked at this moment. A shocking crack was formed. Sea water poured in from it. It looked like a devil's tongue, and it caught Emolia's abdomen. You guy! In a hurry, Emolia looked at Suoluo with hatred. Can't wait to frustrate him at this moment. He never dreamed that he, 7 warlords of the sea, would one day be defeated by Marine. Obviously it's just a bit short. Obviously, even Oz's body was found by himself. Damn it! Emolia clenched his fists with both hands, clenching his teeth, summoning the shadow bat with all his last strength, wanting to drag his body escape from this dangerous situation. However, his current body is extremely weak. Even one's own fruiting ability can't be used. 2 or 3 can't breathe. Shadow bat hasn't waited to pull him up. His body fell into the sea. Thump! In the end, seeing Emolia sink directly into the sea, the surface of the sea was dyed red with blood. Suoluo put away the black knife Kiashui. Such a serious injury. If you don't get timely treatment, there is no doubt that he will die. And this magic triangle, if there is no guide from Emolia's release, it's basically a hard-to-find area. And Emolia is not a murloc. It is impossible to remain immortal after falling to the bottom of the sea. It's time to go to Marineford. Suoluo took a deep breath and turned to look in the direction where his sailboat was docked. Solved the trouble of Emolia. The rest is to go to naval headquarters. As for Sabayati Archipelago, there should be no more troubles. After all, everyone knows, this is the island closest to the Holy Land Marijois. It is a place frequented by celestial dragons. Even the supernovas with the most evil era do not want to cause trouble there. Only Luffy, who was dumbfounded, would be like this. And now Luffy is in his own hands. Just watch him. The problem is not big. Actually, Suoluo is marine anyway. he can actually go directly to Marineford without stopping at Sabayati Archipelago. However, considering that the civilians on the ship could not be placed, Suoluo made a temporary decision: take them to Sabayati Archipelago. Will these civilians, placed there, when the time comes, just give them some more money and let them return to their hometown? Suoluo stepped forward, and at the same time thought about the follow-up processing in his heart. Just think about these things. He felt a headache. That's why I said that it is not difficult at all to win the next battle. On the contrary, winning the battle is the beginning of constant trouble. Suoluo couldn't help but complain, at the same time secretly swear in my heart. Later, he said that he would not participate in these messy things. When Marineford arrived, he handed the Straw Hat crew to Garp. Use Garp's network of connections. Let yourself return to East Blue. After that, he stayed in East Blue until he retired. Step into old age in advance. As for whether Luffy and others will tell their own strength, Suoluo isn't really worried. His hidden strength system needs to hide true strength. But whether it was defeating Straw Hat crew or killing Emolia, all are just a part of his many strengths. Especially after talking to Robin, Suoluo also felt that his previous ideas were too naive. Sometimes it's not entirely bad to expose your strength a little and attract the attention of others. For joining factions and get what you really want, how much will play a decisive role. Moreover, there is no crocodile, no CP9, and no blessings from these key events of Leah. In the eyes of the world government, Luffy is still a rookie pirate with a reward of 30 million, and the pirates of this kind of bounty are countless in the world. No one thinks Luffy is a strong one. Naturally, I don't think how strong I am. As for those civilians, Suoluo took a deep breath. In his opinion, the name Uegwanmolia was a nightmare that they lingered in their hearts. How could I take the initiative to mention it to others? I can't hide it. After thinking about it a little bit, Suoluo felt confident that he would take the shot this time. There should be no problems. However, just when Suoluo thought of this, an extremely weak voice suddenly sounded behind Suoluo. It's a girl's voice. He turned back subconsciously, seeing that Perona was dragging her weak body, step by step. She is one of the only 3 weirdos left. Asabram was first killed by Suoluo. Hogback also crashed into the sea after the terrifying 3-way sailing ship disintegrated. Considering his physical strength, basically he can't live. As for Perona's followers, he was stunned by Suoluo's conqueror's haki. She can be said to be isolated and helpless now. People can't help but feel a little sympathetic. Certainly, this is just someone else. Suoluo looked at Perona with a plain face. Although I didn't say much, Suoluo expressed his attitude. If Perona wants to avenge Emolia, I don't mind killing her here. On the one hand, everyone else got on the boat with Robin. There are no witnesses here. You can do whatever you want. On the other hand, Perona is also a capable person. Can't swim in the sea. Moreover, touching the sea water will affect her ability to use the fruit. Most of it can't make the soul out of the body. Coupled with serious injuries, here is one step in advance to send Perona relief. It is also a kind deed. The key is, although Suoluo thought about recruiting pirates to be his subordinates, but Zoro's answer made him give up this idea. Makes sense. How could ordinary pirates be willing to join Marine? Take me out of here. In the next second, Perona begged. Suoluo, take me out of here. Perona covered the wound on her chest with one hand to avoid excessive blood loss. The tone was almost pleading. When it comes to feelings for Leah, Perona is no less than other weirdos. After hearing the news that Emolia was still alive 2 years later, she resolutely set off to find Emolia's whereabouts. What's more, Suoluo still uses haki to injure his marine. If possible, Perona would never bow to this man. However, the situation at this time did not allow her to have any way to leave here. Moonlight Emolia sank into the sea. The ending is doomed. Rao has the heart, but can't do anything about it. Hawkaback and Asabram also all died tragically. After losing their shadows, the remaining army of zombies all turned into icy corpses. Even the subordinates who are loyal to themselves are the same. If you continue to stay here, sooner or later the ruthless sea will engulf itself. At that time, I am afraid that I will not be sure to die. In other words, now Perona will support her body and come to Suoluo. It is a helpless act. Even her support also reached its limit after saying this sentence. The blurred vision eventually became pitch black. The body lost the balance of the center of gravity and fell straight forward. There was a plop. Perona fell to the ground. The blood spread from her body and form a pool of blood. Suoluo saw this scene in his eyes. Then he looked around. The 3 Terror sailboat is sinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Up to 10 minutes. There will be nothing left here. If Perona is left here, her fate can be imagined. After a pause, Suoluo decided to take Perona first. On the one hand, her fruiting ability is rather peculiar. It can make people negative. Proper use can avoid many unnecessary troubles and battles. On the other hand, even if Perona was unwilling to compromise, you can kill her yourself in order to get her fruit. Big deal, find another suitable person. Just let it eat the fruit and become a new ghost man. Thinking of this, Suoluo grabbed Perona's wrist with a slight force, then lifted her up, carried her on his shoulders, and turned and stepped in the direction of the sailing boat. Although Sanji and Zoro were seriously injured at this time, they still did not give up hope. As soon as they arrived on the deck of the sailboat, they broke free of Robin's restraints. Set up a good fighting posture. This may be our last chance. Zoro made a low voice. Defeat Robin here, grab control of the sailboat, and stay away from the magic triangle. Maybe you can escape. However, face Robin, who is a woman and a beauty level. Although Sanji knew in his heart, this might be their last chance. But the chivalry he believed in still didn't allow him to shoot Robin. One sword flow. At this time, Suoluo, who was just about to launch an attack, forced his body to overload due to a forced shot. The wound cracked. The intense pain made him almost faint. Kneeling on one knee instantly, vomiting the surrounding air. He felt his consciousness become more and more blurred. I'm afraid it won't last long. Sanji has a face of iron blue. With your current physical condition, it's not my opponent at all. Robin shook his head when he saw this, and advised Zoro to dispel the idea that he shouldn't have. Now Straw Hat Crew is all injured. There is no need for Suoluo to act. You can get rid of them by yourself. On the other hand, Suoluo is not splitting up with them. He will board the ship at any time. Even in its heyday, Zoro and others could not harm Suoluo. In this situation, what can they do? Robin's voice just fell short. A black shadow appeared on the deck of the sailboat. Suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone raised their heads and looked directly at the sky, and saw Suoluo descending from the sky carrying Perona, who was unconscious. Boom! With a muffled noise, Suoluo landed smoothly. Instead, the sailboat was shocked and shook suddenly. The weak civilians were even more unbearable and fell to the ground on the spot. Certainly, today they all have excited, and shocked expressions on their faces. Their shadows finally returned to their feet. Them can finally leave this magic triangle. No need to fear the sun anymore. You can go back to your family. Just thinking about such a future, their hearts are filled with joy and expectation. And everyone knows it very well. The reason why I can be saved is all thanks to the gift of Suoluo, Master Marine. Among the crowd, Suoluo was the first to ask, hoping that he could help regain the shadow of the thin old man, and walked to Suoluo with moist eyes. Follow him. The entire deck suddenly became quiet. Everyone is watching Suoluo and the old man. Ra were the two people Zoro and Sanji wanted to resist, and they were also silent at this time. They had planned to take advantage of Suoluo before returning. Grab control of this sailing ship and stay away from here. As a result, they did not expect that Suoluo's actions would be faster than they thought. Now, it's really desperate. It's over. Sanji slumped to the ground with a plop. Even he, who is called the resourceful general, can't think of a single solution at this time. Master Marine, please tell me your name. My family and I will definitely remember you, the thin old man said in a low voice. Although the sound is not loud, it is very powerful. And this is not just the old man's thoughts. It is also the hope of everyone present. They want to know Suoluo's name and remember it firmly. If there is no Suoluo, they can't escape Lea's claws. In any case, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Grand Line can be called the existence of the 3 major forces together with Marine Admiral and New World 4 Emperors. If it's not Suoluo, they might hide in the shadows of the magic triangle for the rest of their lives. About this question, Suoluo looked at everyone's expectations. Although it is not a big deal to tell them the name, what if it leaves a foreshadowing? After thinking a little bit, Suoluo took a deep breath. I have something extremely important to tell you. You should also know that Lea's identity is 7 warlords of the sea, right? In any case, he is a pirate recognized by the world government. It's not that easy to get killed. Suoluo thought for a while, and decided not to tell these people first that Leah had been resolved. So, Suoluo paused for a moment. I hope that you'd better bury it in your heart regarding what happened in the magic triangle. Once it is spread out, I am afraid it will be detrimental to you. In Suoluo's view, the experience of the magic triangle is definitely a nightmare in the hearts of this group of people. Most of them will not mention this experience to others. But just in case, Suoluo feels that it is better not to tell them that Leah can solve the problem by himself. Invisible, it can be considered a threat. Let them never dare to talk about the magic triangle again. Everything is as Suoluo expected. When he emphasized this matter, The joy of these people suddenly disappeared a lot. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Just the name Emolia sinks deep into their hearts. Lingering. Now I know that Emolia may make a comeback. They can't wait to leave the sea area now. Even in the future, they do not plan to enter the sea again. Do something small business with peace of mind. As for the name, Suo Luo said one at random. Let this matter go unnoticed. The next thing must be simple. Suo Luo threw Perona directly onto the deck. Let Robin simply help her stop the bleeding. Although Perona is a pirate, it is useful to herself. As for Straw Hat Crew, they will be locked together temporarily. Even Sanji and Zoro's willpower quickly reached its limit. Due to his injuries, he passed out on the spot. The civilians began to rest. I got the coveted food from the sailing boat. I once again expressed my gratitude to Suo Luo. But, Suo Luo also emphasized to them, it is impossible for him to take them to naval headquarters. This trip will send them to Sabayati Archipelago and leave them enough money. Support them to return to their hometown. Regarding Suo Luo's arrangement, these civilians were naturally moved inwardly. Think of Suo Luo as his benefactor. At the same time, the Magic Triangle event can be regarded as an end. It's just that Robin's heart is more determined about his previous thoughts. This guy Suo Luo, really? Robin didn't say anything on the surface, but he started to make up his mind. After Suo Luo opened the flow bottle, he was not too shocked by the sudden red light, although he showed a little surprise. But his acting skills are not perfect. From Robin's point of view, she felt that Suo Luo seemed to have some understanding of Liu Zun. After that, he successfully entered the Magic Triangle, arrived in the territory of Moonlight Emolia. Although Suo Luo always said that he is easy to be content with, not interested in fighting against pirates, but what he did was completely the opposite. Defeat Crocodile in Alabasta, and now kill Emolia in this Magic Triangle. Robin muttered to himself. Although she didn't witness Emolia's tragic death with her own eyes, she knew it very clearly in her heart. The common weakness of those with fruit ability is sea water. And the 3 horror sailboats sank into the sea again. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Suo Luo solves all the zombies on the island. She really couldn't think of the possibility that Emolia could escape this time. At the same time, it also means Suo Luo has solved 2 7 warlords of the sea. Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help taking a breath. To say that Suo Luo didn't have a big chess game in his heart, Robin didn't believe it. And before, Suo Luo deliberately emphasized to others that Emolia may not be dead. After letting them go, be careful. What does it mean? This does not mean that Suo Luo wants to seal it. Advertisement avoid these people from spreading the story of Emolia, coupled with the mysterious and unpredictable Magic Triangle. Even Marine will not approach it easily. Coupled with the rumors that hundreds of ships are missing here every year, anyone who is sane and sane will not approach here. With these protective conditions, enough to cover up the truth. No one knows how Emolia was killed by Suo Luo, including world government. In Shishibukai, there are only 7. Only when someone is revoked, or voluntarily withdraws, to vacate a place, there will be a new pirate who will become Shishibukai. In other words, as long as the world government does not know that Emolia is dead, they will not recruit a new Shishibukai. In an instant, Robin's eyes lit up. Seems to understand something. Yes. Suo Luo's goal is not to eliminate these Shishibukai pirates. It is to fight against this unjust system. She even thought of Crocodile before. Suo Luo can be described as clean and neat, turning Crocodile directly into ashes. The world government has not announced the death of Crocodile. The bounty for him has not been revoked. From these clues, the world government may feel that Crocodile absconded after the failure of the country's stealing plan. Connect these details together. Suo Luo seems to be covering up himself intentionally or unintentionally. Otherwise, why doesn't Suo Luo want to let the headquarters know that he defeated Shishibukai? There is no other explanation. It is absolutely because Suo Luo is fighting for the justice in his heart. And when I was on the sea train before, Suo Luo once mentioned his country. The pride in words. But the real thing. Robin's eyes became deeper. She has been wanted since she was 8 years old. The ability to explain lies is naturally not fake. However, Suo Luo described such a good country, but he said that he could not go back. Could it be that Suo Luo's country has experienced the same situation as Alabasta? I was hurt by Shishibukai. Robin's eyes widened suddenly, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. She seemed to understand the truth of the matter. And all of this can be explained. Suo Luo's motivation. Practice. He is not really easy to be content and wants salted fish. But use such a persona to disguise yourself, so as to reach the ulterior secret. It is difficult for naval headquarters and even the world government to target him, So, this is the truth about Suoluo, who will bring me to my side even if he fights against CP9. In an instant, Robin woke up again and connected himself to the whole thing. She is the daughter of a demon wanted by the world government. Perhaps, in Suoluo's mind, he is an important pawn against the world government. All of this is actually in Suoluo's calculations. He has a lazy appearance. Cover up your crazy layout. It must be so. Robin was shocked. Suoluo, the man, was really scarier than he thought. He not only possesses terrible but powerful strength. The mind is even more meticulous. If it wasn't for myself to follow Suoluo, it's impossible for me to guess these in my life. Not to mention, other people except yourself. However, if Suoluo is really so savvy in calculations, that's the identity of Straw Hat Crew. Maybe it's not that simple. The Eagle Eye at this time can be said to be extremely excited. I thought that Suoluo's so strong marine was on the sailing boat in front of me. He wished to rush up now and start a battle with Suoluo. Bet on the title of #1 in the world. Also do not hesitate to know, Moonlight Emolia is 7 warlords of the sea no matter what. After all, the strength is stronger than some vice admiral in this department. It is said that when he was young, conflicts broke out with 4 emperors Kaido. Although it ended in failure, it also illustrates Emolia's strength from the side. Now defeated by Suoluo, it also sets off his strength. Just thinking about this, Hawkeye felt throbbing, so that he no longer restrains and suppresses his emotions. I saw him shot cleanly, releasing a straight sword energy, go straight to the sailing boat that Suoluo might be in. In an instant, the dazzling light illuminates the entire magic triangle. Instead, it was the people on this sailing ship, have felt inexplicable. What's the matter with this attack? Keiku felt this sword aura first, and his whole face was stunned. He didn't even think that someone would suddenly attack them. He didn't even say hello. And this sword is aggressive and fierce. After making Keiku's brain pause for a second, he thought of the man who sent them to hell. That's Suoluo. Yes, it's the Marine. Thinking of this, Keiku couldn't help exclaiming. In his opinion, there are very few people who can use this level of swordsmanship on this sea. It's probably Suoluo. How so? Jabra and others came to Keiku one after another and noticed the upcoming sword energy. This sword energy not only attacks, but also the speed is fast. Now this knot is turning up the sailboat, and there is no time to dodge. Either abandon the ship or resist. There is no other choice. To make matters worse, this is the magic triangle. It is not easy to meet other ships, and in their organization, most people are still capable of fruit. Can't swim at all. It's over. Califa's eyes widened, his heart cold. An indescribable sense of despair fell in her heart. The experience of these people can be said to be very miserable. Not only was Suoluo smashed in the capital of 7 waters, it also led to the disclosure of identity. The undercover plan for several years ended in failure. The nominal leader of CP9, Spondam, has long been displeased with Lu Chi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they even bite them back. The world government finally released the arrest of Lu Chi and others. In order to escape to heaven, they fought a battle with Marine. But Lu Chi was unwilling to end like this. On the one hand, he wanted to show his shame and snatch Robin back. On the other hand, he also wants to return to the CP organization through such efforts. Although I think of Suoluo's suffocating power, they felt horror. But other than that, they have no other way. But who knows, after some tracking, Suoluo was slashed in the air. It must be blocked. Keiku gritted his teeth. At the same time, both hands pulled out the katana, slashing in the face. Although Lu Chi's strength is stronger than him, but the battle with Suoluo was also the heaviest injury to Lu Chi. Even now, Lu Chi's injury has not fully recovered. With his current physical state, it is simply not enough to face such a sword aura. Jabra, Kumadori and others took a few steps back. Keiku, please. Even the eyes of everyone looking at Keiku were full of high hopes. On the contrary, Keiku felt the pressure. To this day, Suoluo is his lingering nightmare shadow. Even if he stood up bravely at this time, his legs and feet were still weak. Can only fight. Keiku rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In the next second, his body began to swell and harden, transformed directly into the form of a giraffe orc. With a strong kick with both feet, the whole person directly stepped on the air and came into the air. In his opinion, if Suoluo's sword aura, even the aftermath of the impact, would be enough to overturn this sailing ship. For their companions, it's also for myself. Keiku did not hesitate to embrace the determination to fall into the sea, also resolutely confronted in the air. Next second, he waved the knife with both hands at the same time. The feet also cut through the air, using the 6-style Tempest kick. Surprisingly, 4 swords flow. In an instant, 4 light blue sword auras galloped out to meet Hawkeye's slash. If 2 or 3 can't breathe, these two forces will collide strongly. A horrible air current was set off and spread out in all directions. Stormy waves threw up on the sea, as if swept by a storm. Immediately afterwards, a shock hit Keiku's front pouch. I saw Keiku spit out a mouthful of blood and spilled into the sky. His body drew a parabola in midair and fell to the deck. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Keiku couldn't even maintain the orc form and returned to its original form. The intense pain made him almost faint. All the internal organs felt shattered. Jabra and others moved forward quickly. At the same time, Lu Chi, who was wrapped in bandages, dragged his weak body to the deck at this time. Such an exaggerated swordplay collision. How could he not perceive it? Is it that Marine? Lu Chi's voice was weak. 5 fingers wanted to make a fist, but they didn't have enough strength. For the first time, he hated his weakness so much. But, although Keiku's power could not dissipate Hawkeye's sword energy, he forcibly changed the flight trajectory. I saw Hawkeye's sword aura melt away Keiku's 4-sword flow, passing by their sailboat. Stir the sea to propel the sailboat. Shaking on the sea. Then, this sword chi hit a piece of terrifying 3-slice sailboat fragments and was annihilated on the spot. Boom! There was a loud noise. Once again shocked Lu Chi and others. Everyone's complexion became abnormally green. On the contrary, Keiku almost died, but he still noticed something from this collision. No, it's not right. Keiku gritted his teeth and said without thinking, it's not that Marine. Although the strength of Hawkeye is also above him. Compared with Suoluo, he did not feel that kind of despair and helplessness. He didn't even dare to have the desire to compete with him. Although this swordsmanship is powerful, it does not completely crush oneself. With Suoluo, there is a certain gap. Not that Marine. Khalifa heard the words and looked again at the direction of the sword aura. Only then did she see with her own eyes that the person who released this sword aura was not Suoluo, but Hawkeye, my hawk. Khalifa's eyes widened again, and he exclaimed incredibly. Keiku was also dumbfounded. What did you say? What did you say? Hearing that the enemy he encountered was not Suoluo, Keiku couldn't help feeling a little relieved. But soon, his pupils quickly contracted together. An expression of seeing a ghost rushed to the edge of the deck and looked in the direction where the sword aura came. As Khalifa said, the person who shot at them was not Suoluo's outrageously strong Marine, but Hawkeye, my hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At the same time, he is also the man who bears the name of the world's largest swordsman. However, this scene gave Keiku a feeling of encountering a bolt from the blue. Why does Hawkeye, my hawk appear in such a place? Why would Hawkeye attack them? He doesn't remember where the CP organization is, and has offended Hawkeye. The most important is, Jian Chi just now. The power of that air slash is much stronger than me. Just letting it pass by the sailing ship almost exhausted my full power. But isn't Hawkeye the best swordsman in the world? What is going on with this strong sense of violation? Keiku rolled his throat, secretly surprised. Hawkeye is recognized as the #1 in the world. The weapon used in his hand is even known as the strongest black knife in the world. He used his swordsmanship to kill himself in seconds, which is not something to be fussed about at all. But, at the moment of strong collision with Hawkeye, he didn't feel the unstoppable toughness. In fact, judging from the final result, Keiku did not fail to block the Hawkeye's attack. However, when Keiku met Suoluo, but from Suoluo, he felt the unstoppable strength. Not to mention changing Suoluo's air slash to change the flight trajectory. Compared with his swordsmanship is just a drop of water poured into the lake. It's not one-dimensional at all. Is it possible that Marine's swordsmanship is stronger than Hawkeye? For a moment, Keiku couldn't help but his eyes widened, and he felt incredible in his heart. No, it's impossible. Keiku quickly shook his head, wanting to deny the idea. In any case, Hawkeye is the #1 in the world. How could his swordsmanship be inferior to Suoluo? I must be thinking wrong. Being so shocked, Keiku even began to deceive himself. Certainly the collision just now was because Hawkeye hadn't taken it seriously. But, although Khalifa and others were equally shocked by the strength of Hawkeye, they were more concerned about the current situation. It's difficult because the world government wants us. Khalifa took a deep breath and uttered his guess. Due to the failure of the undercover mission and the overturning of a marine warship, today, although they are not pirates, they are also wanted by the world government. At the same time, according to their master's intelligence, the Shishibukai, Hawkeye, will go to East Blue from time to destroy the famous pirate group. It happened when Lu Chi didn't recover. Khalifa gritted his teeth. In her opinion, if Lu Chi's combat power can be at its peak, there is no need to worry about encountering an Eagle Eye here. Eagle Eye. Lu Chi condensed his eyes slightly, chanting the name of Eagle Eye in his heart. And everyone on the ship stared at my hawk Hawkeye as if they were facing an enemy. lock him firmly in his line of sight, for fear that in a blink of an eye, he will disappear differently. At the same time, Hawkeye also noticed that something was wrong. Not that Marine. Hawkeye looked intently and found that Keiku and others were standing on the deck and looking at themselves. If it's the Marine of Suoluo, the collision just now will not be as simple as changing the trajectory. However, in terms of reaction and strength, this guy's strength is not bad. Hawkeye murmured in his heart, and simply approached Keiku and others. Not interested in them, but they want to know whether they know Suoluo's whereabouts. Soon, Hawkeye stood on the bow. The two ships slowly approached each other. Boom! When the distance was close enough, Hawkeye kicked hard on one foot, jumped up, drew a parabola in midair, and landed steadily on the deck. He looked around and looked at these people. I found that these people are also looking at themselves. And, like an enemy. Hawkeye, I didn't expect that a man like you would also work for the world government. Lu Chi made a low voice, and his hands suddenly clenched. Even if the body is weak, the whole body is hurt. He won't be obedient. If Hawkeye wants to arrest them here, then he has only one battle. World government? On the contrary, Hawkeye was confused. Have you seen a Marine? Hawkeye directly ignored Lu Chi and asked back. World government is also good. No matter the pirate. He has no interest at all now. The only thing he wants to do is to find Suoluo as soon as possible. Then fight him. Immediately after, Lu Chi and others were taken aback. I thought that the sudden appearance of Eagle Eyes was to deal with them. Who knows, his target turned out to be a Marine. And judging from Hawkeye's reaction, he seems to really have no interest in the CP organization. Marine, Khalifa subconsciously exclaimed. The reason why they are so down is all thanks to the Marine Suoluo. Now when she heard Hawkeye's words, she also instantly connected these two things together. Then there is Keiku, Jabra, until Lucky. Marine, everyone read it silently in their hearts. The Marine you are looking for, does it seem to be only in its 20s, about 1.8 meters tall, and using a samurai sword that appears to be mass-produced. Khalifa paused for a while, then briefly described Suoluo's characteristics. No matter how you say, kill them like this. She will never forget Suoluo in her life. And the more Hawkeye listened to Khalifa's description, the brighter his eyes became. It's him. Where is he now? Hawkeye can't wait to interrupt Khalifa. A trace of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. On the contrary, Khalifa and others are unavoidably dumbfounded. This guy, Eagle Eye, is really looking for Suoluo. Mr. Hawkeye, can you tell me the reason you are looking for that Marine? Keiku interrupted suddenly and couldn't help asking. In any case, he is also an agent who uses swordsmanship. There is some respect in my heart for a sword magnate like Yinjian. The words are also full of respect. When Hawkeye heard the words, he glanced at Keiku meaningfully. Why are you looking for that Marine? That man is worthy of my bet on the strongest throne, and the existence of a battle. I saw Hawkeye's low voice, slowly speaking. The expression in his eyes became more fierce as these words were exported. Betting on the strongest throne. Lu Chi and others were dumbfounded. Because to them, Hawkeye's words are more like a challenger swearing his determination. In other words, this also means that in Hawkeye's heart, he feels that Suoluo is likely to be stronger than himself. After leaving the magic triangle, the dense fog on the sea began to disappear. It is replaced by blue sky and white clouds, clear sky. But, compared with before entering the magic triangle, today's sailing boats seem a bit noisy. So Suoluo had to give up sunbathing on the deck. The choice is to rest on the captain. But Suoluo can also understand it in his heart. The reason why these civilians are so now. On the one hand, it's because I haven't seen the sun for too long. The magic triangle is covered by dense fog all day long, and the sky is not visible. After losing the shadow at the same time, once it hits the sun, it will turn to ashes. Based on this experience, the warm sunshine in the eyes of ordinary people makes them ecstatic. On the other hand, the sailing boat slowly sailed out of the magic triangle, also declaring that this terrible experience and nightmare was finally over. Mood, how can you not be excited? It's just that people's sorrows and joys are not connected. Suoluo just thinks they are noisy. It doesn't seem to be upset at all. Anyway, leaving the magic triangle, not far from Sabayati archipelago, Suoluo calculated in his heart. If there are no other accidents along the way, you can reach Sabayati archipelago in 1 or 2 days as soon as possible. After letting these civilians leave, you can contact the Marine unit stationed in Sabayati archipelago yourself. Go to Marineford. By then, I will also receive training there. And Straw Hat Crew. Suoluo's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that it would not be good to take Luffy directly to the headquarters. You should still contact Sengoku or Garp in advance. Report this incident. Let them have a psychological preparation. Of course, these are all things to do. it is not anxious to wait until Sabayati Archipelago makes a decision. It is worth mentioning that, although with Robin's help, Chopper was the first to wake up and began to treat his companions, but because Luffy was injured the most, he was still in a coma. On the contrary, it was Zoro. After rest and treatment, his body condition had recovered 7 or 88. This is good news for Suoluo. Otherwise, with Luffy's character, maybe something will cause trouble on the ship. At the same time, Chopper does not just treat his companions. For the civilians on the ship, even Perona, one of the 3 weirdos, he had all been checked and given the greatest degree of treatment. Just the thought of falling into Marine's hands, Chopper was very worried. I am full of worries about my way forward. In fact, it's not just Chopper. Usopp, Frankie, who woke up, had the same mentality. In their cognition, they have never heard that Marine can be so powerful and terrifying. Even if everyone worked together, in front of Suoluo, there was no chance of winning. The most terrifying thing is, although Suoluo did not restrict their freedom, before arriving at Sabayati Archipelago, they were free to move on the boat. But everyone does not think that they have a chance to escape, especially Zoro. The whole person fell into extreme depression. I don't know if it is his illusion. He always felt that the swordsmanship used by Suoluo was more powerful than Hawkeye. That sense of powerlessness, despair. He hated his weakness very much. Not only that, even the snow walks that I got in Lobe Town, ghostly. Also in the hands of Suoluo, they fell apart. Only fragments remain. Why, my swordsmanship is so weak. Zoro's heart was extremely painful. If you can be as powerful as Hawkeye, maybe you won't be so powerless. Thinking of this, Zoro gritted his teeth and made an amazing decision. The Marine, there. Zoro took the only words of peace, walked quickly to the deck, found Robin who was resting, and asked her where Suoluo was. He wants. Try another game with Suoluo. Zoro knew very well in his heart that with his current swordsmanship, he would never meet Suoluo. Playing against him, he will definitely be killed in seconds. But, as long as you continue to fight against Suoluo, you may be able to enrich yourself and strengthen yourself from the combat experience. Either become stronger, or die on the ship. When Zoro made this request, even Robin felt quite surprised. How terrifying is Suoluo's swordsmanship? The pirate in front of him had experienced it personally. Result, he still wants to fight Suoluo again. Isn't this guy afraid of death? Even when these words came out, the other people on the deck also changed their faces in shock. Green algae head. When Sanji saw this, he let out a low growl. In his opinion, the most important thing they need to do now is not to fight Suoluo. Instead, you should take a good rest and recover your body. When I see the next island, is there a chance to escape? Now, it's definitely not a time for arrogance. However, at this moment, a cry of exclamation suddenly came from the other direction of the deck. Countless civilians began to run towards Suoluo. The commotion soon triggered a series of chain reactions. Rao was Zoro, and he was also taken aback. Temporarily pressing the matter of fighting Suoluo again in his heart, he turned and asked a civilian. In the end, what happened? Yes, it's a sea monster. A civilian began to gesture with his hands, his eyes full of fear. He didn't even dream of it. After finally getting rid of the nightmare of the magic triangle, I encountered another one. Sea monster. On the contrary, it was Zoro, but at a loss. Could it be? Robin frowned suddenly, thinking of what it was like, so hurriedly walked past Zoro and others, and stepped in the other direction of the deck. At the same time, Robin didn't forget to remind the civilians on the deck and ask them to find Suoluo in the captain's room. Otherwise, this crisis will sweep everyone present. Do not. Robin shook his head. If I am not mistaken, this is not a crisis, but a disaster. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, even more confused about the current situation. But, now Zoro needs a battle to make himself stronger. Although he didn't know what the sea monster was, after taking a deep breath, he strode after the meteor. Want to see the face of the sea monster? Sanji gritted his teeth and finally followed. Since the sailboat itself is not very big, the hull is only 20 to 30 meters in length. In a short while, Robin and others came to the stern. A shadow suddenly appeared on the calm sea. Just the area is as exaggerated as hundreds of meters. No doubt, under this calm sea, obviously something is following them all the time. Sea Kings. Robin rolled his throat. Just this shadow confirmed the identity of the other party. Sea Kings are the only huge creatures in One Piece. It is also the most powerful creature in this sea. However, Sea Kings does not refer to a single species, but a collective term with similar characteristics. Sea Kings. Hearing Robin called the huge shadows that appeared on the Sea Kings, a civilian also subconsciously said, I remember. Suddenly, it was another commoner who appeared to realize his expression. He took a deep breath and explained to everyone, "It is said that the biggest feature of this type of creature is that it is huge in size, and it has a wide range of types, strange and changeable appearance, extremely long lifespan, and ferocious personality. But it has the same wisdom as humans, just like the king in the ocean. So, it will be called Sea Kings." As this person finished speaking, everyone present took a breath. No one thought of it. They finally got rid of the nightmare of the magic triangle. I encountered the creature that all voyagers were most afraid of seeing. Thump! Thump! Many people even faster because of fear. An atmosphere of unspeakable despair gradually descended on the deck of this sailing ship. It's that Zoro and Sanji are also nervous, but Robin frowned as he looked at the huge shadow on the sea. It stands to reason that most of the Sea King's lairs are located in the calm belt on both sides of the Grand Line. Even if it's not calm belt, they like to stay in the deep sea. According to Robin Master's knowledge, the probability of encountering Sea Kings in this kind of sea area can be said to be very low. Of course, this is not the time to struggle with this. In addition to being large, fierce, and like attacking ships, Sea Kings also has a life habit. That is, they are social creatures, always act in groups. In other words, under this huge shadow, how many Sea Kings are there? Robin also didn't know. If you are lucky, there may be only one. If it's bad, there are likely to be hundreds of thousands. And, infer from the size of the shadow. The size of the Sea Kings is at least several hundred meters. Suo Luo. Robin rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In her opinion, the only person who can resolve this crisis is Suo Luo. Wow! However, just as everyone was horrified, the sea was suddenly separated by brute force. An extremely exaggerated tail lifted from under the sea. The shadow formed instantly enveloped a large area of the sea. One sword flow. At this critical moment, Zoro struck hard with one foot, and the whole person jumped directly into the air, clasping and saying a word with one hand, placing him behind him, condensing his full strength. Although I don't know why a Sea Kings popped up suddenly, this is the situation right now. Only behead the opponent. Moreover, the current Zoro desperately needs opponents to strengthen his swordsmanship. The Marine. Zoro clenched his teeth, and Suo Luo's appearance could not help but appear in his mind. Immediately afterwards, Zoro's eyebrows yelled at him, and he used all he could do so far. Swing the knife vigorously. Flying Dragon Flame. Following Zoro's loud shout, Hidei waved down strongly. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the sword aura suddenly changed into a blue dragon, opened its huge mouth, and slammed into the body of Sea Kings. Boom! The explosion sounded like thunder. A horrible air current was produced, swept in all directions. Ra was Zoro himself, who was lifted by this airflow and flew down onto the deck. However, when he fixed his eyes on Sea Kings, he noticed his own sword flow just burst out a blue flame, burning in a small area of Sea King's body. This level of attack is for this huge Sea Kings. It doesn't hurt or itchy at all. Even none of Zoro's slashes angered the Sea Kings. Its tail fell quickly. Slap on the sea hard. The waves are splashing, but they have a tsunami-like power, spreading to the surroundings. The sailing boat that Zoro was on was pushed out by the impact instantly. The ripples are not calm for a long time. The entire sailboat shook and trembled constantly on the sea. Countless civilians fell to the ground, unable to maintain their balance. Zoro was even more stunned. Own swordsmanship. It didn't work? Just kidding. Although his swordsmanship is not as strong as Hawkeye and Suoluo, it is by no means weak. But now, let alone Jianhao. Just a Sea King's creature that appeared in the eyes. I couldn't even kill myself. This sense of shock, is extremely strong. Even Zoro couldn't help but question his swordsmanship for a while. This sea is very vast. For a while, in Zoro's mind, what Hawkeye had said to himself inevitably surfaced. This sea is bigger than I thought. There are not only swordsmen who are stronger than himself. There are even more unreasonable creatures like Sea Kings. Damn it. Zoro clenched his teeth and watched the Sea Kings return to the shadow of the sea. It is not in a hurry to take action and destroy this sailing ship. He didn't bother to take revenge on Zoro. In fact, even Zoro's slash did not provoke the Sea Kings. Now it seems to be trailing behind this sailing boat with a mentality of playing prey, putting tremendous pressure on everyone on this sailing boat. Fear descended in everyone's heart. And this Sea Kings enjoys this process. Think of us as a tool for entertainment. Robin took a breath when he saw this. The power gap between the two sides. It is too big. If the Sea Kings thinks about it, maybe just one bite can swallow the entire sailboat in his belly. This is the real horror. Sanji on the side inevitably fell silent. No one knows how strong Zoro's swordsmanship is. Even with the lips, he often quarreled with Zoro, but he has always believed that Zoro is the strong man in the sea. But now, even Zoro's swordsmanship cannot shake the Sea Kings. At the same time, Captain's room. Since just now, the ship has been shaking so badly. Suo Luo put down the newspaper in his hand and muttered to himself. Boom boom boom. Before Suo Luo went out to inquire, there was a rapid knock on the door. Come in, Suo Luo said without thinking. I couldn't help but start to guess in my mind. Is it possible that you encountered other pirates at sea? Was bombarded by the opponent? It's not that there is no such possibility. After leaving the Magic Triangle, the next island is Sabayati Archipelago. It is the place where the 11 supernovae gather. On this route, there is nothing weird about encountering a pirate group. Master Marine, something has happened. After feeling the strong murderous aura released by Suo Luo, the attitude of the Sea Kings instantly changed. Even its heart was a little turbulent, and its emotions became angry as a result. Soon, this Sea Kings rushed out of the sea, making extremely exaggerated ripples, pushing the seawater, and spreading out in all directions. With the appearance of Sea Kings, everyone saw its appearance. The whole body is black and white, covered with a substance like fish scales, and on the back is something like fish fins. The lower jaw is raised, looking like a giant Madara horse. Then the shadow fell. The civilians on the ship inevitably felt panic. Just the body exposed to the sea has a height of hundreds of meters. Those two eyes are like huge discs, extremely exaggerated. Looked at the whole pirate ship, and, full of anger, a terrifying killing intent swept past the deck. People who were not strong enough in willpower even plopped and fell to the ground on the spot, almost fainted. Even with a marine swordsman like Suo Luo by their side, they still can't feel safe at this time. After all, in the cognition of these people, only Sea Kings is the king on this sea. The real monster. Just take a breath and destroy a sailboat. In fact, just the Sea Kings rushing out of the sea, the ripples caused the sailboat to shake and tremble violently. Depending on how hard the crew worked, they could not regain control of the sailboat. They are now. You can't even escape at full speed. Only on the surface of the sea, helplessly greet the Sea King's anger. The most terrifying thing is that the size of the Sea Kings is more exaggerated than they thought. Seeing the shadows on the sea, everyone inferred this Sea King should be several hundred meters in size. But now it seems that the body of the Sea Kings is not going to reach thousands of meters. Even in Sea Kings, this guy is also a very scary existence. Large Sea Kings. Rao Sanji also clenched his teeth at this moment. Although he and Suo Luo are a marine and a pirate, they are undoubtedly a grasshopper on the same boat at this time. If the sailboat is overturned by Sea Kings, swallow it. It is indeed possible to hit the marine Suo Luo, but their Straw Hat crew will never get there. Moreover, Sanji couldn't help recalling that they had strayed into the calm belt when they were sailing, also encountered the Sea Kings group. However, the one in front of me was bigger than any Sea Kings I encountered at that time, full of defense. Even Zoro's peace words cannot be resolved. Thinking of this, Sanji couldn't help but look at Suo Luo. Others have also shifted their attention, staring at Suo Luo fiercely. It seems that Suo Luo at this moment has become the savior in everyone's mind. In fact, it is true. If even Suo Luo can't deal with the Sea Kings, then our ending. Robin clenched his fists with both hands. But, although the atmosphere on the deck became more and more weird, Suo Luo seemed to be the person on the sidelines. He stood on the deck with a calm face, raised his head slightly, and looked at the Sea Kings in front of him. From this behemoth, Suo Luo felt anger and murderous aura. This big guy obviously wants to kill himself here. If you had escaped, how good would it be? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. He has no interest in killing. And Sea Kings are not mere monsters, even though they seem to be not very clever. The wisdom that can be possessed is no less than that of human beings. Logically speaking, they should have the ability to distinguish between the strengths of both sides. If it turns around and escapes into the sea, undoubtedly everyone is happy. Suddenly, this Sea Kings opened its huge mouth and roared at Suo Luo. Wow! The terrifying penetrating power instantly lifted the air, forming a terrifying air current. It looked like an air cannon, crushing it towards Suo Luo. Even at this moment, Sanji, Zoro, and Robin. At the same time, the three of them put on a counterattack posture. I am afraid that if I am not careful alone, I will be killed by the other party. At the same time, after another the hull shakes. Perona, Usopp, Frankie, Nami, and Chopper also came to the deck. At a glance, they saw Sea Kings suddenly appeared. Nami knelt down on the deck with a plop, crying without tears. Who on earth did you provoke? First is the terrifying marine Suo Luo. Now there are big Sea Kings. And, in terms of body size, it is even bigger than the Sea Kings they encountered when they strayed into the calm belt. It's over, this time is really over. Usopp blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had hallucinations. Otherwise, how could you suddenly encounter Sea Kings in this sea area? This unscientific. And these huge creatures, aren't they all living in the calm belt? Why is it here? The scariest thing is, just the shock wave formed by this roar. It made the hull cracked in many places. There were many cracks. If you come several times, the entire hull will definitely fall apart. For a time, indescribable fear and despair descended on the entire deck. Whether it is a civilian or a pirate of Straw Hat crew, the complexion at this time, without exception, became extremely pale. It is in sharp contrast with Suoluo, who has a calm face. But the roar of Sea Kings was not warning the sailboat to leave, more like a death sentence declaration. Soon, this Sea Kings opened his mouth, and each tooth was like a small mountain. The cold light exuding is more like swearing its sharpness. Then, Sea King's exposed body on the sea began to dive, swallowing it towards the sailboat. If you want to bring people with you, you can solve them all. At this moment, everyone's heart jumped into his throat. People who were not strong enough in willpower were so scared that they quickly closed their eyes. Foot cut. Only Suoluo, with an understatement in a low voice, clenched the black knife Kiashui with his 5 fingers and pulled it hard. In an instant, a silver ripple went forward and horizontally, turning into a sword energy visible to the naked eye, passing through the body of Sea Kings. The speed was so fast that Sea Kings didn't even react, let alone dodge. And, after this sword energy passed through Sea King's body, it directly freezes it in midair. Sharp teeth hung 20 meters above the sailing boat. A foul smell rushed over, and the people on the deck couldn't help but start to vomit. It is not difficult to imagine how many lives the Sea Kings robbed before encountering them. Only, today's Sea Kings can't swoop down, not to mention swallowing all the lives on this sailing ship. Suoluo. Kill with one sword. In an instant, Suoluo raised the sword in his hand and dropped. A silver sword aura went forward and horizontally, passing through the body of Sea Kings in an instant. When he couldn't breathe, Sea Kings was not only frozen in midair, but his body began to be misaligned. Its 2 eyes also revealed horrified eyes. This Sea Kings did not expect to die. The Self, who has always been called the king of the ocean, will be a human being. Kill with one sword. Unspeakable fear spontaneously arises, but it was unable to avenge Suoluo. Turn the body to the sides. The blood gushes like a column, swaying into the sky, forming a shower of blood. A pungent bloody smell gradually spread over the sea. It made countless crew members vomit. Even the things that were left overnight poured onto the deck. Eventually, Sea Kings sank and fell into the sea, slowly disappeared into everyone's sight. Only the endless bright red was left, and the entire sea area was dyed blood red. As for Suoluo, the whole process did not show the slightest panic. He just stood at the stern of the deck, beheaded Sea Kings easily, and he put the black sword Kiashui back into the scabbard. Even what other people felt weird was that the blood rain from the Sea Kings seemed to deliberately dodge Suoluo. His marine uniform did not turn red for a long time. It's weird. Suoluo's powerful strength inevitably adds a mystery. Master Marine. Okay, so strong, I actually killed Sea Kings. Yeah, and there is only one move, can you believe it? Known as the most terrifying monster in the sea, it was killed by Master Marine in one move. Is that a lie? For a time, the civilians who witnessed this process couldn't help but talk about it. The eyes that looked at Suoluo were filled with respect again, and mixed with a trace of yearning. Who doesn't want to have such a powerful strength? Who doesn't want it? Robin rolled her throat and swallowed nervously. She stared at Suoluo's back and couldn't help but complain. No matter how many times I watch it, Suoluo looks like a monster. Although from the beginning, Robin felt that Suoluo had the power to stop Sea Kings. After all, he has defeated Crocodile, the strongest CP9 player, and Emolia. A Sea Kings in a mere paltry should not be Suoluo's opponent. But she never dreamed of it. Suoluo will be a second kill. You know, the size of that Sea Kings is as exaggerated as thousands of meters. The body is covered with fish scale-like substance, and it is full of defense. More exaggerated than ordinary steel. Result: in an instant, Suoluo was cut in two. How powerful is his swordsmanship? Hawkeye, my hawk. For a while, Robin couldn't help but think of the name Hawkeye. In her opinion, in this world, perhaps only Hawkeye can compete with Suoluo in swordsmanship. Yes, today's Suoluo, in Robin's heart, has such a high status. And Sanji on the side was even more frightened by this scene, and the smoke dropped. He opened his mouth and stopped talking. Cannot make a sound for a long time. After being taken to the ship by Robin, he still imagined creating an opportunity to take everyone to escape. But now, run? Did it really run? Suoluo possesses the most powerful one he has seen so far. Even his biological father may not be Suoluo's opponent. Is this the power that Marine has? A trace of fear flashed in Sanji's eyes. This was the first time he had the idea of never wanting to be an enemy of this guy. Okay, great swordsmanship. Zoro's eyes widened, and his jaw was astonished as if he was about to fall to the ground. Although he and Suo Luo can be said to be a hostile relationship, but I have to say that Suo Luo's swordsmanship made him a little intoxicated. The whole process was clean and neat. There is no extra movement on the hands. And full of power, the attack range is extremely exaggerated. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit, the gap between myself and Suo Luo is indeed quite huge. That level of swordsmanship, can't display it at all. The scariest thing is that Suo Luo looks a few years older than himself. How exaggerated is this guy's talent for swordsmanship? Damn it, why is there such a huge gap? Zoro clenched his teeth. It's hard to calm down. He even had some doubts in his heart. With Suo Luo's current swordsmanship, maybe there is enough power to challenge Hawkeye. Also, when he confronted Suo Luo, that sense of oppression, despair, it's even more exaggerated than facing Hawkeye. Maybe it won't take long. Suo Luo can attack the throne of Eagle Eye, compete with him for the title of the world's #1 swordsman. At the same time, Zoro recalled what Hawkeye said in his heart again. This sea is much bigger than I thought. There is nothing complacent about his previous swordsmanship. I want to be stronger. Zoro swears secretly in his heart. He has to target Suo Luo, Hawkeye, to become stronger. At the same time, after Suo Luo beheaded Sea Kings, he lost interest in staying on the deck. He turned around, stepped forward, and walked towards the captain's room. Along the way, I happened to meet Nami and others who were sitting on the deck, and he just glanced at the people like Nami and passed by. There is not a single extra word. There was no burst of aura either. He was just, very plain, just passing by. Start in the perspective of these people. Suo Luo didn't say a word and ignored their eyes, which was the most terrifying thing. For a time, every member of the Straw Hat looked pale, especially Nami. He was crying without tears in his heart. Why did you meet Suo Luo, this monster? Yes, this guy is the real monster. This time, they are really over. Why, there are such monsters. Usopp couldn't help thinking of his dream of becoming the greatest warrior on the sea. I think of Suo Luo's terrifying power again. And, there may be many such monsters on the sea. In his heart, he couldn't help being afraid after a while. Perona on the other side was even more dumbfounded on the spot. She never dreamed that Suo Luo could kill Sea Kings with one sword. This kind of perspective shock made her feel regretful. Maybe I shouldn't get on this ship. For a while, Perona couldn't help feeling a little more fearful. If you stay in the magic triangle at that time, maybe, there is still a chance. Even if the terrifying three-way sailing ship sinks to the bottom of the sea, it is much safer than staying next to Suo Luo. Now, it's over. Fear. This Perona, who once gave others a sense of fear, was completely panicked. As Sea Kings was easily beheaded by Suo Luo, the sense of crisis and fear disappeared. Some civilians began to clear the bloodline on the deck. Part of it is Yang Fan again, increasing the sailing speed of the sailboat to the maximum. Stay away from this sea. Although he knows that Suo Luo is terrifying, he is like a monster. But they still don't want to experience it again. What just happened? That's all. The sailboat set sail again and set off towards the Sabayati archipelago. Instead, it was Straw Hat crew who became very nervous. I don't know the future and destiny. Worst of all, Luffy, who was seriously injured, had no sign of waking up until now. This is the biggest reason they feel uneasy. In any case, the reason why Straw Hat crew can come along this way, Luffy can be described as full of credit. Every powerful enemy was finally killed by Luffy desperately. The loss of such a backbone is an impact on the rest of Straw Hat crew. Naturally, it goes without saying. We can even say, it was a near-destructive disaster. As for Perona, only fear remained in my heart. After being taken back to the ship by Suo Luo, he went through Chopper's treatment and regained consciousness. Perona still felt very lucky. Fortunately, I did not die in the magic triangle. Although he escaped from the three-horror sailing ship, he finally saved his life. But who knows? Just after Perona felt that his body condition was much better, he thought of getting air out on the deck. As a result, it happened to witness Suo Luo beheading the Sea of Sea Kings. Perona knew exactly how terrifying this creature was. However, in front of Suo Luo, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Rolling in the true sense. Consider that Suo Luo's identity is marine. Just thinking about it, Perona's heart was scared for a while. Why can't I think about it? I got on Suo Luo's boat. That's terrible. What to do? What to do? What to do? Perona went back to her room and paced back and forth. Plus F2 equals she couldn't calm down at all now. The corner of his mouth kept chewing on his thumb. Because she is a capable person, she can't swim at all. And Suo Luo also possesses the terrifying observation haki. He is truly hidden in the castle, and can be easily discovered by him. Did he really run again? The more I thought about it, the more Perona was afraid. Boom! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Frightened Perona instinctively stepped back, tripped on her heels, lost her balance, and dropped her head on the floor. An ominous premonition sprang up in her heart. Looking at the wooden door. It's like a ghost gate. Who? It took a long time for Perona to muster his courage. Ask the person who came. Crunch. The person who came is not someone else, but Suoluo. He didn't talk nonsense with Perona, knocked on the door a few times, then pushed aside and walked in. Then Suoluo looked around and finally focused his gaze on Perona. With a flick of his 5 fingers, he closed the wooden door behind him. Bang! With a muffled noise, Perona couldn't help but chuckle. Although she tried her best to maintain her composure, the fear in her eyes for Suoluo directly betrayed her. The two sides face each other. Perona just feels that her lips are heavy. I can't open it anyhow. Even breathing is restrained. Instead, her bang-bang accelerated heartbeat became clearer. Perona. In the end, Suoluo broke the silence of the room. He pulled a chair over, sat down on the spot, spoke slowly, and said Perona's name. One of the 3 weirdos on the 3 horror sailing ship. Phantom fruit ability. Because you are a crew member of Moonlightlia, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, your bounty will not be updated as early as a few years ago. Suoluo paused for a while and continued. But according to my master's information, if there is no protection from Emolia, your bounty should be at least tens of millions of berries level. At the same time, as Emolia's crimes are exposed, you will no longer have the status of Shishibukai crew. Suoluo's voice is not loud, but it is very hard. And these words are more like warning Perona, let her figure out her current identity. She is no longer a Shishibukai crew member. It is a pirate who is no longer protected by the world government. The bounty offered to her will take effect again. As Marine, you can deal with her at will, even if it is here to kill her. There will be no problems. Sin, crime. Perona rolled her throat and swallowed nervously. How can she know what Suoluo said? It's just that the mentality has not completely changed. Good. Perona took a breath and muttered to herself. Emolia has been entrenched in the magic triangle over the years, causing hundreds of ships to disappear mysteriously every year. Because most of them are pirate ships. The world government also opened one eye and closed one eye. But, in these missing ships, there are many civilians. The people outside are just witnesses. Once Emolia's crimes are revealed, Shishabukai's identity will definitely be deprived. Thinking of this, Perona looked at Suoluo again. The tension in my heart became stronger. I don't want to say any more. Suoluo looked down at Perona, who fell on the ground, and said slowly, I will give you 3 choices. Challenge me here to avenge your captain. Although Perona's abilities are rather peculiar, for Suoluo, who owns observation haki, she can find out her real body in an instant and kill her in seconds. And Perona knows this too well. When Suoluo finished speaking, she shook her head directly. Suoluo saw this and threw out the second option. The second option is to spend the rest of my life in Impel Down. And for the name of Impel Down, Perona has heard about it for a long time. It is definitely a place that any pirate would not want to go. Once locked in, it is basically equal to being wiped out of existence. Perona shuddered just thinking about the ending. Grunt. Perona swallowed again, her eyes filled with fear. In her opinion, Suoluo sitting there is simply Shinigami who sentenced her to the end. Then, what is the third option? After some silence, Perona asked cautiously. She would not choose the first 2 options, nor did she have the courage to choose. Now, I can only pin my hopes on the third option. As long as it's not too much, too outrageous content. I will nod quickly. Perona clenched his fists with both hands and stared at Suoluo. Would you like to join Marine? Suoluo said word by word. What? Perona's eyes widened suddenly, and his jaw was about to fall to the ground in shock. She never dreamed of the third option that Suoluo said. It turns out, we'll invite her to join Marine. Are you kidding me? Is that a lie? The Marine in front of you is playing with himself, right? In any case, I am a pirate. It is also one of the 3 weirdos on the 3 horror sailing ship. Let her join Marine. This is really, it's too incomprehensible. It's me, did you hear me wrong? For a while, she was so shocked by this incident that Perona seriously doubted whether she had heard it wrong. No. Seeing Perona's expression change, Suoluo nodded lightly. She was affirmed for inviting her to join Marine. Actually, Suoluo's idea is very simple and simple. From the beginning, he had taken a fancy to Perona's abilities. She can create ghosts, pass through other people's bodies, and make them negative. If it weren't for the lowly nemesis Usopp, the final result is really hard to say. In other words, once Perona joined Marine, he became his own subordinate. If you encounter an enemy in the future, you can let her come forward. Use that weird enemy to make the opponent negative, thereby saving trouble. However, considering that Perona is a pirate and is loyal to Emolia, Suoluo gave up this idea for a while. The reason why I said it now is just a casual mention. There is not much hope in itself. However, in order to avenge Emolia, he shot at me. With Perona's character, I shouldn't be able to do such a thing, Suoluo thought to himself. After arriving at Sabayati Archipelago, I am ready to throw her into Impel Down. Wait a minute, Perona exclaimed, are you serious? Invite me to join Marine, I'm a pirate. Perona looked at Suoluo blankly. I couldn't understand in my heart what tricks this man was playing. I want to let myself as a pirate join Marine. How can a mouse become a cat? It's too ridiculous. Suoluo didn't expect Perona's reaction, and judging from her reaction, she felt more incredible about joining Marine, instead of rejection. It used to be. After thinking about it for a while, Suoluo spoke slowly. It is not without precedent that pirates join Marine, such as high praise. Just abandoned the identity of the pirate and joined Marine, and became a seaman recruit. Of course, this matter is not without premise. High praise at the time made great contributions, and a Marine was demoted from office and forcibly saved him. It is a lesson from the past. On the one hand, Perona itself is not a heinous person, and because of the protective umbrella of Emolia, her bounty has not increased. As long as you say that you have Perona's credit for the arrest of Straw Hat crew, naturally it's not a problem. As for demotion, Suoluo itself makes no difference to being in a high position. In other words, he didn't think it was unreasonable for Perona to join Marine. And I really want to talk about identity. Robin's identity is much trickier than Perona. Suoluo couldn't help but complain. Compared to Robin, Perona is nothing. And even Robin and Suoluo dared to take them directly with them, not to mention a Perona. As long as she wants to join Marine, the rest can be solved by yourself. Perona, there is no future for being a pirate. Even if you become Shishibukai, you are only entrenched in the magic triangle for a few years. This kind of life is not stable at all. Join Marine, it's different. We not only represent justice, but also the strongest force in the sea. What 7 warlords of the sea, New World 4 emperors, compared to Marine? It's nothing at all. Suoluo said loudly. And these words were not meant to persuade Perona. It's simply because of feelings. Look at who are 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye, a warrior who is obsessed with swordsmanship. Hancock, a woman who just wants to live a small life on Daughter's Island. Emolia, a coward who dare not even set foot in New World. A little bit ambitious, that is, Doflamingo and Crocodile. One who is afraid if Kaido is going to die. An empty ambition, but not much strength. And New World 4 emperors. It sounds good to be the emperor of the sea. In fact, that's the case. In addition, we Marine also have good benefits. As soon as this was said, Perona looked confused on the spot. Perona. Wait, what's the situation? I can understand what you said earlier. And it's not denying. Compared with Marine's power, Shishibukai and 4 emperors are indeed weaker. But, this sudden change of welfare benefits, are you serious? For a moment, Perona's eyes were bigger than Bull's eyes, listening to Suoluo talk about welfare benefits, such as housing issues, wages, and the problems after getting sick. Marine can be responsible. The most important thing is that once you become a Marine, you can live in the sun with integrity. There is no need to cower in the dark at all. So, being a pirate has no future. Suoluo finished speaking and looked at Perona's eyes, waiting for her answer. On the contrary, Perona's fear, anxiety from the beginning completely changed his mentality. She now feels unbelievable. Join Marine. For a long time, Perona took a breath. Compared with the other 2 options, joining Marine is indeed a good ending. Only, let yourself be a Marine? Is it a bit too? However, judging from Suoluo's expression, he didn't want to make a joke. Then, what about the Straw Hat Pirates? Suddenly Perona's eyes lit up. Are you planning to invite them to join Marine? Suoluo whispered, then shook his head. It's not that he doesn't want to. Rather, if Luffy can become Marine, then he is not Luffy. Things that even the Marine heroes like Garp can't do. How could he persuade Luffy? Moreover, when I was in the Magic Triangle, I asked Zoro. The answer is very straightforward. I see. After noticing Suoluo's reaction, Perona understood thoroughly. In this case, I will join Marine. However, I thought that I would transform from a pirate to a Marine in the future. In Perona's heart, it was still difficult to adapt, but the words came back. Now, where does she have the right to choose? If Suoluo is dissatisfied with his answer, maybe he will be killed directly by the other party. After solving the Sea Kings that they encountered, Suoluo and his group did not encounter any more disturbances. At most, I encountered some pirate groups heading to Sabayati Archipelago. All were solved by Suoluo. The whole process is quite relaxing and pleasant. After about 2 or 3 days of sailing, Suoluo and his team successfully arrived at Sabayati Archipelago. According to the originally stated good situation, after arriving at the pier of Sabayati Archipelago, Suoluo gave these civilians a certain amount of travel expenses, enough to get them back to their hometown. Forget the magic triangle. As for Straw Hat Crew, I wanted to take this opportunity to make the last fight, but under Perona's ability, he went directly into a negative state. The following things are even simpler. Suoluo contacted the marine unit stationed in Sabayati Archipelago through a phone worm. In any case, Sabayati Archipelago is the closest island to the Holy Land Marijois. This is not only the last stop of the first half of the Grand Line, it is also an entertainment venue for celestial dragons. The Marine's combat power here does not say how strong it is, but it is not bad there. Except for these supernovae like Luffy, ordinary pirates don't have the courage to challenge Marine here. The key is, Sabayati Archipelago is not only close enough to the Holy Land Marijois, the same is true for distant naval headquarters. Once the celestial dragons are in distress, Marine Admiral will be dispatched directly. It takes about half an hour. The only person who dares to make trouble here is probably Luffy. The marine troops of Sabayati Archipelago came to the dock where Suoluo was docked. Although due to Suoluo's relationship, Luffy and his party did not become well known through events such as Alabasta and in Ice Lobby, but with the record of defeating East Blue Murloc Arlong, make him famous too. The bounty rose to 30 million berry. The number of marines dispatched, up to 3 digits, surround Suoluo's sailboats. Moreover, during the phone call, Suoluo mentioned that he was in the group of pirates he had captured. Yes, demon fruit power. Based on this, these marines also prepared sea stone handcuffs in advance. As soon as he saw Luffy and the others, he locked them. But what is going on? The headed marine is a sergeant with a lower rank than Suoluo. The current situation is also full of doubts. Marine's movement is based on the formation of troops. Lone rangers like Suoluo are rare. This matter is a long story. Suoluo changed the subject directly. Anyway, I need to go to the headquarters now. In any case, it is impossible for a civilian sailing ship to pass through the Gate of Justice and reach Marineford. According to Suoluo's original plan, he also needs to arrive at Sabayati Archipelago, borrow the warship here, go to the headquarters. Of course, Suoluo is now not only a genuine marine, and because of the Alabasta incident, he was promoted to ensign. It is not difficult to verify through verification. After confirming Suoluo's identity, there is no problem. The sergeant stationed at the Sabayati Archipelago immediately started on this matter. As for Robin and Perona, according to Suoluo's requirements, dressed up for a while, just to play down Robin, Suoluo deliberately let Perona not deliberately hide his identity. Even at this time, Perona did not wear a marine uniform, but still wears gothic lowly style. Compared with Robin, who put on marine uniform and disguised himself, Perona has to be ostentatious. In Suoluo's view, as long as everyone's focus is on Perona, naturally, Robin will be ignored. What's more, who would think of naval headquarters? The daughter of the devil. The only survivor of O'Hara who had a bounty of nearly 80 million when he was 8 years old. Will you join Marine? Is this really no problem? Robin followed Suoluo, and the sergeant led them onto the warship. Just thinking about the destination of this trip makes Robin feel a little nervous. In recent years, in order to avoid arrest by the world government, she has indeed made many amazing moves. But, as it is now, head to Marineford. Don't say it. She never dreamed of it. Once his identity is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. In fact, Robin thought that Suoluo would arrange himself in Sabayati Archipelago. Wait for him to get things done before coming to see himself. There will be no problem, Suoluo said without thinking. Suoluo also thought about this matter carefully. On the surface, it would be better to place Robin in Sabayati Archipelago, but the Sabayati Archipelago at this time is actually not safe. Supernovae, known as the era of extreme evil, have arrived here one after another. Celestial dragons will also appear. I'm afraid there will be more changes at that time. If all goes well, it won't be long before I can leave Marineford, Suoluo thought to himself. From the beginning, he did not intend to stay in Marineford for long. Seeing Suoluo like this, Robin couldn't say anything. You can only try to disguise yourself. However, everything is as Suoluo expected. Among the three of them, Perona became the most eye-catching one. He absorbed the eyes of all Marines encountered along the way. Even so, many people talked about it. Why does Perona appear here? Everything is the same as in Suoluo's plan. In a short while, he took Robin and Perona on board the marine warship. Head towards Marineford. At the same time, As usual, an entire group of pirates was captured. Marines stationed at the Sabayati archipelago naturally reported to naval headquarters and waited for the next instructions. What to do with Straw Hat Crew? Should he be escorted directly to Impel Down, or be executed on the spot? Coupled with the convenience of the phone worm, the news soon reached Sengoku's ears. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku Office. I saw Sengoku sitting behind his desk, using a phone worm to communicate. I thought it would be good news. In the end, what he didn't even dream of was, it happened that at this time, I received the news that Straw Hat Crew was arrested. In an instant, Sengoku's pupils dilated directly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but take a breath. His eyes moved slowly, and he looked at Garp aside. It's just Luffy's grandpa. And before that, Blackbeard had to fill the vacant Shishibukai position of Crocodile, deliberately gave Ace as a gift to Marine. In addition to the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the 2nd Division, and the son of Roger, Ace has other identities. He's still known as the Marine Hero, Tekken Garp's grandson. Now add Luffy. All of Garp's only 2 grandchildren fell into Marine's hands. Here's such news at this juncture. For Sengoku, it's not good news. The key is, Garp on the side can hear clearly. Straw Hat Crew, caught.